In the world of medicine, where every second is a fragile boundary between life and death, only exceptional teams can stand firm. At the city's top hospital, among many brilliant doctors, there remains a name whispered like a legend, a genius among geniuses. When seemingly hopeless emergency cases keep coming and the operating room is filled with chaos and despair, he is the only one who makes time stand still. People call him the Hand of God. Xing Yu-sung, I can still save him. A statement full of certainty and determination. But someone just declared dead and now undergoing surgery is utterly unbelievable. After all, Xing Yu-sung is the gold standard of medical technique. He can bring people back from the dead, like the Hand of God. Once Yu-sung picks up the scalpel, any difficult surgery can be handled, and tonight's celebration proved just that. Although he was the most important person in this effort, Yu-sung did not seem very happy because he did not realize when he had lost his time to rest for himself. Every day for him repeats in the familiar operating room. Having the ability to save even the dead, Yu-sung is called the Hand of God. At first he thought it was a good thing because saving one person would make dozens of others happy, but in fact, doctors with that talent are rare, even very few. So after the patients kept coming in upon hearing the rumors, Yu-sung could not get a moment's rest and was treated like a movable medical device for the VIP patients. Does this nickname really mean something good, or is it just meaningless? Not only has he exhausted himself physically, but his spirit and relationships around him are also gradually deteriorating. Yu-sung can't even remember the last time he took time for himself. Making money is fine, but now he does not even have time to spend it. I guess there is no choice left. Yu-sung believes his life will remain like this forever, just as life is unpredictable. As he was about to go home and open a beer to reward himself, a blinding car headlight appeared in front of him, rushing toward him. Before dying, Yu-sung's entire life flashed before him. But unfortunately, it was all just scenes from an operating room. Could it be that this rare genius's brief life ends here? No, perhaps Yu-sung's story will continue. The setting suddenly changes from modern times to an ancient castle. At the small house, the sound of a call echoing, along with countless questions from Yu-sung, gradually blurred his vision as he saw his hands now become withered. In front of him are the happy faces of the couple. Yu-sung looks on coldly as this body's mother embraces her with love. His soul was lost, unsure of what was happening. The last thing he remembered was being on his way home from the hospital, before being hit and killed by a truck. That is why this scene confuses Yu-sung. He does not understand how he is still alive, and these two people are strangers to him. The newlyweds love this boy named Dae very much. Snuggled in his father's arms, he suddenly realizes his body is tiny. At the same time, Yu-sung faintly realized he had come back to life as their son. A cut on his hand caught the mother's attention, and the boy's father also wanted to call the priest. But unexpectedly, the mother insisted that she could heal. Yu-sung thought she was talking about medicine, but what he did not expect was that the woman in front of him could use magic to heal wounds. In just a few seconds, the scar that would have left a mark was completely gone. This means Yu-sung has been reborn into a new world, a world where magic exists, with the night sky casting a dark shadow over the small house, accompanied by the gentle sound of the breeze. Inside the house, Dae slowly blinks and looks around. He sits up and gazes out the window for a while. Having slept so much, I have been sitting here in silence for 3 months since Dae was reincarnated into this world, and during that time I have learned a few things. First, this world is different from the one I knew before. It is exactly what you think it is. A magical, fantasy world where monsters and species similar to humans exist. Because of this, humans are attacked by monsters, and as a result, they must choose paths that often cost their lives to become stronger. One interesting thing Dae realized is that they prefer to develop magic rather than science every time they seek to heal his wounds. Apparently they rely on magic instead of medical techniques even for the simplest things. The last thing he realized is that this is not a dream but his new reality. Done. For some reason, Dae can still retain the memories and knowledge from his previous life. He never thought he could feel this relaxed again. Now that he thinks about it, he never had the chance to love himself because of his job. If it were not for the car accident, he probably would have died suddenly from overwork. Then he just lay there enjoying himself because he had been reincarnated, and he should also savor the moment he had. When will I be able to sleep peacefully like this again? A faint light shines on the plant pot in the room, the rare moment of peace he has when reincarnated as a boy, carefree and untroubled. The string of sleepiness fades away, and I realize something. What is going on? It feels like a thin thread running through my body. What is this cool sensation? I feel really energized. This is the kind of mana that L and Sen mentioned afterward. It does not seem easy to control it. If I try to force it, it will scatter everywhere. Try to focus precisely on where this thread of mana begins and ends. Mana should work like blood. Try to imagine the flow of mana like a stream of blood. Try to feel it. It fills the entire body, like endless mana. Like that. There is no need to rush. Take your time. Slowly, time passes, and the autumn leaves gently fall. Before you know it, winter's coldness has arrived. The scene shifts to another place, with Jai holding a flame in his hand. He was overjoyed. Finally, it was a success. He kept his eyes on the flickering flame in his hand and chuckled quietly. Haha, Thinking I could do this, the spell to control the mana flow to fire a fireball is finally paying off after 3 years of effort. Although I might succeed in understanding the flow of mana and memorizing the possible paths it can take, the problem is I can't understand how this book explains controlling mana. The book tells me to store mana inside my body and control it when needed because mana is believed to be drawn from our surroundings. The question arises in his mind, why does it need to be stored inside us from the very beginning? That is it. It seems to limit what we can do with it once we have stored it. No matter how you see it, it is not effective. Then he offers a hypothesis. What if we let the mana move naturally when we are not trying to contain it? Wouldn't it be easier to draw mana from around us and use it? In that case, we no longer need to worry about the quality of the mana. We can even avoid the mana loops. Although this is a dangerous method not written in the books, it is worth trying once. He smiles again. I never thought it would lead to results beyond expectations. I need to try it more. At this moment, Cyan, standing outside and observing, also whispers, "Look, I can't tell you how proud I feel every time I see Jai pick up a book the moment he has a chance." She covers her mouth and giggles. I told him, our child will definitely become a mage. You protests again. What are you talking about? Given its condition, it needs to train like a swordsman. She shook her hand. If that happens, cute Jai will be forced to become a piece of meat like him. You sighs in disappointment. At least a handsome lump of meat. Jai thought to himself, listening to everything, they keep talking so loudly. Then what is the point of hiding it from myself, I wonder? I feel a bit worried inside, although I feel proud of our little GI. I do not think our child is too focused on books. I mean, what do you think? She continued, aren't the kids just going out and playing with their friends? I am just worried that all our little Jai wants is to read books. Come on, do not worry too much. Most people are worried that their children do not like reading. That is right. You even said you want to raise your child to become a talented wizard. So what is wrong? Just look at your little child who can't say a word. Back to G. He thought this still was not enough. I need to create a perfect path for mana to flow through. The best possible way. The next morning at Gie's house, Sin throws open the door with energy. Is our adorable Jai here? Gray, holding the book and wiping her tears, responds yes. And here she is again, worrying endlessly. Her child is just reading. Although I am proud that my child is here reading, I still want them to be able to meet peers and play together. Maybe I have not had the chance to play with my child. And seeing my mother say nothing, Jai feels confused. After a moment of silent contemplation, his mother approached and asked, Jai, would you like to play with me? He was surprised to play with his mother. A new idea flashed in his mind. Could it be that his mother was teaching him magic? Yeah, I am sure Mom is trying to play with me so she can teach me a few things. Jai looks excited and agrees immediately. Yes, let us play. But Sin paused for a moment and softly called Jai. She hugs him tightly, thinking that her child is so happy just because he can play with her, and she wishes she had asked him sooner. After a while, Jai is taken to another place, his expression blank like a wooden puppet. Oh Mom, put away the books. Where are they? Why are we in front of the door? Mother replied, yes, you do not need to read books today. We will go outside and play. Jai turned the car and immediately declined the offer. Oh no, I think I need to study more. I can't spend time playing outside when I should be training. Proud of Ga, who hugs him in her arms. I did not expect my child to be so eager to learn. What should I do now? She tries to persuade him again. But today it will be okay. Don't you want to see what is outside? So go out and try to have fun. At this point, he finally thought about it. Now I think about it, I have never gone outside since Reincarnation. I do not even know what this world is like. Alright, I think one day is enough. He decided, okay, go outside and have fun. She looks as happy as a harvest. Perfect. Go immediately. Step outside, her gaze shining brightly, capturing everyone's attention. He gazed at the surrounding scenery that was so close yet he never paid attention to it. After 3 years of staying home reading books, he had never even thought about going outside to see the leaves or the towering windmills. I have been imprisoned by myself. A gentle breeze passing through touches my soul. Seeing you stand so stiff, I speak out. What are you doing? Why do not you try exploring? He said. Looking up, he started to walk, taking his first steps outside, then ran swiftly across the vast green fields. At this moment, Day feels like he is merging with nature. The scent of flowers and wild grass makes him feel nostalgic. Then he stopped and stood on the cliff, gazing out at the majestic scenery around him. The breathtaking view before his eyes made him open his mouth in awe. Before I reincarnated, I never had a chance to take care of myself. I was forced to live under pressure. Surviving is the best thing I can do. I have never felt this free before. However, I am happy I was born into this world. Day called out to her mother, letting out a small cry. Day turned back, smiling happily at her. He sincerely thanked her, saying thank you Mom for bringing me out. In a certain hospital, there was an emergency case. Do-sung had to give his all with the nurse to rush the stretcher. An emergency patient, a life that repeats itself constantly with the patient all day long. He He has never stopped even for a few brief minutes. And during surgeries, there is always someone urging him on. That voice is always echoing in his mind. Doctor. The next shift will arrive in 5 minutes. After the surgery, Do-sung collapsed. I am exhausted now, at my limit. I have reached my breaking point. But the voices of the nurses and patients calling out always keep him going. Help me. Doctor. You have to go. Suddenly, a faint, deep voice called out somewhere. The sound of a bell waking him up from the nightmare that had been haunting him. She was about to smile, speaking softly while stroking his head, wondering if he had a scary dream. Hearing her mother's voice, Day gradually calmed down, thinking to himself, "Oh, it was just a dream. I had a good time. And then I dreamt of something like this again." Day reluctantly opened one eye under the blinding sunlight in front of him. The strange city he traveled through appeared before his eyes. This is not the world where he has to work tirelessly. Thinking of this, Day's mood became much more relaxed. I am now a child, carefree and innocent. That is right, I was reborn into this world. And I will definitely not live the way I did in my previous life. The scene here looks like it has been filtered through Day's eyes. And even the house he is in now is very different from his previous life. Day and Sen have returned after a walk outside. Seeing Elle, she cheerfully greets them. I am back now. He smiles at his wife and child, not forgetting to ask about their well-being. Welcome home. Did you have fun? Day asked excitedly. Yes, I did. A thought suddenly sparked in his mind. That is right. He reached out and tugged at Sen's skirt, calling out, Mom. At this moment, Jay opens his eyes wide and pleads, Please teach me magic. Hearing the young prince's request, Sen could not help but feel moved and exclaimed, Wait a moment. After that, she instinctively embraced her beloved husband, marveling at how adorable their child was. She exclaimed, You want to start training already? If you want, I will always be happy to teach you. Seeing Sen's reaction, he could only force a smile and brush it off, feeling a bit awkward inside. Even after experiencing this reaction many times, he still could not get used to it. A moment later, Sen began teaching Day the first lesson. Since it was a request from Day, should we start now? Then, she began with the most basic element of humans. A small flame from Sen's hand appeared as a fireball. Day is extremely delighted by the unprecedented magic. Seeing Day's joyful reaction, Sen could not help but be surprised. The reaction of a child, so she decided to teach him clearly. Day, this is fire. Is not it interesting? Day forced out a few awkward laughs. Seeing him like that, Sen blushed, wondering if he still was not impressed enough. He thought to himself that this was because it was a spell he had used a few times before. At this moment, Sen had come up with something. She called him. We should sit down first. Day obediently replied yes, and sat up straight on the bed. Sen activates again. The problem with magic is that the Unsang Trungtam radiates and absorbs surrounding energy sources, creating what the user desires, transforming it into mana with the magic I want to use. The formula for success is, with one activation word and one activation action. That is it. Easy, right? Then she gives the example of the flame from earlier. Just follow the mana concentration formula. Point at the sky and shout, fire, and a flame will appear. Listening to the basic knowledge and applying the formula is enough. Day becomes even more curious. Mom, I have a question. Sen replies, Yes. Student Day, he begins asking questions like short answers in the 2025 graduation exam. Can mother transfer mana through another method? Sen was a bit surprised. Another method? After a moment of thought, the wire begins to explain. You mean, using fire as an example, suppose we have 3 red mana crystals. Mom burns the mana, then it will turn into green mana, and the mother gathers the mana she wants to burn. Finally, by applying physics and friction, it will create the flame the user desires. So far, you have added another short answer. Instead of transforming the mana 3 times, why not make it simpler? However, if she does that, the mana will disperse quickly. Sen has been staring with wide eyes at her son, who suddenly comes up with such bold ideas. Oh my, an advanced question. She pondered for a moment. That is right, and it is not impossible. Sen looked at him. If those 3 things come together and stabilize, it could be possible. Then she and the wire look at each other and laugh softly. That is in theory. However, Day still has some doubts deep inside. He rubs his palm to steady it. That means, looking at his small hand, Day clenches it into a fist. In a complete state, he could add more attributes. As he thought this, he began the second step, opening his hand. Suddenly, a mana source shot out from his hand, so powerful it soared straight up to the house's front yard, surprising Sen and himself. Seeing the success of the first attempt like a VIP reward, he silently thought, I did it. Inside the house, you also hurried out to ask what just happened. Sen also has equally surprising thoughts right now. I do not know anything at this moment. Seeing Day's innocent and cheerful face, she silently thought that just before her child used magic, she had not noticed that whenever her child cast magic, the mana was always active. Sen's eyes flickered with a fleeting hint of worry. Day looks up at the house in this life, still questioning whether he has ever truly felt it, a life repeating itself with patience all day. But has he ever not sensed it? His thoughts detach him from reality. Forgetting the existence of his parents in this world, Day kept muttering to itself. As expected, it is easy to understand if you think of it like an atom, and if you start combining mana like a compound. You do not need to add more mana. Looking at his more mature appearance compared to a little boy, Sen thought to herself, Day, this child is so strange. Sen suddenly looked at him with tears in her eyes. No, I was too focused. At this moment, Day returned to his innocent smile and asked, Mom, is something wrong? She hurriedly replied that her mother was just very proud that Day could use magic. Day scratched his head proudly and said, Really? Looks like I am a genius. Sen beside him also encouraged him. Our son is so talented. That night, with only the moon and stars as companions, Day wakes up suddenly in the laboratory after hearing someone's voice. And that is a serious problem. What should we do if our child is taken to the academy at this age to prevent that from happening? We have to do our best. El is sitting at the dining table, holding his hand to comfort Sen. Day overheard a part and silently thought, Are they talking about me? El sighed again. He knew it was not as easy as he said. Sen replied, Day is a genius that only appears once every hundreds, no, thousands of years. If his son catches the attention of the academy, then, Sen's voice trembled unconsciously. The wire inside the room shifted, and I started to become curious about the academy. I do not know what kind of place the academy is, but it seems I might be dragged there. Thinking of that, his hand gently clenched, secretly making a decision to prevent it from happening. But my plan is, I need strength. I just wanted to learn magic for fun. But I have changed my mind. I need to attain absolute power. The wandering thoughts just now once again put Day into a deep sleep for the night. Many years have passed, and after a peaceful night, the scene gradually brightens. The diligent bird is now singing on a high branch. Sunlight streams through the window, illuminating the entire room. On the desk, the candle has burned past its halfway point, and a few books are still open. A young man with white hair stretches after a long sleep. Looking outside the door, he mutters, It is already morning, and hurriedly gets off the bed, scratching his head in self-reproach. Since I am a heavy sleeper, I can tell how much time has passed, so, should I go explore now? At this moment, Bright Face appears with intelligent eyes. This young man is Day, 15 years old, reflecting on the past. After he mastered controlling mana, Day began to pursue his goals. Day's experiments and research on magic increase with each level. Not only that, he also throws himself into nightly meditation and magic practice, and his talent for understanding mana proves his rapid development. Besides practicing techniques, Day also constantly expanded his knowledge to improve his future skills. And because of the enormous amount of mana he absorbed during this time, his hair turned completely white. Back in the present, Day has now become a teenager and suddenly remembers something. Oh right, I also need to hold this. Then he starts scribbling something down. I do not know how much medical knowledge I will need, but I might as well give it a try. At this moment, I can also clearly see the words he wrote on the board. I can heal those who are sick. Taking a deep breath, he thought to himself, but before I leave, maybe one last time. First, a blazing red flame erupts, then a tornado twists from the air. And finally, water and humidity condense into ice. He points his hand to the sky and directly uses mana to combine all three elements. Pleased with his work, the silver-haired boy beams. Perfect. I should really be going now. And with that, he strides into town, leaving behind the small wooden stand he had written on earlier, muttering to himself, This seems like a good spot. This might be a bit embarrassing. Hearing that, Day blushed and spread his legs wide, then took a running start like a pro. I can heal anyone who feels unwell. Bring anyone in. Seeing the 15-year-old boy so earnest, the locals just found it amusing. What a kind young man. You are right. The people there whispered to each other. I have not seen a boy smile like that in a long time. Just like me. From the crowd, a kind man advised Day, Kid, go play the saint somewhere else. You should not indulge the sick like that. Seeing the reactions of the surrounding people, Day looked a bit proud. These folks think who he is. After a few shocks, he regained his composure. No, I predicted this. Just wait a little longer. As expected, I waited a bit, but from morning till evening no one asked me for help. In the end, my first day of starting out failed. I can't believe no one came to seek my help. At this moment, he got up and decided that he probably could not handle it anymore and should go home today. Just as he was overwhelmed with disappointment, someone appeared in front of him and asked, Do you really think you can cure the patients? Just as tears were about to fall, someone asked, and Day was a bit surprised. A young girl around his age, dressed like a wealthy girl, asked again, regardless of what kind of patient it was. Right. Seeing Vonalicia, he thought to himself, will this be his first patient? But before he could answer, Vonalicia rushed forward and asked a third time, Can you really cure them? Day dragged himself back then replied, I also need to examine them first. The little girl at this moment pursed her lips and looked directly into Day's eyes with a scrutinizing gaze. Vonalicia openly dismissively said, "I knew it. It is ridiculous to think that someone as foolish as you could heal anyone." And these words like arrows stabbed straight into him, making Day angry instantly. "Really? You are too much. Hey, little guy." Vonalicia turned to leave, but was yanked back. She glared at him. "Auntie." "Shorty." Day's face darkened. "I may look like a useless 15-year-old on the street, but there is no patient in this world I cannot cure. Stop judging by appearances. Your words and confident aura are like bling-bling filters." Seeing that look from Day, Vonalicia blushed slightly. He is just a naive kid. Who would have thought that behind the image of a 15-year-old boy was a skilled doctor working more in a hospital than at home? Seeing his face now, Vonalicia silently wondered what this strange sense of trust was. Thinking this, she reconsidered and nodded. "Yes, you are right. Sorry." Vonalicia gently lifted her blue dress, slightly raised her foot, and bowed her head to introduce herself formally. "I am the only daughter of Lord Gart." Vonalicia just finished introducing herself. She frowns and emphasizes again that she is not a dwarf. At this moment, Day awkwardly chuckles and says, "My name is Day." Inside, he thinks to himself, she is an aristocrat. No wonder her clothes look so luxurious. Then, the two of them had a brief conversation before the sun disappeared behind the horizon. "Why are you suddenly speaking so formally? Just say it like you did earlier." "That is fine," Vonalicia whispered softly. "After all, the patient I mentioned earlier is my father." He widened his eyes in realization. Count Gart. She sadly recounted her father's illness, saying that a red spot appeared on his chest and grew into a lump, swelling into a ball. Hearing these symptoms, a suspicion crossed his mind that it might be a malignant tumor. He furrowed his brows like a doctor and said we should go take a look. If this is an emergency, every second counts. Suddenly, his gaze darkened a bit. But if it is a tumor the size of a ball, maybe it is already too late. Thinking of this, he kept running after Vonalicia to her house. After a while, Vonalicia's steps came to a stop. She led him to a walled mansion. Vonalicia looked at him and said, "We are here, let us go inside." And she reassured him. Of course, she is grown up now. This is a noble's house. Before she even reached the door, an older man ran out and called out loudly, "Miss, you are back," Vonalicia said. "Housekeeper." Vonalicia ran over and hugged the housekeeper's arm, her voice trembling. "How is my father?" He stammered and replied, "Yes, miss. The thing is, he has been stripped of his title. An upcoming news is about to shake Vonalicia's nerves. His condition suddenly worsened and he passed away." She could not believe what she just heard. "You are lying." Immediately, Vonalicia ran into her father's room. The butler helplessly called after her, "Miss." Vonalicia tried to run as fast as she could, thinking to herself, no. The door to the room burst open. Vonalicia shouted loudly, tears streaming down her face. "Father." The prince is lying motionless on the bed while the concubine princess keeps crying. She softly calls out, "Alicia." Vonalicia could not bear it and ran over crying her heart out. "No. Father. Please. Can I take a look now that the wire has appeared here to observe the condition?" A stream of black energy spreads through the air, surrounding the darkened tumor. Day focused on the faint heartbeat of that tumor. He thought to himself, "It is quite weak but I can still feel it." And then a glowing manosphere appeared in his palm. He declared that he was still alive. Leaving the necromancer and the captain of the death guard stunned by his words, Vonalicia gently grasped his shirt and whispered, "Day." "My father." She looked at him with teary eyes. "Please call him." Day pursed his lips and smiled. He looked at her with a trustworthy expression and responded with 2 words. "Don't worry." Day's presence makes everyone in the mansion curious. A guy suddenly approached and asked, "Who is that kid?" The lady in waiting next to the Earl replied, "Not sure anymore. I think it is with Alicia." Hearing this, he was immediately excited. How could an unknown commoner be allowed into a marquis's residence? After hearing that Day might be able to save the count, the royal guards widened their eyes and spoke. "Wait a minute. It seems he just said he could save the Earl." The maid next to Dung added, "He is probably just a scammer. Maybe he is planning to come in here to mix some valuable stuff." The witch was very worried about her husband at this moment and did not pay much attention, crying over her illness. "This does not matter now. I just want to cling to the last hope that that boy might be able to create a miracle." Then she looked into his confident face, placing her trust in the young man before her. Returning to Day's case, he gazed at the lump on his neck, silently pondering. It is unbelievable that this could grow so large and fester until it is black. Thinking this, a sharp blade appeared from his fingertip. First, I need to focus my mana to shape a scalpel. At this moment, the guard and the steward see his strange behavior and both turn pale. He immediately shouted loudly, "You! What are you planning to do?" Hearing the scream from the guards, Day felt deaf in both ears. After the ringing in my ears subsided, Day turned to the guard and asked what he was doing. "I am trying to save him." The guard shouted back, "Do not be stupid. There is no way to save him like that." seeing the patient's family still doubting the doctor. You threaten them, saying if they do not trust you, you can stop right now. No problem, he was speechless at being scolded. This damn brat, the captain reacted too strongly, and at that moment, the lady called out, "Captain." She looked at him, her face showing clear signs of doubt, but for now, she decided to trust this young man. He was reminded and had to accept it. "I understand, madam." Then, Day casually swatted away a few guards. Yeah. Shut up and go somewhere else. You are bothering me." He could not do anything, so he clenched his teeth. This arrogant brat. Back to work, he exhaled deeply, realizing that when he punctured this tumor, it oozed pus instead of blood. Glancing at the lump again, he made his judgment. This was no longer a tumor, but a necrotized area of skin caused by toxins. Flicker of concern in his eyes. At this moment, a stream of blue mana swirled around Day's body. He began to roll up his sleeves, then paused. "Let us begin." He uses mana to form a sharp surgical blade. "First, I need to cut away all the necrotic tissue." He begins to insert the scalpel at the base of the lump, while those outside watch closely at his technique. After removing the lump, he must then open the chest and make an incision in his chest area. Suddenly, something caught his eye, making his throat itch behind the ribs. The man's lungs were a deep crimson. I quietly thought, just as I suspected, his lungs are also starting to decay. I do not know how long he has been like this. Then I continued the surgery, but from a different perspective, you could say he is quite lucky. The necrosis is not too severe, so even with a skin graft, he should recover. A new man emerges, illuminating the Duke's chest hair. After dealing with the root cause, he uses mana to create medical threads, stitching the excised area. With a mana needle, he is now intensely focused on stitching the wound on his chest. Those outside watching seem frozen. No one dares to speak or breathe heavily. The butler watched the glowing thread and muttered to himself, "The boy the young lady brought here." He hesitated. I really have nothing more to say. Looking at his focused face and intense concentration, he silently thought to himself that he not only possesses a rare aura among his peers like the young lady, but also moves with the skill of a master in his hands. At this moment, his hands surrounded by mana are still moving continuously, with a thread of string extending from each fingertip. He quickly practiced a few basic moves, silently thinking that his final step would be to draw the thread in. Watching his figure, the butler felt like watching a master puppeteer. No, like a puppet master god. At this moment the string does not care about others' gazes. He only focuses on his craft. At this point, the butler softly speaks, saying that the boy might really be able to create a miracle, and the maid beside him glances at him in response. Then, the maid cast a glance at the young master in front of her. She initially saw him as a con artist, but now her opinion has changed. "I agree." After a while, the wires also stop, and he gently wiped the sweat from his forehead. "Okay. Almost there." Looking at the Viscount's chest, the black boil has been removed, and the sutures are complete. Now, just a little help to restore the heartbeat. Then, he performed chest compressions to stimulate the heartbeat. I will use mana to carry out emergency resuscitation. His mana now seemed to turn into the electric current of the defibrillator. The wire thought, as long as I support the chest compressions, press down, and the current flows into the heart, making the heart beat strongly once more and then stabilizing. Hearing the first heartbeat, Tu smiled brightly. He is alive. The surgery was very successful, and he hurried to inform the family. But something made him pause. The family of the deceased was looking at Day as if he were a strange, talented healer with unusual methods. Day stared at them, wondering what that expression meant, then glanced at Tuk. Noticing the blood at the corner of his mouth, Days realizes the truth. The sudden rush of blood into a dead body is causing hemorrhaging. But to the ignorant guards, it just looks like a disaster. He just pointed at your face and blamed you. I knew it from the start. I knew you were just a wandering rogue. Seeing his agitated reaction, Day raised both hands and hurriedly explained. He is just a person. Sorry about that. Let me explain a bit. He did not give you a chance to speak. You are still trying to justify yourself. Seeing the expression on the executioner's face, you ask, but now he is alive, and the guard does not look at the outcome but just screams loudly. Are you still trying to fight against it? The more he ate, the more agitated he became beyond reason. Back then, was there anything still alive? I only saw a bloody body. You are helpless against this stubborn guy. It won't be a problem. He is really alive. The guard keeps overreacting. Hold on. I can't believe someone would tear apart an aristocrat's body like that. Are you still human? After a long sigh. Wait a minute and see. The situation is gradually getting chaotic. Then a soft voice whispers. You told me you could definitely save him. Vonalicia shouted. I trusted you. He instinctively stepped back, trying to repeat himself. Wait a moment. See. He is really not dead. Looking at her father's motionless body, she whispered. But now he has become like this. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably, blaming herself for her father's death because she brought you here. Seeing her so remorseful, he quickly reassured Vonalicia. He is truly safe now. Just wait and see. At this moment, Jai feels disillusioned with life, wondering why everyone is like this. Is it because they have no experience with 2-star surgery? Before he can finish his thoughts, a sharp sword is pointed directly at him. You lowly commoner. Not only did you harm His Highness the Prince, but you also deceived the young lady. That was the voice of the captain of the guards. He ordered the other soldiers present to impose blame on Day. Is humiliating His Highness's body not enough? Seeing their reactions, he swallowed his bitterness. Take a deep breath. Day calmly says a few words. I spent so much effort to save him. Not only did I not get a thank you, but he even pointed his finger at my face, his voice full of disappointment. Day looked directly at the guards and asked again, what did you just say? I am a missile and a murderer. He frowned, anger flashing in his eyes. You guys are messing with the wrong person. After being beaten down by the guards, Day silently thought that he knew their reactions would be very frustrating, but he stood tall alone facing those in front of him. Knowing himself that he was in good health, considering the standards of this world, it is actually quite normal. At this point, Day's face darkens as he repeats each word. Successfully treated. Just wait for recovery, then I will leave, he said as he walked straight out the front door. Before leaving, he glanced at the people who had just pointed their swords at him and warned them, and I warn you all, do not even think about blocking my way, knowing that I am the target of Day. The guard could not help but growl in anger. Here, he could not control his anger, gripping his sword and swinging it down. You arrogant fool. Day froze, took a deep, sorrowful breath. He used his magic to create mana chains that bound the entire body of the guard. Day clenched his fist, muttering, bound. Camvi also realized what was binding him, and he was a bit surprised. Binding magic? Huh. How could he use such magic? At this moment, the soldiers with him looked quite confused, and the commander, seeing them stand still without acting, scolded. What are you guys doing? Catch that guy quickly. He also said he could not use multiple spells at once. Hurry up, and his subordinates quickly agreed. Yes, sir. But once again, the mana chains loosened and a loud chime echoed. The armored group trying to capture him was also bound tightly by the mana chains. Unbelieving what Day had just done, the guards widened their eyes and stammered. Finish with the magic. Seeing the amount of mana emanating from his brother, the royal guards could not help but be surprised that at this age he could already cast magic. They wondered silently, what was the point of helping this brat? After a moment, the mana source was pulled back into Day's body. The restrained people have been released. Before leaving, Day left a final message. This is the last warning. Do not block my way. After finishing the surgery and leaving the troublesome mansion, it was already evening. Day rubbed his head. Though the differences between medical sciences are indeed huge, this is just too much, he muttered to himself as he walked away. A knight has gone to the front gate, silently cursing the guards for treating him like a clueless little thief. But that was the first patient he treated here, and as he pulled the latch to open it, he suddenly felt a bit of pride. He entered the house, complaining about his fate. Just as I thought, my medical skills are not useful here anymore. Suddenly, amidst his absent-mindedness, there was a reminder. Day, you are too late coming home. At this moment, he suddenly realized there was someone at home. Oh no, I was so focused on thinking that I completely forgot. The person who just reminded Dai was his mother. Lady Sen frowned unhappily and said you have to be home by a certain time. Right, he stammered 7 of the clock. And now what time is it? Do you know how many bad people there are in this world? You will be grounded for 2 days. Unfortunately for Day, no matter which world he is in, mothers are always made in batches and late arrivals mean detention. Day has nothing left to say now, so he can only raise his hand and accept the scolding. At that moment, I only had one thought. Even if I came here, I would still be treated like a child. And then it got later into the night. The last light in the house was extinguished. While Day was sleeping soundly, at the Tutuk estate, the Tutuk's room was always chaotic with a voice full of difficulty. What just happened? Who is that kid? Vonalicia softly called. He is now awake and showing signs of discomfort in his body. Vonalicia and the lady of the house were startled by his reaction and quickly turned to look back. Even the night guard was stunned. Lord Tuk is still alive. How is that possible? At this moment, the night guard, still holding his sword and bound by Day's mana, turned pale. Truly alive. Lady Tuk could only sigh. In Vonalicia's words filled with distrust, she cried out emotionally, questioning who could be trusted, while the guards simply pointed their swords and chains, dismissing her as a lowly merchant. Just thinking about this, Lady Countess already wanted to dig a deep hole to hide in. She spoke up, I still can't recognize who my savior is. I really made a big mistake. Countess Tu kept blaming herself and ordered to search for the rope. Take responsibility for this and go find that person immediately. This directly damages our family's reputation. The guard stammered in surprise. How is it possible that I suddenly moved without being restrained? He exclaimed, and the magic, he finished speaking and lost his footing, falling to the ground. The lady helpless, turned and walked away, only leaving behind a sentence, "Find him and directly apologize for his rudeness." Cam V answered, "Yes. I understand." At this moment, the caretaker seemed a bit infatuated. "Really very interesting. How could a young man do such a miraculous thing?" Then suddenly someone interrupted. "Maybe he is a Than." Her words made everyone stare in disbelief and ask again. "A saint." They continued discussing the Donjia. "But I have never heard of a saint knowing how to use magic, and I have not either." After a while, Tutuk was peacefully sleeping on the bed. Someone leaned over to look at his relaxed expression, clearly just asleep. Everyone could see that, right? Where did it come from? The guard suddenly declared with a stern tone. If he was not a saint capable of rebirth, then how could it be? So to learn about the saints, we need to review human history. Who are the saints? Ancient records mention that they are chosen by the gods and possess immense divine power. They can also hear the words of the gods, loved by the gods, even their representatives and reincarnations. Hearing this, the priestess was a bit suspicious. But really, that boy, I have never heard any rumors that our kingdom has such a saint. So maybe it is a saint who is still unknown. Vonalicia shares her mother's thoughts. Yes. Is not this the illness even the archbishops can cure? Another person confirmed the suspicion that the one who healed Lord Tuk was definitely a saint. The butler nervously asked the guards, "So how did you treat a saint?" "Captain." He turned his face away in shame and said, "I am very sorry for my stupidity. I caused Lord Marquis to get into trouble. The lady in waiting was no better. She took responsibility herself." "No, is not it true that everyone just stood by and watched with indifference? This is all our fault." Vonalicia also feels deeply sorry for her fragile trust. "Come on. The saint. Go meet him and apologize." Suddenly, someone softly asked what everyone was talking about, startling Vonalicia. The father, the Earl, was helped up by the maid, clutching his difficult stitches and asking, "What did you just say?" "What are you asking them? What exactly is going on? Because I have no idea what strange things have happened." Vonalicia lowered her head and whispered, "Yes, a knight healed my father," he said. Hearing that, he clenched his fists. "So it was thanks to those knights that I am still alive." Even after waking up, he scolded the guards harshly, yet they still dared to boast about their rudeness. Suddenly, the count's body twitched. "What is happening?" Seeing that, the guards looked pale and panicked. Lord Tuk, furious, shouted, "Don't he give up?" Looking at his trembling hand in anger, Lord Tuk ordered, "Use all the manpower in this estate and every means possible to find him." Suddenly, a voice echoed throughout the room, and at the same time, Day, who was reading a book, felt an itch in his ear. Did someone just mention him on a beautiful morning? Along the golden trail, Sun cheered Day enthusiastically. Wishing him luck, he started performing the spell. Focusing mana, raising his hand and saying, "Who?" Just like healing, he healed into a cripple, causing the tree to break in half, which made Day turn to stone, eyes wide in surprise. Day's mother nearby saw this and teased, "Oh my, that failure is so adorable." He could not accept it and immediately tried again with fire. Shouting, "Fire. It looks like a little one." Trying again. Light shining, Sun beside him wearing 3D glasses and preparing popcorn, feeling that normal magic still works perfectly. He tries once more, just like the first time, still turning a healthy pig into a crippled one. "I can't accept this." Day starts to get frustrated. "Why is not this working? Why?" "Assist." Sun beside him, seeing him act like a child, laughs and says, "Come on, let me explain. Listen carefully." She begins to explain that healing is a spell that uses mana to boost the target's vitality. Listening to her, he whispers that it has been oversimplified. Not just theory, Sun prepares to demonstrate once, trying to imagine himself using his mana to create a protective layer around the target. She concentrates her mana on the broken branch, the light spreading onto the bark and trunk, suddenly pulling the wood to cover the wound just like that. Healing her, in an instant, the branch is restored to its original state, with no trace left. Sun smiled reassuringly. "It is not too hard. Try again. You understand now." Day reluctantly agreed to try again. "Yes." Suddenly something caught Sun's attention, a rustling sound. What is that? A wild animal appears in front of the mother and child again. It is a deer. The most notable thing is that blood is attached to its leg joints, indicating it seems to be seriously injured in its leg. Too bad. At this moment, Sun had an idea, and she happily said to Day, "Perfect, Day. Why do not you try to treat the deer?" I asked again. "The deer," she explained further, thinking it was like training, and hearing this, Sun felt a bit annoyed. So he thought maybe it would be better to practice on a branch instead. So Sun firmly decided that to save the deer, he needed to keep it in place and try to approach it without startling it. Seeing her attitude, Dai sensed something was wrong. Why did it seem like her mother was enjoying this situation? Then he started the process of catching the deer. But as he got close, he stepped on a branch, making a loud noise that startled the deer into panic. and instinctively, the deer began to bleed from its leg. He shouted, "Look, it is running." Sun looked at him encouragingly. "Go on, Day. Catch it. I do not know what Miss Sun intends." So he chased after the deer, wondering to himself why he had to do this. He gritted his teeth and ran with all his might. Is it worth it? Should the hand of God put in so much effort to learn how to heal her? And then, I also came up with my own answer. Of course I need to make sure to do everything I can to save as many lives as possible. Casting magic to catch the deer, a hand swung out, along with a spell. The magic binding was cast. If I think about what happened in the past, Day remembered the strange and cautious looks of the people in the Death Mansion, and he realized one thing: the people here, rather than understanding his modern medical knowledge, are afraid of it because they are uncertain. At the moment the memory ends, Day has caught the deer, and he looks at it happily. We have got the person now. After bringing the deer back to Sun's place, he examined it for a while before concluding that it was truly running strong despite one injured leg. He tries to soothe it, but this deer seems more frightened than affectionate. Goodbye. Stay still, I will heal you. Sen encourages Day. Good luck. Then, a huge burst of mana was released by Day, and he thought to himself if it was the kind of magic they often used. He muttered to himself, I am sure I can make this work. At that moment, Assist. Sen was slightly startled. The magic emanating from him amazed her even more. This tremendous flow of mana. But how? Day here is trying to channel mana into the deer to heal it. In the name of a doctor, I am sure I will succeed in the next step. He shouts, healing, as a green glow radiates throughout the forest, taking a hit from him. Whatever it was could not withstand it. The deer let out a painful cry and then went still, while Day and Sen stood silent, watching their fortunate patient. It takes about 3 seconds for this mother and child to realize the deer has been healed. Yes, the healing is complete, and it is already standing, no longer showing off. The two of them were confused. Oh my god! It died instantly. What just happened? It was supposed to be healed. Day sighs helplessly, thinking he can't save a life like a doctor. He considers using mana to create a protective barrier and boost vitality. Was that what his mother told him? Looking at Sen's smiling face, he wondered why she could not teach him how to heal when all other mages could do it. Thinking this, he looked into his palm, perhaps because he had the mana pathway he possessed. At this moment, Day hypothesized that if he used healing on an elderly patient, the young doctor would kindly say please, and he would follow the correct formula. Of course, wait a moment. Healing, and the old man smiled and thanked him. Thank you, heaven. How can I repay you? Then he performed his strawberry-themed magic trick. Then his family would set up a stone tablet for him. Just thinking about this, Day felt a chill down his spine. He knew he had to stay away from healing magic from now on and could not risk hurting anyone. After that mana boost to help the deer log out, he returned the forest to its peace. That night, at Day's house, today Sen made a super delicious steak and casually asked if there was a special occasion. What is with the steak? Sen did not answer him, only smiled mysteriously. About that, she then turned to pinch her son's cheek and boasted, Auntie, our divine child can't be cured. Right, that is what I said. So adorable. This made you burst out laughing uncontrollably, so the couple burst into laughter to tease Day. Damn it. From that moment on, he made a firm decision. He would never learn healing magic again. The scene shifts to a beautiful morning in the Holy Empire, a goddess statue carved with exquisite craftsmanship. Who is it? Who is it of mine? A man kneels beneath the statue, whispering softly. Worried, his old eyes narrowed. Are you calling for me? This is the Pope of the Holy Empire. At that moment, the statue emitted a resonant sound. Searching for him, the statue rang out again, searching for the new white-haired saint. Probably from Vin Long, somewhere on a trail in the quiet forest. Group of soldiers led by a cavalry officer on horseback are chatting excitedly. Have you heard about the new saint? Of course I have heard about him. There is already a saintly woman. I can't believe another one has appeared. Someone whispered. I heard the new saint is quite young, but age does not matter. She was chosen by the gods. They can't help but wonder about the saint the divine mentioned. After all, having another saintess is a good thing for us, is not it? Isn't this an unprecedented event in history? To understand the reason behind Tapikoth hitting Bone Duali, we need to go back 10 hours before the army of the Holy Empire was ordered to march. In the Holy Empire Gaiho, a loud voice said, Lady Goddess, the Pope is kneeling before the statue, performing a solo prayer, and finally the goddess has responded. Thank you. Your Holiness. Thank you. Lady Goddess. He stared at the statue with wide eyes and asked, What is so important? The voice echoed again. Go find the white-haired saint wandering in the country called Cilia. The Pope continued to listen to the message from the universe but waited in vain for more. He then asked, Is that all? And the voice replied, What else do you want? This swirling game of questions and answers confuses him. The Pope skeptically asks, but there are many white-haired people in Cilia. Can't you give a little more clue? A beam of light shines above the statue with guiding words, revealing that this new saint is 15 years old. Find him and bring him to the Holy Empire. Hearing these words, the Pope was slightly startled and responded nervously. Yes, yes. I will find him right away. Goddess. Then he turned around and called out loudly. Are you there? The called person immediately replied, Yes, sir, I am your holiness. A young man with blonde hair appeared. You are At this moment, asked with his eyes. Are you looking for me? The old man ordered. Prepare a delegation immediately and send them to Cilia now. Obediently obeyed. Yes, sir. Your holiness. I understand. The Pope was still very confused. A new young man, back at Guy's small house. He was reading a book when you called out. Guy, how do you find learning swordsmanship? I am a bit curious. Swordsmanship. He smiled. Yes, the more ways you know to defend yourself, the better. But I still hesitated. After a moment of thought, he felt that the suggestion was reasonable. Recalling his current life, Jai silently thought that compared to his previous life, where he could easily obtain daily necessities, this was a place where he had to risk his life just for an apple. Then he closed the book and looked at you. All right. I really want to try learning, he said excitedly. Great. Let us start right now. Before leaving the house, my father asked me about these glasses, but I brushed it off, just a habit. After a while, the sound of two wooden swords clashing echoed, and Yo smiled, saying you are pretty good for a beginner. On the contrary, Jai's face is turning pale. Wait a moment, luckily I learned kendo before, maybe dad is a bit too aggressive, he thought, seeing Yo just swinging and smashing recklessly. Is this really just teaching a few moves? Jai's eyes lit up. If that is the case, he gripped his sword tightly. Yu was a bit surprised by his action and asked, What is wrong? Has Jai decided to give up? But at this moment, Jai was taking a deep breath to channel mana into his sword. After finishing, he replied softly. Nothing special, just changing tactics a bit, pointing his sword straight ahead with a smile. Yu was quite surprised by his son's talent. The sword wind. Then, the two charged at each other to spar. He did not hold back and swung his sword down. Impressed by the sharpness of the strike, Yu felt delighted. All right, but the fun only lasted a moment. Jai's sword kept slashing out continuously. If this keeps up, I will lose. He clenched his teeth. I have no other choice. I have to do this. Holding the sword hilt tightly, Yu thought to himself that he also had to use Feng's sword technique. Seeing his father change his swordsmanship, Jai stared in surprise. The sword is now engulfed in blazing flames. She spins the hilt and strikes, successfully knocking him down. He fell to the ground in pain, and Yu felt sorry for him. Suddenly, a loud voice called out, and the scene changed. At this moment, the market in the town is bustling with people. The nearby residents keep gesturing to each other. Are not most of those people members of the intelligence agency? We have been seeing this a lot lately. I think the guild is looking for someone or searching for something. A person in a hooded cloak quietly listens and observes the surroundings. Then he continued on. In a gathering spot, a few men were talking. Did they find anything? The other replied, No, we have not found anyone yet. And honestly, how can we find someone if we only know their age and hair color? A displeased young man in a blue shirt frowns, complaining about exploitation, and being asked about progress day by day. The pressure is too much. The guards hide their faces behind their hoods. And someone else says, Look, he is coming back again. He asked, Have you found anything yet? The annoyed young man in the blue shirt said, Come on. Knight, finding a needle in a desert is easier than this. The guy next to him also muttered a few words. A 15-year-old white-haired kid. With that little information, how could he find him? Seeing the attitude of those people who are not on the same level as him, the guards clenched their teeth in frustration. Damn these useless fools. Suddenly, the memory of the death count's threats flooded back. The glasses shattered on the ground. Someone said impatiently, Are you guys still not able to find him? What kind of business are you running? The royal guard bowed his head and apologized sincerely. Lord Tuke could not find his benefactor and is a bit angry. Do you think he is just an ordinary boy? Everyone keeps talking about him all day long. He is a saint. Oh my god. If everyone knew how badly we treated a saint. He also mentioned a more important issue with DC's face. There will definitely be a war. The Emperor might declare war on us. So go find him now. Right now, no matter how much Kamvi shows his attitude, he can only hide it in his heart. Begging earnestly, Please everyone do your best. I will accept any price. He reminds himself inwardly. I must find him. Suddenly, a young man spoke up. So you are saying you will pay any amount? He grinned mischievously and said, I will handle this for you. Then he ends with a sly squinting smile and returns to the swordsmanship class with L, his hand bleeding, and he sighs softly. It hurts so much. Seeing him like that, L could not help but feel sorry inside. Oh no, things are so bad. Dad, I am sorry for you. So he eased his expression and said it is okay. At this moment, Sen also appeared and saw a long cut on Day's hand. Day. What happened to your hand? Then she ran, worried about Day and scolding Mir. Bo, it seems like a bone is broken. Hey, Elle sighed softly, while Day looked a bit embarrassed. It is okay, Mom. I can be treated with magic. Although he said that, Sen still looked quite worried. Okay, Mom will help you now. This time, he refused again. No, I want to try myself. Then, a ring of energy appeared around Day's injured arm. And as he finished the spell, the energy radiated even more strongly than before. Sen could not hide his surprise, and at this moment, the wound on his hand was completely gone, healed as if it was never there. Sen's eyes grew more vacant, but then she met her husband's gaze, and Elle asked again to be sure. Did not you say last time that the boy could not do it? She hesitated before explaining to Elle that it was because of the boy that her dear died instantly. And as she mentioned that, Elle's mind was filled with his wife's delicious steak, enough to know where it came from. Over here, Day mumbles with a broken jaw. I guess I have to explain everything again. Day takes a deep breath to gather himself and then calls out, Mom, Dad, I have a few things to tell you all. Then there was a conversation in the small house with 3 people. What is going on, Day? Actually, he honestly revealed his secret in front of his parents. Unlike ordinary people, maybe in a past life, Day scored 30 points on the B block exam but only about 1.25 points in literature, and no one understood what he was saying. Sen broke the silence. Even though he looked like that, at this moment Elle beside her whispered softly, My love. More importantly, perhaps, the two of them were discussing something and encouraging Day even though they did not know what was going on. Day. Whatever decision you make, your father and I will always be by your side. Sen smiled and said that if you bring home a loving wife, as long as you are happy, we will accept it. Not having prejudice is good, but going too far is another matter. Back at the small house, Day explained his secret so that Sen and Elle would not think he would marry a love fairy. It turns out it is about his mana capacity. The parents think that instead of using a magic ring to store mana in the body, he will let mana form naturally, like someone born with a built-in supply. Unlike those who grind for mana tools, Sen used all his knowledge to clarify that pure mana is stronger than mana kept in runes. So Mom understands why Day's magic is so powerful. At this point, Day seems to have been enlightened, so if you use a good rune spell, it can make someone unable to withstand pure mana. And then, the delicious-looking fake deer steak appeared in the minds of the 3 of them. Returning to the main topic, Sen seriously expressed his thoughts to Day. Son, I think you are a genius, but you have used our family's secret technique to stop Elle, which is completely different from Sen. I doubt you can use it on ordinary people. Your talent is just too poor. Just joking, but deep down Day had a different thought. That is right, I can't use magic to save ordinary people. If I want to save more people like a doctor, I need to think more carefully. Looking at Sen and Elle worrying, he thought to himself, that is right, I need more surgical experience. He gently looked at his hands that had handled many emergency cases and whispered to himself. Suddenly, Day spoke up and said, I will be back soon. Elle asks, where are you planning to go? And Day quickly comes up with a reason to leave, just for a walk. Now I have a secret that I can't tell them. I am going for surgery. But before I leave, I have to get past Sen's obstacle. She warned me not to follow that stranger. Understand, I reassured her helplessly. Mom, I am grown up now. Elle also smiled. You are at an age that loves fun. Then he left, only leaving a promise that you will be back soon. Outside the boundary of Bala village, a man carrying a bunch of luggage on his shoulder looked around in amazement. Bala village was even bigger than he imagined. Then the glasses continued on with one eye. One eye said, I was planning to go straight through, but maybe resting here is also good. Suddenly, from behind, someone called out, Hey, traveler. Excuse me, can I ask you something? It is the young man with the messy hair hired by the guards to find Day. He took a piece of paper and asked, Have you seen a kid like this? The bespectacled man replied, A kid. Looking at the sketch that is not much different from a Picasso painting, Meiru describes a handsome guy with blue eyes and white hair. The 2 men looked at Meiru's abstract painting again. Handsome, with a straight eye, often criticized for being overdrawn. Hearing this, Meiru snatched the paper and yelled back, No offense. I was just asking if you think it is good or not. Glasses guy also is not someone to mess with. So how would they know? And what does it matter to him? Meiru and Glasses keep arguing. But he does not know that the person they are looking for is just a few meters away, and it seems things are more complicated. No. Listen, Lord Tuk is watching them argue, and he quietly thinks maybe there are more people involved, but suddenly he remembered what Meiru just said. Tuk. He even showed off a few things and spent a lot of money to find this person. Glasses replied, No, that is why I asked, who is this kid? Meiru. Ninka Hogano Nugo Goi Duhan, Lian Lan Lung Dap, Toy But Rothikin Gifade Itim Nua, Kovinu Kobidula Mathian Taixwat Chung. Nian, Anmat Meiru Cham Fagodu. Meanwhile, Day was guessing. Tutuk was looking for someone. Right. The person Meiru bumped into was a young man about 15 years old, with black hair and blue eyes, and he called out loudly, "Hey!" Day and Meiru face each other, their eyes meet, and instead of backing down, he presses his face close with a piercing gaze, and Day softly asks, "What is wrong?" In Meiru's mind right now, he is recalling the described features: blue eyes, white hair. I have found him. It has to be him. After examining carefully, Meiru happily turned to the person behind and said, "Hey, tell the club I found that kid." Then he smiled at Day and said, "Hey kid, I am not a stranger. I work for the news club." Before he could finish speaking, Day cut him off, knowing full well Tutuk was looking for her, so he agreed immediately and said, "I understand. I will go with you." Seeing how fearless this kid was, Meiru felt a bit relieved. He casually asked, "Are not you supposed to be told not to go with strangers?" Day looked at him with a strange expression and replied immediately, "Would a stranger ask about such things? Then you do not need to go." Seeing Meiru's confused face, Day was also willing to explain that the prince was looking for her. "I need to check on the patients, so I will go." He replied, "I will call a carriage, so wait a moment." Then the two of them set off. And Day, now curious, asked, "Hey, can I ask you a few things?" Meiru sat in the carriage and asked again, "So the patient you mentioned, are they the sick people at the Tutuuk place?" Day hesitated, unsure how to explain easily, and he nodded, "Yes, that is right." Suddenly, Day's attitude turned darker, and I really wanted to know what they were doing. Seeing his expression at 15, Meiru's spine chilled. "No, is this kid a little crazy?" The two of them said nothing more, and after a while the carriage stopped. "It is here. Let us go quickly." Day happily stepped down, but the smile was gone in an instant when a young man shouted, "Welcome." All the female and male attendants simultaneously bow deeply and chant together, "Welcome, Holy Saint, welcome, Holy Saint." They stand on both sides, bowing at a 90-degree angle. Day looked stunned. "So you all call me the Saint?" After receiving special treatment with respectful servants greeting me, I feel a bit awkward now. "So what I am saying is that I am not the saint you are looking for." Countess Tutuk slammed her hand on the table and shouted, "How can you say such things about yourself?" His face was filled with intense emotion mixed with admiration as he embraced himself. "You saved my life. No, you saved my family." Then the count suddenly shouted with emotion, "You have blessed a sinner like me. There is no way you are not a saint." I watched his changing expressions, feeling dizzy. It is just medicine. How should I explain this when suddenly a soft voice said, "Sir Day." The countess also felt happy to see him again. "We cannot ignore the fact that you brought this family back to life." Then she called her young daughter. "That is right. Alicia, go and greet him." Vonalicia took a deep breath. She stepped out in a sweetly flowing dress, her face flushed. "Sir, allow me to thank you for saving my father." Day glanced at her in surprise, thinking to himself, "Alicia." Seeing the little girl, Day could not help but smile slyly. "Was not it you who wondered why I was brought here?" She stammered in response. There, hearing the words of the benefactor, the count could not help but be stunned. He began to turn and scold Bandumo. "Alicia, I thought I had taught you better than this. I always told you to apologize whenever you did something wrong." Seeing her being scolded like that was beyond what I could imagine. At this moment, the count suddenly shouted loudly, "Now quickly beg for forgiveness for what you did." I finally realized my joke went a little too far. "No, it is not necessary. Just joking. You are so nervous. Why does everyone keep acting like that? I already said I am not a saint." Suddenly remembering something, he glanced to the side, then paused, and recalling the girl from the surgery, he asked where my companion was. She widened her eyes and honestly replied, "I am not sure." He seemed very hurried. On this side, Meiru was rushing somewhere desperately. Truly astonishing. He still doubts that little boy with silver hair from earlier. Is that kid really a saint now? At this moment, the drooping hair reveals a mischievous smile, and this could be considered important news. I need to inform the guild. And just then he ran off in a hurry, returning to the family of the noble and Day. He was still stunned by the way the noble treated him. "I guess nothing bad will happen. Right, the maid is preparing a hot teapot, pouring it into a cup, and the food is to your taste." "Yes, everything is very delicious." He keeps appearing awkward in front of Day. "We have made many preparations to ensure you enjoy your meal. I am glad you like it." Day lifts the teacup, steam rising, "And I do not think there is anything better than this." Hearing Day's words, the prince feels grateful and reassures him, "I appreciate that. There is nothing to worry about because you will enjoy such dishes every day in the capital city." Suddenly, what was meant to be a thank you turned into a comment about eating like this every day in the city of state, and Day was caught off guard by Aliku's trick. Day asked again to be sure, "What do you mean?" He opened his eyes wide in surprise. "Have not you been informed yet?" Then he quickly smiled and explained, "I heard that the delegation from the capital city has arrived here and is ready to take you back." The message hit his hand directly, causing his nerves to tense up. He slammed the table and asked again, "Who came to pick whom up?" "But earlier, how did they know I was here?" The Count was a bit hesitant. We have heard many rumors that the Pope himself received a message. The confusion on the face of the necklace became more evident. His face paled, and Tutuk softly replied, "About that matter." He started to tell some things about the city-state. The city-state is a land blessed by the gods. When necessary, the gods will send messages to the saints of the city. Curious. You ask if the gods can communicate directly with humans, but the prince is not sure. Communication? Not quite. More accurately, he leaves signs or dreams as messages. I heard that those suspected of being saints have a ring of light following them. If they are truly saints, they will be quite different from the others. Is he the new saint? That is so lame. He thought to himself, why is there light again? Day is still in shock, so what will happen to me? The Countess replied cheerfully, not paying attention to his face. You will go to Than Quoc. Congratulations, Lord Day. Dai's legs give out from the shock of the curse hitting straight to the head. That night, at Day's house, what happened to Day? Sen looked at her husband. Her child must have been so exhausted that she did not leave the room. He worriedly replied, it is best to let him rest. Day was lying on the bed now, his soul wanting to leave his body. Message. Than Quoc. Then he buried his face in tears on the bed. That night, the moon shone quietly. Only Day's heart was screaming, I just want to live a second life comfortably in this fantasy world. The next day, in the luxurious palace corridor of Cilia, there was whispering and murmuring. Do you know who the person from the private palace is? No. Who is it? A maid opened a basket of melons. I heard she is the holy child of the holy nation. Huh. The other person's voice sounded a bit surprised. A holy child coming to our kingdom. The two of them whispered as they walked, and I was curious about what kind of person she was. I heard she was blessed from a very young age. And I have also heard about that. The saintly daughter in the rumors is described as having waist-length hair and eyes as bright as rubies. The other person added that the rumors say she is so beautiful that it feels like a ray of sunlight is always shining on her. Really, I am so curious. If we are lucky, do you think we might meet her? That would be amazing. And from then on, this topic gradually became the subject that the servants discussed in the palace. As the two of them left, inside a room, a curtain was drawn back, and a tall figure softly called out, Miss, may I come in? The girl with long hair replied, Yes. Come in. The door opened, revealing a cross-shaped shoe. Thank you, sir. The party time is almost here, the girl said with a hint of anger in her voice. They really do not let anyone rest. The young man looked a bit nervous, clasping his hands together, and the girl replied, I understand. I will leave in a little while. Suddenly, she stopped as if she suddenly remembered something. Oh, right. The young man with a distant look and a vacant gaze is the holy hair that the two servants just mentioned. Iriel, the holy hair of Geyer. Look at the young man from earlier. How is the news about the holy hair I asked about? He replied, Yes, I have good news. Then gently placed a white piece on her shoulder and whispered something. Iriel's lips curled slightly, her face becoming more relaxed. Secretly thinking, finally, he is here, a person Iriel has been waiting for a long time. Someone who can understand me. An ordinary morning at Guy's ordinary house. But Guy is not normal, his face gone and pale in an odd way. He spends all day clutching his head and sitting gloomily at the table, feeling lonely but still unable to think of anything. If I get caught by the Holy Empire, it is all over. Just thinking about having to wear a white silk robe and attach a live stream light to my head makes Gay feel so annoyed he can't stand it. In my second life, which should have been peaceful, things will be even harder than the first. I will have to kneel and pray to a god I do not even know what he looks like for the rest of my life. He could not hold back and burst out in panic. No, I can't let this happen. Sen saw that and immediately asked curiously, Guy, what is going on? He looked at his parents and wondered to himself, should I tell them to run together? But if you think about it, ordinary people can't fight against the royal family. No, even if we try, there is nowhere safe to hide. He clenched his hand and slammed it on the table. No matter how much I try to run, the Holy Empire will chase after me to the end. Sen's attitude has been acting strangely. And worried, he runs over. You have been acting strange since last night. What is going on? Sen's eyes widened and narrowed, hesitant to speak, as the royal family prepared to put him in chains. Suddenly, he ran out, leaving Sen with a final word. I will be back soon. Sen, watching the figure's back fade away, then turns to speak with El. It must have run into some trouble. The scene shifts to a peaceful land, where a voice echoes. So this information is correct, right? The two men are standing on the wall and talking to each other. That kid is the one the Holy Empire has turned over every place to find. Maidu looks at the paper the other person is holding and repeats two words. The Holy One. That paper is an abstract portrait of Day in a surreal style. He looks a bit suspicious. Maidu looked at him with a serious expression. Do you know for sure that you are the first person I have given this information to? Of course, I have already sold this information to the Holy Empire. Now we just need to find out where this holy ingredient lives. The two of you continue. I have sent someone to search outside this city as you requested. Since he seems to come from a lower class family, he probably stays there. Meidu flicked his hand to make a sinister money sign. Unlike us, everyone else will just blindly search around this village. That is why high-quality information is so important. Saves time. Meidu glanced away. And as we agreed, we will return as soon as the Holy Empire pays. He looked towards the distant forest, and Mycel, seeing this, became curious. What is he thinking? Has he just pointed at the sadist light circle ahead? Have you guys investigated that forest yet? Mycel, you are also investigating that area. He nonchalantly replies, exactly. That is why I mentioned it. Is not it a perfect place for the saint to hide? In Mycel's mind, a figure of an elf with a bow appeared, his face filled with fear. No, if she hides there, the saint will die. He mentioned someone everyone knows who they also hate humans. He frowned in agreement. The speaker also had a point. Glancing back at the forest, he thought to himself, there is no way he is there. But they never expected that inside the sunny, dusty fairy forest, a figure with silver hair strolled around, hoping to come up with something good while taking a walk. As he walked, he kept thinking but could not find a way to escape from those people. Suddenly, a thought flashed in his mind. Could it be that the only way is to run away? My thoughts were suddenly cut off, but that means I will have to run away forever. And I do not like that at all. I found a suitable stone to sit on, sighed, and leaned my head back a little. Suddenly, his pupils constricted. Chilling sensation ran down his spine. He immediately stood up and prepared to defend himself. In the dark, lightless forest, something was coming. He furrowed his brow and muttered to himself, the Imperial Seal. So soon. But after waiting so long, still no sign of movement. Dai sat back down, thinking to himself, I can't sense any aura anymore. Suddenly, a sound came from another direction, catching his attention, and he hurried over to investigate, standing in front of a large tree corner. Suddenly, a voice spoke out. A woman. Day was quite surprised. His nerves were tense. That voice echoed again. Little human, what are you doing here? A few more doubts arose in Day's mind. What is going on? Is the god stopping or what? He chuckled softly and replied, I just want to rest a bit. The tree was not polite and straightforwardly told him to leave, so go ahead human, this is our territory. Day sat back down on the stone slab, took a deep breath and said, fine, I will go, but let me sit here for a moment. But the voice repeated again, go away. I said go now, and it kept getting louder, making him feel annoyed and confused by the voice coming from the big tree. But since I have already crossed the territory, a sensible person, stand up to leave first the Holy Empire. Then this matter no one will leave me in peace. I point directly at the tree and say, I will go right now, as you just said, but let me see your face first. But your childish threats do not scare me at all. To live up to my reputation as the stubborn king, Day, the silver-haired, decided to sit down again. Otherwise, I might as well just stay here. The tree grows angrier and angrier. Get out now. He does not even bother to look down on you. He just lies down completely, not caring at all. From behind the tree trunk, a figure appears. Warning. Do not say I did not warn you. You child, I do not care what happens, as long as the conditions are met. Do you think you have the right to chase me away without even letting me see your face again? Once more, the forest remains silent. Suddenly, a surge of deadly aura flew in from somewhere, a girl aiming to attack him. Day barely dodged in the critical moment, and he used mana to defend against her strike, his twin blue blades planting into the ground. At this moment, Day has also been cursed, and now faces the one who is trying to chase him away. He silently thinks, damn it, I did not expect that thing to suddenly attack like that. A few sparks of amusement flickered in his eyes. If his mana was not active, he would be doomed. Suddenly, he widened his eyes in disbelief at what was before him, a slender arm holding a bow, and long pointed ears. In front of him now is a girl with a human form but extremely different ears. Could she be a fox spirit? Facing a fox spirit, Day was not afraid but rather curious. Are there also elves here? Looking at her hand, her mana is blazing. You blocked my attack. Clenching her fist, she states her suspicion. You are not an ordinary person. Are you? Hearing that, Day smiled as if he had a harvest, making the demon girl feel exhausted. Yeah. Not quite. She started making hand signs. So, a concentrated source of mana surged towards Day, and she shouted, you can't stay here anymore. Seeing the situation getting tough, Day had to activate her mana. Oh no, the two sources clashed and caused a huge explosion, knocking both of them back. Due to the explosion, the side seems a bit dizzy, and when she sees that Day is safe, she can't hide her surprise. He is okay. At this point, the side begins to suspect Day's origins. Impossible, a superior race. Hearing her words, Day gaped, repeating, wait, what? Superior. Then, Fia pointed directly at him, demanding loudly, I have changed my mind. Human, come with me, and I will let you stay in the forest. But Day does not seem to be pleased. He points behind him with a forced smile and says it is okay. You have to go back now. However, Fia is quite a stubborn girl, so refusing is a bit difficult. We respect the power. This is the law of the Grand and Forest Fairy tribe, and I invite you to our village. He realized there was quite an interesting thing. There is a fairy village in the forest. Glancing at the girl in front of him and recalling her offer, Day hesitated internally. Even though she attacked him first, she did not seem like a bad fairy, so maybe he should go. For now, there is no way to escape the palace. Day decided. Alright, but you have to promise not to attack me. Okay. As they went deeper into the forest, the lush greenery surrounded them, and Day followed Soffer closely. Only now remembering, what is your name? She coldly replied, I am Fur from the Grandin Forest tribe. He looked up and bit his finger. Fur lowered her head. Your sister's name is so beautiful. Suddenly, Fur became excited and spun around, looking at him with a gunmetal gaze. What? Then she turned her face forward again. Her cheeks flushed. Not very pretty anyway. Day just smiled awkwardly. He scratched his head nervously. After all, my name is Day. My name is Day. And at the same time, Fur also announced that we had arrived at the village. But there was no more friendly response, so I just followed Fur. After walking a while, Day's eyes lit up, his cheeks flushed, and a look of surprise briefly appeared on his face. In front of him now is a village with tree houses. Day wondered if this was an elf village, truly eye-opening. Day looked around in amazement, wondering if they really live in the forest since he has never been in one before. Suddenly, Day noticed a few pairs of eyes staring at him, whispering among themselves, humans. Why are humans here? Causing the gossip to spread even to Fur. Who brought back a human? Why did Fur bring a human here, walking through a strange village? With eyes watching closely, he thought to himself, they are defending themselves. I had already guessed. But then, a short blonde-haired girl called out loudly, Fur, you are back. Fur responded, silly. Curious, asked who this human boy was. Her assistant, and Fur quickly agreed, saying he is capable, so I brought him back, seeing Day surrounded and questioned by other elves. Silly hesitated. She whispered to Fur that the market was dangerous and that the kid could not even protect himself, and Fur probably understood Silly's thoughts. She then began to recount how she met Day, saying at first she thought the same, tried to chase the boy away but could not, because he was stronger than she thought. Hearing that, Silly was a bit surprised and asked again to clarify, your attack did not work? No way. Or maybe... Fur interrupted. She glanced at Day blending in with the people she cared about. Then replied, I tried to verify if it was a higher species, but it is not. Silly looked at Day with a scrutinizing gaze and suddenly asked, really? Then Fur changed the subject. So what if someone else did it? At that moment, both of them looked up at the treehouse simultaneously, which was always kept closed. Silly said softly, he is not awake yet. I see. Only then did Silly remember an important thing to say. That is right. The elder is looking for you. Fur replied, I will go right away. Then she turned to call, come on Day. He immediately ran over. I knew the elders would be cautious of someone like me, but it is not too serious. Right. Fur frowned in annoyance. Of course it is. Who do you think brought you back? I understand now. You mean to say that you are the trustworthy person here? Then Fur led Day to a large house, knocked a few times, and announced himself to the person inside. Elder, it is Open the door. A relatively young woman smiled and said, come in. Fur, I have been waiting for a long time. Just come in. Then the elder stepped back to make way for Fur and Day to enter. Seeing the elder's face was not looking good, Fur asked, Elder, are you alright? She replied, of course. And suddenly, the elder's gaze met Day's eyes. She asked, is the boy a human? And Fur honestly replied, yes. I brought him here because he seems strong enough to be an assistant. But compared to what Fur initially said about becoming an assistant earlier, Day felt something was off, so he raised his hand to object. Wait. Hold on. I never said I would be an assistant or anything like that. After a while, the elder placed down a glass of red liquid. Fur sat beside him, trying to persuade Day to sell himself to the capital, saying it would bring many benefits. Starting with the fact that he could come and go from this village freely. We are still considered friends of the elves. The elder looked at the two of them with a warm smile. Their bond seems really strong. Day helplessly explained, no, I mean I do not really need those things. Suddenly, the elder interrupted their conversation and called Fur over, saying I need to talk to you about some important matters. Keep this secret from the other fairy folk. Yes. Then she looked at Day and asked the human boy if he could go outside, so he hesitantly went out to wait. Day could only go into the corridor outside on his own. Sighed, and said he would go in but then was told to leave. So boring. Looking at the scene in the fairy village, he silently thought that the holy saint of the empire or an aide of the elf tribe. Neither option is very good, Day said with a face. My life, he is really a troublemaker. Back at Sylvia Palace. Somewhere, is there any news about the Holy Lord yet? The other person replied, I humbly apologize. The two young men clasped their hands and knelt on the ground. Still no news at all. A female voice echoes, "Seeking the holy saint is the Lord's wish." Ariel arrogantly questions, "Is not this proof that you are lazy in your search for him?" Accused mercilessly, the two young men burst into tears. "No, we will do our best, please believe us." A darkness enveloped Ariel's chamber, and since there was still no news, despite trying everything, it proved you are all useless. The two of them begged her earnestly, pleading for more time, promising they would find him no matter what. Seeing their sincere attitude, Ariel felt she had achieved her goal. She agreed with conditions. "Fine, I will trust you one more time, but I can't be as patient as the Lord. I hope you keep your promise." And after saying that, Ariel turned and walked away. I do not know what they are saying, but suddenly Fia's voice echoes loudly outside, implying that Chief Era died because of Manhwa. The elder sighs heavily, her arms crossed in front of her with a serious expression. Her breath has already run out. She was still intact, almost dead, and then I saw she did not wake up again. Fia's eyes widened, her face showing clear shock. A moment later, the elder's door opened, and Fia, looking dejected, stepped outside, leaning on the railing and sighing. Zay, noticing, looked at her with curiosity. Fia's not spoken a word since earlier. She just looked around and then gazed sadly at the tall house above. There are more sighs. And seeing that, Zay asked softly, "Is the person in that house sick?" The girl whispered, "She is really ill." Suddenly, Fia felt that something was off and quickly sat up. "Wait, you heard everything, right?" Zay calmly replied. "Sorry, I did not mean to eavesdrop." Suddenly, he turned his gaze toward the treehouse and let out a sudden sound. Seeing that, Fia smiled sadly. "Are you worried? Someone like you worrying for the fairy? We are different species." Zay looked up and softly replied, "You are right, we are different. How can we understand other species when we have not even understood ourselves?" He clenched his fists tightly against the wooden railing. "But that does not mean I can't care for them. Who I want to care for is my own business, even if that person belongs to a different species." As Zay's aura changed, no longer the 15-year-old child but a trustworthy young man. His words briefly moved Fia in a small house in the village. Fia kept staring at Zay, even when he was drinking tea. Her eyes seemed to have a pink filter, and her heart fluttered every time she looked at him. Fia's young girl's heart skipped a beat. Realizing her unusual state, she felt a bit panicked. Fia quickly held her head, questioning herself. "What is wrong with me?" At this moment, Zay turned to look at her. Fia, I have something I want to ask you." She blushed with embarrassment and stammered, "Just ask." He replied, "About the fairy race. Who is that? You said she was dead, right?" Zay secretly wants to try once. He dares to be bold. "Can you help her?" Zay's tone and words surprised Fia a little. He looked at her blankly and then explained, "I want to heal those who are sick, regardless of their race." At this point, Fia furrowed her brow and asked skeptically, "Do you think you are capable of doing that?" He lowered his head. "I am not sure I can do it, but I will do my best to help that elf." Fia glanced at him softly, almost bringing her eyebrows together. "What you said is not trustworthy at all." He looked at her. He could not say anything more. Day's current state is quite calm, he muttered softly. Then, suddenly, a sharp blade of mana shot out from his hand. Day's strange action made Fia instinctively step back. He drew his sword to prepare for defense. That is why. Day made no explanation and simply grabbed the sharp mana tip with her other hand. He directly stabbed his thigh until it bled, causing such pain that his facial muscles involuntarily clenched. He gasped, "Gana." His strange behavior baffled her. What did he think he was doing? She hurried over to check the hole in her thigh caused by the mana and asked anxiously, "What should I do now?" To prevent Fia from worrying too much, the wire has already started using magic mana and casting a spell. Healing her, a beam of light radiated out, filling the entire room. Fia could not believe her eyes as she witnessed the strange phenomenon. She muttered to herself, "The mana is..." Immediately, all the mana gathered into Day's thigh, and the large wound was gradually closing. He grit his teeth, enduring the pain that was tormenting him. Outside Fia's house, other demons were also drawn to her mana source. What is going on? That mana, in their eyes, powerful source of mana was shooting straight out. After a moment, he stopped, ending the healing process. Fia was so surprised that the hole like a pipe or the wound had healed without leaving a trace. She stammered, "The wound, it is cold now," she said while glaring at him with a piercing look. Then after showing Fia the trial version, he stood up, looked at her, and asked if there was someone in this world who could help the fairy race. "So that person must be you," I boldly declare after witnessing the healing. Fia runs to ask the elder for permission, but she outright refuses. "I won't allow it," Fia asked again, losing her composure. "Why is that?" She simply replied that it would be disrespectful to the reputation of the Era clan leader. Reputation is extremely important to the fairy village. Supporting that person as the head of the Era clan. The Era clan leader is someone who receives a great deal of respect from others. Even with good intentions, I cannot allow something of unknown origin to happen to the Era clan leader. They still refused to give up. She still wanted to persuade the elder, but we really wanted to save her. At this moment, the elder raised his hand to stop her from speaking and said nothing more. She looked at her with a cold expression. Go home. Fia could do nothing more. Her eyes gently lowered, filled with sadness. Next to her, Day is messing around with his face. What is there to respect if she dies? Right, at this moment, the sun has set in the west, casting a golden hue over the branches and leaves. Fia softly says, sorry. I failed. She seems to have accepted letting go. I thought we could do that. Dai immediately reassures her. It is okay. Everything will eventually have a solution. Hearing these encouraging words, Fia felt a little happier. Suddenly, Day burst out laughing and asked, can I continue exploring the village? At this moment, Fia also regained her composure. She replied, of course you are allowed to stay in the village. It seems the other fairy clans have also accepted you. Day gently smiles. Thank you. Then he has other plans again. I think I will go outside later. Fia looks at her with wide, curious eyes. Really, is that true? He looked at her with a constant smile on his lips. Yes. Actually, I still have a few things to do. Since it has been said like that, Fia has no reason to keep you here anymore. In that case, I guess I have no other choice left. Then he waved goodbye to her. I will come back, so do not be disappointed. With a face full of menace, she said this. No one said I was disappointed. Hurry up, I have changed my mind now. I feel like I should just sneak away quickly. Yes. See you tomorrow. She watches his retreating figure. Bajek smiled softly. Day continued straight along the trail from this morning, but after he left, the sadness returned to her face. She turned around and headed back to the village, but when she was not paying attention, Day quickly changed direction and ran the other way, his steps growing faster and faster. He is above the tree, looking down at the always closed house. It seems he already has his own plan in mind. A golden light emanates from the roof of that house. Day frowns silently. I can't just leave the patient behind. Then, he bravely grabbed the doorknob and opened the door into the house. Inside, there is a forest full of flowers and grass. Day can't believe his eyes. It is so spacious here. It must be as big as a treehouse inside. He said that and then opened the door to step inside. His pupils shrank at what he just saw. In the center of the room, a person is lying still and unconscious. Her face is beautiful, with platinum hair, like a sleeping princess in the forest. She thought to herself, that is Era, a young girl in a white dress lying down, long legs hidden beneath a delicate veil. Era is sleeping. Seeing this scene, Day could not help but hesitate for a few seconds before slapping his own cheek to steady himself. So this is what it feels like to be captivated by beauty. Stay focused. You must stay calm in front of the patient. Once your mind is steady, gently take her hand. He leans close to Era's face to check her breath and then quickly moves to assess her condition. Her pulse and breathing are normal. So I guess I need to check something else. He changes the way he holds Era's hand. His hand emits a blue glow as he ponders the gift. I will use mana to check inside her. The mana connects and spreads out into a web. The wire is given to you after the check. The body has no issues, so it is just fate after all. No way. Then I can't help but feel uncomfortable and helpless. Unable to do anything for this patient. I need to study more about the diseases in this world. At this moment, a dark aura suddenly appears. It sneaks through the air. Daisuke's eyes narrow as he senses it. Wait a moment. His gaze shifted to Era as he pondered. What is that smell? Then Day did not hesitate and gently turned her over. No way. Then she was stunned to see patches of disgusting purple on her back, the ulcer caused by the childbirth. Day's expression is a mix of anger and disbelief. Have they never examined her body all this time? Respect. Is this called respect? Nonsense. He sighed softly and muttered to himself, I need to check the disinfectant first. And then he began to ponder this matter. In front of him now was a pond. He reaches for a bowl made of leaves. He bends down and fills the bowl, then casts a spell on it. Healing her. He ponders. Using magic to heal her all at once would be very dangerous. Then I start reciting a cleansing spell while calculating. Disinfect. I can only do it step by step. The bandage is soaked in water, then slowly moved toward Era's back. He silently thought that Chief Era is someone who receives a lot of respect from others, even with good intentions. Using methods of unknown origin is not acceptable. I can't allow that to happen to Chief Era. Just do it. Day's expression shows worry. Hopefully they won't say anything about touching their god. But I could not help but feel sorrowful when I saw her blood-stained back and that wound of hers. Day breathes out in anger. They did not do anything to save her at all. They keep abandoning her like this. They have no right to talk to me about it. Then she begins to carefully treat her sister. Day works silently and diligently, despite the passing of time, until the sun sets behind the mountains. The wire looked over and muttered to himself. It is already sunset. Dew holds the white cloth in his hand. Looking back at Era's back, she thought to herself, before finding the real cause. This was all she could do. Then you can do the calculations. We have to check again tomorrow. The next day, a voice was heard from another place. The Holy Maiden. Where are they? A few soldiers of the Holy Nation report with a worried attitude. We will hear news from the search team soon. They are tearing through the entire empire. The only issue now is just a matter of time. Ariel asked Van with her hands on her hips. How long do I have to keep listening for you to understand? I will teach you. The irritation is clearly written on my face. I told you I do not have much patience left. Are you testing my patience? The two of them could not help but desperately explain upon seeing her attitude. It is not true. Please forgive us. Ariel outright refused as she stood up. Forget it. She declares I no longer believe what you say. I have to act on my own. Get ready. And then he gave the order. On this side, the person was wiping sweat and exhaling deeply. His gaze on Era's back has eased considerably. The wound is healing well. Next week it will be cold. Time passes very quickly. I snuck into Ira's house and treated her, starting by cleaning her with sterilized water. Then I will help her relax the tense muscles. The remaining time, I studied the books in her library to learn more. You brought the books and sat next to Era. Then nodded, and exclaimed, so she draws this and that. She looks terrible. No matter how much I try to talk to her, she does not respond. Still, I kept talking to Era about what I saw on the way here and what happened to Fear. Even the smallest thoughts that crossed my mind, I told her, and so another day passed like any other. Day gently opened the door with a greeting. Daira, you are here again. Then he smiled and continued. Today Fear has the day off. Before coming here, I had a little tea with her, but the atmosphere around Era felt a bit strange. Day wakes up feeling confused and quickly runs over to her. Daira. Day is worried. This is a greeting. A greeting. A greeting. Day gently opens the door with a greeting. Another greeting. She gently opens the door with a greeting. Just a greeting, still saying hello, still a greeting, still saying goodbye. Meeting her, Era. Observing Era, Juwoo worriedly notes that her breathing is getting weaker. She can barely hold on. Her breath is fading away. Jai hurriedly crouched down beside Era, anxiously whispering, "What should I do now? I did not expect this to happen." He looked around desperately, trying to find a way to help Era, who was shrouded in a faint mist with her oxygen mask on. And just as he said that, Jai remembered he was no longer in the old world. His hand clenched tightly, and he bitterly exclaimed, "That is right. This is not a hospital." He was almost shouting in helplessness. The only thing he could do now was nothing. Then Jai's gaze shifted to the tribal chief, the girl lying motionless suddenly worsening. Jai, panic-stricken, grabbed her shoulders and shook her vigorously while shouting loudly, "Era, you must not die. Wake up, Era." His eyes widened with anger, filled with questions about Era's condition. Why? Where is the problem? There are no external injuries. No poison. Vital organs are functioning well. So why is this happening? Era's mouth slightly opens as she struggles to breathe, deepening Jai's worry. He mutters to himself, there must be some way to help her. Then his eyes widened as he thought of a single solution. The only way. Jai looked at his hand, quietly wondering if he could use it to heal, but Jai still worries about the possible consequences and whether Era can withstand his mana power. Those thoughts made him laugh, a self-deprecating smile. Jai reminds himself as he turns to Era, gradually firming his resolve to save her, having risked everything to learn medicine to heal others. And now in this critical moment, he can't think of any other way but to bet his patient's life. Jai clenched his fists until his knuckles turned purple and uttered two words. All right. Then he closed his eyes, his hands beginning to glow as he used his divine power. He had to try everything he could. The circles of time magic appear, then form a large-scale formation above Era. The shapes of the magic array and the language of destruction emerge in Jai's mind, and a fierce light begins to gather and converge in one place. This has alarmed the nearby villagers, who all turn their eyes toward the formation with many questions. That mana power, it appeared last time too. Right, as the light shines on Era, his expression becomes more focused as he desperately pleads with her. Era. The hostage, please hold on. And then the spell was loudly recited as the blinding light shot out. Love. A strange phenomenon appeared from Era's body. Lights began to surround her, then suddenly lift Era up under the control of Jai. The light then connected, forming a sphere of energy around her. The curious onlookers gathered closer, becoming more excited, and the crowd's shouts grew louder. What is happening? Then, upon seeing the light he created, one of the people present there, Fiat, was stunned as he looked up. Could it be? She hurriedly ran to that place shouting loudly, Day. While Day was moving, and Fiat's mind was pondering, has the boy still not given up on Era's matter? Since when? Different thoughts kept flashing through Fiat's mind, along with a sense of shame. Humans like Day try their best, yet what are we, the entire race of elves, doing? The door was quickly pushed open with a strong force. Fiat shouted his name when he saw Day healing Era. Day. The light keeps moving, and Day is concentrating intensely. Cry escapes as Day's body nears its limit. Still, he tried to encourage himself. Just a little more. Then Day stopped, even though he still had many doubts in his mind. Or was it not yet? Both Day and Fiat then watched the cocoon of power surrounding Era, wondering, Era, please. Era's entire body was lifted even higher. Fiat gets caught in the crossfire and is thrown away by Day's power, hitting the wall with a painful sound. The one casting the spell also suffers a similar fate. He hit the ground with a sharp pain, but his gaze never left Era. She looked much healthier than before, and then Era gradually regained consciousness. Day forced a painful smile and softly called out, "Era, die." Those were the last words he could utter before losing consciousness. In the dark space, Day's own muttering echoes, "Where am I?" He perceives everything around him as if he were underwater. Then I comment casually, craving more rest. Just a little more. I hear someone's voice, and briefly catch a glimpse of their appearance. This is Era. Let me remind you, humans are under my protection, but Day wants to argue. Yet Era, this is someone who has. My vision blurred as I watched Era talking to someone else. He even tries to do some unacceptable things to the body of the person. Day was stunned and confused. Wait, is this Era's voice? She suddenly declared, "I do not want to hear any more. You have abandoned me for 20 years. This boy is the only one who decides to help me." Fairy. Era's voice still echoing. Doesn't it sound funny that the only one who saved me at the last moment was not the one who always worships me with words, the divine beings who revere you, but this tiny human? Really? I felt like I was going to melt into that gentle voice. So beautiful. Then I woke up in the real world with a scream, and Era sat up suddenly from the soft bed. Then he looked at his hand, moved it gently, and wondered, is it rain? A voice from somewhere echoed, making Day turn around. "Human, are you calling me?" In front of him, Era was smiling gently, softly replying, "I am here." Day was so moved that his eyebrows nearly touched as he softly called out two words, "Who, die?" And she stretched herself. Then he just hugged Day tightly, explaining that the picture he saw in the book was drawn when he was bored, so please do not mind. He blushed and stammered to ask again, even though he already knew the answer. "Who?" Hearing what you said, she leaned close to his face and softly smiled as she confirmed, "Of course, I heard everything." Day's eyes suddenly welled up with a tear, and seeing that, Era could not help but wonder why he was crying. Without letting him say more, Era directly spoke up. "Thank you. You are the only one willing to take care of me in my final days. If you abandoned me, we probably would never have met like this." She tilted her head and changed the subject, reminding herself that she still did not know your name. He politely smiled and said, "My name is Day." Era pondered for a moment, thinking about this name, Day, then gently smiled at him and remarked, "That is a nice name, in a house bathed in the green light of the trees." Day's shadow is lost in thought. He glances over and speaks, "Era, since you are awake, we should go outside now. The others are taking care of everything." She was not very fond of that idea, running her hand through her hair as she explained, "Never once looking at me in 20 years, so why would she really worry about me?" Her eyes grew more intimidating as she questioned him back, "Do you think I would forgive so easily?" Her attitude surprised Day. He curiously asked, "Since when did you regain consciousness?" This question confused Era. "Do you mean I took back my awareness myself?" Day continued to wonder, can someone still be conscious while unconscious? Era explained simply, "I have always been aware since the beginning. I knew everything during that time." This answer made Day gasp in surprise, and with wide, incredulous eyes, he asked again, "So you mean you truly had consciousness while unconscious?" Then he sighed, "So you just lay there unable to move your body all this time, only able to wait?" Day looked at her again, truly a real person, then let out an exclamation as he grasped her hand, saying she had fought bravely and already won. Era immediately showed confusion, bewilderment, and tears began to fall from her eyes. Era thought to herself, "I hate humans from the very beginning. Humans are the ones who started everything, and even now they show no remorse, so I hate them very much." Day's hand gently held her hand tenderly, and then wrapped it in her healing light. But Era's hazy vision saw Day. Her body was fine, so it must be fate. No way, she thought. This person said they would heal me. They touched me. I was very angry at first, but they are different from those others. She is extremely curious. He does not want to take anything back. He gives me all his love and effort that I have never received before. She remembers what Day confided in her. Before coming here she had a little tea with Fia. It seems that the taste of the fairy race is a bit sweet. Right, and to conclude, the fairy race's flavor is slightly sweeter than his taste. Jai continued recounting that there is a flower called Dai Ho in the book. It is planted in the front yard. Right, Era could not deny it. "Yes. Now that I think about it, you are very much like those flowers, sacrificing and smiling. That is the meaning of the Dai Ho flower." Era kept recalling every word he said, thinking to herself, "So she draws this and that. It looks pretty bad." This time, her words sounded a bit shy. She knew her drawings were not good, but hearing it so bluntly still felt a bit strange. Jai turned to look at her and smiled gently, making Era greedily wish for just once to receive his reply. She wanted nothing more. A tear fell, followed by many others, and Era burst into tears, overwhelmed with gratitude. He did not stop her, and Era was silently thinking thank you. She hugged him tightly, her actions expressing more than words ever could. Thank you for not abandoning me. Under the shade of the green forest, Jai let out a sigh. Still far away, Era and he ran together. She led the way and responded. I can feel them. After a while, Era announced that we were almost there. This made Jaya feel confused inside. How many people could there really be? Are they bringing an entire army just to catch me? When they arrived, the scene in front of them shocked both of them, with large bloodstains splattered everywhere. In front was a lone figure surrounded by the Holy Knight's army, and Jai could not contain his tension as he shouted. With a heavily injured body, she stood there silently, panting. Jai pushed the priests aside as they hurried over. Stepping back, are they ignoring my words? Those people are paying attention to his features. White hair, a young boy. They immediately suspect that the Holy One is the saint. Then, the knights all knelt on one knee to pay their respects to the Holy Lord, a bloodstained foot approaching with words. Hesitant to meet the Holy Lord for the first time, the owner introduced herself with blood-stained clothes, saying, I am the Saintess Ariel Belly Eyes. I hope everyone understands my somewhat disheveled appearance. Goga looked over without replying. The demon tribe leader could not ignore it and stepped forward with a frown. Gao immediately sensed something was about to happen and hesitated before calling out, Era. The engineers shouted at her to stop. You can't get any closer to the lady. Era warns you. If you do not want to die, step aside and do not block my way. This makes the engineers' workshop crew furious. She and Jai go over to support Fear while asking Han, are you okay, Fear? Endure the pain in your nearly broken body. I have to stop them. I have to stop them. We can't let them reach the village. I have to hold on. But the burden is too heavy. As she gradually collapsed here, Jai and Era were startled. Fear and Jai carefully examined her wounds, thinking to themselves, her shoulder is also covered in blood. Can she really endure this alone? Then Nam gently lifted Fear's arm. I will realign the bones, so it might hurt a little. At the same time, Ariel interrupted at an inopportune moment. Saint, come with me to the Holy Nation. Thousands of common people are waiting for that day. Jai does not care and tears his sleeve with his mouth. He then uses it to bandage Fear's stomach wound, while Ariel calmly continues. The deity has guided you, and you will achieve accomplishments worthy of that guidance. It is time to enter the world. Hearing this, Jai frowned in shock. What? I am confused. May I ask what achievement? What kind of achievement is this now? Ariel replied casually. That is right. Going along with the will of heaven is not an achievement. The great work we have always aimed for is only just beginning. Jai could not believe it and repeated those words twice. The work, the great work. He looked at Fear, who was covered in wounds, and asked, is this a major matter for you right now? Hearing that, Ariel showed a cold expression. I clearly asked for help, but they refused. You cannot retreat from the will of the gods. The punishment has already been dealt. I also warned with force, but you still did not listen. As if nothing serious has happened. And moreover, she is not dead yet, Jai asked back irritably. So if you are not given permission, you will intrude into their territory and use force to take me away. Ariel calmly responds, with no other choice. Seeing that they are not on the same path, Jai calmly asked again, do you think I will obediently follow? Ariel's eyes radiated coldness as she responded with a threatening and ominous tone. I do not wish to use violence against the righteous. At this moment, Era, who had been silent all along, could not contain her anger and spoke up. I was speechless when I heard this, causing chaos in our territory, and even daring to use violence against my benefactor. Then I will show you that proud strength once, she declared coldly. Hearing that, Ariel immediately showed contempt. An elf speaking such threatening words about our holy nation. Era frowns and steps closer to her. Whether my words are courage or arrogance, you will find out soon enough. Ariel does not take the words lightly. You will see for yourself once you experience it firsthand. The group of swordsmen also grew dissatisfied and rushed towards Era. Who dares to do that to the saint? How dare you speak arrogantly to the heavens? And then, in just a brief moment, their swords all shattered into pieces. The terrified swordsmen. No! Era, now with her whole body filled with murderous intent, glaring at them, wanting to test further. The whole group stiffened in front of her fierce aura. Then they quickly knelt at Era's feet, begging for mercy. Please save me, I beg you. I will sacrifice my life. She looked at them with a mocking expression. Is this the kind of power you boast about, to achieve greatness with these people? Era looked at them with a gaze like a predator. They are just fragile beings easily swayed. Era scoffs when she hears that. What a stubborn person. It seems that the gods only granted you strength, but you do not realize you are trapped in a bond with the divine. Feeling insulted, Era wasted no time and began channeling her strength into a punch before rushing toward her. Enough with the long talk. She does nothing but whisper a prayer and hold on tight. Immediately, a series of iron chains appear out of nowhere, binding Ariel tightly. She can't move for now. Era looks surprised. How does it feel to have the power of the holy nation, which you deeply trust, chained by an elf? Ariel still stubbornly retorted. The power of the holy nation is not just like that. She showed her deep determination, vowing at all costs to lead the Holy One to the Holy Kingdom, as if only her body remained. Then a loud slap echoed. leaving Ariel's cheek red and her attacker standing firm. Era calmly warns her to watch her words with that dirty mouth. The saint's identity you want to take away is more important to me than my own life. Even now, Ariel still seems unable to believe what just happened as she glances around. Era presses her face close to her, threatening to erase your terrifying kingdom from the map. At this moment, the cord suddenly cut in and intervened. Enough. Enough, Era, he calmly reminded her again. I already told you I will go to the Holy Kingdom. Ariel showed a look of joy, so, just as I was about to be happy, Day added 2 words. But then, you sternly concluded with a condition. Ariel, immediately confused by Day's words, asks about the conditions as Day raises a finger to begin listing them, while she remains bound by Era's consciousness. First, I won't become a saint just because of the Lord. I boldly express my opinion. I will become a saint by my own will and will stop whenever I want. Ariel immediately looked somewhat dissatisfied. Stopping being a saint? No way. Before she could finish speaking, Day raised another finger. Second, if something like this happens again, I really do not know what will happen. He calmly replied that he also did not know, and then said he might leave the holy nation and try to serve the enemy's church. Ariel was stunned by such a shocking declaration. What? Her heart was confused. A saint betraying God, yet Ariel reassured herself it was okay because if he betrayed God, he would lose all his holy magic. Then she continued to ask, is there anything else? Day crossed her arms and calmly said, of course there is. He added one more finger. Third, grant me the right to use all the libraries in the Holy Kingdom. Finally, there was something that satisfied Ariel, and that was simple, but Day immediately poured cold water by adding another finger. Fourth, Ariel shouted. Still asking, you want compensation for the entire time I work, that is obvious, but what about clothes, food, a house, all those things people will provide for me? Ariel suddenly became suspicious and asked sharply. Payment, what do you mean by that? Jai immediately made a coin sign with her hand. Come on. Do you even have to ask that? Of course it is paid in money. This greedy attitude left Ariel speechless as the guards, unable to bear his arrogance, stepped in angrily. That is enough. Saintess, the saint has an extremely noble status. Why should we accept these conditions? Another person, unaware of the situation, chimed in. That is right. And besides, there is no saint who would beg for money. Surely the Lord must have been mistaken. This line seems to trigger Ariel's explosive reaction. She said with fierce intent, do you really think the Lord was mistaken? The 2 guards timidly hug each other and beg for forgiveness. Then she spoke to discuss the conditions among the ones you just listed. The first one I am not sure about, but I will accept all the other conditions. Ji casually exhaled and said, huh. But the first condition is the most important one. Ariel felt helpless because of his moody attitude. Oh my god. Then he returned to the old topic. And Thursday, Shoes reached out to the person resting under the tree and asked, sorry, I will go, he adds in a formal manner. Then she turned back and asked the clan leader to release her. Era, let her go. She was not very willing but still obeyed. After being released, Ariel hesitated before speaking. Sorry, but I can't. She put on an awkward expression. Please understand me. I am only a saintess following the orders of the Lord. Jai sighs. Of course you would not let it go easily, and would question him. Please understand the one who is favored. So who is it that refuses to stand on the demon's side to think and threaten them first? Ariel. Just to defend herself, I had to do that to get the person to go because they ignored all of our requests before. He did not wait for her to finish speaking before drawing his conclusion. So ultimately, so you can't apologize. Right, Ariel firmly confirms with her eyes closed. That is right, to keep the situation from becoming too tense. She explained further that as long as I apologize, I can do whatever it takes to make it right. Our responsibility is enormous. Even a single word can provoke the wrath of the Lord. Hearing that, there is nothing more to discuss about the shoes. I see. Fine then. He turned around and spoke coldly. That is the end of it. Go back and tell your lord to find someone else to replace him. That one sentence made Ariel feel uneasy. Then Jai glances at the demon tribe leader. Let us go. Daira, we still need to treat her side as well. She agreed almost immediately. Fine. The 2 of them ignored the maiden and approached the axe tree to stand up. Ariel hesitated then, reaching out to try and hold her back. Hey, wait a moment. Ariel reached out her hand to express herself. Even if I can't apologize, I will do my best to help her recover. So please be generous. The cold shoes cut him off sharply. No one needs help or anything. He turned his head to glance at her. I just want you to say sorry. After saying that, he ignored her and walked away. Ariel looked like she was about to cry. The shoe carrier on your back calls out Era. Let us go. The sunset falls through the trees in the forest. Era's voice echoes. Are you sure everything will be fine? She advises. It is not too late now. Just say yes and they will welcome you right away. My shoes uphold my ideals. I have no regrets. If that place is full of people who do not know how to apologize for what they have done, I might as well not forgive them and leave. Hearing that, Era wondered why I should sacrifice myself for people who are not my kind. I curl my lips and answer, I just want to do what I want. Hearing that, she continued, what is it that you want? Jai also does not hide it. A happy life. This answer only makes Era more confused, so you have to become Than. Shoes do not deny it. Yeah, becoming a swordsman is also good, he added more. But even the small things can bother us. Help those who are sick. He smiles and looks up at the sky. Living in a small place but feeling happy enough to be content is enough. Era also smiles as if she has no other choice with him. She complimented him. You really are special. The sun gradually sets, and the sky is covered in shades of red and orange. Ariel stood silently, as if lost in thought. She remembered what Jai said before leaving, then just ended. Go back and tell your lord that you are looking for someone else to be the envoy. Ariel remained silent in contemplation as a knight approached and spoke. Young Lady Tham, there must be some misunderstanding. Right? Otherwise, how could someone like that become a noble? She repeats softly. It is a mistake. Suddenly she takes off her armor, leaving the knight stunned. Young lady, what are you doing? Ariel ordered. You all go back first. She made a shocking decision. We are going to the monster village, in the village deep within the forest. However, the guards are starting to chat Edley, but I can't say for sure if she is okay. It is uncertain. Their condition is very serious. Suddenly, they notice someone approaching from afar. The two young men immediately switch to defense mode, ready to attack at any moment. Stop right there. That human is not allowed to go any further. Ariel hurriedly explains with both hands. I did not come here to fight, but I came to meet the handsome one you like. The two elf youths wondered. Our village, but not everyone can freely enter. They did not accept Ariel's request and even warned her. Even if what you say is true, I can't let humans into this village. Get out of here right now. If you take one more step, it will be considered an attack on us. Ariel takes a step back but 100 steps forward, surrendering and pleading, then at least help me deliver a message to that gentleman. Telling him I came to see him. The elf holding the bow immediately refuses. I do not agree. You should go back. She humbles herself once again. Then please allow me to wait here. She spoke to assure them herself. I absolutely won't hurt you. The two young men exchanged glances. Then they agreed to stand down and wait over there. If you come any closer, we will attack. Ariel gratefully bows her head. Thank you all. I won't come any closer. Don't worry. They are staring intently at her small figure as she walks away, after Ariel disappeared from view. Someone speculated. Holy. Could it be a wire? Finding a suitable spot, Ariel places the sword on the ground. She reached out to remove her shoes and then began to pray. The mana flow within her begins to activate, and at that moment, holy golden light envelops Ariel. On this side, an elf youth does not seem to get too worked up about everything. He immediately speaks up. First, let us just inform the others. Shall we? The other person also nods in agreement. The sun gradually disappears below the horizon. A tense and frightening afternoon. Deep inside the elf village, the injuries have been carefully treated, but based on her current state, she is still in a deep coma. In front of her, the breathing tube is being twisted in relief. You are out of danger now. You can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Is someone calling from outside the door? Is your wire inside there? He walks over and opens the door. What is going on? One of the two elf guards reports that someone from the village has come to see you. Hearing that, I was instantly startled inside. Are they really coming all the way here? You seem to have misunderstood. I was asking in a hurry. How many people are there? 10. About 20. The young man looked confused. Oh, it is just one person. Stand back. He looked suspicious. Just one person. After a while, the sky had turned dark. He approached and spoke to the elves. I am here now. A cheerful young man runs over and slings his arm around his shoulder. Where did the party host run off to? She forced a nervous laugh. Without me. You still have fun like this. Let us get back to the main point. Has anyone come to see me? The young man hesitated. Oh. That matter? He pointed in one direction. Over there, if you follow her gaze, you will see Ariel has been praying in the same position since she arrived at the village, making him secretly click his tongue. What is she trying to do here? Then he approached her and said, Hey, the maiden came to see me. Ariel did not reply. A fairy approaches and says, she is useless. She has been doing that since sunset. It has been at least 3 hours now. Day is speechless when he hears that. He watches Ariel talk to herself and thinks she will probably stand up soon. Should I wait? Finally, Day really waited through the entire night, and then at dawn the next day, Ariel let out a breath. She stretched her neck, sore from holding the same position for over 10 hours. At the same time, Day's tired voice echoed. How is it possible for someone to pray all day like that? Ariel opened her eyes wide. The first thing that caught her sight was the face of the sun rising behind Day. She was so surprised she could not even process the data. Stammering constantly, Than. Stop interrupting. What do you mean stop? What are you doing here? He did not answer. She opens the dawn. He does not answer. Than. Stop. You are interrupting. What do you mean stop? What are you here for? Ariel dared not look directly into his eyes. She turned away to avoid eye contact. I have something to tell you. So are you here to apologize? She said awkwardly.
I'm sorry.
I can't do that. But instead, I want to do something to show my sincerity here. Hearing that, Day showed a look of disgust, so she is not willing to apologize. So you came all this way to try to fix things. Huh. Ariel immediately panicked, dropping her hands to the ground, wanting to stand up and explain to him. I never meant it that way. Constantly nagging makes me a bit uncomfortable. So how do you plan to show your sincerity? She asked nervously. From my perspective, I cannot apologize, but I will stay here and bear the blame until all the demons forgive me. The love thread analysis. If the person is absent, the Thanquok will come to find them. Right, so then both sides will keep fighting. Have you ever thought about that? He asked directly, and Ariel replied softly. Of course I did. That is why I prayed for it. Because I have spoken with the Lord, Thanquok won't be able to come find me easily. What you said is a bit hard to believe. She showed a skeptical attitude. So how can I trust you? She let out a sigh. There is really no way for you to believe me. Then Ariel continued. But if I were truly lying, would not the demons here be able to tell whether I am lying or not? Moreover, the number of people here could suppress me instantly in the blink of an eye. Day looked at her intently, pondering. Do you believe it or not? Think for a moment. In the end, he chose to trust. Fine. The string only gives a request to her. It is up to her to decide, but in exchange, no matter what you do, it has nothing to do with me. If love demands someone to be brought back, then you have to do it. Ariel showed a look of joy without expecting anything more. Good, thank you very much. Then he turned away and sighed. Hey Saint. Ariel reaches out softly. The annoying one turns around. Why again? She hesitated. The thing is, Ariel's whole body is currently covered in dirt. She hesitated and asked, if I want to take a bath, where should I go to do it? She grits her teeth and glares silently, thinking she is really troublesome. Another clear day with gentle sunlight shining down on the ancient forest. After freshening up, Ariel once again begins to pray. Holy power continued to envelop her entire body. Nearby, two demons were standing and watching her. A young man said incredulously, she has been kneeling like that all day from yesterday until now. Does kneeling like that not make your legs tired? Just then, they noticed someone approaching and immediately stood up. Day, are you heading home now? He nodded and replied, yes. Everyone has worked hard. Fairy asked, but Day, are you planning to just leave that girl alone like that? She does not have enough words. She does not have enough words. I see. Then you also look towards Ariel, and I wondered to myself what kind of divine help she needs to go that far. The sunset falls over the small house in the forest clearing. Day opens the door and walks in. He greets casually, I am home. Inside, I saw my parents serving dog food. Elle saw Day and casually greeted back. Day, you are back. He forced a smile. Whatever you two are planning to do, just go ahead, he wanted to explain. But by the second call, he had slammed the door and gone into the room. He throws his bag of belongings onto the floor and then collapses onto the bed, lamenting, I am so tired. I have no energy at all. Suddenly he fell into deep thought. He recalled what had happened earlier. Era honestly advised Day, I hope you will go to the Holy Nation. He was caring for her when suddenly he asked again. What did she say? She crossed her arms and gave serious advice. As you staff's younger brother, I can't handle this. I am glad you think of us. Seizing the opportunity when it comes is very important. Returning to the present, he stands facing the wall, lost in thought. Era's right. I promised I would go to the Holy Nation to study medicine and cure all the incurable diseases here. After thinking it through, he sat up abruptly and took out a book from his bag, talking to himself, that is right. I must raise my determination. I can't miss an opportunity like this. A moment later, a loud cry echoed from inside the house. What? What did you just say? And with that, the knife dropped straight to the floor. Sen asked in disbelief, you will become a saint. And then you said you absolutely had to go to the Holy Land. What does that mean? Dai silently admits the truth without trying to hide it. He will leave. Sen understands her son too well. She hides her tears with her hands over her mouth. I hurt my son. Sen understands him too well. Is she hiding her tears with her hands over her mouth? Are you serious? Sen also found it hard to believe and asked another question. When are you leaving? Will you never come back home? At this moment, Day finally spoke. You plan to leave tomorrow. I can't be sure when I will return, but I will definitely come back. Sen covers her face, her voice trembling with tears. No way. Sen hugged his wife and continued. A saint must live a whole life in the Holy Land. Day once again assures that he will come back. Sen rushes to hug his son. Why do you suddenly want to become a saint? L, trying to appear strong, advises his wife. Bun, you are leaving soon. Why are you crying to hurt your child? He says that, but his face was also filled with tears until you come back. Dad, please take good care of mom so you do not have to worry about anything. Just go and come back. My child. Day is also hiding her tears. He smiled brightly and replied, I will take care of my health. He teased him when he saw he was indifferent. Day did not cry. You are grown up now, and you are crying. Don't be so sensitive. I did not cry, and you should not say that either. The next morning, at the Love Village, Ariel sat on the ground and took a deep breath. Her stomach was churning fiercely. Ariel, clutching her stomach, let out a sigh. She was so hungry that her mood turned gloomy. Earlier, Day had told her that the grass was edible, so she should just eat it. Then he waved his hand and turned to leave, not forgetting to leave a boy behind. So being self-sufficient must be happiness. The strange tree, Day pointed out, is just emitting a mysterious mist. Wondering if eating that thing, she plucked a branch, dipped it into the sticky substance, and it dripped all over Ariel's hand. She expressed deep disgust, but out of hunger, she still put it in her mouth and ate. Then she opened her eyes wide, and Ariel's expression was hard to describe. She silently assessed. It is both spicy and bitter to the death. Her stomach starts to protest. Ariel broke out in a cold sweat. Clutching her stomach, she began to protest, and seeing the tragic scene, her face also turned pale. What? Is she eating it raw? The woman must endure a period of hardship. Is that really how it has to be? As for Ariel, at that moment her heart was only screaming one thought: water. Luckily, there is a pond nearby. Ariel desperately runs toward the only salvation now, and then she does not hesitate to jump in. Ariel pressed her face to the water's surface, drinking each sip as the expression of Day's impending strike suddenly appeared. Ariel's heart is full of bitterness. God. Who was the one that told me to do this? Now, under the clear blue sky, Ariel lies stretched out on the ground. Exhaling deeply, her face clearly shows two words: exhaustion and questioning. Maybe I should give up here and go back now. She sighed heavily, then tried to convince herself again. No, this is God's test. I must be patient. Just then, a figure approached. Hey, holy maiden. Wake up. He looks down at her and says, get ready. Let us go to the Holy Kingdom. He thinks, get up, are we heading to the Holy Nation? Hearing Day's words, Ariel asked in surprise, why? Day immediately repeated, I said get up to start heading to the Holy Empire. She stammered, guessing, so you have forgiven me already. He immediately poured a glass of water. Of course not, Ariel said tearfully. I knew it. He sighed and reminded me to go ahead. I needed to say goodbye before leaving. At that moment, a female demoness approached. Day. You are back already, Day hurriedly replied. Yes. How is Fear? Contrary to what was announced, we have actually been waiting for you. I heard that Fear just woke up. Go visit her. Then Day hurriedly ran towards the house shouting loudly, Fear. He happily pushed open the door and called out again, Fear. She was surprised. Day. He said with a slight sense of relief, you are awake now. I am so glad. I asked him, are you feeling okay? Are you all right? Fear replied softly. Fortunately, that is the case. Day. Who is it? Come in. I am glad to hear you are recovering faster than expected. Day asked with a smile. You also came here because you are worried about Fear. Who is there? She crossed her arms and with a cold exterior, responded warmly inside. I am only fulfilling my duties as clan leader and taking care of the elders. Duong Fear. Confused, wants to stand up and step forward. Chief, whoever it is. I apologize. Before she could finish speaking, someone stepped forward and stopped her. It is okay. Do not move. You are not fully healed yet. She carefully observes the bag on her back. Someone confidently says, it seems like you have changed your mind. Day also calmly replied, yes, I will go to the Holy Empire, because this opportunity might never come again. I think I will follow your advice and do everything I can. All right. The old man smiled softly. That was the right decision. Then go early. This one sentence made Fear stunned. She snorted loudly, then realizing her rudeness, she lowered her voice and glanced at the clan leader. I apologize for speaking out in front of you. Chief A replied calmly. It is okay. Do not worry about me. You just interrupted at the wrong time. Yes. If you still have questions, ask me. Both the two elves immediately frowned at the same time, who spoke in a deep voice and asked, are you mocking me? Fear also does not let it go. How dare you? Day bowed his head in apology. Sorry. Fear returns to the main issue and asks, where are you going? I thought you would stay here. Don't tell me you are going with those people to the Holy Empire. She tries to guess and then nods, rubbing her chin to confirm. I am not going to follow them either. I was planning to go too, but you are right. I will go to the Holy Empire. She immediately asked, how long? She hesitated before offering a hook. I am not sure anymore, but probably around a few years. Hearing that, Fear looked confused. Then she smiled happily and casually said, stay safe. Fear's attitude here makes me a little disappointed. Okay. I will come back. The older sister forced a smile and thought to herself, I forgot that the forest fairy has a different concept of time. Aira suddenly said, is that all you are going to say? Can we talk for a bit? You are curious but also agree. Huh. Yes. After finishing, he left. See you again, Fear, in Aira's house. She said calmly with no expression on her face, I want to give you this. Are you a bit excited? Are you planning to give her something? What is it? Aira asks him. Hold out your hand. You obeyed and placed your hand on her palm. Like this, Aira places her other hand on his palm and begins to chant. This is a sign from me, and it will serve as proof that I am always with you. A blue light flickers between the two of you. When Aira let him go, she touched and looked at her hand, where a mark had appeared somehow. This is Aira confidently placing her hand on her chest and admitting it is her. Day looks at the mark then back at her, a question mark forming in his mind. Then he gaped in shock, guessing that this must be a contract to force humans to see the forest spirits as their masters. I heard they use this to enslave people until they die. judging by your expression. Era intervened to stop Day from overthinking everything. Whatever he is thinking, it is not like that. It is just a mark from me. Don't worry about it. Day could not believe it and repeated. A sign. Era explains, yes, it is a mark made with my magic that I placed on you. It is like I gave myself as a gift to you. I think humans often say that they take over. This remark made him a little embarrassed. Is that a charm effect? She smiled gently and looked at him affectionately. I will always be with you. I hope it will protect you on your journey. Carefully examine the mark on the palm of the hand and then purse your lips. He smiled brightly and gratefully said, Thank you. The sun gradually sets behind the trees. A gentle breeze brushes past his face. At this moment, Ariel spoke up. Do you have any regrets? He keeps looking into the distance and confirms. I will come back here too. You are returning to the old issue. The condition I mentioned still applies. Right. Ariel winks mockingly. I guess I should mention the first condition of yours. But those are fine. And of course Day's expression is full of disgust. Then he did not bother to argue anymore and turned around. Let us go. Day silently sighs. This is going to be a long journey. Day and Ariel set out, and soon the sky was already turning to dusk. The two of them arrive at a small town. Day quietly thinks while holding the map. Where is it? Did Ariel say earlier that there was a place we needed to visit before going to the sacred land? Earlier, Ariel held the map and guided him. First, we will go to the royal palace, not the Holy Land. The confusing phrase repeats, the royal palace. She points at the map and begins to fly. Exactly, because our companions are in the imperial palace. Celia, we will go to Celia and join with those companions, and in the end, everyone will head together towards the sacred land. She sighed with a sense of awe. Then we have to move with that same passion. He wondered, why is she so excited? So wondered to himself, it only takes about 3 days to reach the imperial city if you use mana to travel faster. It only takes about a day. I am not quite satisfied. It feels like we are just going in circles for no reason. If you want to run all day, you need to loosen up a bit. Seeing you keep shifting your legs made Ariel wonder. What are you doing? She, holding the reins of a horse, asked in disbelief. Are you planning to run? She asked with a puzzled look, and he naively replied. If you are not running, would not it be faster? Ariel could only helplessly lament. Oh my god! She tries her best to explain. Even using my divine power to travel like that would be a risky challenge. And of course, it is impossible with a human's mana who does not yet possess divine power. He quietly calculates with his eyes closed. If that is his mana path, then there is no reason he would not be capable. It is even faster than riding a horse, but she bought that horse to travel comfortably. And I looked down on it. After figuring it out, he no longer felt the need to speak. So what? We do not need to sweat too much. That is great. Ariel has mounted the horse and spoken up. I only bought one horse for emergencies. Is that okay? If you feel uncomfortable riding together. I cut her off before she could finish speaking because I do not know how to send a horse. So I can't go alone either. After finishing speaking, he jumped on. Ariel urged the horse forward. Let us go. The two of you ride together on the horse. Go. Save the horse. Let us go. The two of you ride the horse together on the road. The string inside me feels excited. Let us go. Arriving at Celia. Keep going for a while. The atmosphere is dark and tense. Ariel speaks up. Today I will rest here. Let us relax and enjoy. I will cook. Please wait a moment. He finished speaking and lightly pointed with one finger, whispering the incantation. Fire. Immediately, a flame burst up in the stone stove. Ariel asked in amazement. You can activate magic just by saying the activation word Thoya. You are very talented compared to your peers. Are you the leader of Team 2? Day replied while opening his bag. Of course not. He hung a pot over the fire and pointed at it once while muttering a spell. Water. Ariel watched his every move. Silently pondering, the bowl was ready, followed by the ingredients. Among the few meters of string pulled out, one caught her deeply in memory. Ariel was terrified as she watched the tree torment her stomach endlessly. She did not wait a moment. You can't put it in, but it is too late. He put it into the pot naturally and asked why. It is really good. Eat some. Ariel hesitated to speak. Still afraid. That taste, both spicy and bitter, was surprisingly good. Day understood and took a breath before asking with a smile, have you ever eaten the leaves of this kind of grass? Maybe just eat the easy parts. Ariel hesitated. Of course, that is obvious. You answer, this type of grass is only eaten in easy parts, even though its leaves are more nutritious. Its taste is too bitter and spicy to swallow. Ariel seemed enlightened but still looked dazed. It is not something worth getting upset over. She hands the bowl of soup she cooked to Ariel. Come on, relax your face. Just try it once. It has a very special flavor. She took it with both hands. Thank you. Thank you. It looks very ordinary in appearance. With smoke billowing out, Ariel looked at the bowl of soup and thought to herself, the aroma is quite inviting. Even just looking at it, you can tell it is delicious. She scooped a small spoonful and brought it to her mouth to sip, and Ariel's face showed a look of quiet admiration. So delicious? Then she quickly picked up the bowl and started eating, feeling a strange tension inside. Why are you eating so fast? There are many things that surprise me even more than I expected. Be careful. Eating like that could upset your stomach. Eat slowly. She obeys. Yes. After some time, the two stand on the mountain cliff. Ahead of them was a vast city. Ariel shouted, "Look, that is the Imperial Palace." Celia. The two of them ride their horses into the city. He looked around to assess the surroundings and then asked Ariel, "It is completely different from the suburbs, is not it? Why? Do you want to take a look around? We have arrived at the palace. There will be an army here." He silently marvels. This is the Imperial Palace. Celia. I wonder, this is my first time here. There should not be any problem. Right, at this moment, the two of them arrived in front of the palace gate. A guard approaches. "Miss, you have arrived. Could you tell us who is sitting behind you?" Ariel smiled and replied briefly, then gently asked him back, "Is that right? Saint, you also do not bother arguing. Just confess directly." "Saint, I am the wire." The guards were stunned. "Sorry, we did not know. Please come in." The two of them, walking on the crimson path, entered the palace, where a preacher was already waiting and spoke. "Glad you came. Miss, you have traveled such a long way, so you must be exhausted." Ariel said, "My mission at Cilia Palace is complete. I will leave here tomorrow and head to the Holy Land. Contact my homeland. I will return with the saint." The priest bowed his head in acknowledgement. "Understood. I will inform the Holy Land and prepare to depart. Wait for those people to leave." Then she turned and told Day, "In that case, the Holy Spirit should go rest first. I will show you the resting place." Day opens the door and enters the designated room. Inside, it was so spacious and grand that it made him gasp. Day stood at the door, lost in thought. Isn't this the level of a luxury hotel? I could not come here before because I was too busy, but now I am standing here. Ariel behind me asked, "Are you happy? I will set quite high targets whenever I see Hai Long." Hearing that, Ariel relaxed and turned around. "Even saints need to rest. I am leaving now." The bag strap falls off as I ask, "Tomorrow we will go to the Holy Land." Right. Ariel looked at him without answering the question and grinned. "Are we going to the Holy Land tomorrow morning?" Ariel looked at him without answering the question and grinned mischievously. "See you tomorrow." Day watched her back with confusion. Huh. What is going on? He was confused. What does that mean? Something feels strange. Then Day sat on the bed and took a deep breath. "You changed into your pajamas and lay down on the bed. Tomorrow, we will truly go to the Holy Land." Day wondered silently. What is the Holy Land? The place I will live in the future. But what will it be like, I wonder? Before he could think clearly, he accidentally closed his eyes and fell asleep. The next morning, Day had changed his clothes. A call comes from outside the door. "Saint, it is noon. Time to wake up." He is still a bit sleepy as he comes out. "I am ready now. Let us go." Ariel pouted. "If you are ready, let us go." She also changed into a suitable formal dress, smiling and chatting. "Go and greet the king," Day calmly replied. "Then go quickly and greet the king." Suddenly, he realized something was wrong. I am asking again. Where did she say she is going? Who are you going to see? Ariel looked at him with wide eyes. "Going to meet the king of the Imperial City." Celia. His heart is screaming, "Why should I?" Then he accepted his fate but still felt a bit of resentment. "Then you should have told me beforehand. If you had talked to me last night." Ariel laughed softly, as if to say, "There is no rush. It is mainly to say thank you and inform that I am leaving now." He scratched his head awkwardly. "No, I would not do that. If I meet the king, I would also need to be prepared with proper etiquette." "It is just about etiquette." She expressed her concern sincerely and explained, "I am not saying it because I am worried the scholar will lose sleep or have trouble with the upcoming schedule. Is there a problem?" But she did not show much emotion and even became more cautious, thinking to herself, "She is so kind that I can't help but feel suspicious." Everything was in place. Afterwards, both of them truly arrived at the Imperial Palace. "Please come in. You have worked hard." Someone asked, "Are you the new knight that was chosen?" He wiped the sweat from his brow and looked ahead, replying yes. The person sitting on the throne in front of him now is the king of Diogat of Cilia. He wondered, is this person the king of the Cilia Royal Palace? "Welcome. I am sure both of you are very tired after the long journey." Someone responded as well. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for allowing us to rest before meeting with you." Below, Ariel bows his head in a respectful greeting, while Day remains motionless like a statue. At this moment, Ariel signaled to him. "Holy Lord." He seemed to understand Ariel's intention and cleared his throat before giving his signal. Then Day quickly bowed his head in greeting. Ariel let out a sigh, and Day grits his teeth in anger, thinking to himself, "She is not saying anything just to humiliate me." Right at this moment, Diogato spoke with a contemplative expression. "Raise your head," they answered in unison. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Then he began to speak. "I heard that today you will return to the Holy Kingdom." Both of them continued to reply in unison, "Yes, that is correct." Ariel replied confidently, "The reason we can return to the Holy Nation is all thanks to His grace. My Lord has allowed me to represent the Holy Nation to sincerely thank you." Hearing that, Diogato waved his hand and laughed, saying, "I did not do anything. The Holy Nation protected you during that journey." Ariel placed her hand on her chest to show gratitude, because he allowed us to stay in the Kingdom of Cilia. That is why we were able to find our way back safely to the Holy Lord. We will definitely repay this debt to you. Hearing this, Diodo seemed curious and stroked his chin. Hung, are you saying you want to pay the debt? I will remember your words so I can recall them whenever I need to. Then he continued, oh, now I remember. Are you the new chosen saint? Day looked surprised as he introduced himself. Yes, my name is Day. Diogo glanced at him with a scrutinizing look. I secretly wonder to myself that no matter how many times I try, I can't sense any flow of mana, and judging by his body, it seems he has been trained in swordsmanship. His expression became contemplative as he muttered to himself. Although I was worried that another saint had appeared, it seems I do not need to worry about him at all. It is quite a relief. Then he spoke. I never expected to meet a saint and a holy maiden at the same time like this. What an honor. Day was a bit surprised, while Errol remained calm and responded. Thank you. Your Majesty. Day frowned and looked at Ariel. Should he step out slowly now? At this moment, a voice suddenly spoke up. Then now, I will. At that moment, Diagard suddenly spoke up to interrupt. Oh. Saintess Ariel, you said you would pay your debt. Right. She was a bit surprised but still answered calmly yes. That is correct. Are you perhaps in need of some help? Diagard hesitated. She hesitated about that. A flashback crowded into her mind. Then he recounted. She told my cousin, the princess of Silos is ill. Many priests have come to see her, but not only could they not cure her, but they also were not sure what illness she was truly suffering from. I hope someone can repay the favor by visiting her. Ariel, would that be possible? Hearing this, the glue gun silently thought. What? You can't just refuse to go. Gay clenched his teeth and signaled to Ariel. We still have a long way to go ahead. So quickly refused. She also quietly responded in her place. I understand now. And finally, she responded in kind. I could never refuse your offer. My lord. Hearing this, I was completely stunned. I turned around to look at her. What? Diagard was pleased to hear such an answer. Thank you. I was quite worried, but with a holy saint by her side, I believe the two of you can handle it yourselves. Thank you. Saintess Ariel, she forced a smile. Her face darkened. This is not what I am thinking in my head. Right now. Outside, there is a sigh. Honestly, why is the journey to the holy nation taking so long? Ariel did not know what to say. In such an awkward situation, a confident smile is all that is needed. Forget about that. She found an excuse to change Day's mind. That is because you are now a member of the holy nation. You can come with me and learn how to use your holy magic. In the long run, it will be very beneficial for the entire world. Day frowned and replied. Wouldn't it take even longer if we go to that prince's territory, and then straight to the holy nation? She quickly replied to Day. Oh, that is right. Then Day also agreed with her. All right, whatever you say. Then he gently smiled and looked at Ariel. Did they mention someone being sick back then? If we can help them, why not visit them as soon as possible? Go wherever you need to go, as long as you can help the patients. That is the true duty of a doctor. Right now. Somewhere else, Mortier and his team have arrived. I must apologize that you all have to leave now. It was the king of Cilia's offer. Please forgive me, but I truly was in a position I could not refuse. Then the pastor asked her again. So what did the king promise in return? Ariel replied. He did not promise anything. It was just to repay the debt for allowing us to stay here. Hearing this, the bishop sighed deeply. So since he had enough reasons to make that offer, I think we have no other choice. I will contact the Holy Kingdom and let them know that the gods will return to the kingdom later than expected. Ariel felt guilty and replied, Thank you for understanding us. We will leave now to save time. Jai was not happy and quickly looked at the priest. On the way, Jai pondered silently, recalling how I had seen people react to medicine. After treating my first patient, the response was truly surprising. I wonder how my second patient in this world will react. At this moment, the sun is gradually setting, and the pastor suddenly sniffs and says, We will stop here. Preacher chose a spot to rest. This way. Just then, Jai was busy cooking something when suddenly voices shouted out, Look over there. Is that the holy saint? The gossip keeps going, but is not Trong more handsome than the rumors about him? Go ahead and talk to him. Suddenly, someone approached Ga, nervously speaking and apologizing to the Holy One. This person raised their head, face slightly blushing. Do you need any help from me? The Shu politely replied, No, I've lied. Another girl stepped forward excitedly and said loudly, If it is not too much trouble, could you let us sit next to you? We are just curious about what you are doing. It is nice to be surrounded by beauties once in a while. I happily respond, Sure, I do not mind at all. Please sit wherever you like, as long as you feel comfortable. Hearing these words, the hearts of the two girls beat wildly. Thank you, sir. The girls gathered around him. What is this? Explain the shoes to them. Oh, this is a type of tree that grows in the elf forest. The sun is gradually setting. After a while, he also escaped from those girls, scratching his head tiredly and thinking, Why are these kids so hyper? I just can't get out of there. At this moment, a voice echoes, drawing attention to the Holy Land. He is so young. Do you think it is reasonable to follow him? He is just a kid who only does what he wants and even demands things from the holy nation. Someone responded, do you remember the time when the holy maiden was almost killed by a demon? Sneaking behind the tree, Jai was extremely angry. Do I understand it now? Is that so? Do they really think talking behind others' backs like that is okay? This woman keeps going. We can only find out once we reach the holy nation. She smiled eerily. Just a puppet of the holy saint. Ariel stepped forward from somewhere and spoke. What do you say about me and the holy Lord? Why do not you tell me yourselves? She smiled a terrifying smile. A puppet of the Holy One. Maybe I just did not hear clearly. Can I ask why you are talking about me and the Holy Spirit? Maybe I do not know about this, but why do not you continue your conversation? It seems like you still have a lot to say. Huh. Why are they all silent? You keep going. If you all stay silent now. So I will assume that everything I hear is the truth, and that this is your point of view, and I can do whatever I want. Is that right? The man earlier awkwardly replied. As for that, we thought that reminding everyone of everything the gods have done would be very important. Ariel's gaze was more terrifying than ever. Everything I did, what does that have to do with you? Did I ever say you should complain and tell everyone about it? You say you do it for me, but did I ever ask you to do that for me? At this moment, the pastor steps forward to intervene. Holy maiden, he sweats nervously. The children only made mistakes. They still have a lot to learn. They do not mean to harm the goddess, so please forgive them. Then he pressed that guy's head down. What are you doing? Hurry up and apologize to the saintess. Ariel replied coldly. Do you think just apologizing is enough? You dare to speak ill behind the Holy One's back and call them a foolish child, even calling them a puppet who knows nothing. And now you want me to forgive them? Faced with her relentless questions, everyone was filled with fear. Ariel looked at them sternly. The Holy Lord is chosen by God. Disrespecting the Holy Lord is also equivalent to disrespecting God. Therefore, this is called contempt. She continued. Just think about it. A sincere apology is all it takes to resolve the issue afterward. However, if you fail to make me understand your reason, the string still remains on the tree listening to everything. Ariel remains indifferent. I really do not know what will happen next. The girl earlier was so scared she could not even speak clearly. Saint, Ariel. Forgive me. I should not have spoken that way about her, Ariel. Hearing that, got angry and shouted. She apologized to the wrong person. She dishonored a saint chosen by God and still can't apologize properly. Ningyin clenched her teeth. Some people want to apologize but can't do it. Hearing this, my heart feels heavy with the burden. What did she just say? Are you talking about yourself? I think so. I know. Holding a heavy title like saint is not easy for someone as young as her. She understands the pressure that can make people feel overwhelmed. He chuckled softly. That feeling, I understand very well. You were called a genius trauma surgeon in your past life. He sighed to himself, wondering why not me. He is going out. Huh. Thinking that, he spoke up. Are you all done talking? I just stepped out. It was hard to keep listening, and everyone shouted in response. Saint. Day continued. So that is how everyone sees me. You think I am just a child and a puppet saint. The girl spoke poorly of him and felt ashamed. But that is not who we are. The person next to him also spoke up. What we want to say is, suddenly Day spoke up. Looking back, he realized it was not wrong, because if I do nothing, I will just be a puppet saint. Ariel. Hearing this, was not pleased and shouted. Saint, what do you mean? Why are you just a puppet? Daino Nukoi replied with a smile. Think about it. I do not have any divine power, and what can I do once I reach the holy nation? Even if I am chosen by the Lord, you do not think I would be a perfect puppet. Do you? Isn't that what everyone is thinking, before this statement from you? They just looked at each other. Ariel denied what Day said. Of course not. I am sure the Lord has some reason for choosing you as a saint. Day listened and then argued back. Wait a moment. Who said that God chose me like that? I only said that many people in the Holy Empire think of me that way. You keep talking because they are the ones talking behind my back. Would you mind if I handled them myself? Ariel also responded to him. Yeah. Do it. At this moment Day asked if I wanted these people to be punished. What will happen? Ariel replied to him. The first heretic inquisitor will capture and kill them. They tremble at the mention of the heretic inquisitor. Then they fearfully beg for mercy. Please forgive us. Please forgive us. We spoke without thinking. Please forgive our mistakes. Day glared at the people behind him, then pointed his finger at the two gossiping individuals. Everyone. I am sure there are many others joking about me besides those here, saying things like I am just a puppet or a spoiled child or that I have no rights at all. He continued. I do not think what people are saying is wrong. Like everyone thinks, I am still young and I have no faith, strength, ability, opinion, or connection with any of you. His thick eyes grew serious. That is why I will go to the Holy Empire in a few years. It is to prove to each of you. A confusing guy asked back. What do you mean by that? The person next to him also asked. What are you trying to prove? Turn your back, clench your fists. All those who speak ill of me behind my back, I will make you regret it, and I will make those who disrespected me remember this moment, as proof and a promise for that day. He reached out his hand. I will not punish the people here. They were both deeply moved by that and felt great affection for you. That youth temple was crying tears. Wait, I'm sorry. We should have thought before speaking about him. The girl beside him is the same. We will regret this mistake and learn from it. We sincerely apologize. Jie smiles gently. I hope you will regret this decision even more in the future. And to achieve my goal, I will do my best to restore the honor of the Holy Empire. The bright and full moon confirms Jiai's words. I do not know how long this will last. It might take many years, but I will do everything I can so that you will regret what you did today. Hearing this, everyone admired Ji. The atmosphere suddenly grew strangely silent. After a moment, Ji returns to her place to cook. Ariel speaks up. That was an impressive speech. If he thought so, he called her by name. Ariel. She suddenly sat down and started teasing Day. So you will regret what you did today. Right, he replied quietly through clenched teeth. Keep teasing me. Suddenly, Ariel turned to look at the cord she was cooking. Huh, isn't that the soup from last time? He cheerfully replied. Yeah, the priest even ate my share. After that, I was quite hungry. Do you want to eat? Hot food tastes better. Ariel smiles. Please let me stay in the house. A shooting star sparkling appears in the sky at this moment. Ariel exclaims, Hey, I have not looked up at the night sky in a long time. Do you think seeing a shooting star is a sign of good luck? Day looked up and thought to himself, Shooting star, my past name used to mean shooting star. He closed his eyes to enjoy it, but now he is used to the name Day. He slowly opened his eyes in amazement. Now I see. In my hometown, if you make a wish upon a shooting star, they say that wishes come true. Ariel asked in amazement. Really? Then she clasped her hands together and prayed. He looked confused and asked what she was doing. Are you really praying? Day wondered. Does the young lady believe in astrology? Are the two of them eating and looking up at the starry sky? Ariel spoke up. You just reminded me, this kind of thing happens even in the Empire. If you watch a shooting star with someone, you might be happy enough to die together with them. That is what I wondered about. A death. Happiness. Ariel immediately objected. Of course I do not believe those stories. How can someone be happy after dying? Then he also agreed with Ariel. I no longer believe that story either. Happiness and death. I wonder what that feeling is like. The next morning, it was already dawn. Everyone began their journey. Young lady, Lord then can see the Salah's territory now. They continue to inform. It seems like we will be entering Salah's territory soon. The priest turned back and asked the two of them, when we arrive, which place should we go to first? Ariel replied, because it is urgent. We have to meet the dukes all at once. Then she pondered and looked outside because there was not much time. Then she spoke again. We will treat them as soon as possible and head straight to the Holy Empire. If we are late for the baptism, it will be complicated. By now they have arrived at the duke's place. He looks at them. Welcome. I have been waiting for the two of you. When I heard about the days, I kept hoping. The duke's face showed pure joy. I can't express my happiness that these days of travel are for my daughter. Ariel replied confidently, to bring God's blessing to the suffering. It is our duty as the Than, so just relax. Suddenly, the duke's face shows a hint of unease. I am sorry for the sudden request, but could you possibly take a look at my daughter? I do not know what I would do if I lost her. It pains me to see her struggle with her illness. Ariel responds. I understand. We can assess the child's condition right away. Hearing that, he was overjoyed and clasped his hands together. Thank you. Thank you very much. I will do anything if it can heal the girl. Seeing that, he glances at Ariel and thinks, even though she has not done anything yet, they trust her that much, she must be really good at being Than, and also to be a person. At this point, they were close to the room of the girl that had been mentioned. This way, the maid gently opens the door to announce, Leela, the young lady's owner, has arrived. Ariel and Jai look surprised by something they see. This is, seeing the red spots all over the girl's body, Zay could not help but think to himself, half of the girl's body is covered with red spots. He begins to make judgments based on his experience. The rash. Is it a severe case of Herbert's dermatitis? They should have treated her before it got this bad. What did they do? Leela quickly covers her legs with her hands. Looking sad. It is terrible, is not it? At this moment, Ariel approached the girl with an offer. Leela, can you give me your hand? Leela gently placed her small hand on her. Ariel took her hand gently and comforted her. You must have been in a lot of pain. From now on, everything will be fine. As he spoke, a golden light enveloped Leela, and his brilliant magic forced her to shield her eyes. He marvels. Amazing. Holy power. Thuan Sang gradually calms down. Leela was so surprised she could only gasp. She raised her hand to look at her now pale hands. My hand. It is better now. Seeing that hand, Leela broke down. My hand. It is better now. At this point, Ariel also spoke up. The treatment is complete. Then she turned to ask about the formula. You must have been very worried. Now everything is fine. The formula looks like it is about to cry. My daughter. My daughter. The two of us embrace each other in pure happiness. Leela cried out, Dad, the response formula. Thank God. You are better now, he cried as he turned to look at Ariel. Thank you very much. You truly are a hero. My children have been battling this illness for 8 years, and I have completely given up. I will never forget this debt. Ariel smiled gently. It is not necessary. This is also a blessing from God. The girl behind looks at everything that just happened and sighs. At first, this illness seemed to require long-term treatment. I can't believe she only needed to touch to be cured. He muttered to himself, does medicine really have no meaning in this world as night falls? Happily, I take charge of the lavish feast before us. Now please enjoy to your heart's content. Even though I was a bit lacking, I did my best. Ariel replied politely. You do not need to do that. This is already too much. Thank you for the meal. Lord Hoppo also speaks up at this moment. Just as the rumors say, I know the Saintess is very remarkable. Even the rumors can't fully capture your kindness. I want to sincerely thank you for healing my sister. Ariel set down the glass of wine and replied calmly. It is my honor. I will make sure to convey your gratitude to the leader of our guild. Hearing that, Hoppo immediately praised her. You truly are the Saintess from the rumors. Very humble. Jai seems to be quite displeased. The Duke looked concerned and asked, You have not said much all this time. Is the food not to your liking? The Shu replied with a forced smile. It is nothing. I am just thinking about something else. Please forgive me for troubling you. Ariel also spoke to defend herself. The Holy Saint has many worries. Please do not worry too much. Hearing that, the Duke replied, If the Saintess said so then. At this moment, Ariel turned to softly ask Ji. Holy Saint, what is going on? Is something strange? He whispers softly. No, I am just tired. Hearing that, Ariel continued speaking. Really? Since I have been arranged to rest for a night at the castle. Make sure to get a good rest. Jai looked a bit awkward and replied so. He pondered quietly, recalling his busy appearance in his previous life. Why did I sweat and cry so much just to become a doctor, when countless voices keep echoing in my mind? Even though I was reborn with my old memories in this world, those pieces of knowledge are useless. Then he wondered, do I really have to forget bitch do sung from the past and just live a new life as Jai? At this moment, a voice echoes, waking Jai from Jiako's dream. The Holy Saint, are you asleep? Jai did not say a word, and then Ariel continued. Holy Saint, I do not know what is going on, but please do not lose your faith in yourself. She began to speak words of reassurance. Everyone doubts themselves at times. Right. I hope that whatever is bothering you won't destroy everything you have built so far. Instead of feeling anxious and exhausted like now, I really think a tough and humorous face suits you better. These words only make him more annoyed, and he clenched his jaw tightly. Then sit up and think. Don't lose faith in yourself. She said that. His eyes became more determined. That is right. Even now, I am just a shoe. I am also a formager. Bei Dai Dum. I just need to find what only I can do. Ariel outside continues speaking. What I want to say is, I just want to tell you not to give up, and before I finish my sentence, he suddenly appears in front of her. He smiled. Thanks a lot. You have helped me a lot. Hearing that, Ariel continued to speak. You are too delicate. Suddenly, your shoe called your name. Yeah. But Ariel, she asked back confusedly. Yes. So you keep talking. Is this the first time you have trusted someone? His question made Ariel angry. She shouted. What do you mean? In Leila's room, the voice of the formula was full of anger. She was fine yesterday. You mean she is not completely over it yet? Then he shouted loudly. Immediately. Call the young lady back here. At this point, Ariel has also arrived. What is going on? The sad realization. The egg has returned again. Did your treatment really fail? Ariel quickly responded to him. The treatment process is complete. I am not sure why Chiu Trung has come back. I will treat Leila one more time. Her eyes show a heavy burden. But who? Suddenly the wire calls her back. Wait, Ariel. She was surprised. Huh. Duck Than. Leila's face darkened again. Don't look. The shoe moves closer to the girl. Leila, can you reach out your hand to me? The judgment formula in my mind is that after a new virtuous official takes office, they might be able to cure even the most stubborn woman. Then step back. I think it would be better to leave the young lady. Daisy's gaze grew serious. If what I think is right, I am the only one who can cure her illness. Before that statement, the confusing formula asks again, what do you mean by the only person? Jai responds to him. No matter what treatment the young lady tries, it will all be ineffective. We can let the maiden treat her and it will be fine. But after this, we will go now. What will you do if the symptoms come back? Hearing this, the formula seems to make sense. Well then. Seeing that. Why continue? What she needs now is not the healing spell of the young lady. On places her hand on her back with a confident tone. She needs a healing spell from me. Saint Duck, the formula is a bit concerning. But I heard that there are no healers at all, so what exactly are you planning to do? Jai Lan Dong replied to him. My treatment does not require magic. I will use all the information I have to help her recover from this illness. That is how I will treat her. At this moment, Leila also spoke up. Father, Duck Than is right. If we do not trust that day, I think we have no other choice. The formula echoes her words. Leela continued speaking. We have tried everything else. If there is a way to cure you of this condition, I want to entrust my faith to God. Hearing that, he finally had to accept. All right. If that is what you want, then I allow it. He opens his arms wide. Please, save the girl. Duck Than. From the bottom of my heart, I beg you. I am sure he will answer. I promise I will definitely cure the young lady. From the next day, I decided to investigate the cause of her skin condition. The first thing is to maintain cleanliness because it is the most basic step to becoming healthy. I checked everything I could, but when I saw them washing the bedding, washing the tablecloths and clothes once a day can eliminate hygiene as the cause, and the castle is protected by a magic barrier, so it can also be inferred that external parasites are not the cause of the illness. But I noticed a problem with her meals. There is an ingredient that appears in almost all of her meals, and that is flour. Not only bread is the most consumed food in the world, but even meat dishes tend to become side dishes or are coated with flour. Furthermore, her condition worsened after she finished eating. With these clues, I suspect something. Flour contains a protein called gluten that cannot dissolve, and her condition is dermatitis caused by gluten sensitivity. The condition, also known as an allergic skin reaction, is not hard to treat, so I will carefully find a way to create a remedy for her. The only problem is that in this world, there are no effective medicines. The world where medicine still has not been fully developed. Then he advised the maids that it would be very difficult to make medicine using unfamiliar plants, and even if it took a long time, the only thing we could do was change her diet. Day begins to explain. From now on, please remove everything I mentioned from her meals. In the flowered room, Leela, exhausted, curled up in her blanket as a maid called out to her. Lord Leela, the girl asked in a gentle voice. What is wrong? Day from outside spoke up. My lord, this is Day. May I come in? Leela let out a small cry and sat up to straighten her clothes. Holy saint, please come in. Day replied. Sorry to bother you. He stepped in with a mischievous smile. Hello. Good morning. I am here to check on your condition. Day observed the red marks on Leela's body and thought to himself, her condition has worsened. I knew her meal was the cause of this. Leela replied gloomily, fine then. At this point, Day spoke up, saying I would mention some things she needed to pay attention to. Hearing this, Leela asked back with confusion. What do I need to pay attention to? What did you say? Day raised his hand to seriously explain. Yes. From now on, I want you to avoid any kind of food containing wheat flour, like bread, and even when she feels itchy on her body, try not to scratch. Leela was very surprised. Auntie. Avoid bread. Daisy laughed in response. Well, this is all I can do for you. The girl could not believe what she was hearing and pondered. No way. Bread is my favorite, but I can't eat it. Is he lying? Should I call the guards? So then, you do not plan to do anything else. You can use magic to heal me or something like that. Decoy responded. What I tell you is a kind of cure, and to prevent it from spreading further, he said to continue, once a day, we will have to squeeze all those blisters. I will do it myself because I also need to check on your condition. Then the thick layer slowly recedes. That is all. Then please continue to rest. The most important thing is to keep your health good. Leela wondered to herself if her condition would improve if she stopped eating bread. Does that sound reasonable at all? Day just came out and ran into Ariel outside. She asked him, Saint Duck, how is her condition? Her eyes are seriously affected. It has gotten worse. Ariel is worried about that. Holy Lord, I understand where you are coming from. But do you think it would be better if I treated her instead? He looked at her and said, she treated it but it came back. If we try her treatment one more time, it will just come back again. Ariel stubbornly refuses to accept it. But honestly, changing her diet would make her recover. If that is true, then why did not we do that from the start? She continued, I trust you very much. However, the king does not trust you that much. And you know it. We are not in a situation where we can stay here any longer. After hearing Ariel speak, Day also has some thoughts. She is not wrong. Ariel misunderstood that I was looking at her and blushed all over. Even when she stared at me with those pleading eyes. I can't do anything more for our situation either. Day does not care, clenching her fist in determination. Right now, it does not matter whether I can cure Leela or not. What is more important is that this will determine how I treat my patients from now on. Then he spoke. 1 week. Just give me a week. By then, I am sure I can cure her. Ariel remained silent, and the next day, a piercing scream echoed through Layla's room. I do not want to. The girl shouted irritably. No, Day. Seeing that, became even angrier and brought the water closer to the girl. Drink it. You have not had enough of the required amount today. She needs to drink 3 liters a day, totaling 21 liters in a week. Leela cried loudly and uncontrollably. I do not want to do this. How can drinking water have any effect? The girl wondered silently. This is not even holy water, so why do I have to drink so much water then? Day reassured Leela that when experiencing allergy symptoms, drinking water is the best thing for her. Trust me and just drink. When an external substance enters the body, the immune system produces a chemical. Although this chemical is produced as a defense response to protect the body from invading foreign substances. In allergic individuals, it is produced excessively and can cause harmful reactions. He continues to bring the glass closer. Come on. Drink. When that happens, drinking enough water allows the body's cells to function properly and minimizes the effects of allergies. Therefore, this is the best way to treat her condition. She excitedly pours water into the girl's mouth. Drink it. Leela, overwhelmed with pain, collapses and thinks, there is still one more glass left. Leela's tears fall as she drinks. After that day, it was just the holy saint again. Just a handsome crazy guy. 4 days passed like that, and Leela was only allowed to eat salad. At first, after being forbidden from eating carbs and forced to drink plenty of water, she hated herself. However, Leela decided to trust herself because she had no other choice. As a result, Leela looked in the mirror in shock and exclaimed, Your Holiness. Look, is this real? My skin is back to normal. Her condition has improved at an astonishing rate. Day also responded, I promised I would help her recover. Leela smiled brightly and said in a slow voice, The symptoms have really improved after I drank enough water and stopped eating bread. I can't believe it. Day winked at the girl. Still, we have to be careful. We must continue to stick with this treatment method. Do you understand? Leela's initial annoyed expression changed, seeing that she accepted happily. Yes. The standing wire with hands on hips thought that although I was worried that people in this world would react differently from those in my world, but it seems there is no need to worry about that anymore. Waiting for Leela to fully recover is only a matter of time. At least, that is what I thought. On the 6th day, another problem arose. Leela throws food everywhere, smashing plates and bowls. She screams and cries, Bread. Leela is starting to show symptoms of the condition. Symptoms of carbohydrate addiction include stress, disorder, anxiety, difficulty concentrating, and irritability. The servants are also helpless in the face of such scenes. In this world, starch is the key to individual diets. When someone tries to avoid eating it, the appearance of symptoms is inevitable. However, if she eats carbs before the treatment is complete, she will look extremely angry, like a demon. That is not allowed. All our efforts so far will be in vain to make her distracted. We need something that can help reduce these symptoms. Leela cried rivers because she was so craving bread. Don't cry. You will get dehydrated. In that case, the string is used to cut off the pieces, and someone asks in a serious tone, Saint, Jai is it? She was confused to see the figure standing and watching the chess piece in her hand. What are you doing here? He replied, I am creating opponents for a game. Is this okay like this? She asked, confused. A game, huh? But suddenly, Day brings the chess piece in front of Ariel. All right, can you take a look for me? Day asks again. What do you think of when you see this thing? Ariel, confused. Are you talking about the white object in that wizard's hand? Looking at the chess piece, Ariel guesses it might represent a holy kingdom. Perhaps this crown-shaped one too. Day asked again. So you think it looks like a crown? Ariel shrugged and said yes. But before she could finish, Day threw off his cloak and exclaimed, It is working. Ariel, I think you are still too naive to understand what is really happening. Meanwhile, Day rushed forward like the wind. Your Holiness, I was told you summoned me. He suspects that this is the first time he has called me like this. Can I learn something from him? Day excitedly replied. That is right, Hoppo. I need your help. What I am about to show you will help with Lady Layla's spider symptoms. But I still need you to help more. Leela looked at the piece in her hand. Is he talking about the object in his hand? Hoppo also asked. What is that? And Day laid out the chess pieces on the board. This is a game called chess. The two unfamiliar words made them ask again. Chess. Day begins to explain the rules. Yes. From now on everyone will be commanding their own army. The rules are very simple. All you have to do is capture the opposing king by moving your pieces. This is a game to see who is the better commander. You hold the king in your hand, but each piece also has its own movement rules. All three of you, Ariel, Hoppo, and the others, are surprised, and he says, Rules. Day replies, Yes, what I am holding now is the king. Just like a king who is revered and minimizes unnecessary movements, it can only move one square. But on the other hand, the queen is completely different from the king. As long as she has not been captured, she can move in any way we want. Similarly, each type of piece has its own movement rules, and I will explain each one. Hoppo stroked his chin thoughtfully. Interesting indeed. Although the rules are simple, there are many possible moves. This game has quite complex rules and will also be useful for training real combat troops. Lela excitedly said, I am sure father will love it now. Day interrupted them, saying, I have explained everything, now let us play a game. Miss, do you want to challenge Ariel? Then Ariel and Leela sat down at the chessboard, and Ariel said, "Now, shall we start the game?" Leela excitedly replied, "Of course I want to go easy on you, Saintess. I am glad she seems really interested in this game. As long as she still enjoys this game, it will help her forget some withdrawal symptoms." Suddenly Ariel said, "Checkmate. Should I say that? She is overly confident. Is not she? This is the power of the holy nation. Even if she runs, there is no escape." Then she even looks mischievous, teasing Leela. She is not giving up. If she becomes my subject, I might forgive her. Her words made Leela cry and then accept the truth. "I lost." Ariel cheered loudly. "This game is so much fun." At this moment, Hoppo shouted, "Female banker. Please allow me to fight her." Ariel saw this and immediately provoked, trying to retaliate on her sister's behalf. "Right." Then she confidently responded, ready to face any challenge. "Anyone can go first. In the end, everyone will have to kneel before the power of the Holy Empire." Zay watched silently, thinking that things were better than he expected. "It seems they really enjoy this game." A voice interrupted Zay's thoughts. "It is a general." Ariel collapses in pain but accepts the truth. "The Lord of the Silos is truly formidable." Hoppo confidently replies, "Do you think our territory is so easy to defeat? Slightly cunning in appearance, lady. Please make your next move and I will show you what our territory is built from." At this moment, Zay interrupted them. "All right, do not get too distracted. So far, I think this is the best way to distract the young lady from suffering from spider syndrome." But an unexpected change has occurred. A sudden sound rang out, and the formula enthusiastically approached the chessboard, a game called chess created by His Holiness. Hoppo immediately bragged about this game to Silo's formula, happily saying it has a complex system and is an amazing game. Father could consider applying the tactics used in commanding armies to this game. Looking at the chessboard, the formula thought about how he had created such a perfect game. "I am sure that Lord Zay is truly the chosen child of God. Amazing. If I can use them properly." After the formula becomes interested in chess, everything starts to get strange. Zay has some thoughts. "The previous agreement we made during the ceremony is over, so why has not he spoken yet?" Suddenly, something catches Zay's attention. Who are these people? Seeing the servants also start playing chess, Zay was utterly surprised. Servants playing chess too. Then he looked at the people making the pieces. Are they making the chess pieces? Why, everyone is bowing before the chess pieces. I just noticed. Why is everyone playing chess like this? What are you doing here? Wait for the two chessboards to be set up. Zay's face was full of judgment at the scene before him, even though chess was only a game to help with Leela's spider symptoms. Then he exclaimed, "What on earth is going on? I never thought it would spread across the entire Silos complex like this." Zay and Ariel pay a courtesy visit to the Silos envoy, and the atmosphere falls into silence. Ariel speaks first, saying, "We came here by your invitation," and the envoy politely responds, "Greeting you both." His eyes looked at Zay in disbelief, thinking that in just a week, the Holy One could contain Layla's illness in such a short time, and even created the wonderful game of chess. "I can't believe he could do all that at such a young age." Then he gratefully spoke, "I can see that Leela's condition has improved a lot. I want to thank you for what you have done." Formula sat at the back of the chair, bowing his head in a gesture of respect like a father. "I was very distressed to see the girl so ill. Please allow me to thank you for ending her suffering." Ariel glanced at Zay politely and said, "I am not mistaken. It is all thanks to the treatment from the Holy One here." Kongthuk immediately replied, "Please do not underestimate my efforts, but I do indeed feel more grateful to the Holy One than anyone else." He signaled to his attendant to bring over a box as an apology for my rudeness earlier and as a token of thanks. "I offer you a gift." Zay quickly recognized the item inside and exclaimed loudly, "This is a ring that has been passed down through many generations of the local lords, given to us when we saved a dwarf." Zay, holding the box with both hands, was shocked and said, "Why did you give me this treasure?" Kongthuk replied straightforwardly, "This is my apology gift, so please accept it." Zay outwardly looked embarrassed, but inside he was covetous. "Well done, rare item." Kongthuk reassures him, "Please do not worry and just accept it." He reminds him, standing there with the box, to put it on, and Zay obediently puts it on his finger while feeling grateful. "Thank you very much, sir." The formula felt a bit happy seeing your gesture and thought to himself, "The saint has already worn it." After putting it on, Zay admired the ring on his finger and silently marveled, "It is magnificent, but it seems a bit loose." Seeing your frustration, the ring immediately shrank to fit perfectly, making you gasp in surprise. "The ring has now become just the right size for your finger." Formula chuckled and replied, "Since it was made by a dwarf, probably has many more features." Zay smiled awkwardly and said, "Thank you for this precious gift. I am not sure I can accept it." Formula replied, "I am sure the dwarf who made it would also be very happy to know it is worn by a saint." Then he changed the subject. "Oh, now I remember, I heard you two will be going to the Holy Empire tomorrow. Right?" Zay confirmed, "That is the plan." Upon hearing this, the formula added, "If so, please allow me to sponsor the trip so both of you can travel comfortably. Traveling such a long distance will be tiring, so please rest before leaving." Once again, I thank you very much, and as night falls over the sky, inside the room, Zay and Ariel sit on the chairs chatting. I am glad everything finally went smoothly. He is so kind, is not he? She replied, I do not know. Maybe you do not like him flattering you or what? Zay looked at her with a judging expression, thinking to himself why she was thinking so negatively. Just then there was a knock on the door outside. He quickly turned his head to look. Do we have anyone waiting outside? Ariel also wondered. I do not know either. Maybe not. Zay wondered to himself who could be here at this hour as the door creaked open. Outside are two familiar faces. Hoppo politely bows and apologizes for visiting so late. Leela stands beside and adds, I heard you will be leaving tomorrow, and Zay exclaims in surprise, Lord Hoppo, Miss Leela. Hoppo straightforwardly expressed their purpose. Not only did we get to meet the Saintess and the Holy One from legend, but you also have not recovered from my sister's illness and created a chess game. I want to show my gratitude to both of you. Zay shyly scratches his head and says it is nothing. Really? Ariel smiles and replies, I am also glad to have met you, but unfortunately we can't stay longer because we have too much to do. Suddenly he came up with an idea. If you are okay with it. Would you like to have a picnic in the garden tonight? Zay asked again. A picnic. Hoppo described that from the garden behind the castle we can enjoy the view later, and we really want you to see that scene. Ariel glanced at him and said, Sounds amazing. What does the Holy Saint think? Zay also seemed hopeful for their agreement. Yeah, it sounds really fun. Let us go. Layla smiled like a blooming flower. Really, I am so happy. Hoppo was also cheerful. Thank you for accepting our proposal. Please rest while we prepare everything. Then the two of them left. Zay called out loudly, We will wait. And when only he and Ariel were left in the room, she could not quite understand her feelings and kept giggling, making Zay wonder what was so funny. Ariel looked up at him and said, Is not this the farewell party for us? I just find it adorable. She confided, Because I am always busy with tasks assigned by the Holy Empire. Everyone always seems afraid of me. I have never had the chance to make new friends like this before, maybe when I was not paying attention. The world had already changed. Ariel said emotionally, I have never felt this way before. Zay closed his eyes, pretending to understand, and thought back to when he first met Ariel. He remembered the expressionless face of the Saintess, her coldness and the way her eyes were clouded by her goals, and also how she was very violent. But now Ariel is no longer here. Even though she asked if the world had changed, what truly changed is something else. I silently thought to myself, she has already figured it out, so I urged her, Are you going to just stay silent? Let us go. Ariel quickly responded, Oh, okay. When we arrived at the brightly lit backyard, a voice from someone announced that the saints were here. A fully set breakfast table was prepared nearby, although there were not many labels. But the important thing was that we were all here together. Zay suddenly remembered something and reminded Layla, Oh, I forgot, you must avoid eating starch after I leave. If you eat it, your illness will come back quickly. The girl asked worriedly, I have not fully recovered yet. He replied no, because her body considers the substances in starch as toxins, so it will be very difficult to recover completely. He gives her away. But what if she tries not to eat? Let us see. Maybe in 5 years it will get better. Layla. Hearing this, feels like breaking down. 5 years. I can't go that long without eating carbs. Hopple approaches to help. Holy Saint. Saintess, I have prepared this for both of you. Zay wonders, what is it? While Layla silently prays for herself, wishing she could eat bread, he raised a finger to the sky, and the two of them lit up the entire area, then began to chant, Light. Instantly, fireworks exploded across the night sky, and Zay looked up in awe at this spectacle. He sighed, It is so beautiful, Hopple happily said. Really? I am glad you like it. Zay turned to ask, You must have used a lot of mana. He shyly scratched his head. Maybe this will be the last time we meet, so I want to do everything I can. Hoppo's kindness moved Zay, who closed his eyes and said, If so, I will repay you, he excitedly repeated. Repay you. Then Zay also pointed his finger upward and chanted 3 spells in succession. Light. Explosion. Shield, and then a lightning bolt streaked across. Zay's response was a display of even more brilliant fireworks than before, covering the entire sky and visible even from the mansion windows. Silo's formula also stands watching the fireworks from the study. Leela, holding her cheeks tightly, exclaimed in amazement. Holy Saint, it is amazing. I have never seen such beautiful fireworks before. Hoppo forced a slightly awkward smile. With such advanced magic skills, truly, I will never forget tonight. Zay happily said, I am glad to have this beautiful memory with everyone. He silently thought. There were times I wavered, for the sake of convenience with magic. I denied my original goal, but in the end I can confirm that my medical skills are useful. Surrounded by the vibrant fireworks display, Zay whispered to himself, I can make new friends and create beautiful memories. I will continue my journey to save people and keep going. We are heading to the Holy Empire. After a rest, Zay and the Holy Nation army finally set out towards the Holy Capital, although there is still a long way ahead. With the Duke's support, our journey has begun smoothly. Everyone in the team agrees that all this support is thanks to Zay, and the group following him excitedly cheers. I never thought we would get to enjoy a hearty meal in the middle of this desolate place. Thank you. Your Holiness. Time keeps passing, and Zay's status continues to rise. He looked at the sky, lost in thought. I have been used to wandering outside for many days now. Someone is calling you. Hello. Holy Saint. Zay immediately noticed and looked over as a nun smiled and said, we have been inspired by the chess game called the Kingus game that you created, and we formed a group to learn and practice playing this game. She brought a board to show her intention. If you do not mind, we hope to learn a few moves from you. Following the nun are a group of people who make Zay's heart tremble. Zay was overwhelmed. He spoke up, Why bother? Anyway, I am feeling bored. Seeing you agree, she happily jumps up. Thank you. Your Majesty, I have not had time to be happy yet. Zay put on a scheming look and added, I won't hold back against anyone. Even newcomers are the same. They all become terrified. The nun felt a bad premonition about this, but once she got involved, she had to see it through. Yes. And that was the beginning of the Holy Nation Army's chess match. Chiyu. Their first opponent was the nun. Zay picks up a chess piece and says, Chiyu. She is stunned. In 4 moves. The second victim is a knight, Chiyu. He covers his head in disbelief and screams. How could you do it in just 4 moves when the Holy Kingdom team had no idea Zay had participated in international chess tournaments? He did it again, Chiyu. And everyone lost in just 7 moves. A few only managed to hold out until the 4th move. And thus Zay became unbeatable and left a mark in everyone's hearts. He begins to look more handsome. Not only that, but the prejudices of the opposing army towards him also improve. The victims defeated by him immediately become his fans. I knew it. He is unbeatable. And so another day passes. Everyone falls asleep. The next morning, Zay wondered why I felt like we were just going around in circles. Is it because the road is too difficult? Iriel explains. Once we get past this area, it will be better. The road to the Holy Nation is not far now, so you can breathe a little easier. Really, that is good news. Suddenly, both of them sitting on the carriage were hit by a violent shake. What the hell? A knight with a shocked expression seemed to see something wrong ahead and, as expected, someone shouted a warning. A giant group appears, ready to fight. Zay sitting in the carriage points outside. It seems like a few monsters have appeared. Are you sure we do not need to help them? I am confident. The engineers will handle it more efficiently. You wonder why we do not help them to get back on the route sooner. Even if there are only a few. Iriel stares at you intently and adds. Furthermore, if we move, they will have to adjust their formation to protect us. The engineers will argue about this and everything will only become more complicated. Just trust the Holy Nation's knights. Zay thought to himself, she is not wrong. But then a giant monster picks up a large stone and throws it without hesitation at the carriage. A knight who looks over quickly sees that a high-ranking officer is already there. Chopping the large rock, he grits his teeth in frustration, saying, you guys are too stubborn. Just a bunch of monsters but so troublesome. We still have to continue our journey. That person is the leader of the Iriel army. He urged his horse forward and ordered the squad to adjust their formation to protect the Holy King and the lady. Duke Cheng and the lady are waiting behind. We must ensure the monsters can't get close to them. As soon as he uttered these words, a monster's fist was right next to him, and someone shouted in panic. Iriel carefully observes. The old man quickly glances over, and the punch is about to land in an instant. Just at the critical moment, someone recited the word shield, and no one else but Day. He hits the monster with a large shield. Then the shield disappears. Day smiles slightly. I knew going outside was the right choice. He could have lost his life. Iriel nervously shouted, Lord Dukthan, it is very dangerous out here. Jai pointlessly gathered strength into his hand and replied, it is fine. It seems the giants are stronger than you thought. Following his words, he reached out his hand, and a surge of mysterious power rushed towards the monsters. This is a special move, a temporary magic. He continued casting spells. Lightning, earth, fire. After the final whispered incantation, a mound of sharp thorns surrounded by flames descended directly onto the monsters. This scene leaves Iriel stunned, and after a moment he asks if I am hurt. The old man, still in shock, replies, thank you, your highness, your protection saved my life. Day winks and gestures with his hand. Do not worry about that. After all, we are here to help each other. Iriel was a bit moved and thought, if I remember correctly, Dukthan is only 15 years old. How could he possibly use such high-level magic? Day sniffed each person and wondered to himself, does the monster meat taste good? Hiria's bed was still lost in thought. He only used a single activation spell to create a level 4 earth magic circle, and even combined binding and fire spells at the same time. This level is comparable to a level 5 mage. No, he might have even reached level 6, a level that ordinary people cannot attain. Iriel called out, Lord Dukthan, and he asked, that woman. Iriel, why did not you just stop spreading rumors that you are a second-rate magic genius? As if you just got your hopes up. Is that all you wanted to say? She looked at the fiery mound he created and said, no, it is just trash. There is no way a giant could be that strong. Iriel suggested that we should start moving before more monsters arrive, pointing ahead and saying it is already too late. and suddenly Hung appeared from somewhere with a few small monsters with blue skin and pointed ears, and Eril exclaimed in surprise, "A demon." Hario looked disdainful. "Just a small demon wanting to stop us from returning to the Holy Kingdom." He volunteered. "We will handle these, so do not waste time." A seasoned knight replied. "Understood." As soon as he finished speaking, he charged forward. "You damn fairy, die." But contrary to expectations, the monster leapt lightly and dodged. The knight was panicked. He dodged just in time. Then the demon woman swung back for a blow, and this strike surprisingly pierced through his armor, leaving him even more bewildered. How is that possible? How can a demon have this much power? No way a demon could be this strong, especially with one casting a spell behind it. Gi looked at the scene and muttered, "It seems stronger than a normal demoness." Ariel continued, "Apparently so, even if she did not want to, but I think from now on we have to take action ourselves." Ariel pressed her heel and then moved continuously in a mysterious way. Wherever she passed, the demons were defeated. Gi silently observed and thought, "Ariel, when it comes to martial arts, she is definitely stronger than me." Just as he was distracted, someone suddenly shouted a warning. "There is a monster coming at you." Sure enough, a demon girl is approaching from above. Gi immediately cast Windblade, sweeping away the monster. After a while, Ariel and he lean against each other, and she analyzes that no matter how many of them we defeat, they still keep appearing somewhere. Gi also agreed and said, "Well, if we keep going like this, it will be hard for us to find an opening." Ariel suggested a plan. "If we can handle everything at once, it should work." Gi thinks this way is very reasonable, all at once, so why do not we give it a try? However, the responses Gi gives based on Ariel's suggestions confuse her what. Not waiting for her to finish speaking, he suddenly shouts, "Look, goblins." Gi licked his lips to taunt them, and the group of demons immediately fell into the trap. They charged straight at him, but Gi kept teasing them, daring them to catch him. Ariel watched until he turned pale. "Does Duckthan have any magical skills?" Gi moved so fast that her figure was invisible, and behind him was the screaming of the goblins. Suddenly, when he reached a tree, Gi stopped and turned around. The monsters immediately surrounded him, and Gi silently exhaled. "There are more of them than I thought." He looked ahead, pondering whether this distance was enough from the army. Then Gi stopped and held a fireball in his hand. The demon girls just mock him with a sneer, as if their language is roughly saying, "Is that all you have got? This guy is so funny." Gi just smiles and asks with a fireball, "Huh, you look pretty scared, huh. So this is not enough for you guys." And then he follows their lead. "You guys now understand what situation you are in, right? I prepared one for each of you, and no one is missing." The demon horde froze in shock as fireballs rained down simultaneously, causing a massive explosion. The shockwave reached the cavalry team that was quite a distance away from him. Hario immediately realized that was the direction the Holy Saint had run towards. He shouted in that direction, "Duck! Holy Saint! Holy Saint, are you okay?" When we arrived, a large crater appeared on the ground with heat still emanating from it, and Hario was confused. "What is this?" Through the dust, a figure approached. "Do not just stand there doing nothing. We still have a long way to go ahead." Sei chuckled, brushing dust off his hand, and saying, "Let us leave this forest quickly. I hope we won't have to face monsters again." Hario finally snapped out of it. "Oh right, we will get ready to leave immediately." Tonight in the forest, Gi asked Ariel, "I wonder about this, under the flickering fire." He inquired, "Are monsters usually as strong as the ones we face today?" She replied that they are usually not that strong, which is why the army is confused and finds it very difficult to deal with them. Ariel noticed something else, and about that, "Holy Lord, your mana." She wondered what happened to it. She explained that after you are baptized, your mana will disappear, and upon hearing that, he tried to interpret. "Disappear? My mana, so that means it will completely disappear from my body." Ariel raised one finger to explain. "If you are baptized in the Holy Nation, the Lord himself will grant you divine power, but you also know that the human body can only contain one type of mana, since holy power is quite similar to mana." She explained that if your holy power enters your body while your mana is still there, your body will explode because it cannot control them. That is why before your body can fully absorb the holy power, your mana must be removed and gradually replaced by the holy power. I have a question. What if there are people who do not have mana from the start? Ariel explained that in that case, holy power could enter the body without any issues. He exclaimed in amazement. Really? So the mage can hold such a large amount of mana thanks to the magic circle, but normal people without magic circles would not be able to contain it. Right? Ariel praises. That is a good question. He continued to speculate, so that means people without a magic circle can't be granted holy power. Right? Ariel quickly corrected him. No, that is not quite right. God will create a place to hold mana inside your body to ensure you can use holy power. Once something happens to the energy vessel created by the Lord, What we call taboo will contain all the mana circulating in your body. She lowered her eyes and looked at her hands. Continuing, just like we cannot go against what God has said, we are also not allowed to say or do anything that violates our divine will. Everyone calls them taboos. She teased herself, saying it was funny. We can't even say what we want anymore. Jai then spoke up about that, asking what would happen if we did something to oppose the taboo. If we violated our sacred oath, he asked seriously. Ariel took some sticks and said, I already warned you about the taboos within your body. If you oppose the taboo, all the mana in your body will disappear. She threw some logs into the fire as proof, and you will disappear along with them. Ariel slowly added, forever. In this world, are you saying that just by mispronouncing a single word, the curse could make someone disappear from this world? It sounds more like a threat to those who dare to speak full language. Ariel rolled his eyes without looking and replied, I have heard of a few cases where people disappeared for that reason. Yeah, that is why I have to make sure I keep everything under control. In any case, you won't truly be like that. Just know that the mana you currently have will disappear someday. Jai has another question. I have one more question. If all the mana disappears and my body is filled with holy power, then the mana will never return, right? Ariel replied, not only will you be unable to regenerate that amount of mana, but the magic circle within your body will also no longer be able to maintain its function. Jai, after hearing and understanding, concluded that I will lose my mana forever. She forced a smile and did not deny it, saying that once you are used to it, you will see that holy power has its own advantages. While you can't use magic, you can still provide it to others through holy spells and continue helping everyone throughout the battle. Jai folded his arms silently, thinking unhappily that if the mana issue had not arisen, he would be very happy to be able to use holy power. If there is another way, I have to find it. After a while, his group reached their destination. Someone shouted to announce, Holy Maiden, we have arrived at the Holy Nation. Jai looked out from the carriage. Finally reaching the destination after quite a long journey, Ariel told the rider near them, Priest, once we cross the border please head straight to Salonia. The rider replied, Understood. Heading straight to the capital. Are you joking with me? Asking if we are going straight to the capital. Do you mean we will perform the ceremony without any rest at all? Ariel said with a smile, No, the baptism is not something we do immediately. It is a ceremony organized by everyone, so please keep that in mind. Oh. And if you do not know much about the Holy Kingdom, you will need to learn as much as possible before the baptism. I also agree. Learning about the Holy Kingdom is very important, so who will teach me? Ariel straightforwardly replied, I will. She pursed her lips, covering everything from small matters like baptisms to grand things like manners, discipline, and natural order. Ariel assuredly said, I will definitely teach you everything. As I approached the mansion, I could not help but marvel inwardly. It looked magnificent from the outside, but inside was even more dazzling, truly a level above Silokso. Earlier he was shouting in disbelief, saying this whole place belongs to me. As the two of them stood in front of an extremely magnificent mansion, Ariel responded to his earlier question, saying this is the residence of all the holy gods, a sacred place that even the Pope must ask for permission to enter. Everyone working there is carefully chosen and quite influential, so you do not need to worry at all. Once you are settled in, I will review everything I mentioned on the way here. She smiled over his pain and added, of course I will be the one to teach. Now walking alone down the corridor wondering why the manager responsible for guiding her was busy, someone suddenly appeared in front of him. Very pleased to meet you. Your Excellency, proper maid gesturing to guide him said, I will take you to your room. Follow me and observe her with admiration. Whoa. Such presence, just as Ariel described. She must have some status. She can't be an ordinary person. The maid leads the way. Your Holiness, this way. I will follow quickly. All set. She takes you to a luxurious place. This is the room you will stay in. I can't help but shout in my heart. What is this? It is amazing. She continued. Your Highness. Rest now. I will excuse myself. He turned to the guest teacher and replied. Thank you. I can't believe it. I silently assessed the room. Well, this is truly the pinnacle. I am starting to see the difference now. I have really become a saint. Only now do I realize this. The next morning, a voice echoed through the mansion. Holy Father. Attention please. We do not have much time. Let us focus. Ariel had changed into a mature teacher's outfit, holding a stick and looking sharply at everyone. Why did not you read through the document I gave you already? The assessment silently thought. Why is she so excited? She put a full sheet of writing on the table. Now if you look at the first page before Ariel can finish speaking, you cut her off. I remember everything. She was stunned. What do you mean? Then, like a student reciting answers, she began to read the rules smoothly. The baptism ceremony would take place over more than 4 days in 3 parts. Welcoming the Lord, the pilgrimage to announce the new saint and ultimately receive the holy power from God. Among the 3 steps, the final one takes place at a sacred site where the saint is isolated. During the baptism, The saint must not bow their head and they are only allowed to greet others by placing their left hand at a 70-degree angle backwards. Remember the 3 dining etiquette rules. First, do not make noise while eating. Second, do not bow your head. Third, always keep your back straight with elbows resting on your chest. Am I missing something? Ariel crossed his arms with a hint of dissatisfaction. Yet he remembered everything. Are you even human? You raised a question. And I was curious about the third part of the ceremony. Specifically, what exactly am I supposed to do? Since it is not clearly stated, I only know I need to show sincerity to God. What did she have to do? Just for my reference, Ariel snapped back. I did not do anything. Jai looked surprised. I did not do anything. Stop joking around. I am serious. Ariel calmly confirmed that she had simply eaten and slept for a week, after which mana flowed through her and she felt holy power within. Ariel says this is an extremely easy thing. Gi. Full of doubt, the holy power and mana flow naturally appear. Really, is that true? He is the Lord after all. Uriel glared at you sharply and said you are right about everything, but the problem is your attitude. She is not afraid to tease, and even if you have feelings beyond your status, you can adapt to those customs. Remembering and practicing are 2 different things. Ariel says as he takes off his glasses, since it is time to eat, so why do not we take the opportunity to practice as well? Jia had no choice but to agree. Fine then. At the dining table, Jai used a knife and fork to cut the steak properly. Ariel had nothing more to say. Feeling a bit disappointed, you did well. Of course, he said proudly. She was not satisfied, just challenging him like a dare. But there is still a lot more. Just wait and see. Her aggressive attitude confuses him. Is she planning to fight or what? He puts a piece of meat in his mouth and asks, why are you so strict? Uriel was just waiting for him to make a mistake so she could seize the opportunity to remind him. Hey, you should cover your mouth when you are chewing. Gi was dissatisfied. But why? Ariel winked and replied, just like now. Those petty nobles will scrutinize every move you make, so they can't find anything to criticize. Everything we say now must become our weapon. Jai's mood drops. Oh really? Just think about it first. Ariel with a mischievous look says, how can I just think about it when I have such an important task? I still want to stay here with you. But someone just called her Saintess. The maid who guided Gi yesterday led her inside. I apologize sincerely, but please allow me to say this. Ariel wondered, what is it? The nun straightforwardly reminded her that a saint like you is staying at the residence of a newly arrived holy woman. It would attract too much attention and cause many false rumors about both of you. Jai immediately recognized the visitor. Oh, it is her. She continued, I know this might sound rude, but please understand I only want to help you avoid unnecessary trouble. What is your name? Ariel asked the maid, who then realized, oh, I am Belacroix Sir Euclid. The name that caught Ariel's attention as she thought. She just mentioned Belacroix from the 3 great noble families. The 3 great noble families. Among the many noble families across the Holy Empire, there are 3 that serve the saints. And additionally, 6 families that have been granted the title of Sir for their contributions to the Empire. Ariel wondered why someone as important as her was chosen to serve at the residence of the Duke. After thinking for a moment, she nodded understandingly and spoke. Even though I joked about it, I realize I need to be careful, Zay. Without waiting, quickly said, I guess we should head back now. Ariel replied, all right. Goodbye quickly. Go now, go now. She glanced at the maid and at herself. Euclid of the Belacroix family. Right, I will remember you. Thank you for the advice. She humbly, it is my honor. Zay also repeated her name in his mind. Belacroix. He pondered that if he had a noble title, he would definitely be a noble. And a noble serving as a butler is more important than I thought. Duck Than is more significant than I realized. That night, Zay's door was slightly ajar, and he had been playing chess with Chukong for a while. In Clius, silently standing by the bed, stared at him with a terrifyingly fierce expression. Duck Than. She reached out to do something but stopped herself halfway. At Clius, her face was cold and expressionless, lost in thought, while Zay turned and walked away without a word. The next morning, Zay, as if nothing had happened, enjoyed his cup of tea and praised her skill in brewing tea, saying it was truly excellent. Clius humbly replied, thanking them for this type of tea made with petals from the X-lung flower. That night, Clios quietly entered the room, so gently that even Zay, so perceptive, did not notice. However, she did nothing and the next day passed peacefully as any other, as if nothing had happened. Ariel shot a lightning-fast glance at Clios, who was whispering something with a nun. She seems very suspicious. Then she approached Zay and spoke. Your Holiness, I have been informed that everything needed for the ceremony is ready if you wish to proceed. Please follow me. You will be surprised. I thought it was supposed to start in the afternoon. Why are we going now? Ariel interjected to answer. There are still many things to prepare before the ceremony. Do you understand? Zay repeats, not understanding anything. Getting ready. Ariel is scheming. Today you will have to impress a lot of people. After a while, Ariel quietly praised you. The formal attire suits you very well. Aren't you surprised? With this, no one will be able to take their eyes off you. It is my fault. I will gather everyone and train them. Zay strides forward. Don't worry about that. Are we at the venue now? Clius is standing in front of the door confirming. You must be hurt. Your Grace. Inside. The Pope and the high-ranking nobles of Thong Liu are waiting for you. Zay stiffened with emotion. This is so nerve-wracking. I have no other choice. I guess I will just go with it. The door opens, and someone announces, the Holy Saint and the Holy Maiden are entering. Everyone present immediately harbors suspicion in their hearts. That is the new Holy Saint. That kid is the Holy Saint. But then they all coincidentally revealed their shared goal. This is my chance. The two nobles approached Zay and greeted him. Very pleased to meet you. Holy Saint, it is an honor for me to meet you. If you do not mind, please allow me to introduce myself. A hand suddenly blocks the way to protect Zay from behind. Ariel sternly reminds him, I understand that you are all very excited to meet the Holy One, but this is not proper before the ceremony is over. Once everything is done, I believe you will have a chance to greet him. The two nobles immediately turned pale. Holy Lady, you are right, Okluit also added. Please behave properly towards the Holy Saint before the ceremony begins and absolutely avoid any rude behavior that might reveal her as the young lady of the Belacroix family. At this point, no one dares to make a sound anymore. Yes. I apologize. However, they all wondered why she was dressed as a maid. Okluit stepped forward to lead the way. This way. Your Holiness, I will lead you out. Zay forced a smile. We are going outside. After all, she advised that when we arrive, you should prepare to say a few words of your thoughts once you are ready to officially assume the duties of a saint. Zay was terrified and exclaimed that she wanted me to give a speech. This is the first time I have heard about this. Why did not you tell me beforehand? Okluit calmly expressed his indifference. Is this really that important? Hearing that, I felt heartbroken. So the suggestion to impress everyone was meant like this. She took out a reassuring phrase. Don't worry, everything will be fine, Ariel and Okluit said in unison. Say whatever you want. Please feel free to speak freely, as everyone will automatically translate it into what they want to hear. Zay silently marvels at such a perfect performance. Everyone in the crowd thinks the same. Finally, he accepted his fate and sighed. Fine. So what I was going to say is Ariel interrupted. Your Holiness, she smiled brightly to encourage you. Good luck. Zay also smiled back. It is okay. Under the clear blue sky, hundreds of people gather below Zay's mansion. He feels a bit pressured, but right now he feels a little better. I am wondering why there are so many people here. Are all the people in the Empire gathering there? Okluit interrupted. Your Holiness, please take this. He immediately asked, what is that? She explained, a magical tool that, if you hold this in your hand, will allow your voice to carry much farther. Hearing that, he refused. He did not need things like this, Okluit reminds him. Even if he does not want to see it, he must listen to your words. But I think it will be hard for everyone to hear. She just finished speaking. Zay used his own magical power to cast an amplification spell. Okluit was stunned, finding it hard to believe. Magic, and Zay begins his speech. I would like to send my warm regards to everyone present here. Some people are feeling confused. He just said kindly. Keep going. My name is Zay, and I am the chosen successor to become the Holy One. God has chosen someone younger and less experienced than me to be the Holy Saint, so I really do not know what more to say. I am just an ordinary boy who grew up in a rural area of this country. But then I was still chosen to be the saint, and I promised to select a few of you before I made that vow, to ensure the Holy Nation stands at the top of this continent. Allow me to make that promise to all the people standing on this land. I swear that I will make the Holy Nation become the strongest kingdom on the continent. Jai confidently smiles and seals the deal, then extends his hand. Surely hearing a declaration from a child about such important matters might seem a bit amusing to you, but something appearing behind him leaves Clio in shock. The listener was also quite shocked. Jai placed his hand on the opposite side. As long as you continue to trust and support me, I will do my best to help you. Giant fireball floats in the air, and the people below are stunned and talking. A stone. Is it a trap? A 9th level magic circle that only top-tier mages can use. New Saint is an exceptional mage. And then everyone was moved and shouted in unison, long live the Holy Saint, long live. Snap of the fingers and recitation. Cancelled. The fireball disappears on command. The screams of the people grow even louder. Long live the Holy Saint. All right. He turned to Euclid and asked where I should go now. She still looked a bit surprised and replied. Follow me, in this direction, and if possible, further ahead. I hope next time you can speak a little quieter. The volume like before was a bit too loud for the listener, who is complaining. You are only telling me now. At the church's temple, a small tower stands in the center. Jai speaks. Here it is. Havan. Euclid confirms. Yes, please sit inside the circle. I will follow your instructions. She just guides him to be ready when he feels mentally prepared. Please request to pay homage to the Lord. The difficult to understand paper repeats. I humbly request an audience. You mean, he lies down and ponders, not knowing what to say. Then Jai closed his eyes and began to try to transmit his thoughts. Should I have greeted first? Hello. Dear Lord, can you hear me? May I ask? Oh Lord. After a while he suddenly opened his eyes. Then I was stunned to realize I had fallen asleep. Now lying on the hard floor makes my back hurt too much. Jai looks around. Where is Occluit? Has she been in that position all this time? No way. You must be tired. He sat up and continued to ponder. I guess I had to wake up because of Occluit. It is not because my back hurts. Seeing that you are already up, she quickly asked, does God answer his call? Client looks genuinely trustworthy in the matter. Of course, his voice still echoes in my heart. Hearing your heartfelt confession, Client hesitated and said, that is quite impressive. Even Eril needed a whole day and night to do it. Gi, having no choice, responded accordingly. Really? In Client, praise is endless. You truly are the genuine saint. He forced a modest smile, saying it was nothing. But deep down he could not help but feel conflicted. Should I tell her the truth? At the same time, a voice echoed deep in the prison, and it seemed we needed to change our plan a bit with the new saint's arrival. The dark prison was illuminated by the flickering flames of torches. That person continued, our enemy is the holy nation, so we must make a very careful decision. Of course, we just need to wait for the right moment. Only then does the voice owner reveal himself, cloaked in a dark robe, his face hidden, grimly concluding, however, when the time comes, we must ensure that the Holy Kingdom is crushed to pieces at all costs. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a voice cries out in alarm. He is performing the ritual. A calmer voice responds, why are you so agitated? That is why the ceremony was carried out properly. The hot-headed one is hard to understand. Afterwards, the person said the ceremony was ready, and the calm one replied, I heard Marquis Harrow is also involved in pushing that ceremony. In another corner, a voice called out, Father. Son here, a middle-aged man replied in a calm tone. Yes. Barit, Marquis Harrow asked seriously, I know you have heard about the divine body, have not you? He thought at the same time, a holy mage capable of resisting the transformation. We must ensure we can cooperate well with him. Harrow placed his hand on his son's shoulder. This is our chance. Although we missed the chance with that stubborn saintess, if we seize the opportunity to gain the favor of the divine spirit, our family could have influence far beyond the holy nation. He is pleased that his son understood his meaning, so make sure to establish a relationship with him at the banquet. However, always show the utmost respect to him regardless of his age. Remember that he won't leave. Just make sure you do not leave a bad impression on him. He quickly understood, yes sir, and confidently walked away feeling proud. Of course, sir, you do not need to worry. I heard he is just a puppet of the kingdom. Barit was very curious and wondered how he should interact with him at the party. Did anyone hear any gossip about the nobleman? Oh, I heard clearly. That noble young man. Is he an ordinary person? He is truly very lucky to have been chosen and suddenly promoted like that. In summary, Barit added, should we teach him a few basic rules? Coming from the Green family, Green suddenly paid attention to something and spoke up. That person. Barit clenched his teeth, disbelief in his heart. That bastard had never appeared at parties like this before, so why did he suddenly show up here? Someone announced that Zeke was visiting from the frontier. Barit greeted and welcomed the day of the banquet. And Zeke. He glanced over at the sound of the greeting. He hesitated for a moment, wondering what wind could have brought such a distinguished guest here. Zeke sighed. Coming from the Maggie family, Lady Sarah spoke up. I did not come to admire anyone. Barit, then changing her tone to him. Are you looking for someone? Sir Zeke, he asked directly. Has the saint not arrived yet? Oh. Sarah let out a small sound. I think you have not met the saint yet. Barit interjected. That day will come soon, so why do not we wait for this saint together? Green then spoke up. Probably he is busy with urgent matters and can't arrive right away. Barit restrained his anger and agreed. Yes. That is probably it. He cursed silently. That worthless bastard. Is this made just for me? He said again, changing into another outfit in amazement. It is perfectly tailored. It is like the tailor measured me perfectly. In Clieth. She confirmed. Yes. As you said, I estimated your measurements on the day I arrived and sent them to the tailor. This dress was made exactly to your measurements, so it will fit you perfectly. Hearing that, he was even more surprised. Can she really measure my size accurately just by estimation alone? At Clieth, she modestly replied, with enough practice, anyone can estimate like that. He smiled modestly and complimented her. I already knew she was talented the first time I met her, but she is even more impressive than I thought, cool and handsome. At Clieth, he paused for a moment then maintained his indifferent expression. Thank you. I will escort you to the banquet. Please follow me. His smile is a bit awkward. He silently thinks, he is not reacting at all. Huh. She really is like a machine. Returning to the luxurious banquet hall, Ryan assesses that this saint is slower than I thought. Sarais agrees. Well, I think he just needs some time to prepare. Barrett interrupted. Anyway, the listener has not heard what happened during the ceremony, Ryan said with a smile. I heard, but I do not know the details. He tries to guess. It seems we will hear an impressive speech from the Duke. He says that, but Barrett smugly thought to himself, well, he is just an ordinary person after all. At this moment, a voice announced, please pay attention, ladies and gentlemen, Duck Than has arrived. Barrett, Ryan, and Sarais all turn their eyes toward the door. They are here. Let us go inside. Following Euclid, Barrett thought to himself, so that is Duck Than. Huh, he is a bit unexpected, completely different from what I imagined. That calm confidence is perfect in every way. Then Barrett awkwardly stepped forward to speak. Hello sir, I am Barrett, the eldest son of Marquis Harrow. He responded with a smile, so you are from the Harrow family. It is a pleasure to meet you. He clenched his fists with a look of resentment. I could not find a single fault in him. At the same time, a few others also approached to greet him. I am Ryan of the Grain family. I am Sarais of the Marquis Grelin family. I am honored to meet you all. Barrett gritted his teeth. If this keeps up, my plan will fail completely. And then he spoke. I have heard that the Holy Lord was once an ordinary person. Right, Barrett is determined to strike back in order to take control of the situation. He also does not hide it. Yes, I come from a small village in the Cillian kingdom. He continued, so this must be your first time attending a banquet like this. In the end, how could an ordinary person be allowed to attend such a grand banquet? Barrett immediately sensed the hostility. Oh, look at this guy. But on the surface, he still calmly smiles and responds, this is indeed the first time I have come here like you said. Ordinary people are not allowed to attend the banquet. Barrett subtly mocked. Now that the Holy Emperor is no longer an ordinary person, so that rule no longer needs to be followed. Right. Do you think the banquet here feels a bit overwhelming? He gazed at him silently, thinking to himself, yeah, there are always people like that. They are never satisfied with what they have. They can't stand the silence of standing in the background, so they just pretend indifference and get involved in politics to fight for power. Truly despicable scum. After pouring out everything inside, he finally spoke up, seemingly implying that your background determines your worth. Why do you think that? Barrett always says straightforwardly. It is nothing special. That is just my way of enjoying myself. He seems to have found a bit of joy. His heart is somewhat hopeful. People like this usually have in common that they dig their own graves by talking so much. Looks like trouble is coming. I keep responding, but I am not quite used to this kind of life yet, so it is still quite difficult for me to understand everything you are saying. Barrett replied, that is right. I forgot. He lowered his voice and called him Saint. He immediately realizes, it is here. Barrett was sweating but still bravely taunted. He is just an ordinary person like they used to be. He finished speaking before anyone could react, and someone quickly drew their sword. He was stunned. The hall suddenly erupted in excitement. GX's sword was less than 2 fingers away from Barrett's neck. If May had not quickly blocked it, blood would have been shed. At this moment, Barrett realized he had almost met the Grim Reaper and was so frightened he nearly fainted. He shouted loudly, do you think you are doing something right? That was too close. Luckily I stopped it with holy power. The enemy's voice said, Holy Saint, I am deeply ashamed. I sincerely apologize to you for this first impression. He kneels on one knee to apologize and then grits his teeth to add more. However, I cannot let this fool continue to be disrespectful to you. I know it is very rude, but I still can't hold back my anger. Please forgive me. He stands there confused, wondering what he is doing. At Clios now, the Holy Lord speaks up. Please allow me to say that everything this member of the Marquis family just said is blasphemy. How dare he overstep his authority and mock the day like that? I agree. I think we should silence this Barry's and make sure his family faces the appropriate punishment. We need to set an example for the others. Barry's looks pale and trembling. Huh, calm down and speak. You are not wrong. At Clios, he ordered, call Marquis Harrow here for me. She immediately obeyed. Understood. I will be back soon. At this moment, a voice rings out. It is unnecessary. Iriel glanced at the man frowning as he walked down the stairs. He had been observing everything from the second floor and was also heading down. Harrow was humiliated in front of everyone. You idiot. Barry's turned pale and whimpered, Dad, son. Then without a word, he slapped his son hard across the face and cursed at him. You idiot. Barry's curled up, face down on the floor. Harrow kept hitting him. This stupid kid. What do I have to tell you? How dare you show disrespect to the Holy Saint like that? You are so slow. Talking to you is such a waste of time. He shouted for his life. Father, stop your hand. This scene stunned everyone. But they all shared the same thought. Someone should have stopped him. Then the father and son kneeled together at the foot of the wire. Harrow even bowed his head. I sincerely apologize. Please forgive the saint. It is all because I failed to educate my child properly. Please forgive his rudeness. After saying that, he turned to urge his son. Berries. What are you doing? Beg for his forgiveness. He hurried to comply. I apologize. Your Holiness, Clio coldly speaks up. Do you think that by doing this, the Holy Lord will forgive you, pretending to be a loyal guard drawing his sword? Yes. My lord, if you want, I can have the gods punish them immediately. The only one still conscious is the hand reaching out to stop. Hey, stop. Calm down. He looked down, wondering how he should handle this now. Then he spoke up and put the difficult problem on Lord Harrow's shoulders. The Marquis in this situation. He wondered what punishment would be fitting for his actions regarding that. He mumbled. Then it is... Regarding that, he could not say anything and clenched his teeth in silent frustration. My child Berries. She lost her mother when she was very young, and I feel guilty towards it as a father who has not fulfilled his duty. I cannot let it live a miserable life. It must be given a good life with nothing missing but the promise I made. And then he openly expressed that if you grant us mercy and forgive my son for his actions, as a form of apology and remorse from the god will relinquish his title, and he donated his wealth to the church. Gi spoke up. This is not something that can solve the issue of punishing Berries. Everyone must also take responsibility for their own children's wrongdoings. He silently observes him, contemplating the possibility that he might give up his title and donate assets to protect his son. Only when the water source is full can fresh water flow. Then the elder called out loudly, and Berries lifted his face to answer. Yes. Call me today. You inquire. You know you have done wrong. He no longer acts arrogant and is honest. I have disgraced your name with that blasphemous conversation. Berries changes attitude. His anger subsides. I will punish Harrow if he is as foolish as his son. But it seems he is quite sensible, so punishment is unnecessary. Having thought it over, he spoke. That is not your greatest sin. It is that you made your father kneel. I considered punishing you, but seeing the sincerity and love he has for his child, I decided to overlook it. Berries hesitated in disbelief. That means, faced with Oakley Wood and Jake's bewildered expressions. Day confirms, it means I forgive you, he hurriedly said. You are truly kind. Are you really letting this go? Your Holiness. Harrow's eyes welled up with tears, and seeing how moved they were made him wonder, would it be too much if I just leave without doing anything? He added with a bright smile, if you donate generously as you just said, Harrow will agree immediately. Yes. Of course, I would be very happy to donate any amount you wish. Just let me know. Ariel has been watching and awkwardly chuckles twice. A punishment too light for something as serious as betrayal. She blushed a little and looked at him, though she thought he handled it quite cleverly. Then, in the backyard, Jake still could not let go of his concern. I apologize. Your Holiness, are you really okay? Just say the word, and I will punish them right away. He was barely able to stop himself from drawing his sword. Let it go. We do not need to do this. Actually, I have some suspicions. Looking back now, he has been following me for a while. It came so naturally that I did not feel anything strange. Day spoke. I know it is a bit late, but I have never asked for your name before. This sentence startles Jake. He immediately knelt down and bowed his head. I have made a big mistake. Day was extremely helpless. No, I just wanted to know what your name was. He introduces himself. I am Seer Jake of the J Principality. She was surprised after listening and asked, do you also have Seer in the middle of your name? What does that mean? Clius said at the right moment. Seer is a title, the only people with the Seer title in their names. It is those three families who serve the saint and the saintess. Jake added, it is a symbol of our loyalty to him. It is as if it has been enlightened. Othizo is like that, but do we really need so many people? I do not think I really need three noble families serving me. Actually, one is enough, Clius said sternly. Your Majesty, this has been established since ancient times. Please do not feel pressured. Just think of it as a wish from heaven and earth. Jake never missed a moment to express himself. If you truly believe that three noble families are too many and only one is needed, please choose me. I will do my best. At Clius, she looked at him with a deadly expression. Day quickly tried to intervene. I won't force any family to suffer. So do not fight each other, he asked again. What about the other family? Why are there only two of you? Answer at Clius. The remaining family is responsible for protecting him from the shadows. Their true identity must not be known to the enemies. Even we do not know who they are. But we know they are always within the necessary distance to protect the Holy Lord immediately. Just then, Day noticed something. Sitting silently on a nearby branch was a shadowy figure dressed in black. At this moment Day finally realized how strange he was. She was right, they are nearby. Now if I focus, I can see their energy emissions. Start counting. 1, 2, 6. Then he exclaimed in amazement. There are actually 7 people, except for Day. Everyone has a question mark above their head. Oakley would ask, Day, did you see anything? He also looked confused. No, I did not see anything. The person hiding on the branch muttered to themselves, I know now. Even when he was young, that day was still an impressive Grand Mage. The next morning at Day's residence, someone greeted him. Hello, Lord Oakley Wood. She replied. Good morning. She stands in front of the display shelf. Admiring, a memory flashes before me along with someone's words of advice. Wake up now, you are a Billacroix. If you can't even do this, do you think you can carry the Billacroix name? Oakley Wood as a child. With small, trembling hands bleeding as they reply. I'm sorry. Father. The one she calls father and who teaches her. Those who serve the holy saint cannot be weak. Pick up the broken pieces. The small blood-stained hand picks up the sword again. Never before have two saints existed at the same time. I thought once a saint exists, there would be no more. But to serve a saint, I have to try harder. I have to endure suffering to train myself. I have asked myself hundreds of times a day about the purpose of my existence. However, a few years later, as if God was answering her question, a new saint appeared. A voice interrupted her train of thought. Oakley Wood. The saintess behind him asked. Ariel will lead us to the next part of the ceremony. What does that mean? You seem to be laughing at his pain. Is it so hard to understand that the more beautiful woman is supposed to guide him to the ceremony? Oakley Wood quietly thinks. G.I. Saint modestly replied that if you allow me to explain, except on special occasions, only the saints can enter the ceremony venue. It has nothing to do with appearance. Jai put on a judging look and asked, is that why you can't even smile anymore? Ariel pretended to be naive and then he was led into a lush forest. Whoa. It is really wonderful to be outside. I did not know there was a forest like this behind the castle. Oakley Wood said, Sir. This way. Ariel adds we are almost there. He suddenly asked, so what? He looked at the surrounding knights and thought to himself, wait, since there are holy swordmasters guarding this area, it is normal to have many guards protecting the sanctuary. A question mark flashes in his mind, and in front of him now is a long staircase. Ariel replied, yes, sir, this is the entrance. You just need to walk this path to the top. His heart is confused. Enia Tuck, is that right? Ariel cheerfully announced that this part of the ritual shows his respect for the Lord. Earlier you did not use any magic to go up at all. Jai could not hold back anymore and shouted, what? Do I really have to do that? Under the sunset sky, Jai is still climbing and shouting. Wait a moment, he asked with a pale face. Ariel, wait a moment. Can we take a break for a bit? She smirked mockingly. Come on, it is only just beginning. Are you tired already? It seems like your stamina could use some improvement. The moment of frustration that sparked the story. I spent the whole day traveling around the holy nation. You can see it too. But you still trust in us. Oh, I thank you 1,000 times. Holy Saint. He panted heavily as he spoke. If mana could be used, these steps would not be anything special, Ariel said coldly. No, I told you already. Not just here. You are not allowed to use mana even during the ceremony. Do you understand? From now on, you have to walk on your own 2 feet. Just keep climbing step by step. You will get there. Ariel emphasizes, reminds once again, you must not use mana. You will meet me once you complete this challenge. Looking at the staircase with no end in sight, he still clung to a faint hope, trying to reassure himself. All right then, maybe it won't take much time after all. I do not know how long it has been, sweat pouring down. I struggled to catch my breath, because I was lying flat on the ground. What did I just say earlier? It has been ages since I last died. You see the wooden house in front of us. Luckily, at least there is a house here. Maybe it is a shelter. Luckily, it is not a tiger den or anything. Open the door and go in. I just need to stay here for a week. Put your bag down over there. Even though she said I should show respect to the Lord, I still do not really understand what I am supposed to do. Because Ariel said she would not do anything during that whole week, she concluded happily, so I have to make the most of my rest while I can hear. A week will pass quickly. At that moment, I could not foresee the challenges awaiting me ahead, and the harsh reality I have to face during my rest here. Time passes. He happily reaches out to pick a fruit from the tree and says, today's apples are so fresh. These fresh, delicious apples. Open your mouth, taking a bite of the apple and chewing with a look of disgust. I mutter to myself I am already fed up, and then in frustration, he threw the apple away. Enough, that is so cruel. He screams, I am definitely not going to use mana and will do everything on my own, starting a fire with a stick and a spear, then catching and tying it up, but they do not even bother to say exactly what they want us to do. Is not that enough already? What more do you guys want? Then they also started grilling their own food. They said it would only take a week. Just 1 week. In the end, they ate with endless dissatisfaction. So what was the point of the whole month? At least tell me what is really going on. I stood in the forest, shouting, they think we are here to learn how to survive in the forest or something. Holy shit. He finished speaking and sensed that something was unusual. Oh wait. This is, the holy power appears. Surprising him. At last, he responds to me, is it 'cause I am angry? Finally, the moment is lifted off the ground by the source of power as a pillar of light erupts. He cheers aloud. I also have divine power now. Then he lands, but something feels off, making him let out a low growl as he quietly thinks to himself, my divine power is gone. What should I do now? Suddenly, the source of power reappeared. Oh. Just kidding. That is exactly right. Then once again, it suddenly went out. No, what is this now? Then suddenly divine power surges back, exploding with such force it forms a pillar of light, right at this moment. As expected, it disappears again. In that moment, her expression was speechless, silently pondering what the hell is going on. Is God teasing me? Time is passing. She reappears with divine power, while Jai looks sleepily. The entire month has passed and still no holy power. He angrily slings his bag over his shoulder and walks down the stairs. Clearing everything out, appearing even a little means nothing. What is more frustrating is that I can feel the surrounding air becoming fresher thanks to my divine power. I have never been so disappointed. My dreams are shattered. Can anyone help me? As if reading Jai's thoughts, someone shouted, Saint Duck. Ariel was surprised. Oh my god. Why would you do that? Jai thought with great emotion. The first person I have met in a month. Even Ariel would be deeply moved. She knows she was abandoned today, so she came to eat. But in Ariel's eyes, his whole body is now completely covered by holy power. He was so completely covered that she turned pale, still not understanding what was happening. Really? That is hard to believe. So you mean you can't use both mana and holy power? He confirmed. I have not tried using holy power yet. Ariel asked hurriedly. Do you want to try? The ceremony is over. He quickly noticed Ariel's stained dress. What is wrong with her outfit? She forced a smile and replied, I felt a strong holy power, so I came here in a hurry. Hearing that, he reached out and chanted to her. Cleans. The dress instantly looked as good as new, and Jai was surprised at herself. It seems I can still use mana normally. Ariel sighed. Luckily. Then Jai mumbled while rubbing his chin. She can use mana in the air, so why can't she use holy power? Ariel smiled brightly and said it is a pity that he can't use holy power. But so what if you are still the chosen one by the Lord and a great mage? If anyone dares to spread false rumors, just give them a lesson with your magic. Also, it seems that thanks to your holy power, the atmosphere around you is really pleasant. There is also a sweet scent. Ariel leaned in to smell, making Jai wonder. The scent? What does she mean? She is captivated by the description. A warm scent that makes people just want to get closer to him. This sentence helps me decide in my heart. I think I should keep my distance from others until I can control my holy power. At this moment, a loud call was heard. Your Holiness, we are here to congratulate you on passing the ceremony, Zeke said through the enemy's signal. Okluit responded. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Holy Saint, I will send my response shortly. You are here now. Thank you, Zeke spoke. Of course, as soon as we heard the news, we arrived immediately. Okluit added. Holy Saint, you have worked hard. Before you could finish speaking, the two of them immediately noticed the smell on you. Then unexpectedly they both suddenly showed enthusiasm. Hand me the bag. Let me hold it for you. Let me hold it. Do you need anything else, sir? Jai asked with great suspicion. Because I wanted to go home, but the tail behind kept making me helpless. Why are you following me? Zik naturally replied. As a member of the three clans, I must stay by his side at all times. You are not moved, but you are also on high alert. That is suspicious. That night at the mansion, the library echoed with sighs. Too many. Maybe this will be useful for now. One of the books and documents is placed on the table. Before becoming the Saint Lord, I made a promise to myself to recognize it. First, the world is the greatest nation of all. Now that I have officially become a holy king, it is time to fulfill that promise. The first step is to thoroughly understand the city-state from its history and climate to agriculture and commerce, tracing everything back to its origins. To understand all of that, I have to read everything here. Jai immerses himself in knowledge wearing his glasses. Longan, determined to make the holy nation the greatest country, gathered most of the nobles who criticized the empire for its lack of qualification, and in response, Jai suggested some adjustments in agriculture, commerce, and the trade industry. Among those proposals, the Myopa system for developing agriculture received widespread praise from the nobles, and was the first issue to be approved for reform. Myopa is an ancient farming system from ancient Mexico. What's this? Ring was the first to speak in the meeting. But Your Holiness, what do you mean by using priests as mercenaries in these terms? Jai replied with a smile. I mean on the surface, it is just an idea to maximize the use of our priest resources to reduce the number of mercenaries we need to hire. Vang's heart sounded the alarm. It is happening now. The next to speak was Harrow. So you mean to send the priests to the battlefield? He confirmed. Yes, that is correct. So, the Myopa system has sent the priests to the battlefield. Queen Thuakreen said. In that case, the sacrifice of the priests will lead to the fall of our nation, and the number of those wanting to become priests will decrease accordingly. Jai replied. Of course, the priests will only stay behind the front lines as long as the front remains stable, so we can minimize the casualties among the priests. Reen still stands firm, even if the priests have been reduced in number, and she is right, not to mention if they are attacked from both flanks. I calmly explain that we know the battlefield is not a safe or ideal place, and it is best if the priests return safely after fighting. I will not force them into battle without a clear plan. I intend to have the elite troops accompany them to the front, with a team of knights accompanying them, but using priests as mercenaries is just a backup strategy. Even if they do not fight on the front lines, they can still support and boost the soldiers' morale. Seeing the casualties and sacrifices on the bloody battlefield firsthand will surely be an extremely valuable experience for the priests. For the priests, what we really aim for is support from other empires. He repeats, support from other empires. Jai begins to explain that as a kingdom in need of support from the holy nation, they cannot do anything that would put us in danger, and since we are only lending them our fighting force, we can demand compensation if our troops suffer casualties. Lady Tuck is a bit skeptical but still suspicious. That is right, we would gain more control if we lend soldiers to other countries, but even if that is true, is not it too risky? Just then, someone stepped forward, suggesting they use the lives of the priests as collateral, a notion I found appealing. Ariel smiled and raised her hand, agreeing with the Holy Father's idea. Her appearance surprised everyone. Saintess, previously GI and she had discussed and debated together. She looked at the plan table and analyzed. It must be said that although the ideas proposed by the Holy One are very good, there will definitely be certain risks if we actually use priests as mercenaries. GI immediately asked, so is there any way for me to gain the trust of the nobles? Ariel did not see it as a big deal and replied, it is simple. I just need to help you. She placed her hand on the table. We do not need to earn the trust of the nobility. We just need to get past it. Ariel burst out laughing. Money talks. I will take the cheap route. Oh, beautiful girl of the empire. Lady Ariel, I just hope you can help me. Jai snorted in judgment. Just by appearing now, she has truly helped, which makes him secretly admire her. Ariel's influence is truly impressive. It is no exaggeration to say that the entire aristocracy in this country stands behind her, so if Ariel sides with us this time, even if it is a bit underhanded, it is the best way forward. I have no other options left. He crossed his arms and looked at the group of announcers. All right, then consider this matter settled. If anyone else has ideas for promoting the development of the holy nation, feel free to tell me. Some of the nobles were truly convinced by you. I think your idea is quite good. I agree with His Holiness's idea. So the Holy Kingdom gradually completed everything as planned. Considering the difficulty of reforming the farming system, we tested this approach in a small territory first, and the public did not oppose using priests as tax collectors after receiving positive feedback from the clergy themselves. Many kingdoms later requested the clergy to provide aid, and thus the Holy Kingdom gained a significant source of profit, helping to boost investments in agricultural and commercial improvements, leading to the kingdom's continued growth. And he let out a long breath of relief. He placed his hands on the windowsill and looked out, thinking to himself that every area must be smoothly reformed. I need to find specialists for each field and look for suitable people. This is going to be tough. I need to take some time to think about this. At the Holy Kingdom Library, the librarian yawned repeatedly as a girl approached to start a conversation. She seemed so tired. The librarian quickly stood up and said, Lord Iclay, it is time to go home. She replied, Yeah, it has been a while. Just sit down. 3 months have already passed. Right, the librarian replied. Yes, that is roughly right. Iclay looked around and wondered. Whoa. The library is so crowded now. It is strange. Usually it is not this busy. The librarian casually mentioned that the Holy Saint has been here frequently for a few days. She repeated in surprise, the Holy Saint. The librarian pointed to the person engrossed in reading, saying, Probably they have fallen for that handsome face of his. Then Iclay approached and pulled out a chair opposite him, sat down and asked, Are you the saint? He admitted and asked, Yes. What is the matter? At the same time, she wondered who this was and why she was here. Iclay silently evaluated the books you had read before, all of which are related to medicine. With that in mind, she used them to start a conversation. Are you reading these books? Day hesitantly asked again. What do you need? Iclay raised a finger pointing at him. If you have read through all this, you must understand most of it. Day replied. Of course, to a certain extent. She brought up the topic. So can you tell me how you would treat her if she was cut by a sword? Day lowered his glasses and replied. Use holy light to prevent necrosis and then treat normally. Iclay asked cautiously. But do you agree with that? He replied straightforwardly. No. Her answer made her curious to ask further. So what do you plan to do to treat the patient? I will remove the necrotic tissue around the wound based on your idea. Iclay was confused. Removing it? Why? He explained that although people think being cut by a sword is like being poisoned, we can't be 100% sure that the consequences are the same. If a sword cuts in the flesh, it is not the person who gets poisoned, but rather the wound itself and the surrounding tissues are damaged. In that case, simply using the light blade to stop the bleeding and treating it normally won't fully heal it. It is better to cut away the damaged flesh around the wound before proceeding with the proper procedure. You mentioned a certain thing, but Iclay focused on the core issue and questioned it. So, what exactly are the artifacts you mentioned? Day's heart was panicked. She had forgotten that the concept of divine treasures existed in this world. Without waiting for his reply, she continued, "But still, the divine treasures you mentioned can't be healed with light beams. But is not it too cruel to just cut out the rotten part?" This opinion Day also somewhat agrees with. You are not wrong, but that is the best way. Hearing that, Eclay leaned back in his chair and concluded, as long as the patient can be cured, the method does not really matter. Day quickly retorted, "That is not what I meant." Suddenly, she slammed the table and stood up, cutting him off. "I understand perfectly." Eclay reached out to Day, indicating, "Please allow me the next 10 days at the library and we can surely discuss this matter in more depth there." Then she changed the subject, asking me to forgive her for not introducing herself properly. "My name is Eclay, leader of the conservative pastors," and that name surprised Day. Eclay, huh? He thought in disbelief. Leader of the conservative pastors, could this be Pastor Eclay? This is probably the first time we are officially meeting, but I have heard many stories about you. Clay smiled kindly. Feel free to ask any questions about the medicines. Still, I wonder why a saint like you would study a useless field like this. Day looked at the book in front of him and said, "Even if you said so why are you studying medicine? I thought you said it was useless. You said learn." Eclay gently brushed her hair to the side to reveal her other eye. "I was hoping it could help improve my own eye." But Day did not seem surprised at all. Then he asked softly, "So you have been like that since birth?" "Right." She was also quite surprised by his reaction. He thought to himself that he was not surprised after seeing it, but he smiled and replied outwardly, "Yes, that is right. I have been like this since I was born." Day kept asking, "Can't you see anything with that eye? Do you feel any pain?" "I do not feel pain, but I am not blind either." "Your voice is a bit shaky. Do you think you will be okay if I take a quick look?" Clay agrees without hesitation. "It is okay. Go ahead." He stepped closer to observe. "Oh, this is cataracts." When she heard him say that, she asked back, "What is cataracts?" Day did not respond right away but probed further, although I was not entirely sure. "What about at night? Can your eyes see in the dark?" "Yes. My eyes can see a bit better in the early evening, so it must be cataracts. If you want I can explain more about this condition," Day said as he picked up chalk and wrote on the blackboard in the room. "Look this way. What I am drawing is a normal eye. This is the cornea, and this is the lens. When we look at something, the lens focuses the light and makes the object clearer in our eyes. However, in your case, the lens is cloudy, and the disease that causes the lens to become cloudy is called cataracts." Agley gently touched his eye and asked, "If it is that disease, then why can't I cure it? If it is just a disease, should not there be many medicines to treat it? It could also be because she was born that way. What can I do when even holy magic cannot heal her?" Jai That Wrong explained that holy magic is used to heal damaged parts of the body. However, if her body does not recognize that as a wound, then maybe that is why it can't be healed by healing magic. Agley pointed his eye and said, "Then is not it wrong that I can't see with my normal eyes?" He replied, "That is only for normal people. Since she was born this way, her body does not recognize there is a problem. Anyway, she needs something done to her eyes to cure this disease." "But how?" Jay says nonchalantly. "Well, we need to cut deep into your eyes." She was startled and exclaimed, "You mean my eye? That is just part of the healing process. We need to remove the cloudness in her eye, and we need an alternative replacement for her eye." You think to yourself that although removing the cloudness from her eyes seems feasible, there are no artificial lenses in this world, and even if we cure her, it won't help if she goes blind. Agley standing aside watching your contemplative expression, she gently smiled and said, "It is okay. There is no need to worry about a chronic illness. I am sure I will find a way to cure her soon." He stared blankly. "Even if I can't cure it, even if it is in another world, I also can't cure cataracts." "Agley," you said confidently, "do not worry. I am sure I can cure her." She laughed out loud when she heard that. "You are so funny." "All right, then let us do it. Follow me. There is a place I want to show you. This is my research lab. This is the lab that the Holy Nation built for me to study medicine. Feel free to use it whenever you want." "Really?" "Yes. I feel very lonely here too. This is the least I can do to help someone in the same field." He smiled excitedly. "Thank you very much." And then Say began studying at Agley's headquarters. Cut to a month later. "Let us see. This is the blood of the second giant." He took out a small tube and slowly poured it onto the glass dish below. After reacting with the air for a short time, its properties became very viscous. But as I was still speaking, it hardened, turning into a piece of jelly. "That is right. The blood samples from different monsters have different properties. If we can utilize them, we might make some progress." "That is right," Jai asked Agley softly. "But is not it impossible to mix the blood of different species?" "Yes. They can touch different bodies, so they can die instantly. There is a special case, unlike other species. Oz's case, because they have an extremely good adaptability, so it seems fine to mix their blood with that of other species." Hearing her say that, he wondered to himself, with such a high adaptability, Is there a way I could check it out? Cut to scene. Now it is late afternoon, in the forest behind the great palace. Jai is focused on collecting and examining various useful herbs and plants. After feeling he had taken enough, he slowly stood up and exhaled. Today was enough. Just then, he noticed a rustling sound and a shadow nearby. What could it be? He walks straight over and sees an Oros and a giant, both knocked out, probably from a recent fight. He quickly notices their pained, distressed faces, and it seems the giant is in shock from bleeding heavily, having fought a much larger opponent remarkably. He is still alive. Then he glanced at the giant lying sprawled on the ground, and for a moment he remembered Igle's earlier words, that unlike other species, Oz's case was different because they could adapt extremely well, so mixing their blood with that of other species seemed okay. He smiled, rummaging through the bag on his side. This was the perfect chance to test it, seize the opportunity. Suddenly, the orc let out a sudden cry. It looked around in confusion, and upon seeing the giant nearby, it could not help but startle. It tearfully looked at the wire standing in front of it, and he, seeing this, asked, "You are awake?" Orc panicked, and he immediately stopped him. "Stay still, do not move. Stay calm." Day quickly used magic to tie up its hands and feet. "Calm down. I do not mean to kill anyone. I am saving lives. You have lost too much blood, so I transferred blood from the giant into you. I am in a hurry. I have not finished with you yet." He suddenly notices the white liquid oozing from ORC's wound. So that is it. The blood. But why does it look like this? Wait, it looks like it is becoming transparent. Day burst into excited laughter. Perfect. With this I can do it now. The sunset sky with its brilliant golden hues envelops the dense forest, which must be the place Eglay told me to go. Day walks while thinking. As he transfers the blood from the Cho monster to the orc, its color becomes more vivid. I never expected that mixing blood from two different monsters could produce such a perfect result. If I focus my research, I might be able to create a lens that manipulates light. That way, Eglay's cataracts could be cured. Now I need to gather more blood from the Cho and orc monsters. Before that, I asked Eglay, if we want to research the orc and Cho species, where should we go? Orc and Cho nodded slightly and said there is an abandoned small village called Gihio near the outskirts of that castle. I heard that the surrounding forests are often filled with groups of orc and Cho monsters. Without hesitation, I quickly headed to that village, and sure enough, as Eglay said, it was completely abandoned. Everything here is very messy and old-fashioned. I feel a bit scared looking around because it is already evening now, so everything looks even scarier. So this ruined place used to be Gihio village. I thought she was exaggerating, but it turns out it really was abandoned. Suddenly, I noticed something there in the corner of the wall. Two children were sitting leaning against each other. Are they also abandoned? I wondered silently. Immediately, one of the children quickly noticed his presence and did not avoid him, slowly walking over. "Hello. Do you want to eat this?" He took a piece of dried meat out of his bag. "Take it. It is okay. It is not poisoned or anything." I swear. The little girl, still very cautious, still reached out and took it. Day smiled, thinking at least they trust her. The only thing she could do to help is give the children food, and this, he kept rummaging through his bag and then took out a small pouch. That one. The girl opened the bag to reveal shining gold and silver coins inside. Day calmly said, "Take that and go to Salonia. This money is enough for both of you to find a place to rest and buy food." The little girl looked at him with a fierce expression and asked, "But why did you do that to someone you have never even met before?" He heard her and burst into a smile, just acting naturally, without any reason at all. There is really no reason for it. The girl furrowed her brow, unable to understand his actions, but they still took the items and left. Day did not stay there any longer and continued exploring around the village. Inside, he thought, I did not expect to see this scene just after leaving the city. The current law can help the people. That kid, I need to investigate further. One day, I will bring prosperity back to this place and build the best version of the Holy Kingdom. The scene shifts to the next morning as warm rays of sunlight seep through this dense, wild forest. Day has been walking alone all night and finally finds a fairly large cave there. He slowly entered inside. So this is the monster's lair. Inside, a monster was peacefully sleeping, and Day reminded himself to be careful and not let them wake up. He carefully approached it step by step. Then, Day took out a syringe from his pocket and apologized for sneaking in here. "I just need a little blood. Once I am done, I will continue on to the Orca's residence." "Hey!" When they hear your voice, they all turn to look. "I am here to ask you for a favor," and the orcs immediately show angry expressions. They run straight towards him. Day forces a smile and asks, "You are not planning to listen to me?" He quickly used magic to bind them and caught them. Day looked at the chained orc and suddenly realized, "Wait, it is me. Do you remember me? I saved you when you were on the verge of death." Remember, stay calm and listen to me. He smiles and points to the pile of animal corpses beside him. I only asked for one thing. I will pay you back. Agree to let me go. Everything was smoothly settled, and I was holding the test tube containing their blood. She says it is thanks to the orcs that she was able to succeed. First, let us go back and organize everything. Just then, hurried footsteps suddenly sounded. Huh. You are. The girl you pulled out last night is tearfully pointing ahead. What is going on? Is something happening over there? Over there. The girl is being beaten and slammed against the wall. The big thug holding the money bag in his hand sneers and threatens. Now have you seen the consequences of refusing a toast and drinking the punishment instead? Huh. The little girl said clearly. Give it back, auntie. Give me back my money. The girl stared wide-eyed at them, and the thugs, sensing the aura emanating from the boy, slightly frowned. You little bastard. What did you just say? They raised their big sticks high. How dare you talk back to me? Stop right there. Day hurriedly stepped in to stop him. The gang leader shouted when he saw him. Who are you? But he did not answer and asked, what are you doing? He quickly snatched the stick and said, who are you? Day silently observes for a moment. So he has stolen money. Not stopping there, the thugs immediately surround him. It seems he is from a wealthy family. But no wealthy person would come here alone. Let me teach you a lesson. The gang leader shouted a broad order to catch him, and everyone rushed forward. But Day simply waved his hand lightly and knocked one of them to the ground. How can he defeat that guy with just one strike? He asked seriously. No. Do you think everything will go according to your plans? But the men did not give up, attacking relentlessly, only to be sprawled across the ground moments later. Dust swirling everywhere, the little girl hurriedly ran over and hugged her sister tightly. Day gently asked beside them, are you both okay? Sorry for what happened. Let us go. I will take you somewhere safe to rest. I am sorry, but that is not allowed. A clue, it said softly. This is a sacred place. Only saints and their followers are permitted to stay. We cannot allow children of unknown origins here. Day pointed at the two children and said, even if saints are staying here, is not there enough space for these two kids? I am sorry, but the rules here are like that. I sigh softly. What kind of strict rules are those? I did not know they existed. I smile and turn to tell them not to worry. I will definitely find a place for the two kids. Then, the two children looked at the scene before them with a fierce expression. So what now? This place should be okay, right? In front of them was a two-story wooden house with quite a spacious area. This would be where they would stay from now on. I just bought this house. I forgot to ask. What are your names? Jai softly asked. Now I just remembered I have not asked the kids' names yet. The girl replied softly. We do not have names. We do not have names. Then let us see. One name. Got it. All right. How about this? Why not call me Creed and my sister Mary Neat? Those are very meaningful names from my hometown. The two children looked at him with wide eyes. And Gi, seeing this, felt a bit embarrassed and asked if it sounded bad or if she did not like it. No, that is not it. Miss? The girl could not hold back her tears and said she did not know how to express her gratitude anymore, and she was very thankful to him. He looked at them with a compassionate gaze. Both children said thank you to him. Scene shifts to Eglay's laboratory. Jai is focused on tinkering with something. Eglay gently calls, Gi, are you still working on that? What are you trying to do? He continues to work intently and responds, just wait. I am doing all this for you. Eglay, I finally finished it. Jai used magic and many other things to forge a bright emerald green eye. She looked at him with suspicion and asked, you said this is for me, so you are still trying to cure my eyes. Are you still serious about that idea? Of course I am. I smiled and said, I finally found a way to help you. Look, I took out a test tube. These are the components that can cure your eyes. Eglay looked stunned. That thing, can it really cure my eyes? Exactly what is it? Where did you get it from? This is Chu blood. Cho blood. How can you be sure it works? Jai calmly replied. I mixed it with Orosi's blood. As you said, Orosi can adapt to anything unlike other species, and I happened to discover this by chance. When Orosi's body can accept different types of blood, the blood has been purified in the process. Therefore, by introducing the blood into an Orosi's body, we can create a purified type of blood that only contains what can be repaired. So, you said that blood could cure my eyes, right? Yes. But I need you to trust me. Eglay still doubting this. I need to trust him tomorrow. Jai softly smiled and said casually, because we will have to insert it into your eye to heal. Hearing that, she was stunned and flabbergasted. What do you mean by removing the cataract and then putting that blood into my eye? Are you really serious about this? But he remained firm, explaining that they would essentially cut away the damaged retina and replace it with this. Seeing Eglay's contemplative expression, he thought, she needs to think about it. She never imagined such a procedure existed. Sighing softly, he thought for a moment before suddenly bending down, surprising Eglay. She exclaimed in confusion, what is he doing? Does he know what it means for a saint to bow his head? I understand why you hesitated. It sounds impossible and unfeasible. which is why I want you to trust me this time. I will take responsibility and do my best to save it. Eglay did not expect him to be so serious. I can feel the sincerity in every word this kid is saying, the intention to heal and that genuine goodwill. I can feel it deep in my heart, and I think this is truly crazy. She smiled and said, all right, let us do it. Anyway, I can't use this eye anymore, so if a small chance arises, I will seize it. Then, Eglay completely entrusted Day, who lay still on the surgical bed, while Day wore full protective gear to ensure safety and cleanliness. Now, using mana to keep her eyelids open, I will detach the retina and remove the damaged part. After replacing all the damaged parts, I will replace it with an artificial retina. This step is not too difficult, but without the necessary equipment, it is tricky. I have to do it all by hand. Day is extremely focused on doing each thing step by step, but who am I? I am Baekdu-sun, the hand of God. A moment later, Eglay finally woke up from her coma, softly calling out, her eyes slowly opening. Hearing her, he gently asked, Eglay, are you awake? Eglay looked around confused, then sat up in disbelief. My eyes. She can now see clearly with both eyes and can see the sunlight shining into this bright room. Eglay could not hold back her tears, and Day gently smiled beside her, asking how she felt. Can she see everything clearly now? How does it feel? She still feels like everything is just a dream. Yes, I can see clearly. Please tell me this is not a dream. He gently looks at her, and together they watch the early sunlight and white birds flying outside. At the same time, in the temple, Harrow hurriedly ran in to deliver the news. Your Holiness, there is an urgent matter. A large force is approaching the border. They are clearly heading towards the Holy Palace. Iriel frowned and asked again, what are you saying? An armed force is coming here. Where are they from, and how far are they from us? Harrow, panting heavily, replied that it was the news he had just received, so he did not have details, but it seemed they were not coming from any specific country. The force was led by a soul master and an army of undead. The scene shifts to the forest monument near the city, where the sky is now overcast, and a bright blue-purple light illuminates the area. The sound of footsteps echoes continuously, and wherever they go, the plants wither away. This dark, haunting aura is spreading throughout the vast forest. Just as Harrow said, a soul master from the continent is leading that army of the dead, and they all look incredibly formidable and arrogant. Attention, everyone. Tomorrow, the Holy War begins. Are you ready? Get ready. As the flags flutter gently in the wind accompanied by passionate shouts, the vanguard knights lead the way, with guards and swordsmen defending behind them. Many lives are at stake, so everyone prepare yourselves for the battle. Then the guards and knights dispersed into small groups, talking among themselves, and I still could not believe we had to face the undead. The young guard noticed the dazed expression of the boy next to him and asked, Hey, what are you looking at? Oh, about that. During times like this, I usually think about my family instead of praying. I often remember my family like that. I should have visited them before heading to the battlefield. I thought so too. Prayer is the last thing I consider. I overheard this from the officers, but it seems a new saint will join us in this battle. Really? Are you talking about someone who can control stars? Still, it takes 4 days to get from Salona here, and the question is whether we can hold out until the saint arrives. Both of them looked up anxiously at the clear blue sky, praying to God for us. Transition scene. Now it is late afternoon at the cathedral. Iriel pulled her hood tight and kept sighing. She whispered that the Pope had ordered the new saint to move to the border. Yes, the order was given by the Pope himself. She silently pondered the fact that we might have to face a force so powerful that even the Pope had to call upon the new saint to fight. Iriel continued to ask, do we have reinforcements from neighboring countries? Harrow quickly replied, we have sent a request for aid, but it seems it will take 5 days for them to reach the battlefield. In that case, who will accompany the newly saint? Harrow slightly furrowed his brow and said, the third knight, along with the holy relic and the royal guard, are all on their way to the border. Iriel looked stunned upon hearing this, thinking to herself, surely that is all our forces. He just silently looked at her without saying a word. Iriel was furious now, slamming her hand on the table and shouting, is the Pope crazy? My opponent is a necromancer from the magic era. I bet he knows that is not enough to fight them. In the age of magic, from ancient times, magic was a subject of great interest and research, and the entire continent flourished due to the development of magic. However, the forces that worshipped necromancy brought about the collapse of that era, and the person considered the key factor in that downfall was the King of Death, the Soul Summoner. He has been resurrected. Harrow whispered, we are not only facing external enemies but also must watch out for the seeds of civil war, so we can't send more forces to the front line. Iriel looked at him coldly, and because of that, the border fortress is considered lost, which is why the Pope, Saintess, we have received a warning that the enemy forces have approached earlier than expected from the southern mountains. The battle has already begun. Saintess, Ariel whispered softly, then quickly ran outside. Harrow called out loudly. Saintess, Ariel paid no mind and ran straight ahead. I can't waste any more time like this. Attack now. All archers fire their arrows into the forest. The approaching enemy troops immediately target everything, while fully armed knights rush forward to fight them with swords. On the city wall, the mages quickly chant blessings, praying for strength to withstand the enemy's spears and to fight back. This makes things easier. Perhaps we can end this before reinforcements arrive. The commander sternly warns. Don't let your guard down. Not all our enemies are weaklings. The strongest are only just arriving. As expected, within seconds, the white spirits burst out from the wave corpse's armor. They are here. Advance. They also have wave swordsmen. Everyone retreat. Regroup. And the commander had not finished speaking. A spirit appeared in front of him, blocking the way, followed by a scream of agony and blood splattering everywhere. The others saw this and all ran away quickly. But it was too late. They were continuously destroyed by the wave killers and those spirits. In an instant, everything was covered in the smell of fresh blood and screams, as the soul trickster leader stood calmly to the side. Watching everything, he chuckled loudly. It is wonderful to see these humans being replaced like this. Come on, my wave killers, do not leave a single one alive. The knights quickly realize something is happening. The enemy forces are growing stronger. Fall back and wait for reinforcements. The commander grits his teeth and silently wonders, God, have you abandoned us? Just then, someone whispered a warning. Commander, watch out behind you. Behind him is a giant wave slayer with a massive body, holding a spear and ready to strike. Before he could make sense of everything, a streak of blue light suddenly appeared. The commander looked back in confusion. Gi frowned at the bloody scene unfolding here and wondered if it was real. Because yes, they are really crowded. He quickly rushed forward, moving while recalling what had happened earlier. So you want me to go to the border in this situation? Due to the urgent circumstances, the Pope has no other choice. Based on the reports about the border, it seems like a suicide mission. We will also face internal conflicts as we deal with a soul master from the continent. Even if we manage to defend the border, we can't do much if we fall into internal conflicts. It is very complicated. After hearing this, Gi told them to report back to the Pope that she would go and defend the border. Right now, he is on the bloody battlefield. Everyone was stunned to see his appearance. Holy Father, why are you here? Gi did not respond but ordered them to immediately divide the wounded holy knights and have the priests heal them. The royal guards will protect the holy army. Thank you, Your Majesty. The commander and the priest both frowned and responded. If they divided the troops to treat the wounded, they would not have enough forces to stop the zombie army. That is right, we should wait for reinforcements. He asked softly. It seems we are in a bad situation. Huh. What does that mean? They quickly realized that the nearby zombies have melted away. Is it because of the holy power of the saint? I knew it. This is the saint. Gi gently furrows his brow in sighs, thinking to himself, becoming a saint just to die. It seems that dying in the wrong place is part of your duty. Just then, a loud scream echoes, and he quickly turns his gaze behind him. Then a stream of golden light appeared, destroying the living fog. Gi looked at the approaching horde and thought, although I used holy power to deal with most of them, there are too many, so I need to take care of them a bit. At some point, I guess there was a protective shield to defend against the fire explosion. Gi frowned and asked the man, who looked like a second soul reaper. Well, he was extremely panicked inside, so he definitely can't use magic as a saint. Right, this is not the time to be careless. I can't let my guard down. The Chahan Su begins to chant, reject the call of hell and return from the land of the dead. A powerful regret can even make the death demon kneel. From the shadows, he summoned another group of fog sword warriors. The commander shouted loudly, there are many Death Knight knights, but Gi remains as calm as ever, softly reciting and healing. Immediately, a blue energy enveloped the Death Knights, causing them all to fall. The Soul Cha sorcerer was stunned by this scene. My Death Knights, the panic-stricken man shouted, you can't stop me, Spear of Mist, but in an instant, Gi used destruction to block his attack again. They quickly restrained his limbs, and the Chaos Soul Master staggered, eyes wide open, overwhelmed by this incredible power. This guy is a saint. No, a saint could not have such power. He must be an angel or a god. At this moment, a sudden punch straight into the guy's head. A priest could not contain his anger and bitterness. Damn it. For the sake of Serenia, the pride of the Holy Knight is shattered, and they will face the consequences. He looks around the battlefield, the red flame still burning fiercely. Scattered on the ground were corpses. I see. Even the dead soldiers became gulls. Those undead were once members of someone's family. Children. Friends. Lovers. The least I can do is let them rest in peace. That is why I give the final farewell. Healing widely. A gentle blue light shines down from above on the soldiers and priests who have turned into revenants. Their bodies gradually disappeared, merging with that gentle light as the rain slowly fell, gradually extinguishing the blazing flames. The rain grew heavier and heavier, as if trying to wash everything away. The guards, swordsmen, and priests all could not hold back their tears and sobbed uncontrollably. He pursed his lips and wondered if he could save them if he were faster, but he pushed that thought aside and focused on him first, glancing at the summoner chain nearby. He whispered, "You talk so much, after a lifetime of keeping those corpses. Are you afraid of reuniting with them?" But he burst into a crazy laugh, scared and hilarious. "This border is not the end. Now we should have conquered Celonia. Why did not you surrender?" "Daenum, order the commander. Haha, take him back to the holy nation. I need to return." He thought seriously, just as he suspected an uprising within the ranks. "I have to hurry up." At the same time, in the small town, screams are ringing out continuously. The fog creatures have invaded the residents' homes, and they are running in panic everywhere. "Help me." Just then, a sword slash cut through the air, destroying one of the fog creatures. "Ozek, you are impressive, truly a sword master. Do not mess around." She smiled softly as she looked around, seriously wondering where my saintess is now. The white smoke kept rising into the night sky of the town, and the living fog was gathering in large groups, emanating a powerful aura that made opponents feel suffocated. While the swordsman hurriedly shouted out that the enemy was approaching. "Everyone, retreat quickly. Ariel must use the holy sword to destroy them." She frowned, thinking that no matter how many times she kills them, they keep coming back. They are no longer just the living dead. Now they are like an unorganized army, and the other swordsmen are also fighting tirelessly. But the numbers are heavily against us. The options we can take are gradually running out. At that moment, a faint shout was heard, followed by a swift and sharp sword strike. That single blow shattered the enemy into pieces, and Ariel was stunned by the sword's power. She immediately recognized that Fiha and the female Lord Dek. Dek solemnly and politely said, "Greetings, Lady Saint. I apologize for this late greeting, but I hope you understand my situation." On the other hand, Fiha happily walks over, "But now that I am here, please do not worry anymore." She tightly holds one of Ariel's arms and asks without concern, "Lord Dek, what are you doing here, and what does the Holy Saint plan to do?" He immediately replied, "This is the Holy Saint's order. What do you mean?" Dek clenched his lips in silence and then went back a little. Dek was struck hard on the forehead by a string with his hand. He frowned and asked, "Where do you think you are going?" "Stay in Celonia for me. If you come with me you will only be a burden." Dek, still dizzy, respectfully replied, "I will do my best not to be a burden to you, Your Holiness. So please allow me to follow." Jai Vatha met moitho daimat hoi. Vatha doimat voi to di. Nungoi to nun rangmeng ko du suk di kong lam vong chanafai kong. Vatha he chung min chudiksa. Dek looked him straight in the eyes and nodded. "I understand now." Then he swung his sword towards the rope while thinking, "I am very sorry for this, Your Holiness." But in an instant, he easily blocked his attack. And Dek, surprised, widened his eyes as that sword wind. He asked with a smile, "Do you understand now?" He was completely ruthless and unbelievable. No way, even if he truly controlled the sword wind, to be able to easily block my attack with such a slender sword. Ditch seriously said once more, "The person who needs to be in another place. That is the place you need to go, back in the present." Ditch gently explained to Ariel that being by his side would not help, which is why I felt worried and came to support you. Lady Ariel. Seeing Ariel's serious face, Faya softly called out, "Miss Ariel," but she did not respond and thought to herself, "No way, he does not understand the danger of a soul master." She could not help but blame him. That fool has no idea how complicated the situation really is. Ariel does not know that right now. Jai has already set foot back in Celonia. What a pity. He stood watching the bloody scene around him, truly worried for marrying Grit. Just then, a voice called out, "Your Holiness." Jai immediately turned around when he heard the sound, and behind him, Mary was crying as she held Grit in her arms. Both children were covered in fresh blood, but Grit was now lying still and unresponsive. "Mary, how is she?" "Saint." Jai hurriedly ran towards, "Is Mary okay? And what about Grit?" I reach out to check, but I do not feel a pulse or any signs of life. Judging by her condition, she might be gone too. Mary sniffles and speaks softly. "Saint, Grit, she has been fragile since she was a child, as her older sister. I should have protected her." I purse my lips and say, "Mary, I was wrong to bring you here. It seems I have caused you more pain." "I'm sorry. But that is not true. I did my best to give you a better life. It is not my fault. Even if it is, if only you were stronger. Could you protect your sister then? You want to become even stronger." He fell completely silent, quietly observing the corpses around him and the body of the knight behind the two kids, noting that these injuries were not caused by a warrior from the Holy Nation. Based on the nearby clues, it seems Mary was the one who killed him, which means the girl has talent. If that is the case, he said softly. Those hiding over there, come out now. But all he received in return was complete silence. Frowning in anger, he retorted, how dare you ignore my words like that? 2 on the roof, 3 hiding under the tree, and 1 by the fountain. And also, someone following me, you better come out now. Immediately, a group of people with their faces covered appeared, the Black Clan, the betrayers of the land. We humbly greet your excellency the saint. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Hong Yong, one of the 7 messengers of the Black Clan, and from right to left are Huck Yong, Trong Yong, Se Yong, Sisi, Su Yong, and Hun Yong. After hearing that, he looked confused and tired. Who was lazy enough to come up with those names? Huck Yong, Su Yong. Putting that aside for now, he slightly frowned and said, all right, the reason I called everyone here is obviously because, but everyone is taking care of this child. Hong glanced at Mary. That girl. Right, this girl has the talent to become a deadly assassin. She observed the girl with her sharp eyes. After all, based on observations, this girl even managed to survive after the enemy swept through this area. But even so, if you want to train her as an assassin, before she can finish her sentence, the line was cut off sharply. I have no intention of leading the girl down that path. I just want her to have the chance to realize her potential, Suyong gently said, meaning that he wanted us to teach her that technique precisely. Suyong understands my intentions perfectly, but Hong immediately refused, saying it is not possible because we were ordered to protect on the 24th and have no time to teach anyone. That is right. And moreover, some of us can't reveal our identities because if the information leaks out, it could directly or indirectly pose a threat to you. Hearing this, Day thought, I knew it would be difficult. But these guys are too rigid, he asked quietly. Even if it is my order, as soon as he finished speaking, their bodies all twitched. Day could not help but feel amazed. Oh! They reacted to the word command, and he smiled softly. Then I will order all of you to teach and train Mary in the skills a Reaper needs. Even if they do not want to, they must obediently obey the order. Good. Oh right, now the whole funeral organization for that girl is properly arranged, thanks to you, he gently said to Mary, who was sitting quietly beside him. All right now, Mary. Now go with them and try to learn diligently. They are all trustworthy people. Can you do it? The little girl asked nervously. Yes. I can. But what about him? I have to go help everyone before it is too late. Holy Saint. He gently reassured her. It is okay. It won't be long. The scene shifts to Israel, where the blessing team keeps using holy powers to strengthen the swordsman. Oh. It is the blessing. Maybe God is on our side, she loudly shouted. March forward now and seize victory. Fei He, standing beside her, felt extremely worried for her. Saintess, are you okay? I think you have used too much holy power, Israel calmly replied. The road ahead is still long. It is okay. But first, Fei He, can you take care of the left flank and retreat? Of course, leave it to me, she silently thought to herself. Although she said that it was only a temporary strategy, we still do not know how many troops the enemy has left, and we can't keep blessing them recklessly. The best we can do is weaken their morale and make them retreat. Then, he is a 9th tier archmage, so he probably won't die easily. She clenched her hand tightly. Just a moment, I will be there soon. Just then, a sword suddenly shot toward Israel. She was too lost in thought to react in time, but Israel quickly used the sword saint to block it. Then, a soft laugh echoed. Pleased to meet you, Saintess. Israel immediately recognized the opponent. Dukrahat. I did not expect even you to be involved in this, Master Swordsman Dukrahat. Smiling calmly, said. Oh look, it seems the Saintess does not care much about my greeting. Ditch quickly stepped forward to shield her. Saintess, are you alright? He looked at him with a smug attitude and said, well, look who it is. Is this the little brat causing trouble again? You seem to have grown stronger since the last time we met. Ditch frowned and replied, take this, Dukrahat. You should be ashamed for betraying the Lord. He calmly chuckled and said, the holy nation is about to perish. You must realize that yourself. Right, the holy nation is too small under our super-powerful hands. Israel gritted his teeth and thought to himself. As always, this guy makes me furious, but there really is no chance. Even if he annoys me, the opponent is still a master swordsman. At this point, with my holy power nearly depleted, I probably can't fight him anymore. He is one of the strongest swordsmen on the continent, and even if I charge in with Ditch, it would still be difficult to handle. Immediately afterward, Gad quietly proposed a suggestion. Why do not we try to pause and let our troops retreat for now? Israel was puzzled and did not understand what plan was he making. Does he think highly of us? Or did I miss some detail? Unlike Israel's worries, the enormous holy power she wielded truly helped them gain the upper hand and successfully weaken the enemy's morale. And he was also contemplating internally that our troops were gradually being pushed back. Even if it were us now, It would be very difficult to face both a high-level swordsman and the Saintess at the same time. It is better to retreat for now and strengthen our forces. That is exactly what Gahad is thinking. Israel is also considering. It is a good proposal, very beneficial for our side. If we can hold out until reinforcements arrive, then let us temporarily cease the fighting. Gahad smiled quietly. Indeed a wise decision. It seems we have nothing more to say to each other. Just then, another voice suddenly interrupted. Hey, do you think you can just leave whenever you want? He looked up in surprise at the faint sound. The others were just as stunned. This voice. No way, do not tell me. The second slowly approached them. Thinking this was a market where you could come and go as you pleased, disrespecting the holy god, you lower your voice and carefully consider Rockstorm. Psychokinesis. Vi. It has been quite a while. I have been too cautious with my limbs, in case I lose control. Right now, a large fireball quickly forms in the sky, so I can't guarantee your safety. While the human body can only contain one type of energy, saints chosen by God convert their magical energy into holy power, so they can no longer use magic. Zahad could not believe what he was witnessing. What on earth is happening to this kid? Zay calmly said. Whether you want to deny it or not, I will give you some time. That fireball keeps getting lower and lower. He swallowed hard and stammered. So how are the representatives' battles going? He raised an eyebrow and asked back. Huh. The representatives. Zahad forced a smile and continued. I believe this will be a beneficial deal for you if you plan to kill everyone here. I am sure it will be a difficult problem for you in the future, like facing me one-on-one with a chance to win or lose. Zay completely does not understand what he is rambling about. Damn it. I know you were afraid of that fireball. Are you still thinking you have a chance when facing me one-on-one? Saint Duck, I advise you not to listen to him. He might be trying to manipulate you. He shouts, knowing it is best to eliminate you all right here, but I admit you are quite brave. Cancel it. Immediately, the fireball in the sky shattered into pieces. Zay suddenly shouted. Saint Zahad's eyes lit up at the sight. He smiled to himself, wondering if he truly accepted. Is he stupid or what? Hey, Zahad. Right, Zay taunts with a finger. Come on, show yourself to me, he quietly sneered to himself. This kid, he has too many flaws. It seems like my chance has come. Even if he is a wizard capable of withstanding a meteor, it all becomes meaningless if he cannot cast the spell in time. If that is the case, he quickly moves back to the city. Zahad jumps high into the air. I will end him quickly, but Zay remains as calm as ever. He uses magic to create another sword and blocks his attack. Zahad widened his eyes in surprise. Sword aura. He immediately stepped back. My sword. His sword now has a small water stain on the top. Oh, it seems your sword is still intact. He smiled and asked, are you planning something? Or should I attack first? Zahad silently thought. A meteorite strike, using your energy blade and now creating sword aura as well. Where does this monster come from? Still, he keeps rushing forward. Both sides are attacking and defending, continuously clashing. After fighting for a while, Zahad suddenly realizes something. Huh. Wait, this kid's swordsmanship. Don't tell me it is. Zay gently smiles and says I understand now. This is how you will do it. He jumps up high. He raised his sword and copied my technique. Zahad felt overwhelmed and helpless. I guess I made a mistake. How can I fight against an opponent like this? Even in a one-on-one battle. Zay calmly asked, do you know why I agree to fight one-on-one with someone? When it comes to people who like to toy with others' lives like you, I am sure you want to be able to live peacefully. This time, Zahad could not predict the direction of the sword. Not only did he copy it, but he also turned it into his own. So this is what you call a genius. At his feet, a deep cut has now been inflicted. Zahad grimaces in pain and kneels down, while Zay raises his sword forward. Are you satisfied now? Maybe we should end it here. He struggled to speak. I lost. I surrender. So please, he showed no mercy and coldly said. One move, and a master swordsman like you. Are you really going to abandon your pride and accept orders from someone like that? You are the one who started that rebellion, are not you? And also those revenge acts against the nobles. Zahad seized the sword tightly while he was speaking. Everything I wanted, then I swung forward with all my might, just to let those cowardly nobles know that even brutal methods like this can change the entire country. But Zay easily blocked his attack. Then, his aura suddenly shattered into pieces, and another sword appeared. Zahad completely stops his evil plan, unable to understand what just happened. The sword is disappearing. Before he could understand, Zay delivered a decisive blow, decapitating him. Raish, who witnessed everything, could not help but admire the unstoppable swordsmanship. At the same time, on the other side of the city wall, what is that person saying? So, you are telling me that the new Virtue City, Commander Knight of the First Kingdom, Viborn Gaiman, suddenly stopped his evil speech and unleashed thousands of fireballs, destroying an entire undead army. Standing beside him was the first Knight Commander of the kingdom, Lehman Glenn, who was also uncertain but managed to defeat the Soul Master and save everyone, the second Sorcerer Commander of the kingdom, Lehman Philia also found it hard to believe, impossible to believe, that he had a soul beast inside him. Hario smiled and explained, as if she had seen it herself, "We really appreciate your help, but everything has been resolved." Suddenly, someone called out, "Lord Hario, what is going on? We just received news from the Holy See. It seems they have defeated the rebel forces." Change of scene. Over there. "Ariel, can I go ahead? I still have a few things to take care of." "Yes." "Of course. We will handle the rest." She let out a small sigh of relief. "It seems we have cleared most of the areas." Feia smiled brightly and praised, "Well done, Lord Ariel, but I wonder, based on what the saint has done, could he possibly be a great power sent down to the holy nation?" Zeke frowned and reminded her, "Feia, watch your tone when talking about the Holy One." All right. Calm down, if you want to hear me out. Holy Saint." Suddenly, a blinding purple light appeared from afar. Feia looked confused and shouted, "What is going on? What are you looking at? This is magic power. But where did all this come from? The atmosphere is so cold." Zik grits his teeth and warns, "Holy Saint, be careful, that magic energy is growing more and more intense. They are gathering to form some kind of object." Ariel quickly realizes it can't be. That thing is a soul core. The sky today is covered with a terrifying red hue, with lightning of various sizes constantly striking down. At this moment, at the Holy Temple, Cliuth quickly spoke up upon seeing the situation. "Who are you hurting?" "Just now." Before she finished speaking, I interrupted and asked if you felt the same. "We need to leave quickly. Please handle what I asked you to do." "Of course, that child Maria. I will take good care of her." "Don't worry." He glanced inside the room, and since the messengers would also be paying attention, there should not be any problem. "Huh. Messengers? Oh, you do not know. I will introduce you to them later." "Yes, I will go safely." Cliuth silently thought to himself, could it be that the messenger is talking about darkness? The spirit core in Celonia keeps howling wildly, and any swordsman who rushes forward is controlled by its magic and ends up killing themselves. Ariel is trying to use her holy power to heal and protect, but her condition continues to worsen. They are too many, and divine magic is useless. "Saintess, we have to get away now." Before we could move, that core beast suddenly flew toward her, letting out a loud roar, and a terrifying surge of magic radiated out. It grew so large that Ariel could not move, only able to stand still. "This is the pressure of the dragon. I can't bear it anymore. The fear is overwhelming my body. I must stay calm." But Zik and Feia quickly stepped forward to protect her. Ariel's eyes widened as she realized that the fear pressing down on her was weakening. No, it is not weakening, but it is. The fear has already been partly borne by both of them. Zik and Feia said in unison, "Saintess, do not worry. Facing a dragon for the first time in your life is truly terrifying. Thank you all for helping me." Fear makes the body paralyze as if numb, but even as just bones, it is still a dragon. Just then, a sound came from behind Feia. Could it be that sound? A skeleton attacked her with a sword while she was distracted, but just in time, Zik stepped in and defeated it. Feia was extremely amazed to see that Zik could move again. Just a little longer now, he struggles to eliminate the remaining monsters, able to move but paralyzed by fear. And under the pressure of the dragon's dominance, the young lady needs 2 guards. He is just stalling, waiting for the Holy King to arrive. "At least I can do this." Zik closed his eyes tightly and regained his composure. He continued to push forward to uphold the honor of that person. He swung his sword from one strike to the next, but the monsters were too many, with one after another rushing in. Because Zik could not fully use his power and revealed a weakness, the dry mist took the opportunity to drain the surrounding energy. Panicking, Ariel shouted, "What should I do? Zik is going to die." Ariel grits his teeth and prays, "Oh divine, please. No way. Even with divine power I still can't move. In this situation, I can only pray for Zik." Immediately after, a beam of light suddenly appeared from the fog, knocking them far away. Zik struggled to stand up, his body now covered with various wounds. "Whoa." Tears welling up. She asked, "Zeke, are you okay?" "Do not worry." Zik had to use his sword to keep himself steady since becoming an advanced swordsman. "This is the first time I have felt this exhausted." But luckily, the dragon bone did not move at all except for spreading fear. He continued to get up and fight, thinking that his difficult movements were due to weakness, as he was the youngest high-level swordmaster and genius. Suddenly, a sharp claw shot toward him from behind. Zeke kept swinging his sword, but his body could no longer fight back. "I never expected him to be so powerless. It would be so good if someone stronger than me were here, at least if I were as strong as Zahath." In the end, Zik would not be able to resist anymore. He was attacked simultaneously by all 3 remaining skeletons. Zeke collapses, blood flowing freely. He can no longer face the Saintess. He apologizes for not being there. Suddenly, Z's voice suddenly rang out from behind. "Zik, you have worked hard." Quickly, he used all his healing magic to eliminate the remaining skeletons. Then Z faced the skeleton dragon head-on. "It is the boss, that cursed dragon. causing so much trouble. He was completely unfazed by its fear. Z watched while casting spells, his mind drifting back to old memories. When I was young, I read articles about dark arts, a great weapon that ended the era of ancient magic. It renders all spells below the 7th circle ineffective, with a 1,000-year-old vitality that even a holy sword cannot cut through. He gazed at the monster before him with calculations running through his mind. If a powerful fog dragon like this appears here, it means there must be another soul master nearby. Z's eyes lit up. I can't determine their location because of the fog dragon's aura, but I can guess that they are behind this, so Z decided that once this was over, he would go find the person. Then he softly said, "Heal." Immediately, a wave of pure power enveloped the monster, but the time-stopping spell was broken. Iriel was utterly amazed. He defeated the mist dragon with just a single healing spell. A moment of hesitation. I can move again. The fear of the dragon has been erased. Suddenly, the monster's eyes flashed with a purple light piercing through his magic barrier. It officially evolved into an upgraded version. Choin is panicking everywhere. That is, it is using Dragon's Breath. Ditch looked around anxiously. Duck Than, get back quickly. Before you could do anything, the monster shot straight ahead, causing the ground to crack and rocks to splatter. Day still calmly looks at the watermark on the barrier, never expecting this mana shield to be resistant to water. It really is a powerful weapon. He stands in front of the others, commanding the monster. But please, do not destroy this town anymore. Immediately after, the wire kept chanting the magic spell to attack it. Heal, until the last word, heal. A blinding beam of light radiates intensely around. He looks toward the newly appeared magic gate and gasps. Not a soul mage. I can't sense their aura. They probably ran away. Over here, Iriel is desperately using magic to heal Zeke. Recover. No. Lord Zik. Wake up. Faye also panicked. Holy Maiden. Why is not Zik being healed by the holy magic? Her face turned serious. The demonic energy in his body is rejecting the holy power. Iriel said, although we might still be able to save him if we continue to transfer holy energy, but I do not know how much longer Zek can hold on in this condition. Hearing that, she immediately exclaimed in sorrow, "No!" At this moment, I hear a ringing sound. Iriel, wait a moment. She turned her head back, a bit surprised. Holy Saint. He grabbed scissors and cut away Zek's clothing, assessing his condition. He is in critical condition. Just look at his battered body. Monitoring wires are analyzing his lower abdomen. His intestines were torn apart. Surviving like this is truly a miracle. At least his lungs are still okay. Then he said with a determined look, I will do my best to save Zik. He promised himself, although we are in the worst environment to do this. Then raise your hands and cast the spell. Heal the area broadly. Understand it deeply. If I am going to operate on him, we can't miss this golden hour. He gives the order. Iriel, you must ensure that no toxic gases or evil energy come near me. Even though my soul is not fully restored, you still follow orders. I understand. Seeing you prepare for surgery, the Holy One is helping. He interrupts to remind. Damn it. Iriel also dares not speak up, and she tried to hold back, tears streaming down her face as she watched intently. This time the focus is on treating Zik. I do not have any tools or artificial parts readily available, and the current environment as well. I have no choice but to connect the damaged parts as quickly as possible, although it is not an easy matter. The biggest issue is the demonic energy inside him. If that is the case, then he places his palm pressed down on the wounded area. There is probably no other choice left. Immediately after, the evil aura burst out wildly through the gaps between his fingers. I grit my teeth and endure. Even the evil energy is a different form of magic power. I first used a beneficial healing magic attribute to restore the areas with low-density demonic energy. As the damaged areas caused by demonic energy shrink, I will be able to heal other parts gradually, allowing me to absorb the evil energy within Zik's body. The wire lifts his hand, covered by a layer of aura wires filled with frustration and confusion. Damn it, there is too much demonic energy. What happened to him? Zik's body is cleaner than it was earlier. He looked into check and then prepared to move on to the second step. Alright, I have completed one part. I have successfully extracted all the demonic energy from the damaged area. I do not have any more time. Now I will start immediately. You continue to recite the mantra. Healing. She kept working and thinking at the same time. I will connect the aorta to ensure the heart functions normally again. I will also reconnect the damaged veins and restore blood flow to the arteries. As for the abdomen, suddenly a sharp pain struck him, causing him to cry out, and he stared intently at his hand. Damn it, it hurts so much, this demonic energy. He kept an eye on Zik's face. He looks better now. You can tell by the color and surface condition of his lungs. It seems he can hold on. I knew a swordsman like him would get through this. Magic cord. Heal. He raises both hands and they start to glow. Next, I will begin the abdominal surgery. His entire mind is fully focused. His young soul is all mixed up. At least there is no infection, and the internal organs still look okay. I can save him. Ariel stands at a distance, watching Day desperately treat Zik, and softly calls out in her mind. Saint. Her mind was conflicted. Honestly, At first I did not trust him. I even tried to stop him. I still have doubts. I can't accept the methods he uses to save Zik. Still, I can feel it. Zik's life energy is returning. Moreover, Ariel was just as worried about the cord, but the Holy Lord's left hand had completely turned into black blood. Will he be okay? As time passes and after finishing the last stitch, the wound will close. It is done. He struggles to stand up and try to announce, I am done. It is over. But right after that, his entire body suddenly collapsed, and she hurriedly ran over the Holy Lord. Ariel hurriedly uses her power to save him. Purify. However, things are more difficult than she thought. No, the demonic energy has already seeped into his bones. I need to precisely control my holy power to purify it. Ariel's lonely figure looks extremely anxious. I can't do this alone. I wish there was someone here with medical expertise. Suddenly someone appeared, and Ariel looked at Hong's group with a strange expression. Those people. And then Lin quickly ordered her subordinates. Auntie Ung, to protect the Holy Emperor. She asked, are those your guards? Hong coldly confirms, that is right. From now on, Dija requests that we take the Holy One to Salonia. I hope you will return with us to continue his treatment. Ariel. Without resistance. Agreed. I understand. I will meet everyone at the saint's residence soon, but I can't help but wonder in my heart. These people. Even though standing right in front of me, their presence is terrifying. It is like seeing ghosts, she politely responded. Thank you. Now, Ariel turned around and signaled to her. Feiha handled the rest. Feiha firmly believes Nichim betrayed her. Of course, once I am done here, I will definitely return to Zek's side. Ariel's eyes showed her worry clearly. She whispered softly, the Holy Saint is now resting on the luxurious white bed as usual. In the dream, echoes resound in my ears. Your Highness. Your Highness, Du Sung's colleague reminds him, making him hesitate. We need to go into the operating room. What are you thinking? The surgical assistant hands over the small medical record. I am sure you can rely on the monitoring chart. But before I finish speaking. You interrupted. Calmly. Dressed in green, he steps into the operating room. That is right, the heart surgery patient has been confirmed. He just entered the garden to rest. For some reason, his spirits are a bit low. Surgery. The monitoring chart. In the dream, Zik is being dressed in modern patient clothes. The second looks a bit hazy at him. This patient. He looks familiar. Then he shook his head again and refused. No. No way. Focus. Come on. Du Sung. As usual, the assistant requests the tools. Let us operate. But it turns out it is just a confusing question. What? Surgery. Doctor. The two assistants are performing magic. She looked at him with a questioning gaze. We just need to use magic. Immediately afterward, he was startled awake with a loud cry. Then, regaining his composure and looking out the window, he hesitantly asked, This is it. Quick reply from Clio de Mary. She greets us formally. He has awakened. Holy Lord, the little girl stopped her tears of joy. Holy Lord, thank God you are awake now. He gently strokes Mary's head. Thank you, Mary. The little girl seems a bit reproachful. Why did you act so recklessly? He looked at Clio trying to hold back his emotions. It seemed like she was worried about me, but she covered it up with a childish excuse. I was worried I would lose my job. I am helpless. You really can't help but look adorable to me. Right. He suddenly remembered something and asked the two of them, Sieg. Now that I think about it, where is Sieg? Mary hesitated. Sieg. Regarding his situation, the person in Clio is frowning and accusing him. He not only failed to save you when you were in danger and caused you to be injured, but now he is also unconscious, seeing her about to lose her temper. He tried to calm her down. I am fine, so there is no need to blame him. He quickly shifted the topic by propping his hand on the mattress. No matter what, why do the two of them always bicker? They can never get along. The sensation in my hand startled me. So I raised it to look at it. Wait a minute, how can I move my arm like this? It hurts a bit. But it looks a little strange. She reports that the saintess and the head of the church have healed you. You look surprised. Why? Igle. In Clio. She nodded in confirmation. Yes. No one in this world has healing magic that can compare to yours. Igle. Then she hesitated for a moment before deciding to tell him. Although it is really unlucky for me to deliver this news, there are some things I need you to see. Gi is curious. There are some things I need to check. Some kind of Igle. She replied. It is downstairs in the basement. If you want to see it, follow me. The two of them leave the room and head to the dark dungeon. The moment they lift the cloth, Gi froze in place. Here, she explained the presence of that item. It seems one of your messengers brought it back with him. He muttered. The heart of the bone beast. I can sense the energy emanating from it. Egle explains. Although we wrapped it with a sacred luminous membrane, we still could not contain all the corrupt energy emanating from it. According to records, this heart was left behind where the core was defeated. Gi turns back, puzzled. So what is the reason you showed me this object? She explained that you were assigned the task of bringing it to the lecture hall. You hold up that cursed heart and question me openly. The lecture hall. Don't tell me they want me to explain how I killed Kot Long. She confirms it for sure. That is right. It seems some nobles do not believe what you said. The Pope has ordered you to come and give a direct explanation of the events that took place. A sneer rose within Day. I have captured the Spirit Master. Drive out the rebels. They even defeated the core forces. And now they want me to act like a diplomat. What is the Pope doing? Finally, he ordered her to stay at Claia's. Take it, and follow me. She obediently obeyed. Yes. Holy One, my mind is overwhelmed. I find it hard to handle so many things happening at once. The scene shifts to a large lecture hall where almost everyone is already present. The murmurs and whispers grew louder. He single-handedly defeated a spirit master. This is definitely a lie. It seems like a performance he put on. Someone stepped forward and whispered something into Eclay's ear. She responded softly. Really? All right then. Then Archbishop Eclay stepped onto the podium in front of everyone and addressed the crowd. Now, everyone, please remain calm. I am sure there are many answers everyone wants to hear. Someone spoke up and interrupted. No. Earlier. Archbishop, do you really think this is possible? Not only did he defeat the core, but there are also rumors that he has mastered mana. The person who just spoke is from the Vibrant Kingdom. The three Marquises are here. Eclay calmly replied. We also do not know the exact details of what happened. Only the Lord knows the truth. The old man immediately looked angry and questioned. Isn't the role of the Holy Nation to uncover this and explain it to the other kingdom representatives? At that moment, the door swung open, revealing the course of the events. Now I am sure everyone is quite curious. I boldly step forward to make a statement. Ask the questions everyone is curious about. I will answer. A red-haired girl spoke up first. Then I would like to ask a question. It is an honor to meet you. Your Holiness, I am Marquis Philia from the Kingdom of Lehmond. I hear that you used magic to defeat the Soul Chaser yourself. Is that so? You answered correctly and to the point. Yes. He was stunned. That was his answer. The guard needs to give the order. Now, the next statement. Someone else has an opinion. Your Holiness, what we need now is proof. He introduced himself. I am Gregory from the Empire. Rizian, it is an honor to meet you. The woman beside him continued. I am Selena from the Empire. Rizian, your presence is an honor for us. Your Holiness, upon hearing that question, he cast a contemptuous glance. Evidence. Gregory expressed. Yes. We are here to help prevent any further dangers that may threaten the Holy Nation and the continent. The recent events pose a threat not only to the Holy Nation but also to the entire continent. You do not think we deserve enough evidence to be sure we can leave this territory peacefully? Do you? Oh. And I might as well add, although I am sure that the captured Spirit Master is enough evidence, Selena's teasing gestures, deliberately twisting him, are not enough to prove that he personally captured the Spirit Master. In other words, they see the Holy Saint as a threat and fear someone who can defeat the Spirit Queen on their own. That is why they see this moment as an opportunity to decide whether to eliminate him immediately or not. She looked at him with an amused expression. What will you do now? You scoundrel. Jai just sneered. He countered that foolish argument. If I have defeated the immortal alone or with others, what does that have to do with the two kingdoms? He still stammers to justify his jealousy. Gathering accurate information is not only an important task for our kingdom but also for other kingdoms. If we only trust the words of the Holy Nation, it will be difficult to determine what the next steps should be. You step forward slowly and repeat the statement. Evidence. He demands proof. He did not have time to react. A sword was already pointed at Gregory's throat. Is that enough evidence? He was startled and backed away in fear. Sword aura. He is fast. Sun Lin saw that but still stubbornly asked again. Is this an official declaration from the Holy Kingdom to the Rizian Empire? He reached out his hand and gave the official statement. That is interesting. Ingliat, bring it to me. She walks over carrying a white cloth bundle. Yes. Saint Thoaduk, remove the laces and take off the cloth. He holds the dark heart in his hand, and each word seems to reveal the faces of those sitting here. Is this the proof everyone needs? The heart of a dragon bone. I am sure everyone will realize it is real when they see the aura emanating from it. You foolish, evil girl. Look at that thing. This is truly the heart of a dragon's soul. Just step aside. If you do not believe me, then try to take it now. Celine stared blankly at the heart being held up in front of her, but to prove he is a fraud, she grabs it with both hands. And immediately, the heart erupts with a powerful dark energy. Danny's face is blank, confused and unable to speak clearly. I can't breathe this demonic energy. The sword responds directly. The Holy Nation has granted her all the rights to investigate the captured Soul Master. He took back the heart from Selena's hand and continued speaking. No matter who defeats it, the Holy Nation has enough strength to even overcome a mighty dragon. His drunken face turns terrifying as he questions back. So this is her attitude towards us. I just do not understand. Would you mind if I ask a question now? Is her action today an official declaration of Rizian Empire against the Holy Nation? The two of them, trembling with fear, embraced each other without daring to speak, and Iclay watched everything with a faint smile. Finally, they had to stand up and bow respectfully, as we conclude this matter regarding the disrespect towards the holy nation. Gregory of the Rhesian Empire. Sincerely apologize. Though reluctant, I must accept the blame. Selene of the Rhesian Empire. Sincerely apologize. Jai handed over the heart-shaped token to the guard, reminding them that I hope both of you understand that just one wrong statement from either of you could lead to conflict between us. He sighed with a complicated expression, emphasizing once again that I do not care about her status in her kingdom. But please understand that when she comes here, she is representing her entire kingdom. Then Jai turned to lean on her hip and looked at Iclay. Is this enough? I am busy with my duty since I was sent here, so I hope you understand I have to return now. She responded satisfactorily. Yes. Thank you, sir. The verbal exchange went smoothly, making Iclay very happy. She asked one last time. So now is there anyone who wants to ask anything else? She shined brightly outside the castle, having just escaped a headache-inducing interrogation, and wondered if she should go for a visit. Suddenly, Iclay called him back. Holy Lord, she began to speak in a serious tone. As a devoted servant to you, I have no objection to your showing kindness to us. But within the organization, those of unequal rank should keep their distance to ensure everyone is treated equally. The reason I am telling you this is because recently I noticed you have been showing favoritism and I was almost overwhelmed by her confessions. But I deny it all. No. Everything I do is just checking the patient's condition I am examining. Yes. But inside, I was a bit surprised and could not believe she wanted to attract so much attention. In Clio. Additionally, besides that, there is a long list of people wanting to meet you. Surprisingly thick. Just reporting honestly, after you left the court, rumors started to spread. The one who asked a few more questions was Selena, the Soul Keeper, and the one who defeated the core, and the saint did all of that with magic. May we ask how many circles of power the Holy One has reached? Iclay calmly answered each question. Even now, the Holy Nation does not know what level the saint is at. However, a smug smile spread on her lips. Recently in the Empire, we estimated that he is at least at level 8 mana or higher. Iclay's statement in court was based on the magic used during the baptism, and it was simply a guess. The head of the Magic Association is a 5-circle mage, and the Royal Mage Academies of each country are also only 6-circle mages. That statement left a strong impression on those attending the trial, and Selena is one of those people. It is unbelievable and incredible. The Holy Saint of the Holy Nation is not at the level of 5 rings nor even at the human limit of 6 rings, but at 8 rings. Therefore, I propose that the Rhesian Empire wishes to stay longer in the Holy Nation to confirm the High Priest's statement, which naturally sparked a wave of curiosity. Do the other members also have opinions? Then can the Kingdom and Lehman also stay here longer? The Kingdom and Iban also want to stay in the Holy Land. Iclay smiled contentedly at all of this. All right. Anyone with a home who wants to stay in the Holy Kingdom is welcome. I secretly sneered to myself. Oh, Day. Soon you will be busy with that. After hearing what was recounted, Day held his head in helplessness. Although he had hoped this would happen, he did not expect it to come so suddenly. Iclay Wood reports that the Rhesian Empire requests a meeting with you. If you have a preferred time to meet them, just refuse outright. No. Day orders. Cancel everything. We will go to the mansion right now. She is a bit difficult to talk to. Holy Saint. He told you that the wire was like a reminder from Iclay Wood. Even though I already said this, you should not be so biased. Realizing Iclay Wood misunderstood me, I quickly clarified. I told her, it is not like that. The sunlight filters through the leaves. And finally the two of them get on the carriage and head to their destination. Looking out the window, he remarks that the estate seems quite deep inside, almost like they are entering an elf village. Have you ever been to the elf village before? I have lived in an elf village before I came here. A wave of emotion. Looking back now, Zazer's famous hand rested on his chin as he wondered. I wonder how they are doing. Then the carriage announced, Miss Iclay Wood. She said seriously to him, we have arrived at the manor of the game formula. Shall we go? Saint Zay happily replied okay as the carriage door opened and the two approached the castle gate, Zay gazing in awe at the vast space, so grand it reminded him of Zay. Iclay Wood followed and added. Zay was the one who designed the exterior of the mansion, while the interior was already prepared by the previous owner, so the current master just needed to choose. The servant standing politely at the gate announced that Lord Zay was in the bedroom, and asked us to follow him. He then thanked and looked at Iclay Wood, asking if we should go inside. Walking down the corridor, Zay suddenly remembered something. She was curious about why was Zay transferred here. If he just rested and recovered at the Salonia castle, that would have been fine, she explained as she walked, saying that when he fainted, Zay was the one who took care of him despite being exhausted. He was a bit surprised Zay took care of me. Iclay Wood confirmed yes, and besides him, she recounted Zay's angry scolding, daring to touch the sacred body of the Holy Lord with those ordinary hands. The one who wants to die at my hands. Agley Wood angrily recounted. That is what he said. And he would not let me get close to him. He said he could not stay and care for you while you are weak like this, and has returned here. Even though he is really kind, I do not think it is necessary, Zay said with deep sympathy. The maid paused and gestured respectfully to show the way. Here, although I do not say it, my expression clearly shows a few things. I do not hate him. I just do not like him. I am not interested in him. Zay thought, surrounded by the three great noble families. No, maybe that is why there is a struggle between them. His hand on the door handle. He can't delay this any longer. He has to act quickly. He walks in smiling happily and greets. Zay, are you here? Seeing him arrive, he immediately jumps up in surprise. Saint Duck, Day quickly cares for you. Lie down and rest. Your body is not fully recovered yet. But Zay, feeling excited, immediately pulls the blanket off the bed. I can't. How can I do that while Saint Duck is here? I helplessly advise him to stay there and see how you are doing. I need you to lie down so I can examine you. Hearing that, he lay down on the bed and unbuttoned his shirt to reveal the scar. Yes, I understand now. Please go ahead and look closely if you want, Zay shyly replied. All right. Thank you. Just by glancing at the wound, I was surprised. Zay's mood immediately brightened. So you have recovered quite well. Your healing speed is indeed impressive. Is it because you are a master swordsman? He blushed shyly and replied. It is all thanks to you for taking care of my wound. Okluit, standing aside looking annoyed at the scene, sternly suggests that Zay, how long do you plan to keep showing off your body to the Holy One? I suggest you put your clothes on. Zay immediately retorted. Teasing. Why is Okluit here? If you are busy, I do not think you need to come here. She coldly refused to meet Zay's gaze. I was just following the Holy Saint here. Do you think I traveled all this way just to visit you? Seeing you two about to argue again, Day spoke up to interrupt. Please stop fighting. I am overwhelmed and helpless. Why do you two keep arguing? Do you always act like this at the most important moments? Kluit then responded softly. Please forgive me. Zay is out of the question, she said seriously, raising her voice to criticize her. Yes, you are right. Your Holiness. I believe the worst kind of person in this world is someone who argues all the time. Please tell me your purpose today. I came here to check Zay's wounds, but there is something more important. You order, believe the rumor. Come out, before Zay sees the picture. The voice quickly interrupts. If you keep calling us out like that, there will be consequences. Saint Ong appeared quickly following Zay's call. He thought to himself that even though he could not sense their presence, he did not expect them to be so close. Zay reached for his sword nearby. Alert and warning. He wondered where he was for a murderer like him to dare step in here. Suddenly, his sword was gently pushed back into its sheath. I do not know when So has been right beside him. He softly said, we are not enemies. Please put away your sword. Zay is completely caught off guard. Another one added. Although they argue, the dangerous situation in Cliot remains very tense. Stay alert and prepare to strike. Even wounded, a master swordsman like Zay could not react in time. These guys, do not say, she shouted loudly. Retreat. At that moment, So suddenly appeared behind and grabbed her arm. Restraining her. Calm down. If they were enemies you would have been dead long ago. Zay finally spoke to settle everyone down. All right. Calm down. This is probably the first time Cliot and Zay have seen them. Right, he introduces them. Say hello. These are the envoys from the Black family. In Cliot. Surprised, those people are from the Black clan. The envoy spoke up. Holy Saint, we want to know why you summoned us. Get straight to the point. All right, no more beating around the bush. I summoned you here for an important reason. Listen carefully, please tell us. Everyone focus intensely. This is an order, from now on, all of you. He suddenly paused for a moment, a crooked smile forming on his lips. Between the two groups, Zay the bandit declared they would have dinner together, and everyone had the same question in their minds. Dinner. In another place, with a heavier atmosphere, a shout rings out. Did we fail? Do you know how much effort I put into planning this? The man in the green cloak retorted. Our identities have been exposed, and our spirit masters have been captured. Don't you think we should just destroy the Holy Kingdom? The red-cloaked man added, there is a monster in the Holy Nation. Until we defeat it, we can't touch the Holy Nation. The yellow-cloaked man asked, is the monster you are talking about the magic swordsman who defeated Kot Long? The blue-shirted one asked anxiously. What should we do now? How should we plan to fight against the magic swordsman who defeated Kot Long? The voice of the red cloak deepened with scheming. I think I have a plan. Holy Saint, we will send him to another empire. With his skill, he quickly prepared the fragrant skewers. He softly asked, why is not anyone eating? Is it that hard to swallow? Everyone seemed a bit hesitant. Holy Saint, may I ask why you decided to organize such an event? Day smiled brightly, urging them to eat while replying. I just want everyone to get to know each other so we can cooperate better in the future. Isn't forming teams meant to help each other and compensate for each other's shortcomings? Because working separately like we are now is not very effective. Of course, you probably think this is not very meaningful since you are all already very familiar with each other. Although the body works immediately, everyone will see its long-term benefits. And of course I will also help. That Broad spoke. If that is what you wish for, we are willing to follow, he hurriedly said. I want this to be based on voluntary spirit, not coercion. If everyone agrees, I would rather leave it to individual efforts like at the beginning. At this moment, Jack said firmly and clearly, the Che house will also cooperate with everyone. At Clius, he looked at him with suspicion. Lord Jack, which means you are about to break the family tradition. You understand what I mean, right? But Jack still maintained his composure. The Che house mission from the beginning has been to protect the saint. I am just making a decision to help fulfill the family duty. And Jik all looked at each other simultaneously. Ong raised her hand to make a decision, and we will also cooperate. The duty of the Black House is to carry out the Holy One's orders. Despite our mission, the Black House will also participate. Seeing this, Clius frowned and thought, they seem more willing than I expected. Now only remaining, she sternly said. I understand. Then the Belacroix family will also join. Our duty is to deliver messages to the Holy Lord, and our family will fulfill this mission well and always stand by him. Jai could not help but look grimly at Clios, her head full of question marks, about the mission and always being by his side. She quickly saw through his hesitation and, in other words, realized she would marry him. Everyone immediately looked stunned. Including Ga, he felt extremely panicked, not understanding what was happening. Marriage. Scene change. The next morning, at the Holy Palace. You must have heard about the pleas from the neighboring countries already, right? Iriel asked with a raised eyebrow as she looked at Jai's dazed and puzzled expression. He simply tiredly replied, nothing much. His eyes were directed towards Clios standing quietly beside him. Looking back to last night for a moment, after hearing what Clios said, I could not help but ask if that was the family's mission. Clios chuckled softly, saying that is exactly why I never wanted to bring it up. But everyone, do not worry too much. Marriage is just one of the means to complete the mission. It is not mandatory, and I do not have any feelings for a saint who is only 15 years old. She cast a sharp glance at G, but not yet. Returning to the present, Jai could not help but feel a shiver run down his spine when he remembered Clios's red eyes. Speaking of which, I just remembered the way her eyes look at me every night. Clios calls me about it. Iriel frowned, unable to understand the constantly changing expression on his face. Lord Gregory from the Resian Empire is here to visit you today. Tell them to let him in, and then Gregory shyly smiles as he steps inside. Today I have come to meet both of you. Your Holiness, I want to apologize for my rudeness last time we met. Please accept this as a token of my apology. What is this? A necklace, he answered broadly and calmly. Occasionally, a small fail will form at the tail of the wyvern. However, this is a rare occurrence. This treasure ornament is made from that special fail. Iriel was so shocked she opened her mouth wide. Is this Cécine's tear? On the contrary, the blindfolded girl asks about Acre's tears. She tilted her head and responded. Cécine was a famous elf artisan hundreds of years ago. One of the treasures she personally crafted is this pair of flowers, although only one side remains now. It is said that using magic can find the other half. This is a legendary treasure. Gregory gently smiled and said, Saint, do not panic. This is just a small gift from us. But the necklace itself says, Iriel, how do you think? Do I look good wearing it? When did Gregory start to feel this sinister anger inside him? Oh, there was nothing to worry about that day. You smiled brightly in response. All right. Thank you very much for the gift. You can go now. My guests are still lining up in a long queue. Hold on. I still have something I want to say. He cleared his throat and said that we came from the Resian Empire to visit you in order to establish a friendly relationship between the two nations. Would you be interested in visiting our empire? Hearing that, Jai thought. Visiting, the Resian Empire is considered the most powerful nation economically, military and political relations on the continent. Establishing diplomatic ties with a country like that might not be a bad idea for the Holy Nation. Oh. And there are also dozens of renowned medical experts thanks to the exchange of information. Their medical science is definitely superior to that of the Holy Nation and other countries. Lord Gregory continued, we have heard many rumors about you. Your Holiness, you not only helped triple the agricultural output with the new methods you developed, but also gained additional benefits from hiring the surplus clergy as mercenaries. When asked modestly, you always say it is all thanks to everyone's hard work. Of course, your influence on the Holy Nation has truly inspired us a lot. If you agree to come to Resian to combine your methods with our technology, it will surely triple the economic growth of both nations. After saying that, he thought to himself, so what? The conditions are too tempting. This is like giving away everything you want. Holy Lord, if I can attract your attention. Rezin's technology is just a small price to pay. The one who truly has value is this boy. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke, very grateful for your Gregory's offer. However, I am afraid I have to decline. There are still many matters in the holy nation that require my attention. Those matters also involve the countries where the gods are standing outside. So I have no intention of going to any of those countries. The others outside hear the sound and all startle. Even Gregory can't believe this answer from him. If that is your intention, then we are truly at a loss. But if there is ever a chance, please feel free to visit anytime. Our empire is always ready to welcome you. Certainly. Thank you. At Clyute, he then asked, you refused the invitation for the sake of the holy nation. Right, Jai glanced at her and then said, well, since the border between the two countries is not clearly defined, would not it be quite daring for us to go over there? Even so, you really do not have anything urgent to worry about. Do you? Of course I do. In Clyute, he smiled and ordered, gathering the nobles of the surrounding region and informing them that the Holy Duke wanted to discuss something. She immediately agreed, yes, I will do it right away. After leaving Clyute, Jai smiled and asked Ariel sitting beside her if she could help express her opinion like last time. Ariel casually replied, if it is for political purposes, fine. I will listen to you first to review. I am planning to establish a facility in a dedicated space to teach medicine. You mean medicine? Right. We will establish a school to train doctors to heal and save people's lives. You must have seen the situation on the battlefield back then, with many wounds that could not be healed just by holy energy, and not everyone can use holy energy. A warm morning breeze gently streams through the window, entering the small room, and a very familiar voice happily greets everyone. My name is Day. I have been appointed as a professor at this academy, specializing in medicine, so every week, we will have a magic lesson as a special class. Thank you all for listening. I hope we can work together. Everyone below responded in unison. Day pursed her lips elegantly. And by the way, why are there so many people here? Huh. I do not think it is just students. Surely there are some professors too. What are they doing over there? He was right. The news of Day becoming the new professor caused a sensation. With the newly appointed professor having a high-level magic circle, that professor is truly a saint, and the rumors continue to spread. Among those stories, the most attention-grabbing one is about his appearance. With bright white, smooth hair and sky-blue eyes, his soft skin, angular face, and teardrop-shaped earrings infused with magic create his perfect look. This is an ordinary academy for all classes, and Day's stunning appearance is enough to attract the attention of young students. He lightly taps the board. All right, focus. Focus. The first lesson will be on spell manifestation. Manifesting magic is one of the key elements that make a mage, and it is also the ultimate goal. It involves certain factors. Does anyone want to answer? Immediately, a student raises their hand to respond. Mana coupling, incantations, and specific methods of casting spells. Very good. There are 3 main factors. However, what if you reduce the mana from 3 to 1? The student replied again that the spell would not work and mana would be wasted. But that is wrong. The spell becomes easier to cast and requires less mana until it is unleashed, making it hard to identify what spell it is. I can only say that it will take you a long time to understand it. But below, many students and professors frowned in doubt after hearing Jai say that. Of course. I apologize, sir, but what you said seems impossible. Jai did not say much and immediately demonstrated on the spot. So I can show you an example. Look at my right hand. And instantly, a red flame appears. All the students below were silent, as he cast the spell without reciting a chant. I did not even see any movement of mana. He truly cast the spell with just a single motion. You just said while writing on the board. As you saw, what the teacher just said is entirely possible to make it easier. I will show you a diagram of a level 1 spell, water element spell. Now, this is the mana before it is materialized, and if mana is gathered like this, without even needing to recite a spell or use any technique, then casting the spell this way will cause the mana to blend together and make the process easier. If anyone does not believe it, they can try it right now. Below, the ice attribute mage Claris with a level 4 magic circle witnesses this scene and is completely stunned. I thought it was just a hypothesis until she mentioned it. After he thought of this, it is just a few lines and circles, but it reminds me of the true basic principle of this spell. At that moment, the student suddenly shouted. It worked. I can do it without incantations too. And others start shouting in unison. I did it too. Look, it worked. Why? It really works. Jai saw that and gently smiled. I never thought I would teach others, but I truly feel proud when I see their expressions. I hope the lessons on medicine and healing are just as effective. Suddenly, a loud voice interrupts his thoughts. Professor Jai. All the professors here are rushing to his side. I have never attended such an amazing class before. Allow me to express my respect. Truly amazing. We need to inform everyone about this. What is the name of this theory? Jai was asked repeatedly and forced a smile. The primordial theory. And that night after the Baihawk ended, a major event happened at the academy. Professor Claris, this is it. All the other professors were stunned with their mouths agape. He advanced to the next level. Professor Claris has become a level 5 circle mage. After realizing the truth from Jai's training, he finally broke through the level 4 wall and advanced to the spell circle. The next day, before dawn, Jai was awakened by a series of loud noises outside. Why are you making so much noise so early? The knocking keeps going. Professor Ga, furrow your brow and go open the door. What is going on? It is still early, and before I could finish speaking, I was interrupted. He is awake now. There are many students standing outside right now. Professor, could you repeat yesterday's lesson? Do you have questions about the magic theory? Can you teach magic more regularly? I have already made the request. I have already discussed it with the leader. Jai responded to them with a haughty look, then went to close the door firmly, silently reciting words to reinforce and lock it tight. The students saw this and shouted in disappointment. But Professor Ga could not ignore the students' requests to regain their private space. He has to increase his magic classes to twice a week. He is completely exhausted. Damn it. This is not what I planned. At the same time, from the small wooden house in the hollow tree, the elder smiled and asked, Elder Era, do you want to do anything about the request from the Elven Lord to be transferred in? Allow them in? Era whispered, but tell them everything must be finished by next week. A week later. Yes. There is a place I need to go after all this. Oh. A place you need to go after this. The elder just smiled without asking further. I understand. Tell Jai I am still well. Era frowned and blushed instantly, saying she would never go to the Divine Empire. Really? You want to go there? Huh. Era became extremely embarrassed after being teased. All right, I will pass your greetings to Gi. She thought to herself, it has been almost half a year. Although half a year is nothing to an elf, I still wonder, Gi. Every time I think of you, it feels like 1,000 years have just passed. Back at the academy where Ga is teaching, it is really crowded today. He smiles and interests Claris. So this is Professor Claris, the ice attribute instructor who will be the assistant teacher today. And the students below immediately buzzed with excitement. Why does someone like him seem so approachable? I heard he leveled up his magic circle after Professor Jai's class. He is probably quite thirsty now. Claris glared at them, and everyone fell silent. Startled, thinking how terrifying he is, Jai slowly picks up a piece of cha, reminding them to stop chatting and focus. We will begin the second lesson. Mana is a self-balancing element because the environment is a component of the atmosphere. Mages have no choice but to use homogeneous mana, so it does not matter who hides or what type of mana they use. What does this mean? The teacher will show you. Jai smiled and looked at Claris. Professor, please cast the wind/slash spell on me. Claris, suddenly being called out, looked confused. Really? The death curse? Yes. You said you would withdraw me. Right, that is true. I did say that, but doing so would be dangerous. Down below, the students are also confused and can't understand his intentions. A new self-destruct style of the sword purge. Jai speaks confidently. It will be fine. But if you are still worried, just aim at the board next to me. Although still hesitant, Claris finally agrees. I understand. He begins to chant, transforming into a wind sword and attacking the enemy. The wind/a round sphere immediately rushes straight at the wire at lightning speed. But in just a moment, he raised his hand to block the seal, and Claris' wind/was completely stopped without causing any damage or injury. She smiled and told the students below that if they could decide where to cast a spell and force the mana to collide there, even if it was someone else's curse, you can also seal them. All the students were in awe. Can you seal someone else's magic? That is hard to believe. He whispered, now class is over. For the remaining time, pair up and practice the sealing spell I just taught. Huh, that is not allowed. Teacher, only you can do it. This is an impossible mission. Jai sighed softly. Come on. Have you forgotten who a true wizard is? He said sternly. Magic is a power that defies logic. When you stop accepting new things, it is also the end for a wizard. Even if you lose your weapons, forgetting your destination is the worst mistake for a mage. All the students looked at him with admiration. Professor, I won't do that. I will start practicing sealing now. Me too, sir. He smiled brightly as he left the classroom. All right. Good luck, everyone. That is what he says to motivate others. The second day of class has ended like that. The sunlight remains shimmering and gentle as ever. They slowly creep through each glass window of the academy, tired and yawning long and short. It has been a while since I stayed up late. I am so tired. It is not about health but about spirit. At least I have everything ready for my medical class. It is great too. Just missing participants. Medical techniques are less popular than swordsmanship and magic. How can I attract more people to join? Suddenly, he shifted his attention to nearby. Not far away, a female student was surrounded by a group of burly male students. The girl stammers, "Vaccine. Let me go." But the most muscular-looking boy immediately said, "It has been 276 days since I last talked to you. Greya. Minos. Need to hear your answer." The others keep cheering and shouting. Ji thought to herself, who are these boys? Are they bothering that female student? Greya, the girl, is confused and does not know what to do right now. Well then, just at this moment, Gaia shouted loudly, "Hey you guys, why are those 3 boys blocking a girl's way? Aren't you worried that the girl is scared?" Hearing that, student Minos panicked completely. "Are you scared?" "Greya, I did not mean it." Greya gathered her courage and said, "Minos, I'm sorry, I will be honest. A muscular guy like you is not my type. I can't date you." "Wait, Greya, is that you?" Minos pointed at Day and asked, "Is it because of that guy? Did you refuse me because of him?" Hearing that, he froze in shock, his slender limbs and strange waist, along with that smooth, foolish face. "Did you do it for that spoiled brat?" "Huh." Day frowned in anger. "Huh. Hey, is that a compliment or an insult?" Greya hesitated before replying. "Not quite. But still better than you." He immediately shouted loudly, "Hey, why are you saying that? Are you adding fuel to the fire?" Minos kept sniffing. "Where did he get a sword from? Damn it. I won't let you go. Fight me in a duel." "Huh. So, are you afraid of me? That is why he threw a glove at you." Then the bandit shouted. Ranking 30th, the legendary 3-sword styles. "I will knock out a sissy like you." But as soon as he finished speaking, he was hit right on the head with a wooden stick. They all immediately ran away. Remember their faces. Ray tossed the wooden stick aside, muttering, "Who do you think you are to call me a coward? It is really frustrating." Suddenly there were other voices interrupting. "That is awesome. Are you new here?" Hearing that, he glanced back. "Yeah." The other students all cheered happily, saying, "You defeated Minos with just a branch. That is amazing. Truly amazing." Day, feeling a bit shy after being praised, scratches his head, suddenly becoming a hero of justice. Then, Rhea softly says to him, "Thank you for helping me. It is nothing. I just hope I did not interfere with your way of handling things." Suddenly, he walks by and says, "Huh. This smell, is that alcohol?" Day could not hold back his curiosity and asked, "What is that scent? It does not smell like other perfumes." The girl was slightly startled and said, "Oh, is it that strong? I am just making medicine. Maybe it is the smell of herbs." "Is this girl making medicine?" He hesitated a bit and asked, "If she is making medicine herself, she must be interested in medicine." "Right," Rhea quickly replied. "Yes. I have been looking forward to the upcoming free medical class. With that class, people like me from the Swordsmanship Academy will have a chance to learn." "Really? Nice to meet you. I am also excited about that medical class. Just call me Day. I have got my first student." "Oh, Day. Is that so? You have the same name as the new professor at the medical academy. By the way, my name is Rhea. Just call me Rhea. Nice to meet you, Raya. I will see you at the class." "Alright." After saying that, they quickly said goodbye to each other. Day smiled faintly, thinking that for some reason, he felt everything was going better than he had expected. Over there, right after he left, a female student ran up to Rhea and asked, "Raya, what did you talk about with Professor Day? You look more handsome without your glasses." The girl looked confused and stunned. "Professor, that is Professor, huh, you do not know, huh, I did not recognize him. What should I do now? What if I made a mistake with him?" And smirked teasingly and said, "Huh. Little girl, what are you worried about? Don't he tell me you have a crush on the teacher?" To his surprise, Rhea just blushed and smiled without saying a word, and looked confused and asked, "Really?" Cut to scene. In his room, Day tiredly sat down on his familiar bed, sighing, "Why can't I have a peaceful day for once? But honestly, what should I say during the whole class? One problem after another. I can't keep up." Just then, another voice suddenly rang out. Saint, Ariel unexpectedly crawled out from under the bed. She asked, "What are you doing out there?" "I had a hallucination because I was hiding here." Day was startled and jumped in fright. Hong shouted, "Huh. What are you doing down there?" "And what about Than Quoque?" Ariel calmly replied, "Who do you think I am? I have already prepared everything before coming here. Nothing happened. I just wanted to see how you are handling things at the academy and everything else." "Really? Is not that too much for me?" Ariel smiled and said, "Honestly, you are right. I came to see you. Saint, no, I should call you Day." As she spoke, she moved closer to him. Suddenly, the symbol on his hand lit up brightly. And immediately, a magic circle appeared. Era slowly stepped out from within it. Day was stunned to see her. "Era, what is going on? Is there something special today?" Ariel was just as surprised as Day to see the high elf. "Era, what are you doing?" He silently marveled. "Is this teleportation magic?" "Amazing." Era gently set her foot down and asked with a tone of slight annoyance, "Why do you all only say that? I am here because I want to see you. is not that clear. Day forced a smile and said, I am happy to see you too. But, Ira looked at Iriel. However, what are you doing with this human woman? Iriel frowned and replied, is not there a law against me being here? While they were bickering, Day, from somewhere, took out 2 cloaks and handed them to them. First, take these and get ready to leave. Iriel was confused and asked, huh, cloaks. Day chuckled and said, yeah, we are leaving the academy. He thought to himself, if I do not do this, I will be caught with a saintess and a high elf, and that would cause a big fuss. Why can't I have a peaceful day? Then the 3 of them left the academy together and went to a restaurant in town. Ira looked around and said softly, it has been a while since I last visited the human village, but it seems there have been many changes in this short time. Day thought to himself, a short time. I wonder how long it really is. Just then, a waiter approached and asked, may I have your permission? Sorry, but is it okay if we sit together? Followed by a group of sturdy-looking people. I do not mind. I am fine too. No other choice. Thank you. Then, this way, the tallest among them said. Thank you for agreeing. We have been waiting for a seat. Day smiled kindly and said, no problem. Are you all adventurers? He silently assessed them. Based on the mana flow, they seemed to be a mage and 3 swordsmen. The tall man responded with a smile. Adventurers. Actually, they are mercenaries. The man beside him softly said. You could say that, among the 4, one is a swordswoman. She introduced herself quietly. We are members of the Balalko Mercenary Corps. Day thought to himself, Balalko. I have heard of them before. Most members are quite experienced, and recently they have been gaining fame. This is the Mercenary Corps on the rise. Iriel smiled and asked, I have heard a lot about you all. What brings you to this village? Oh. About that, we received a direct mission from the Holy Kingdom. We are tasked with suppressing the resistance and monsters around here. Both Iriel and Day looked stunned when they saw the mission paper on the table. She tried to smile and say, I see. Very impressive. Receiving a direct request from the Holy Kingdom. He silently glanced at her. I thought you finished your work, so you are passing it to mercenaries. At this moment, Iriel gently said I might be interested in this story because I have always lived in the forest, so tell me more. Everyone was stunned, eyes wide open at her stunning beauty. The mercenaries began sharing their life experiences. From these stories I gathered useful information. First, after Day arrived at the academy, the resistance forces and the number of monsters decreased significantly, but this only applied to low-level monsters while mid-level monsters still maintained their numbers, and it seemed like someone was controlling them. They started working efficiently and using tactics. I thought seriously it would be difficult to use my people against such opponents. That is why she sought out the mercenaries. Iriel had considered this carefully. In just a moment, everything became more chaotic than ever. It is the monsters, Iriel quickly said. Day, let us go. Okay, I will follow. The mercenaries were now outside, all stunned by the sight before them. Wyverns, a monster that looks quite like a dragon, soaring through the sky. Everyone's faces turned pale and they stood frozen in place. What is happening? I can't move. Don't tell me this is fear. I do not have any mercenaries. Don't say it is fear. It is really interesting when a wyvern uses fear. Era calmly steps forward, raising 2 fingers. First, fear is just a game for the weak. Instantly, the wyvern rushes wildly toward her, roaring loudly, but Era remains as composed as ever. Gently waving her hand, the wyvern fell from above and crashed into the nearby stall. She sneered disdainfully. You dare to use it against a stronger opponent. The wyvern was completely enraged, roaring loudly, but soon was sealed and bound by magical chains. Both of them frowned at it. This wyvern can cast a spell after tasting my fear. Ira added. Strange. It seems like it has no consciousness. The monsters on this side, I will handle them. I quietly nod my head. There is more to this. I underestimated the situation. There must be someone else behind this. I need to talk to that damn soul magician first. I can't let my big plan be exposed so easily. There is no other choice. Try using a mental spell. Philia, I understand now. Allow me to assist. Let us read minds. Read thoughts? Read minds, but the triumphant spirit sorcerer just smiles calmly. Do you really think these spells will work on me? I do not know where you found this new demon's 6th level magic array, but the low-level spell she is using is truly unbelievable. So, do you think I should bring the Holy Saint here for you? He thought smugly. Do you really think I do not know what is happening outside? I used my soul magic to find out that the Holy Saint has arrived at the academy. If he comes here to extract information from me, I will target areas he cannot reach. For someone who tames monsters, this is feasible. Then we will use the Merchant Guild to put pressure on the Holy Nation's economy, and soon the Holy Nation will be destroyed. At this moment, Igle's voice suddenly rang out. You want to meet the Holy One that badly? Perfect. I have received information that the Holy One is here, and it seems you are misunderstanding something. What you have planned is not important at all. You just do not realize it. She smiled faintly at him. Your plans are just wishful thinking. The Black Soul Summoner also did not back down and laughed in response. So do as you wish with me. Let us see who will be laughing at sunset. Followed by his savage laughter echoing throughout the cellar. It is late afternoon now, and most of the monsters have been defeated by day and Ra. It seems we have taken care of almost all of them. So why did the monsters cause this? That is what we need to find out. We must strengthen the Academy's defenses against such incidents. But what should we do with these bodies? Iriel immediately replied, let the reinforcements handle it. The hides can be used to make good armor. Ara suddenly frowned and asked, what is going on? Ara, Day. I need to talk to you privately. Huh. What now? The two of them step aside to a small corner. And he quickly gets straight to the point. Is there a problem? But she even created a barrier around it to prevent sound from escaping outside. Then Ara said seriously, I do not know much because I always live in the forest. That is why I only share what I can sense. Well, currently, large-scale barriers are being set up all over the area you call the Academy. Hearing that, she looked stunned. A barrier? Yes, there is a huge barrier there. At first, the flow of mana was very weak, but now it is gradually strengthening as the monsters are caught. He whispered, what kind of magic barrier is that? Era looked at him and said, I think you do not know. I can only sense a faint amount of magic power, but breaking such a large barrier is not easy. At minimum, we have to expect some areas to be destroyed. I did not expect the severity to be this high. Can we remove the magic barrier right now? It is almost impossible to destroy a magic barrier. We need to remove at least 30% of the barrier in this case, because we do not know what they used to draw the barrier. So everything is even more difficult, he silently pondered. Yes, if the barrier had been drawn with chalk, it would have been removed long ago. An active barrier means it has been in place for some time and has not been erased, and the size of the barrier is also an issue. But think about how I can't even sense the correct barrier, let alone remove this level of magic. I do not even know if I can stop it. We need to evacuate everyone. Immediately, Jai began preparing the evacuation order, and as soon as Fear learned of this, she calmly looked for a way to evacuate the people. Overall, the Academy is divided into the north and south areas, and it is best to evacuate the north to Garen and the south to Sulin. However, because there are many mountains between the north and Garen, they cannot accurately redraw a detailed map of the area. Jai entrusted Fear with the evacuation of the north because she knows the terrain of the Holy Nation well, and also assigned Era to protect the southern troops. He looked around anxiously, wondering if they should inform the people, if there was a high place nearby, or if he should climb onto a building or somewhere else. Jai, just stay still there. Immediately, a tall mountain was formed right where he was standing. Thank you, Daira. Then, he used a powerful magic to amplify his voice. Everyone evacuated Garen immediately. Hearing this, the villagers all looked towards him. Everyone looked confused. Evacuate. What are they saying? Oh, but this voice is... Take off your cloak, he continued to shout loudly. I order everyone, in the name of the Holy Kingdom. Everyone, leave this place immediately. This area is dangerous. People are still loudly discussing and gossiping. That is Saint Guy. What do they mean by telling us to leave here? Jai clenched his teeth and thought we do not have time to persuade the crowd. I had no choice but to secretly cause a big explosion below, making the villagers flee in panic. There is an explosion. Run quickly. Jai kept causing different explosions and tremors. There was no time to explain. So this was the only way. After everything below turned into chaos, he finally stopped. Whoosh. This should be enough. Then, let us leave the rest to the two of them and head to the outskirts. Jai jumps down from above, rushing forward at full speed. I do not know who they are, but it is best they do not think they can get away from this easily. The scene shifts. The sky is now completely dark. Iriel's moving deeper into the dense forest. She looks serious, urgently evacuating most of the people. The estimated evacuation time is about 3 days. Before the riots break out, we need to meet the essential food needs for the city's people, not to mention the north area, which has a longer distance and travel time, so they are more likely to face danger from monsters or anyone similar to those chasing us right now. She glances back cautiously. Their mana is quite strong. There are 5 of them, so they must be allies or even higher-ups. After running straight for a while, Iriel finally chose a place to stop. This is a suitable spot. She took off her hood and looked around. Is something wrong with me? Immediately after, a group of masked people emerged from the deep forest. Whoa, such a beautiful young woman. Don't talk in front of the enemy. So what if I do? Anyway, she is about to die. Iriel quietly observes them. The 3 young men stand with 2 middle-aged men behind them. Could it be that the middle-aged man has mana and energy levels comparable to Rich? It is a lie. One of them snorted softly and said, I would rather fight alongside a saint than a saintess. Iriel remained calm and said, these things happen, despite knowing my face. If I punish you, will you tell me which kingdom is behind this? They quickly surround her. Everyone is holding a sharp sword. Don't underestimate us. Look at us like that. A young man could not hold back and charged at Ariel, but we had gagged numerous monks to make us chase like animals. But in an instant, she used magic to blow away the entire crowd. How cruel. Just lie there and count or whatever. I will kill you all soon. The crowd then shouted in fear. Save me. Just as she was about to deliver the final blow, suddenly another man rushed in and blocked her. Ariel quickly observed him, with his swordsmanship and flow at this level. As expected, he is an elite swordsman, but which kingdom has had to deploy 2 elite swordsmen? Maybe Lycian, but they have no reason to target me. More importantly, they can't handle a saint, so they won't do something as foolish as this. Dark force consisting of soul mages, bone dragons, and high-level swordsmen. I do not have time to think about this now. Ariel slowly took step after step. Her holy magic had a wider range of combat than a normal sword, so she could close the distance little by little, but she had not had time to strike, and the man suddenly disappeared. Then he and another man quickly surrounded and attacked at the same time, which Ariel completely did not expect. They attacked simultaneously, while she was focusing on one side. Did they plan to lure her out of the blind spot of the other? Is one of them willing to sacrifice? And they are not even low-level warriors but high-level swordsmen. But she smirks softly. Then, Ariel loudly shouts, "Holy light," and immediately a blinding golden beam appears, forcing both of them to step back a few paces, which is completely a wrong move in a confrontation. The enemy is a high-level swordsman, just a minor variable. She continuously tests spells, blessings, holy seals, and divine attacks, which can also determine the winner. Ariel wields her holy sword in both hands. Using her swift speed, she exploits an opening to cut, causing one of them to lose a hand. He sat down in pain, blood continuously flowing out. Ariel whispered, "Giving up on life is too easy, like letting go of a sheet of paper." He struggled to speak, and she immediately replied, "Because I tried." He continued asking, "But if even the strongest forces still have enemies that make them helpless, what would you do?" "I will try to mediate or compromise." The man forced a few smiles, and that was also an option. "Yeah. But you know that force does not believe in reconciliation, so the only option is destruction even if they are stronger than you." "Maybe not." Ariel smiled and looked at him. "If it were me, that would be impossible, but I know you have the ability to make it possible. Do you have anything else to say?" The man gently smiled. "But no, it is over now." Immediately after, red blood splattered everywhere, ending a life just like that. Ariel sighed softly. The 3 boys had already fled in that direction. No matter what, I will not lose track of them. In the forest, Frost was furious. Damn it, who would have thought that the Saintess was so strong? He became confused. Even the 2 high-level swordsmen could not fight her. How could we catch someone like her? His teammates standing beside him also looked hesitant. "If we turn back now, we..." Suddenly a sound interrupted their words. "No, that won't happen." Ariel stepped forward from somewhere, hands on her hips, coldly threatening. "Just as I thought. You can't go far. All right. Come here." Ariel still kept a cold expression and asked them, "Why did not you quietly follow me while I was still being kind?" Even if you refuse, I will still take you with me." Frost suddenly shouted, clutching his arms, his face covered in sweat from panic. "Instead of standing here confessing, I will let you go." Then he bit down and broke something inside his mouth. Ariel was stunned, watching him chew something sticky, while Frost and his team kept pouring syrup, their faces showing pain. She seemed to secretly suspect something. Could it be that they had poison in their mouths? They used extreme measures like attempted suicide to protect the secret. But immediately, she used holy magic to heal them. Ariel showing disdain for the petty trick. "Did you think you could die so easily? Come with me quietly, or I will start chopping off limbs and dragging you along." Did those 2 guys just groan? One of them asked, "Can you promise to untie us if we go with you?" You immediately crushed their thoughts. "Do you still think your current stance is good?" She coldly states that assassinating a saintess is a crime punishable by immediate execution. Followed, of course, by interrogation. Frost closed his eyes tightly. "And even if we tell her everything, the Holy Kingdom won't be able to do anything." Ariel replied, "We will be the ones to judge. You just need to honestly report everything you know." Right now he is kneeling humbly on the ground, negotiating with her. "If we tell you, just promise me one thing, or at least consider it." Ariel replied calmly, "If you swear you will only tell the truth, I will try to do that." Without hesitation, his teammate panicked and shouted, "You bastard, are you really going to tell them the truth? They can't help but be afraid. This is not just your own matter. We will all die if we do not listen." Frost immediately placed his hand in front and swore an oath. "Frost, swear on my mana that I will only tell you the truth." Ariel, hearing his oath, whispered in surprise, "A mana oath. If the person who made the oath breaks it, the mana inside their body will flow backward indeed. Everything he says from now on must be the truth." He started telling her what happened. "The Holy Nation did not know, but I mean, Our group, Frostia, infiltrated the holy nation over 20 years ago. Hearing this, Iriel was once again surprised. Frostia. And 20 years ago that means she single-handedly slaughtered the people of the Ogaran outskirts. Frost then stood up and continued. So you see, that was the beginning. In front of Iriel's astonishment, he continued to reveal the truth. Everyone said it was due to monster attacks, but that was not true. He recalled that everything was the doing of Frostia, remembering how the one-eyed monsters with sharp teeth caught the villagers, and he recounted it with a heavy heart. We were survivors abducted during the Ogaran massacre, and they only chose the healthiest looking among us. Frost recalls his people being crushed to death by giant serpents. He continued, the others were thrown as bait for the monsters. He also remembered the two middle-aged swordsmen who seemed sympathetic. The two senior swordsmen earlier also appear to have been kidnapped from other kingdoms. They took our families hostage and will kill each one if we do not obey them. At this point, Frost's emotions surged, tears streaming down her face. Even they have taken my younger sister as a hostage, so please promise me you will destroy Frostia. Iriel listened to the whole story with a serious expression and said, I understand, then leave immediately. The man widened his eyes in shock. What? You are letting us go? She turned around and walked away. Replying indifferently, that is right. Whether you choose to return to your family or die alone, do as you wish. Suddenly a guy spoke, making her stop. Sorry, it is my fault. The troublemaker scratched his head as if determined. I also want to tell you a few things about Frostia, and the guy beside him feels the same. Iriel turned around and told them, fine, then follow me. I will listen to what you have to say on the way. Meanwhile, in the outskirts of the academy, Day could not help but wonder to himself, strange, I do not see anything like a magic barrier, but there is definitely a magical reaction here. He looked worried. If he did not break the magic barrier quickly, the magic would keep activating. He looked around the academy, gradually deducing in his mind that the traces of explosions, the use of mana and blood spilled on the streets, and most of all, the civilians turned into monsters. Moreover, strangely, no buildings were damaged by this chaos, as if they had deliberately prevented the structures from being harmed. Day seems to realize something. No way, he recalls what Chief Era once told him. To break a magic barrier, we need to eliminate at least 30% of the barrier. In this case, since we do not know what they used to draw the barrier, everything becomes even more difficult. Day gradually concluded that it was not chalk or powder, but a giant magic barrier that still could not be broken. He quickly cast a holy spell, unleashing a violent attack that caused a massive explosion. Watching the flames before him, Day was confident in his hypothesis. Just as he predicted, even if only slightly, he could still sense the dispersal of the magic barrier. That means he becomes even more certain when he sees the giant barrier appear, indicating that this village itself is a huge magic seal. Suddenly, a voice echoes, it is about to collapse. Get out of the way. Day-Su, are there still people staying behind? You said to the two people who just spoke, everyone has been ordered to evacuate. Why are people still here? The two of them looked at him in shock and exclaimed, oh my god, he is a saint. A person in a blue shirt spoke now. We are not disobeying orders, it is just that the person in the yellow shirt beside him covered his face with a worried expression. Everyone was turned to stone and killed. So who turned everyone into stone? The two of them recounted the incident, saying, well, I am not sure if you know, but there is a monster called Ghost. They often use dark magic, and when we sensed it, a few of them were running around the village. He nodded as if he understood the situation. So those monsters, the yellow-shirted man forced a smile, secretly thinking we hid to avoid interfering with the activation of the magic circle. The yellow-shirted man squinted, as if struggling with his thoughts, unable to believe that some people had started destroying the buildings over there, and who knew that crazy guy would turn out to be a saintly monster. Suddenly Day asked them, why did not either of you think about capturing the monsters, since you are both support players? Right. The two guys looked pale as if they would seen a ghost. He has realized it. So he continued to state his reasoning, and the red blood on your clothes. It can't be from ghosts that do not have blood. And moreover, you said both of you were hiding inside the transparent area. At this point, Dayland's face was full of murderous intent. So you killed the brave warriors fighting the ghosts and helped the monsters escape. And after eliminating the rescue team from the Holy Nation, you stayed silent inside the building. Right. The yellow-clad man knew he could not deny it and bit down hard on something in his mouth. If we have been discovered, we have no other choice. As he finished speaking, their bodies gradually melted away, releasing strange vapors. And I was stunned. Are they dissolving? Could that be poison? Looking at the two men before him, now just puddles of toxic sludge, Day was reeling a poison that could melt a body instantly. He would never heard of such a thing, that they would take poison to avoid revealing information. Who was behind all of this? He cupped his face with one hand, looking helpless. Damn it, I need to find a bunch of things, but I do not have time for this now. I have to break the magic array first. Suddenly his expression changed. 30 of the city is just destruction alone. That is not enough. He activated his eye to search for mana. Meanwhile, he silently concluded that the 2 recently deceased people were probably the last remaining residents here. In response, a magic circle appeared around him. He needed to finish this quickly by drawing as much mana as possible. He created a blue mana sphere, threw it forward, causing a shockwave and an earthquake, instantly shattering the temple in front of him into pieces and collapsing it. On the other side, Frost spoke up. That is how we were kidnapped by Phroxia. He followed Ariel, scratching his head sheepishly. Then we had to endure harsh trials, and I think we have done every kind of dirty, wicked thing there is. Her face was emotionless as she listened to him tell the story, but deep down she was analyzing everything, knowing they were at the bottom of the group and lacked much intelligence. Yet Ariel pondered the information provided, the scale of Phroxia, their general strength, skills, methods of gathering intelligence, and many other things, compared to before when she knew nothing. Learning these things is already a pretty good result. Suddenly, Frost hesitantly spoke. Excuse me, Saintess, what about you? Ariel was confused. He scratched his head and explained. I mean, when she was a child, she looks like someone raised in a wealthy family. Hearing that, she fell into deep thought about her childhood, recalling the past. In a peaceful house filled with sunlight, a warm call was heard. Faya, are you there? Little Ariel smiled sweetly, holding a laundry basket, and cheerfully replied, Yes, I am here. In a church on a small island in the Holy Empire, there is a beautiful girl named Ariel, with her bright pink eyes and soft, shimmering blonde hair. Ariel looks like a pearl among the flock of orphaned children in the church. The girl was like an angel with exceptional intelligence and a kind heart. One day, Ariel, do you want to explore the world outside? The outside world. Father Jock smiled and said, You have always been curious about the village. Do not you want to explore the world? Ariel replied, I am indeed curious, but if I go, I do not know what to do and I will be very sad to leave my friends behind. He softly said, You are a smart girl, Ariel. I am sure you can do anything. I will help you. Your talent is being wasted here at the church. I can see your potential. Out there, you will have more opportunities to grow. And when you find what you want to do, I will be here to support you. Of course you can return anytime to visit your friends. The girl looked excited and said, Okay, I want to go. All right then, why did not we go today? But I have not said goodbye to my friends yet. I am telling you this because a great opportunity has just appeared for you. If I do not go, I will miss it. Father Jock hurriedly urged. Come on, hurry up now. Ariel felt a bit confused and thought to herself, Okay, he said I can visit my friends anytime. Then, the 2 of them sat together in the prepared carriage outside, and Ariel still felt incredibly regretful. She was so sad because she had not had a chance to say anything to her friends. Reverend Jock chuckled softly and said, It is okay, you can write a letter and see. You are right, everything will be fine. Right, as soon as she finished speaking, the girl widened her eyes at the unfamiliar scenery outside through the carriage window. Dad. We have gone past the village. He replied, Oh, we are arriving at the port. A port? Yes. We will take a ship to Geo, which is a large city. That place is so much better than this village. You will be able to explore many places. When the time comes, Ariel hears these sweet words and wonders, Is it really better than the village? I am so curious. What kind of place is Geo? Then, Jock and Ariel board the large wooden ship heading out to sea. The girl was extremely excited, looking at everything. Ariel, we have arrived. That is Geo. In front of them was a large, unfamiliar city bustling with activity. He smiled and asked, Do you like it? Ariel excitedly exclaimed, This is amazing. Where are we going, Dad? The 2 quickly stepped off the ship onto the dock. We need to have a quick talk. Oh, Ariel. Take this. As he spoke, Jock poured water into the cup, and Ariel held the cup to pour the water herself. She could not help but ask, What is this? He replied that it was holy water. Not much, but prepared to celebrate our new beginning at Geo. The girl glanced at him and said, Dad. Jock softly said, Why do not I just drink it? All right. Ariel did not think much and calmly took a big gulp. Immediately, her mind became dizzy and unclear. Her eyes gradually closed, closing her eyes. Cut to the 2 platinum coins. If she has 2 coins, she must have at least 3. Damn it. Fine. Ariel wakes up amidst the chaos. Where am I? Did I fall asleep? I did not drink what Father gave me. Ariel struggled to open her eyes and tried to call out. Father. Father Jock smiled upon hearing the sound and turned around. Oh, you are awake now. I hope you will have a good life here. Beside him stood a large, unfamiliar man. Here, take the money. In a panic, Ariel asked if this was the place he would mentioned. But before she could finish, he cut her off. Yes, this is the slave market. What? I just sold you into slavery. Ariel could not believe what she was hearing. What are you saying? I thought you would take me somewhere really wonderful. You said you would help me find what I want to do until, he laughed openly. You are so naive, of course I was lying. Sorry kid, but you are smart, so I am sure you will be fine. No way. Josh slowly opened the door to the room. But I promise you one thing. Keep writing letters when you want to see your friends. He gave a slightly crooked smile. And I will send that friend here right away. Then he immediately turned and left. The tall man quickly approached Ariel and urged her to follow him. As if that was not enough, after being burned by the fire, Ariel sat motionless, staring at the wall for 4 days as if she had lost her mind. She sat there in a daze like a lifeless corpse. No, I am just pretending to be like that. After a while, they started to slack off, and after analyzing the surrounding area, I remembered every action, trait, and even the smallest habits of everyone entering and leaving this house. Then the day I was sold arrived, and I fumbled to hold the cross attached to the leather collar. Ariel, I'm sorry. As a mother I should have protected you. But always remember that as long as you hold this, the gay god will always be with you. That is why you will never be weak. Ariel. Become stronger. She clenched the holy tree in her hand. Outside, the whispers of the traffickers began to be heard. This girl is special and will sell very well. Ariel frowned, thinking, it is time. Although I hesitated a lot over the past 4 days, I only have one choice. That big man is usually the one checking on her with a lantern. That stupid priest only took 3 silver coins for this girl, this slave master. I can't bring his strength back, and even if I was lucky enough to escape, a girl like me can't run faster than a big man. When he saw Ariel sitting still against the wall, he called out, Hey, is she sleeping? Hey, wake up. She is not moving. Is she dead? That is why I will make him distracted and kill him to escape. She quickly pulls out the cross hanging around her neck and stabs it straight into his neck. Back in the present, Ariel held the cross in her hand and coldly said, That past might just make me a murderer. Frost forced a smile and said, I see. Then let us go to the front gate. Priest Joxline immediately knelt down. Bowing respectfully, greeting the saintess, Ariel looked down with no emotion. It has been a long time since we met. Priest Pig, we should call each other traitors. Right? Hearing this, his sweat kept dripping down, his eyes full of confusion. In that town, night fell and a shout rang out. That girl is heading this way. A man with a scar at his eye shouted loudly. This time I will definitely catch her, followed by a bald man with a long scar on his cheek, showing clear determination. Ariel recalls those dark memories, being betrayed and sold into slavery, then killing someone for the first time and fleeing. The slave traders kept chasing after me, and little Ariel was hiding behind a wall, clutching a rope tightly, wary of the pursuers. That painful past haunted her mind. They relentlessly chased me for months, and whenever it happened, the traffickers running ahead tripped over the wire Ariel had laid out, falling forward into a pile of broken glass, their screams echoing painfully. She recalls how she escaped that nightmare, fleeing from them using the very method she first employed when they lay writhing in pain among shattered glass. Young Ariel ruthlessly brought the knife down, reflecting on the past as her body became increasingly stained with blood, stains that would cling to her hair as surely as the crime was etched into her soul. Young Ariel was consumed by guilt, her hair still stained with the blood of the slavers. She was like a blind person, unable to find a way out, and unlike the traces of those crimes, which never disappeared, but became more pronounced, the feeling of guilt gradually faded. Her eyes grew dark, and finally I blamed the world for pushing me into this situation. A once innocent soul has now become hardened. Little Ariel was filled with hatred, the seaport, ships, the island city. Her father, Georg Grest. The bastard. I need to kill someone. Why do things like this happen? Ariel recalled that moment. Only despair remained, and when I arrived, my soul had completely become a murderer. But heaven does not abandon anyone, and at the moment it seemed like the end of Ariel's life. A warm light shone through. The supreme goddess appeared, extending her hands toward little Ariel. She recalls that image, and for some reason, the goddess chose her. In Ariel's empty eyes at that moment, a faint spark of salvation flickered, and it changed her murderous thoughts. Standing before that blinding light, I gradually realized how precious life is and how pointless revenge can be. She continued to reflect, and that is why even when I stared intently at the face of this scoundrel priest, that scoundrel is the priest with his head bowed down. At this moment, Ariel seems to have let go of her hatred, and I did not think of anything at all, which is quite strange. She pondered silently, her face still expressionless. On the other side, Day continued demolishing each building one by one, but it was not as simple as just destroying them. He keeps using mana, trying to identify all the magic barriers set throughout the city and determine their types and purposes. Day uses spells, and each building displays different symbols. Seeing this, he is confident in his hypothesis that indeed, the city center and even the structure, weight, and shape of the buildings all bear the mystical language of magic barriers. By comparing the mystical languages of the buildings, each floor's design creates a magic barrier, he continued to deduce. There are definitely fewer than 6 barriers, and I just need to stand here and contain them. Suddenly, Day started bleeding from his nose. The man around him vanished, and a giant magic circle appeared. He looked up in shock, a tower of magic blocking and singing, preventing him from regaining his composure. A purple energy enveloped him. They kept attacking Day, causing him pain and screams, while another barrier of mana was blocking his way. But he no longer felt it. Wait a minute. Are they overlapping each other, causing the building's magic barriers to disrupt the mana flow and making me unable to sense this barrier? And Day painfully hypothesizes that this might be a type of sealing magic where the maximum mana in an active formation enhances its sealing power. Even though I was surrounded by a massive amount of dark mana, I still kept my composure and analyzed the situation. After casting a huge spell that caused the city to shake, I realized I could no longer control my mana, so I could not release it from my body while being sealed. Suddenly, dark clouds of aura spread out in front of him. Day judged, and not to mention this scent. There is no way. He seemed to realize something. Is not this also the magic that Era was hit with? Immediately another formation appeared right in the middle of the ground, along with the magic formation. Endless black holes opened up. Each bizarre-looking monster emerged from those holes, leaving Day stunned. Could it be that they too were summoned here? Faced with the current situation, I was a bit panicked and tense. I could not fight them like this, but suddenly a green monster swung an attack at me. At this moment, I was determined that if I did not stop them now, they would surely chase after the injured people nearby. Then he quickly cast a spell, creating a large mana sword, which might be a bit over the top. Not giving the monster another chance to touch him, Day swung the sword, splitting the monster into 100 pieces. Suddenly he staggered. The flow of mana within his body was disrupted. He collapsed to his knees, face filled with unbearable pain, as if his veins were being torn apart. Mana flowed in reverse as arrows rained down, piercing his back and sending him crashing to the ground, his back soaked in blood. However, he managed to turn his head and look back at where the arrows were shot from. Do they also suspect this was going to happen? Being attacked like this, I am too reckless. I was too arrogant. The growling of beasts suddenly echoes, with monsters with glowing red eyes surrounding him. Is this it? Elsewhere, the villagers are moving inside the city. Era stands above, watching the group of people and witnessing supplies being delivered one after another. It seems she is doing everything well. They are moving faster than I expected. At this pace, the request I received will be fulfilled soon, so I need to go to Day's place right away. Suddenly someone calls her name in my subconscious. Era. She is shocked. Day. The mark on her back of the hand also flickers. Era immediately realizes something is wrong. She rapidly casts a holy spell. The will of Day is weakening. Exactly what is harming that child, she shouted, as the portal of destruction opened, and she quickly flew into it. The monster teacher is about to attack Day. Era screams, "Stop!" She is filled with rage. Evil monsters, how dare you? In an instant, Era had wiped out all the monsters. Suddenly, she widened her eyes in utter shock, because she saw Day lying unconscious on the ground, shouting loudly and calling his name. Day. Era runs quickly to his side, checking on him and trying to wake him up. Day. Are you okay? Wake up. In an instant, she turned pale. Unbelievable. This scent, it haunts the past. Ever since Era was exposed to that scent, she could not forget it. A sharp, sweet fruit aroma that held her captive for 20 years. At that moment, Era fell into a deep sleep, a sign of the curse spell that caused her to enter a long slumber. Those around her were also stunned to see her like that. The surrounding atmosphere was still filled with the ghostly purple smoke. And now, Day is also emanating the scent of a cursed spell. Remember that painful memory. Era suddenly started crying. She hugged Day and softly called his name. Day. The situation does not look good because Day has been in a coma for a month. This news came as a huge shock. After the news about what happened to Day spread, the hero of the kingdom was celebrated, and his supporters were very surprised. As a token of gratitude, the kingdom held a hero's ceremony in his honor. The solemn ceremony was held as Pope Glacier praised Day's glorious achievements, then bestowed upon him a hero title never before awarded in the Holy Nation, the title of Emin. Since then, many problems have arisen because the Holy Saint, who symbolizes the strength of the kingdom, is currently absent, putting the kingdom at risk of invasion by foreign nations. And to save time, Glacier began to spread out across the kingdom. And eventually, war broke out between the two sides. Iriel is so excited to attack like this, the fight won't collapse. Right, Ditch is fiercely defeating the enemy. She must be feeling pretty good to be able to chase them down. The current situation makes her a bit worried. It is already the third day, and the enemies keep attacking non-stop. Even when holy magic can ease physical exhaustion, it can't eliminate the mental fatigue for everyone. To this extent, suddenly someone shouted loudly, "Holy Maiden." Iriel looked in surprise towards the direction of the voice, and it was none other than Harrow riding a horse coming to help. She quickly recognized him. Then Iriel desperately used her martial skills to defeat the enemy in front of her. Under her influence, countless thunderbolts struck down with deafening booms. Suddenly, a figure darted forward swiftly at his Barrett, desperately swinging his sword to defeat the enemy. Iriel stared blankly at the scene before her. Ferris, Saris, Ryan. I think they are still not mature enough, but now they have all become brave warriors, with Harrow standing beside them. Agreeing, yes, if the Holy Lord saw this, he would be very pleased. Then she smiled and said yes. Zaken was allowed to rest until the battle was over, and he woke up later. Suddenly a wounded soldier cried out in pain. A woman approached smiling. After all, how could a low-ranking soldier fight against the Saintess? Replacing Zake with concern, the Holy Maiden. Those people. Iriel was just as surprised. It is unreasonable. People say they only appeared in Selen a few days ago. I will say, she is also quite beautiful. But when she was a child, she looked quite chubby. Oh, is there anything else? Taboo. Leon saw Abu smile. That was a bit embarrassing, and she found it hard to understand how they could get to Salonia so quickly. Then Iriel began analyzing the current situation. On our side, only Zake and I had reached the level of advanced swordsman despite some difficulties. Judging by Aura's color and intensity, there was no doubt he was at least a high-level swordsman. Otherwise we would not stand a chance against him. After a moment of thought, she subtly glanced and signaled for Zake to turn around, as Aura charged forward fiercely. How pitiful it was to see the two of them looking at each other. Iriel quickly raised her hand to defend. Cake looked at her with disdain. Do you think you can block my attack? Then Aura unleashed a powerful strike. Stop this one. Zake realized things were getting serious. Saintess, fall back quickly. But it was too late as the attack was already right in front of him. Then a deafening explosion erupted. Zake let out a faint cry of pain and thought to himself that he could only do this much with a single strike. Then he realized that the opponent was not someone easy to mess with, clearly far superior to him and us, probably a high or elite level swordsman. She immediately ordered the entire army to retreat. Withdraw immediately. He would not easily let it go and quickly charged forward. Do you think I would let you do that? Suddenly, Iriel's hand appeared in front of Aura, immediately after she cast her spell. Only then did he realize the holy power and angelic light. After facing this attack, he became fully alert, as he ever successfully avoided this kind of power before. Then Aura was stunned by the ruined scene before her, immediately feeling all her hostility vanish. Could it be that she borrowed the power of the gods? How interesting, a voice echoed at the troop assembly point. While the 7 holy knights defended at the front, let Harrow's archers prepare to attack the rear. The one in charge is Re. Let the saints oversee the actions of the holy knights. The blockade will take place in the northwest forest. Iriel's teachers silently note. Re. Right. Captain Hailong stared intently at Rhea, a girl who stood out among the students participating in volunteer activities for the war. She had a keen eye for planning, which compensated for her lack of physical strength, and after a moment of reflection, Iriel praised her. That is a good plan. Carry it out. If this action succeeds, balance will be restored and we will be able to do it. Then she placed her hand on the command table and announced the meeting was over. Relax a bit since they do not seem to want to attack yet. Rhea obeyed the order. Yes. Holy Maiden. Nearby, the crackling fire was accompanied by someone's sighs of regret, and Jake approached with curiosity. It is not too difficult when a holy one is absent. Right, Iriel awkwardly replied. It is really hard. Now I understand. She has done so much for us. Then she smiled and turned around. But I can't keep relying on the holy saint forever. I am also a saintess of this kingdom. Just then, someone approached. Yes. Your Holiness. Now is the time to repay the generosity of the holy saint. Iriel was surprised by Barrett's appearance. He politely greeted her. Welcome. Your Holiness, he asked curiously. Why did you leave that comfortable seat to come here? Ryan chuckled and explained. What good is that comfortable chair when the war is raging fiercely, watching everything unfold? She guessed that this was probably the result of the holy nation restructuring process that Day had planned. In Ariel's mind, thoughts raced. These nobles only worked for their own interests and their families, but now everyone is working together towards a common goal. I can't imagine that one day I would feel close to them, in the end. She remarks, it is a strange feeling. I have arrived at Saho Palace. Someone is performing a ritual, cleansing right now. Instead of Clio, I wonder how the Holy Lord is doing. After a thorough examination, Chelsea turned back, still the same. Although his mind was clear, his body still could not move. You should stay by his side and keep him company so he does not feel lonely. Before leaving, she did not forget to remind him. Now I will go. Take good care of Day. Servant. It is good for him and good for you. When only the two of you are left in the room, she feels lonely. A person who receives love and care from high-level gods. No one can do that except for him. Holy Saint, Clio is fixing Day's hair, and not only that. Do you know how many people are worried about you? So the plea echoes through the night. Wake up quickly. Suddenly, his finger moved slightly, and at the same time, purple assassin's dagger appeared from Day's arm. The stories about him are truly miraculous, and the way Day absorbs mana is strange. He does not need to create any magic circle or use any magic within his body, but he absorbs and uses mana from the air, so there is no mana stored inside his body at all. However, currently 2 sources of mana coexist within him. There is a lot of mana there, one of which is the core of the demon magic. The rest is earth-type sealing magic similar to Era's magic from the magic circle. Day's method of recovery is also different from ordinary people, the same method used to treat Era, which is tea, originating from a long-lasting potion, with curse magic still remaining in the body. The main feature of that method is to use mana externally to heal while visual images appear in the mind. He is aware of what he should do, so just like before, he must eliminate the curse magic from his body. However, my mana control has been restricted, so I can't push them out on my own, so Day started thinking of a way. If I could move and activate my mana a little to trigger the dragon technique. Now the bone dragon has reacted and is looking confused at the opponent because the magic is peacefully coexisting with the bone dragon. Of course, it does not like this at all because, according to the nature of mana, they cannot coexist in the same place. So those 2 creatures clash and tear at each other, with the dragon trying to drive out the cursed magic. Halong watches the scene, destroying the enemy from within, and Day thinks to himself that the dragon's spell will win if it receives help. In front of him is a battle of equals. But no matter how powerful the cursed dragon magic is, his enemy has used strong magic for decades, and if the haunting magic array defeats the dragon, he is doomed. To prevent any unexpected events, Day must act, so to avoid risks, he needs to conserve as much mana as possible. I also realize the dangers I face, but all the madness inside my body will harm myself. Even in unconsciousness, my consciousness remains clear. I do not know who created this magic circle, but if I catch him, I will make him pay. Is it true that Fraki is very close by outside? The maid discussing with a tray in hand, except for children and the elderly. Everyone else has been called to join the army. The maid adds her opinion while stirring water, and Miss Oaklewood has gone to the battlefield. They could only pray, with Oaklewood hoping for her good health. Sounds echoed on the battlefield as the 8th Infantry Regiment retreated slightly. Obeying orders, while the 5th Magic Legion unleashed their magic, each attack lands with a deafening sound. Fireballs and slashes from the wind cutter sword. Seeing the situation was unstable, the enemy shouted their spells, and the 5th Magic Legion retreated, but the mage did not hesitate and immediately cast a spell to blow them away. A snowstorm erupted, and the people cried out in pain, quickly realizing it was magic. Retreat. Seeing the situation, she ordered the soldiers to return to the camp and not to pursue. Return to the camp where the chatter is loud. Today I have returned, and the battle was very difficult for everyone. Lauren, commander of the 8th Regiment, was extremely excited. Lauren, if I could be with you in Clyute, I think we could take them all down together. Garcia, the deputy commander of the 8th Legion, shares her feelings with her. Thanks to that, the soldiers' morale will be greatly boosted. We should feel especially proud for successfully protecting Celine from praise, but Chelsea remains cold and everyone did well. Inside, she is contemplating that if we keep fighting like this, not only Celine but also Gariel and Salonia will be exhausted. Chelsea is carefully calculating, but I also have to consider the variables. They are mainly stationed at Gariel. If they suddenly attack us, we might not be able to hold out. We definitely need to call in reinforcements. After a moment of contemplation, she ordered Lauren and Garcia to go to Gariel, and they happily obeyed and led the way. While Chelsea was lost in thought about something, suddenly she sensed something unusual. Immediately Chelsea turned in one direction. This mana flow impossible, and at the same time Jai regained consciousness. Looking at his feet, he feels incredibly happy. I did it. I finally woke up, and also Jai's attention is on his left hand. It is amazing. The magic chant on my left hand has completely disappeared. As expected, combining the 2 types of mana was a good idea. His body is undergoing changes, and the dragon technique has weakened as soon as the original core completely disappeared. He quietly senses the change in his body, but now he is much weaker. The most important thing is that his whole body still cannot move, but he can still absorb mana from the air. Streams of mana are healing G. I do not need as much mana as I did when healing Era. It will be fine. I can't absorb much right now either. Healing. Jai then closes his eyes seriously behind me, unable to compare to the magic cast normally. I must focus more to avoid distraction at this moment. Suddenly, I felt something strange in my hand. My left hand had absorbed magic, and for some reason now it felt light and weightless. In an instant, I was stunned. And not only that, every blood vessel and cell was flooded with mana. So, the joy quickly spreads as the mana in my body is activated. Is it because my hand has become more sensitive and familiar with mana, allowing it to absorb more? I can feel that my left hand is absorbing mana very strongly, which is causing my body to recover faster. I can achieve optimal magic performance with only a small amount of mana. Joy floods my mind, meaning I am stronger now. Just need this much, and I will begin restoring my entire body. Jai is still in the room undergoing treatment. Healing, and he can sit up very quickly now. Currently, Jai is very excited because he feels light as if he is flying, and his health has never been better. His hands suddenly clenched tightly. It is time to go back. I have never been this confident before. Now I have broken free from all limitations. In the darkness of night, the atmosphere is tense and suffocating. Iriel's voice echoes through the space explaining the current situation. The appearance of high-level swordsmen dealt us a heavy blow. They attacked Celonia's capital at midnight. A surprise assault. Her face shows clear horror, eyes wide open, mouth agape, and her eyebrows nearly meeting. She shouts loudly to those behind her. If we lose more soldiers here, it will be hard to defend the capital, but we must find a way to escape this situation. Everyone, fall back. Do not look back. Iriel clasped her hands together and whispered, I have to find a way to hold them back. Otherwise, Ditch will be firmly holding his sword facing her. He declared loudly, Your Holiness, we will protect you in the capital. We will do whatever it takes to accomplish that. Iriel hurriedly tried to stop her, shouting that she could not do this alone while our strongest was absent. Before Iriel could finish speaking, Ditch shouted, I will try. Faced with his determination, she could only sigh. He poured out his heart. If I die here now, this battle will be over. Iriel raises her hands forward, her palms open. A bright light shines down from the sky on the soldiers, making them rejoice as if they have found treasure. Holy shield. Holy seal. Blessing. Great holy magic. This is the blessing of the Saintess. Counterattack and do not spare any of them. Iriel runs in the opposite direction, her eyes filled with worry and sadness. She whispered to herself, Everyone, do not die. Her figure soared away, dragging the swirling winds that howled, and the trees swayed in the direction of the wind. Zeke instructed the knights behind him. Everyone, hold your position and do not let them get past. The knights shouted loudly, adjusting their formation, when suddenly a lamenting voice made Zeke's blood run cold. His eyes widened. Oh God, we are a bit late. Why can't I see the Saintess anywhere? The dwarf with the aura strokes his thickly braided beard. He is arguing with the fake witch next to him. Things are getting more interesting. But should not we also go after her? The fake witch glanced at the person beside her and then bit her lip. I will leave it to you to decide. The middle-aged man with a few graying hairs under his chin replied. I agree. Zeke clenched his sword tightly in his hand. A warning bell rang in his mind. Sure enough, they had arrived. We have to stop him from chasing the Saintess. He bravely charges at the dwarf. He raises his sword high, determined to take everything and fall together with them. Do you think I will allow you to do that? The sword in his hand was quickly blocked by the middle-aged man's mirror, which slightly lifted a few strands of beard under his chin. The middle-aged man chuckled with amusement. I hear you are the youngest high-level swordsman on the continent.
Is that so?
His eyes looked at Zeke as if he was a mere ant. I will take care of you. That title makes Zeke startle. He wants to deny it but can't bring himself to say it. No, that is not it. The fake witch, though she approached him with a cunning look and an aura, spoke in a voice full of arrogance. Be gentle with him. He looks quite adorable. She will run away. The two swords clashed continuously, flashing bright sparks and deafening screeches. Zeke gritted his teeth and continued to charge into the battle with the knives. Reluctantly, sweat dripped down his face. He struggled to curse under his breath as Raya suddenly appeared like a savior. The girl shouted loudly, the wizard army. Fireball. It rushes toward the middle-aged man, creating a thick cloud of smoke and flames. Smoke rises across the sky. The girl's face, still a little scared, is brave as she shouts loudly, Zeke, I will support you. Zeke was stunned. He turned to look at the girl and muttered, Raya. The mist clears to reveal the appearance of the middle-aged man. Surprisingly, he shows no sign of injury after the attack. I can't believe there are so many talented people in the Holy Nation. Your bloodline bothers me a bit, but I guess I can't ignore you. Zeke secretly feels terrified. He is not injured at all. Suddenly, he opened his eyes in horror and shouted, Raya. A shadow with black hair suddenly appeared behind her, and the dead fish eyes stared intently at her. I am warning you. You are blocking my way. The little girl, hearing Zeke shout, she looked back in surprise. Without hesitation, she kicks fiercely at the girl, leaving Rhea no time to react. Zeke shouts, Raya. Her foot moves with the agility of a cat, and as she just tips her toe down, she leaps into the air. With every step she takes, the air seems to tear apart. The soldiers are no longer calm at this moment. They are like sheep facing a gray wolf. Run away in chaos. Screaming everywhere. It is coming. Run quickly. The sword flickers beneath the cloak. If nothing unexpected happens, they will all die by his sword. Red blood splatters amidst the chaotic. Pained screams. Zeke was stunned, his body tensing up, eyebrows almost fused together. He calculated that our army had been wiped out and was being attacked by two people. Facing him, the middle-aged warrior charged directly. Shouting out, sparks flew as the two swords clashed. I also want to face you and see how you do. He helplessly curses. Damn it. Zeke's face tensed like a stretched string. He is calculating. Damn it. His attack is too powerful. I have no way to defeat him. Suddenly, a snowflake appeared beside Zeke. The sky and earth are suddenly covered by cold air and fragile snowflakes. Look at that, it is an icy field, with blue cloaks flying in the air before gently landing on the ground. The middle-aged man stammers. Is this a mage? He says softly but firmly, without any rashness. She spoke seriously, silently surrendering as the enemy was sprayed with sticky black glue. All I can do is marvel. There are still people in the Holy Kingdom who can perform this magic. Iriel sped forward, thinking to herself that she had escaped and was trying not to leave any traces. Maybe this will buy me some time, but her steps gradually slowed. Iriel's face lowered. She bit her lower lip in worry, yet she had no plan once she reached Celonia. He sneers with aura as he and the witch step aside from the path she just took, saying casually, "How unlucky. If she had run straight ahead, she might have gone further." A beam of light created from her hand made her tense. I guessed this was the case, but I did not think they would arrive so quickly. She shouted aloud, one by one. She had assumed a ready stance to fight for her life against the enemies. She declared, "I will fight with you and take down both of you one by one." The witch seemed to ignore her completely. Her words were full of contempt. How interesting. So what if that is the case? Aura and the fake witch beside him glowed like bloodthirsty predators rushing toward Ariel. They threatened. If she could, the night air is pierced by a sharp sound, followed by a spray of crimson blood. Strangely, the blood belongs to Aura, who stares in disbelief as his beard is severed, a fresh gash etched across his face, and Ariel felt as if stars had fallen from the sky, her eyes shining brightly. Guy appeared like a god standing before her. He was the one who attacked Aura. Ariel cheered happily, and the dust created by the residual magic gradually dissipated, pushing Aura and the water witch aside, with Guy standing protectively in front of Ariel. "So you guys have been causing trouble and having fun while I was away. That damn magic barrier caused me so much frustration." Aura was furious but just as stunned. Even that turtle spell only caused a coma for a month. A blue light gradually gathered in his hand. And Gi, annoyed, responded to his words. "1 month is not the whole year. I thought I would die of boredom." The green sphere in his hand gradually grew larger. He calmly responded that he was very busy so he would kill both of them at once. The witch looked at that power with awe in her heart. This enormous flow of mana, she had heard of him before but found it hard to believe he was this strong. Aura and the witch exchange a quick glance. Signaling each other silently, both rush to grab Day's shoulders, catching him off guard. Behind them, Ariel seems to realize something. Her mouth opens in shock but no words come out. They grab him. "Do not tell me it is mana pressure." The witch screams excitedly, a triumphant look on her face as if she has seen Day's end. "No matter how much mana you have inside, you are still just a human. There is no way you have more mana than 2 high-level swordsmen. Die." Day's eyes widened as he vaguely guessed that they were trying to make the mana sources attack each other. But the mana flow of the loser would shatter. His eyes flashed with blue light as he confidently calculated, but he had chosen the wrong opponent. In the middle of the forest, blue light shoots straight into the sky, illuminating the entire land in an instant. At the base, the bodies of 2 unfortunate individuals collapse. He steps over them and softly speaks. "You must know who you can't touch before you attack, even before your last breath." Aura and the witch still could not believe it. "But you are the only one who can survive." In that moment, Ariel, wake her from her darkness and despair. He instructed, "We do not have much time. I will go to Gariel first. You follow me as quickly as possible." Blocking Zik's fight is nearing its end. His whole body is already covered in wounds. He is panting heavily, and her hand is trying to hold the sword tightly. Okluit, seeing Zik's condition, is terrified and shouts, "Zik, can you hold on?" Before she could get a response, Okluit had to create a barrier to block the opponent's attack. The black-haired woman in a tight round dress continuously attacking her. Okluit muttered a spell while thinking, worry leading to mistakes. But Zik was about to give up. She could not stay calm anymore. Sharp ice shards appeared from the air at Okluit's command and shot toward the black-haired woman. With a grimace, she clenched her teeth and silently resolved that no matter what, we could not prolong this battle any longer. That black-haired girl dodges the ice blocks skillfully, calm and composed inside. That mage, that broad-eyed man looks at Okluit and concludes, just as expected, it is not an ordinary spell. Seeing her confident stance and the spells Okluit used, I silently guessed that she had just dispelled one spell and immediately cast another in response. Her ability to control the angle, timing, and speed of casting her attack spells is truly astonishing, so she must be a level 6 Grand Mage. A scream from Ditch causes Okluit's eyes to become panicked. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man has run Ditch through the chest with his sword. Blood gushes from his throat and the wound, leaving him in a critical state. Ditch's eyes gradually lost their clarity, becoming vacant. He collapsed to the ground, motionless amidst his comrades' screams. "Ditch?" The middle-aged man drew his sword and spoke with satisfaction. "You have resisted long enough. All right, then I guess now." He turned to look at her, his eyes burning with ferocity and bloodlust. Then sneered. Your turn. Miss. Occluit did not even have time to mourn, her face tense, eyebrows raised, teeth clenched. Just try me, she made up her mind, with no other choice. The spell she cast carried a chilling aura of ice and snow. Brossier. The soldiers suddenly surged forward and fled, screaming in terror. Everyone run fast. The soldier announced that he had arrived, and someone landed on the ground, causing the air to tense as if about to explode. From within the dust and debris, Day stepped out, still faintly glowing with magic. The middle-aged man was startled and stepped back. Suspecting that it was him, Day ignored the soldiers and pushed through them to reach Zik, who had collapsed. The ground around him was stained red with blood, and as he reached out to touch Zik's neck, he realized the body had already lost its warmth. Day's face darkened. Emotionless, he realized that he had just died about 20 minutes ago, and his voice echoed as he said, "Tell me." Day asked who killed Zeke. Occluit bowed her head in regret and apologized, saying it was all due to her limited abilities. He interrupted her, saying no. That was a meaningless question. Day's eyes blazing with murderous intent. He declares, "I will only cut them into 1,000 pieces." The middle-aged man warns his teammate he has a raging amount of mana. The black-haired woman agrees that he is dangerous. "We have to avoid him. I will create a path out." Meanwhile, the black-haired girl plans to instruct her teammate to protect the line. Before her words are even finished, a blue blade appears across her eye. Blood sprays from the nearby person, causing the middle-aged man to stiffen. Day moves behind him, analyzing the angle and size of the wound, confirming it was not caused by her. He turned back and asked the man, his eyes full of murderous intent, fear overwhelming the middle-aged man, his voice trembling. "Is he a monster?" Blood spraying into the air. On the ground are the bodies of the middle-aged man and the black-haired girl. Day inquired, "Can I entrust this battlefield to you?" Clyus nodded in agreement. "Yes, your holiness, I will control this place, so you won't worry a moment. Thank you, I trust you." Clyus hurriedly responded, "Thank you, sir." She looked at Day's actions in confusion. Saint Day, what is he planning to do with Ditch's body? A magical light radiates and illuminates a corner of the forest. Ditch's armor has been removed and his body carefully cleaned. With wounds stitched up, he gazes down at Ditch's body, lost in thought. He has reattached the severed spinal cord and stitched up the kidneys. But there is no way to transfuse blood, no way to... Ariel approaches, calling out, "Your Holiness," she asks desperately. "Is Dish gone?" But Dean remains silent. Ariel comforted him, her hand glowing with a golden light. Then she simply suggested instead, he should have left in better condition, and everyone would forever remember Ditch's heroism. Warm yellow light enveloped Ditch, and something seemed to surprise Ariel so much that her eyes widened. Ditch whispered, "We can save him." She was stunned. What to do? He raised his voice firmly. "We can save Ditch." Suddenly, a voice responded, "I'm sorry. But Day, holy magic is not omnipotent. That is obvious. But you cannot bring someone back from the dead." A different voice echoed through the dark space of that tree's canopy. "I know that now." Calmness appeared on Day's face as blue light gathered in his hand, forming a white and blue surgical knife floating in midair. Day calmly said, "The holy magic might not save him, but I will try to do it." As soon as he finished speaking, the surgical knife hovering in the air immediately lunged forward, slicing up the back of the person lying on the ground. Ariel shouted to stop him, "And I completely understand your feelings right now. It is hard to accept this because you care so much about him." Zik is now lying on the ground, sweating profusely, with wounds all over his body that look extremely gruesome. Ariel's voice still shouting to stop him. But this time it is different from before. Zik is truly dead. Life and death are in God's hands. Mortals cannot interfere. Hearing that, Zay sternly turned to look at her and said determinedly, "No, if giving up a life that can still be saved, I cannot rest easy. Even if God does not want me to, I will do my best to save him." Hearing his words, she suddenly shouted out loud, "Zay." Then Ariel continued to worry and speak again. "Why would you say such forbidden words?" Then, as if she realized something, her eyes suddenly widened in shock. She hesitated, wondering if he would still be determined. Right now, Zay struggled to breathe and spoke. "Ariel, I can't explain everything to you right now, but just trust me." Then he tightly grasped his shirt and silently thought, just like back then. Then, Zay seriously picked up a pair of scissors created from his power, ready to save Zik. Ariel stood beside him, still amazed, as a blue light from his power immediately appeared. She continued to watch as Zay desperately tried to save Zik. His hands deftly used a thread created from his power to stitch Zeke's wounds as Ariel's inner voice continued to echo steadily. While I was watching him, he used that strange method and revived Zeke. Ariel kept pondering, certain that she had sensed his holy power, although he uses mana, speaks words, and shows devotion to the god. Those forbidden spells actually do not cause any trouble. This is impossible. But then she let out a sigh and spoke. "All right, if there is anything I can do to help, just tell me." Hearing that, Zay looked at her and smiled in response. "You have done enough. Thank you." Right now, Zeke is still peacefully lying on the ground, watching his condition. Zay quietly assesses. Zeke has suffered brain death. This condition was caused by a lack of medical treatment, but at this moment, just with holy magic, his condition has improved as if he were alive, and in his mind, the image of a heart and a clock appeared along with a stream of thoughts racing through his head. Within 4 minutes of his heart stopping, I will bring him back to life. The golden window starts now. Then, blue light beam was immediately cut down, and Zay's calculations appeared in his mind. First, I will cut the ribs surrounding the heart. Besides the heart, everything else is normal. I wish I had an automated defibrillator, but there is no way to get one right now. Then, as Trat thought of something, Zay's eyes widened in amazement and he thought, alive in an instant. At this moment, images of electric currents flowing through the heart appeared, and Zay continued to ponder. Through the electric currents, the heart's activity was restored, gradually appearing from the ventricles and atria. In fact, the defibrillator is a device that transmits electric shocks, providing emergency aid to cardiac arrest victims and increasing their chances of survival. So I will use magic to control that small current and direct it to the heart, while also sensing with its specific rhythm. Then he thought of the image of a hand gripping the heart in his mind and continued silently calculating how to use his hand to compress the heart and promote blood circulation. Zay's face immediately tensed up as he continued the rescue process, silently praying in his mind, "Please, please, please." The continuous flow of electricity into the body causes small popping sounds. At the same time, Zay beside him was quietly praying while treating him, starting to pump blood back in. The electric currents entering the body shone with a bright yellow light across the dark space. The continuous sparks of electricity made the heart start beating again instantly. At this moment, both Zay and Ariel could not hide their surprise. Both of them looked in the same direction in shock. Then Ariel, confused, looked at him and asked, "Zay, was it just now?" Before she could finish her surprise, Zay immediately called out to her, and it worked. "Ariel, come here quickly and heal him." However, she still could not believe her eyes and exclaimed in amazement, "It can't be possible," as the bright golden light from Ariel's power continued to envelop Zay's still unconscious body on the ground. She continued to marvel at how Zay's complexion was improving and that he was breathing again. Then she looked at Zay standing nearby and asked him, "Zay, who are you really? And how did you do that?" Hearing that, Zay responded again, "I can't do it alone." Then, to her surprise, he winked at her and added, "We did it." Then Ariel immediately retorted seriously, "Zay, what are you talking about? I would never perform singing magic." He quickly responded with a speechless look, "Hey, do not call it singing magic, it is healing." Then both of their voices echoed throughout the dark forest. Zay spoke. More importantly, hurrying get Zay to Phroxia to help Oakley Wood. Ariel immediately asked, "Are not you coming with me?" Hearing her question, Zay turned around and replied, "I need to meet the Pope." "All right, I am leaving now." Then he immediately disappeared, leaving only a streak of light where he had been standing. Ariel, hearing where he wanted to go, hurriedly called after him, "Zay," and then she nervously muttered to herself, "I am not sure if meeting the Pope right now is a good idea." In another place, a vast town is engulfed in flames from the explosion, lighting up the sky. Now, a shadow stands on the cliff, watching the fire, and he says aloud, "This way." Ariel is finished too. Then he excitedly burst into loud laughter and said that soon they would take him to a safe place. All he had to do was quietly hide, and he could keep his life safe and get what he wanted. Just as they promised, suddenly Huck appeared behind the man in the tattered shirt and did not hesitate to threaten him to stay still. Hearing that, the man in the tattered shirt quickly turned around, and at the same time, Huck's sword immediately swung out in a silver arc. He asked in surprise, "Who are you?" No sooner were the words out of his mouth than Huck's sword severed his arm, sending blood flying, and the hooded man screamed in agony, collapsing to the ground, whimpering, "My arm, my arm." Seeing his state, Huck demanded, "Now, answer my questions directly." His face was streaked with tears from the pain, but he still had not understood what was happening and was silently trying to figure it out. "Damn it. What is going on? I definitely set up mana stones to protect this entire place. And yet, why can't I sense his presence? Who is this damn bastard?" At the same time he was pondering, a foot from behind kicked him, causing him to scream. The owner of the foot said, "I just warned you not to move." So he only managed to think. Another voice. The person who just spoke is Hong. She still has her foot on the guy's chest and is pressing him down to the ground. "Who is each of you?" Seeing the people behind, the guy in the tattered shirt silently lamented. "It is not just one person," he cried out. "Archbishop Xavier." And Hong's voice rang out again, asking who in the faction ordered him. "Why can't you just tell the whole truth at once? You are really a complicated person." Then suddenly, a yellow light appeared in the girl's face and a gleam flashed in her eyes, and so sighed, saying, "You see, having your mind controlled is the worst." At that moment, A yellow light also appeared above the head of the shirtless man, exactly the same as So's face. No way. Is this an unorthodox interrogation using mental techniques to attack the mind? No way. Even the archbishop and the saint can't do it easily. Then, suddenly, a streak of yellow light flickered across the dark night sky. The priest had stopped convulsing, but white foam bubbled from his mouth, a gruesome sight. At the same moment, So spoke up. All done. Mostly useless information. All right, let us go. After finishing, So wiped his eyes and told Hong, I will transfer the rest to you. Then Hong ordered to carry her, and Ji-uk immediately responded, yes sir Hong. Then she turned and walked away with So and Ji-uk, calling back to Trong, make sure you clean everything up here and then catch up with us. We will go to the Holy See, Hong said with a cold expression. Silently pondering, now that day must be coming to the Vatican. Right now, outside a magnificent palace in the Vatican, Jai quietly contemplates and assesses the current situation. Neighboring countries forming an alliance and establishing the Phryxia coalition. It is not a weak, isolated force even though it is newly formed. If I only infiltrate the holy nation's leadership, it won't be enough. My influence alone won't be able to solve this. I do not want it that way, but in this war situation, the one with the greatest power in the holy nation. Then, Jai asked in a loud voice, is the Pope inside? Even upon seeing him, I was so surprised I stammered a greeting to welcome the Holy Father. Seeing that, I calmly told the boy to go and inform the Pope that I wanted to meet him. He quietly calculated that the Pope's assistance was his only option. A moment later, the Pope's astonished voice echoed loudly through the corridor. So, are there traitors within the holy nation? On the contrary, and calmly explains in detail. In short, the Phryxia organization did not just appear out of nowhere. Actually, it is a coalition of neighboring kingdoms. And now it turns out our holy nation is also connected to that organization. His reaction was very strong. How dare they threaten the gentle rule of the gay world? I will find them immediately, but you hurriedly stop the Pope. Do not, he said. Let them be. However, he disagreed. How could that be? A moment of calm advice. You must wait if you want to uproot the problem completely. Now any action we take will only make Phryxia act more carefully, but the Pope strongly opposes that idea. No, I can't let this happen. He unleashed a torrent of anger. How could you expect a pastor to turn a blind eye to those heretics? The Pope will strike them down, one by one. I am sure every citizen will support this, even if it means turning the Holy Kingdom upside down. I will punish those heretics, his brow furrowed in confusion. He did not expect such a reaction. Even a devout believer, why is he reacting so strongly? Jai sighed helplessly and repeated himself. Father, I have to say it again. You must let them go. Please consider this a serious request. Please do not let your emotions influence you. And please use your wisdom to lead the holy nation on the right path. I have finished speaking. Now I must go. The Pope's hand trembled slightly as he clenched one side of his chair. The old man's face twitched as he clenched his teeth, cursing silently in his mind. That bastard. Get out of the room. After talking with the Pope, Day walks down the corridor deep in thought. I no longer understand what the Pope is thinking. His mind is tangled in doubts while he pours all his focus into one issue, even as the fate of an entire kingdom hangs in the balance. I should not have told him that it is hard to believe someone like that could be the leader of a nation. Also, he shifted to a different issue. Phryxia. So far, the number of high-level swordsmen they have, as we know, is what? Is there anyone at this level in their army? Analyze carefully. Such an army would be enough to destroy a small or medium-sized country in an instant. If they give up attacking the holy nation and turn to attack another kingdom, in the worst-case scenario, they could quickly grow so powerful that I would not be able to stop them anymore. Understanding the main point, it would be very helpful if I could predict their actions and stop them in advance. But I need information to do that. He stroked his chin as he walked, pondering whether to try partnering with that woman. The setting sun dipped behind the mountains, and the city shimmered with the glow of a dreamy sunset. Along the road outside the city walls, with forests on both sides, Jake was riding slowly, his face tense and brows furrowed in thought. That memory made Jake recall that Ariel had ordered him earlier. Now, Jake was no longer allowed to go to the battlefield. He fiercely questioned, "What do you mean?" With all due respect, Holy Maiden, I am a senior swordsman. Excluding me would be a great loss for our army. But she just raised her hand to signal a cut. No, actually it is the opposite. A real serious attitude analyzes the situation. The entire army sees the senior swordsman as a pillar of support, so he always needs to be at the front line. The enemies about to appear may be even stronger. The recent battle helped us understand the mindset of the army. If you take command, you will have to face those dangerous enemies again. I need you to rest. She emphasized each word with a hidden warning. I am sure you do not want the Holy Spirit to help you come back to life again. Do you? They pointed out his weaknesses. Jake stammered, unable to speak. He bowed his head in shame and could only manage 2 words. So, Ariel declared, my 3 clans will handle this battle. On the contrary, She did not leave Jake idle but assigned him a different task. So I want you to leave the battlefield and go find the Holy Saint. That is why I am now riding alone into this situation. Jake begins to reflect on the long past. Like a child, those who had high expectations called me a genius swordsman. I became the youngest to achieve the high-ranking swordsman title, a loyal servant of the church. My fate was sealed to serve as a helper to God's representative. The Holy One is certain of absolute loyalty. I have never doubted this faith, and I live every day with that pride. God has chosen a new saint. Jake recalls that fateful encounter. I arrived a bit early that day, and he used his bare hands to block my sword. Jake's feelings at that moment still felt fresh. My heart suddenly started pounding. That was the first time in my life I felt overwhelmed. The thought must have existed from that very moment, and I felt I could give everything for that day. I wanted to serve that day for my whole life and become the sword in its hand. But everything has gone far beyond reality. His two hands trembling on the reins out of excitement and guilt. But that was just what I thought. Far from becoming the hero of that day, I became a burden for that day. Tears welled up and spilled over his eyes. His teeth clenched tightly, not just once but twice. They had to save me back then. Jake sharply pulls on the reins of the horse. He urges the horse forward at full speed. Inside my head, I still hear that self-blaming, regretful voice. What kind of lusty bodyguard am I? Up on the tower, Ariel closes the window after standing here and watching his movements below. She exhales softly. He should be fine like this, she thought. Frowning slightly, I have withdrawn from the battlefield as you said, but what exactly are you planning? The old bricks were assembled together, and Jay stepped forward to a cell, speaking out loud. The other person, smiling eagerly, showed no sign of surprise. I do not know when you arrived, the Soul Master asked confidently. So the situation of the Holy Nation is not good now. Right, I honestly confirm. You are right, whether it is Frapsia or someone else. They are all a complete mess. Jai clearly states his purpose, so I am here to ask you a few questions. Do you think I will obediently tell you everything? Obviously you are not right at all. On the contrary, you sneer as if mocking. Of course not. Do you think I would ask you without reason? Then, he pointed out the difficulties the man's body was currently facing. Creaking joints, failing eyesight, and aging. Wrinkled skin. His hand reached into his green shirt pocket, pulling out a long, sharp saw, causing the uncontrollable fear to intensify and making him reveal everything I wanted to know. Right, at this point, his eyes flicker with a faint light, and he pulls out a small saw, making it impossible for you to control that unreasonable act and tell me everything I want to know. Right, the tone of day becomes increasingly terrifying. You know, I have always wondered why Chow and Oros have bodies that resemble those of the two species. Which species do you think is more compatible with the human body? That look immediately made the soul spirit panic, sweat pouring down, rushing to get up. What kind of wicked plan are you plotting? Wait a minute. As for Day, a modern medical expert, he knew countless ways to cause pain to the body, and a scream of agony echoed throughout the dungeon. And after a moment, the soul master of Chow used a more vibrant face, with shining eyes, tears streaming down his chubby cheeks, and begged for him to stop. Please stop. I will tell you. Let me tell you the true identity of Phroxia is the magic cannon. Day is also holding a syringe and a strange bottle. Why did not you tell me earlier? I still have many things to try, he shouted and cursed. You damned devil, giving you the true name of Saint God is truly a waste. I do not care. Oh well. Go ahead. Keep talking. It is said that they disappeared when the age of magic ended. The Black Tower, the Red Tower, the Green Tower, the Gold Tower, and the Imperial Tower, total of 5 magical fortresses, maintaining balance and order among the nations. However, fearing that the power of the magic cannons would continue to grow, an army from the Alliance of Continents attacked the magic cannons. The battle that followed saw the Black Platform summon the Dragon Bones and the Undead, destroying countless kingdoms and ending the Age of Magic. Jaya, the Soul Master, looked anxious like a young girl, hurriedly shouting to recount everything she knew. Then the remaining magic citadels joined forces, waiting for the day they can take revenge. Philoxi still has 15 high-level swordsmen and 7 level 6 mages, and the first level 7 archmage of humanity is also sharpening his sword to retaliate. He laughed loudly, extremely pleased, confidently asserting that no matter how strong someone is, they would not be able to face them. Jai rolled his eyes and ignored the arrogant attitude, then asked again. All right, so where is their base? The Soul Master's lips curled with a hint of meaning, and he replied, the Grantia Mountains. The Grantia Mountain Range is the first on the entire continent, where both the tiny folk and elves live together, a land of overlap, not cooperating with any kingdom. It is also a fertile land with rich soil and countless resources. However, that is also the reason why the little people and elves are always fighting, and why humanity is not suitable to live here. Jai pondered, truly finding it hard to think of a better place for them to gather strength and build their organization, away from the prying eyes of other kingdoms. I hesitated over each plan and route, Part of me wanted to rain down meteor showers on those mountains to solve this damn problem. But I could not let the innocent little people and elves suffer and get involved. So, by the way, another issue popped into his mind: an elite swordsman, 7 level 6 archmages, and the first level 7 archmage as well. Things are starting to become clearer to Jai. I see why the soul summoner is so happy. With a team like this, conquering the entire continent is not just a dream. This battle will be harder than I thought. Suddenly, he called out to his subordinates. Ong, Ong, are you there? She stands right behind and responds, present and ready to act. He turns around and sternly orders everyone to go to the neighboring countries. I want you to monitor Froxy's activities there. Report everything to me, even the smallest details. No. Respond briefly. Understood. Seeing she has not left yet, her face still looks confused as if she has something to say. Just curious, is there something you want to report or discuss? Yes. Honestly, we will follow your orders at all costs. But we also believe we can help you in the battles on the front lines. I am a bit surprised. How about you guys? She was about to explain further. Yes, the enemy has a large vanguard force. So, before I could finish speaking, he cut me off. His attitude was very confident. The speaker also has a point, but it is okay. This situation requires us to act more effectively and use accurate information. He specifically reminded us to act before the enemy takes unexpected actions, not just to send reinforcements to the front. A single battle at the front line is not more important than the mission you have been given. Gi turns and walks away, a dark laugh like hiding a scheme. As for the vanguard troops, we can also organize some small units to assist them. Night has fallen, and the castle windows are lit up brightly. A soft sigh echoes in the silent space. Right now, Zik is standing dazed in front of the magnificent royal door. I have finally reached the Holy Lord, but I do not know if I can face him. While he hesitated, the maid beside him spoke up to report that Lord Zek had arrived and that the person inside had ordered him to come in. The white door gently opened, and as Zik stepped inside, he bowed respectfully to the deity. Softly Greetings, Holy One. As a form of acknowledgement, Zik noticed the annoyed look on his face. Z thought to himself, he looks really disappointed, but I guess that is understandable. Then suddenly he took step after step forward. Zik closed his eyes tightly, sweat trickling down to show his anxiety and readiness to be scolded. But instead of a shout, there was only a gentle pat on the shoulder and a reassuring word. Come to the training ground tomorrow morning. He was surprised. Holy Saint, Zik clenched his fist, misunderstanding his actions. Are you trying to chase me away? Z immediately raised his voice in helpless denial. What nonsense are you talking about? Why would I chase you away? Every word he spoke was full of encouragement and trust. I will make you into someone no one can defeat. So just focus on the next 10 days. Forget everything else. Your only goal is to become stronger. Z also reminded him of the moment he contributed. Knowing how much pain he had endured during that battle, he filled the gaps to help everyone while I was busy with my own affairs, confidently asserting that if anyone deserved my support, it was you. Never forget that. A bright smile combined with Z's absolute praise gives off an incredible mental strength. You are my sword. He clenched his lips without speaking. One knee bowed in respect. Zik bowed his head loyally and loudly saluted before Z, obeying your command. Your Holiness. The next morning, a resounding voice of inner strength echoed throughout the castle, saluting the Holy Lord. Z yawned, tears of vitality streaming down, looking sleepily at Zek full of energy. You came so early, the sun has not even risen yet. In contrast, he was full of enthusiasm and determination. Loudly proclaiming, Your Holy Majesty, Zeke, the sword of the Holy Majesty. I can't let my ruler wait. So seeing his attitude like that, Z felt a bit helpless, thinking that now the pressure is twice as usual. However, he could not extinguish that blazing will, so he immediately accepted the task. All right. First, create a wind sword, like what ordinary people do, Zeke replied quickly, obeying your command. But as he was creating a blazing pink sword like hot coals, Z immediately intervened. No, stop. He steps closer and gives detailed instructions. Now break your old habits. This is not just about shaping your mana into the form of a sword. According to Z, wind swords revolve around balance. Hearing this term for the first time, Zeke found it unfamiliar. Z continued, so imagine a sword divided into 3 equal parts: the tip, the blade, and the hilt, and distribute mana evenly among all 3 parts. His hand touches Zik's hand, gradually emanating a stream of power. Now, start controlling the mana within your body to create a wind sword on your own. Suddenly, the sword in his hand shot out bursts of flames, leaving even Zik unable to hide his amazement. He could clearly feel that the power of this sword had reached a whole new level, as if the surrounding air was swirling toward it. And it was hard to believe that with just a little balance, his aura could transform into a sword like this. After the instructions, Z asked again. All right, do you feel it? Try again. He nodded. Yes. Zik focused all his strength on the sword in his hand with the same feeling as during his previous training. I can do this. But it seems the first attempt was not quite right. The flames and energy emitted were not as strong as before. He sighed in disappointment, finding it quite difficult. Then explained that the result just now was because he was trying to force an invisible thing into a certain ratio and keep them together. He assured that if he succeeded in this step, his swordsmanship would improve dramatically. Hearing that, he immediately became excited. Really, he seriously made the request. 3 days. Master the skill in 3 days. You can do it. Zik is full of confidence and determination. Yes, I will do my best. Returning to Zay's luxurious bedroom, he sits at the dining table, leaning back and recalling what happened this morning. I said 3 days, but I do not expect you to just train for 3 days because cultivating aura is extremely difficult. My goal is to wait until Zik is strong enough so I can entrust the holy nation to him while I go to Granzia. A slight smile appeared on Zay's lips. Now he just had to wait. Suddenly, he sensed something. This flowing mana. The magic gate opens, and Era slowly appears, surprised as she opens her eyes to look around. Seeing her, Zay quickly stands up excitedly and calls her name. Era. She was just as moved. Whispering Zay. Immediately after, Era leapt onto him, hugging him tightly with deep affection. Zay gently smiles, ruffles her hair, and soothes her in Zay's bedroom. After the emotional moment passes, Era speaks first. Granzia. You confirmed and asked again. Yes. Does anyone know anything about that place? She honestly replied. I do not oversee the mountains there. That area is governed by a higher-ranking ancient clan. Hearing that answer, Zay immediately reacted strongly. Well, the two of you furrowed your brows with concern, and everything is even more complicated. Whether the plan to eliminate Granzia is large or small, no one will overlook even the smallest signs. The High Elves are known for their suspicion of outsiders, and of course they would be even less pleased if a stranger enters their territory to fight, and in the end I have to face the High Elves. Not only the elves in the village but also those in the surrounding areas will not leave me alone. Jai asked further to learn more about the high-level fairy's strength. Era replied that all high-level fairies are stronger than ordinary fairies by 1 rank, but she paused for a moment and smiled. They are not on the same level as me because I am the guardian spirit of all the high-level elves. He was a bit surprised. The guardian deity carefully analyzed the situation and made a guess. So if I become an enemy of those high-level elves, even Era would be troubled. Thinking that, Jai expressed a moderate attitude. I will try to avoid any conflicts with the fairy race. Era replied calmly. Of course. Thank you. Then she raised one finger and gently waved it to open the magic door. It is time for me to go now. Knowing you are awake, I feel at ease, he politely and properly replied. Thank you for caring for my daughter. I know it is not easy for you to come here, and I appreciate your frequent visits. She smiled politely. You have helped me a lot before too. I should thank you as well. Jai rubbed the back of his neck feeling a bit shy. Come on now. Before leaving completely, Era lingered a bit to give some advice and said do not worry too much. The elves in Granzia are quite easygoing, so as long as you do not do anything too reckless, you will be fine. He waved goodbye. Thinking back to what she said earlier about being easygoing and the people from Frapsia, they chose such a terrible place to set up their hideout. I do not think worrying will solve the problem. If I go alone, something might happen to me. But as Jai thinks of Zeke, he feels hopeful and wonders how Zeke is doing. Hopefully he has made good progress in a week. 3 days later, at the training ground, a loud horn sounded as Zeke, with his dark circles under his eyes, practiced the move he was previously taught. Zeke reminds him, is not this what I told you to do? He immediately stammered in surprise. I apologize. Then Zeke honestly recounted the feelings he had experienced when the day came to control aura and learn my magic instructions. It seemed like something within me was awakening. I kept thinking about that strange feeling, and it seemed like I could reach the same state I was in when I fought Zahad. He is not only able to control aura but has even reached a level where he can maintain the shape of the holy sword with aura for a period of time. So it is very clear that activating mana has indeed awakened Zeke's senses, but being able to do this in such a short amount of time. Indeed, he truly deserves to be called the youngest genius to reach the high swordsman level of Than Quoque. So I silently decided, this is enough, now I can entrust him to leave. Z smiled comfortably as he prepared for the next move with Zeke, the same feeling as back then. Huh. Great, you want me to become even stronger. Right, he did not hesitate to answer. Yes. Blue aura radiates along with Zeke's voice. So now there is one more thing needed. Will you be ready to use all your strength to try and block my sword? Zeke is full of fighting spirit. Yes. Come at any time. He takes a step back, quietly observing without rushing to act. Zeke's entire body radiated a highly alert aura. You underestimate me. When the two of you clashed, he sensed a difference in energy, a sapphire aura, as if the essence of mana had been refined and purified. But I can sense that the aura ratio in that sword back then was not much different from mine. I could block it, but an unexpected incident caused him to lose his composure. Faint smile appeared in his eyes. This is the last lesson you must learn. The feeling of experiencing it yourself, watching the jade green sword descend. Zeke stared in amazement at a single sword. invincible, he hurriedly asked, "Is there really no way to stop it?" As Zeke, who made the weapon disappear, replied, "Who knows, just keep investigating until I return." He sensed something was off, so he asked, "You mean?" Zeke also decided to be direct. "Zeke, I plan to go to Frapsia's Hediat." Hearing this, he suddenly spoke loudly, "Then I will go with you, but you cut off that idea. No, you are not allowed." Zeke sharply flicked Zeke on the head, making him cry out in pain. "I told you already, you are the right person to replace me when I am not here. You have not forgotten, right?" Zeke looked down with a serious face, sitting quietly with a wand on his head, obediently accepting the order. "Forgive me, I will protect the kingdom with my life." "Everything is in place," he replied softly. "Yes, I rely on you." Zeke suddenly asked about something else. "But you must have been diligently training." Zeke honestly expressed, "Thank you for thinking so. Since the day you taught me, I have been training nonstop ever since." Hearing that response, he was stunned and puzzled, thinking to himself, "You have been training nonstop all this time?" And he asked carefully, "What about eating and drinking?" Zeke's answer was obviously consistent with his character. "Your Holiness, you have imparted to me a lesson as vast and boundless as the sea. How can I stop training to eat? That is impossible. That kind of determination leaves me speechless." He orders, "Now let us go get something to eat. Follow me," and he immediately complies. "Yes." "Holy Saint," a voice echoed from within the room, "so you followed my instructions, did not you?" Someone respectfully replied, "Yes. Your journey is a prayerful pilgrimage. No one will accompany you." Iclay unrolled the scroll full of writing and exclaimed, "Excellent, that person has another opinion." "Lord Iclay, one more thing." She signaled for him to speak. The merchant reported, "It seems the Heresy Investigation Council has already started taking action." She suddenly stood up, slamming her hands on the table in anger. "They acted without my permission, while I am the head of the archbishops." He added, "They said it was the Pope who ordered them to act." Iclay clenched his teeth, furious inside, cursing that madman. He is making the situation more complicated than it needs to be. Then she takes her coat and puts it on, orders to go out and walk with me. He quietly follows behind and responds, "Yes." Scene change. Footprints clearly imprinted on the white snow gradually being covered. Day carrying luggage on his back, moving step by step through the harsh weather, because it was too cold and not used to the falling snow. Day kept sniffling constantly even after putting on an extra outer coat, thinking to himself that he could never adapt to the weather in this snowy mountain. "I wore clothes with magic to retain moisture, but the weather was still too cold. It used to be different here, but now the climate is gradually changing." Day stood with her arms crossed, shooting a piercing glance. The snow kept falling heavily, obscuring everything ahead. "Should I set up camp here?" After a while, he put on gloves and sat by the fire, feeling satisfied. Seeing that the fire does not seem strong enough for this weather, Day thought to himself, "I need to make it burn hotter. Is there something over there I can use? Like firewood?" After a while, he looked at a strange fat wooden body. "What kind of tree is that? It looks so weird." "Well, whatever, as long as it burns." So Day stepped forward and broke a branch when suddenly a voice rang out, "Hey you. Let go." The man was confused and did not understand what was happening. Then the tree turned around, revealing a talking face. "I told you to let go." He was filled with curiosity and wonder. "Is this a monster? No wonder it looks so strange." Crossing his arms proudly, Day said, "I did not expect to meet a human here." The spirit immediately denied it. "I am not a spirit. I am a fairy." Thinking about the beautiful and dazzling appearance of the usually modest Thutian, he immediately retorted, "How can you lie so blatantly?" Thutian angrily said, "What? This guy? I will show you." Then it quickly lifted one leg from beneath the snow to prove it. Confident, "See for yourself. Even if I pull my leg out of the ground, I won't die." Day's expression was slightly stunned. The immortal also remained silent, but in his mind he could not help but wonder. "So what?" The immortal turned his face away, clasped his hands behind his back, breaking the awkward silence. "That human, with extraordinary holy magic, are you a god?" He pondered, sensing he was changing the subject, but still politely introduced himself. "I am a saint named Day." He seriously proposed, "So, mighty human Day, could you share some of your power with me? I need strength. If you help me, I will grant you one wish. Grant a wish of mine, for the love spirits, specifically the forest tribe. Their reverence is very valuable when they help the land within the forest flourish. If this child truly is a seedling spirit, then even the love spirits in the Grancia mountain range would cherish him, and they would help me find Frapsia, or at least they would not stand in my way. But I am not in a hurry yet. I still need to investigate further." "When you talk about power, what kind of power do you mean?" The seedling spirit repeats. "Just as I said, in a serious tone. I want to become stronger," but she skillfully refused. "Testing me. But I do not know how to help the Thutine become stronger." Ditch is a different case. The Thuteen was unexpectedly surprised by that reason. With a sad face, "No, I need strength to return to the forest. This time it is your turn to be surprised." "The forest? Is that your home?" The Thunen had to recount the whole story, that in the past, a group of humans set foot in the forest and exhausted and destroyed our land. Their dark magic slowly killed us. Then they took our powers and drove us away one by one, turning us into wanderers. Suddenly, I realized they cared about something. I thought silently. Dark magic. He is talking about the forest in the Grantia range. The people of Fraptia. His voice rose, his hand clenched tightly. Is not this a perfect coincidence? Day looked excited, casually mentioning that he was on his way to punish the people in your forest. The immortal was suspicious. Really? Day honestly said, I can't help you become stronger, but I can take you back to your forest. Then he coughs lightly, pretending to ask, so where can I get firewood? Do I have to use magic to keep the fire going? I am tired. Seeing that, it quickly replied, wait a moment. Then, the fallen fairy suddenly broke half of her arm in surprise, and he threw the piece of wood away and lit the fire. My body burns the fire quite well and keeps it going longer. Seeing that silly face, he silently decided that he must quickly take him back to the forest, and time passed by. The next day, having left the snowy region, Day arrived at a sun-drenched forest, exclaiming, this is more like it, spotting marks on a tree. He deduced, according to the map and the bark markings, I have entered the territory of the fairy clan. As he walked, he kept his composure in mind, first wanting to speak with the high-ranking fairy. Suddenly, a cold voice rang out, hey, you, why is a human here? Looking at the girl in front of him, he wondered if they were the guardians of this village. Day approached with a friendly smile and asked, may I meet the high-ranking fairy in charge of this forest? The girl and her companion firmly object. What did he just say? Does he think we will let a stranger from humanity into the village? Does he think he can meet Chezi? He was a bit surprised. Chezi, is that the name of the high-level fairy here? He still tries to show goodwill. I understand, so that is why I am politely asking for permission. But the other side is very stubborn. No, to put it simply, just get out now. That attitude makes him sigh with a headache. I have never expected everyone to greet me warmly, but just then, someone spoke up during this noisy situation. She gently stepped forward, and the others politely called out, Chezi. Day looked at her appearance and was a bit surprised. Is that Chezi, the high elf? Who does she resemble? Moreover, she seemed friendly enough to talk to me, a high-ranking fairy who values peace. So Chezi smiled happily. Hello. Do you have something to do that requires entering our village? He hesitated awkwardly. That thing. Suddenly, her eyes caught a small detail. The earrings he was wearing looked vaguely familiar. Chezi suspected, could it be that she suddenly realized? Cecily's eyes. Then her attitude changed immediately, her whole body radiating hostility as she stepped closer to question the human. Where did you get those earrings from? The suspicion starts to grow as he tries to explain. These are a gift. Chezi's face darkens and she does not hold back, straightforward and honest. A gift? Those earrings are a precious item from our village. That is also my mother's treasured item. I will ask you again who gave you those earrings. After hearing that, she clenched her teeth and muttered. Lycian Kingdom, then immediately turned to the side of Anne, preparing to gather strength for an attack. Everything was clear, no need to say more. The allies of that kingdom are also our enemies. Anne's face darkened with a few black lines as he muttered to himself, is this how everything begins? Immediately after, a loud explosion and a piercing scream echoed as Chesai and Day launched a fierce attack, causing her to flee desperately. She rushed towards him with 4 winged darts. Running so fast, return that earring to me now. He turned back and shouted, I knew that even if I gave it to you, you would kill me anyway. The ghostly maiden, she yelled in anger. Who are you calling a ghostly maiden? Day's foot began to glow with a faint magic aura. He cursed silently. Damn it. I had wanted to approach Frog's Yammer quietly first. Seeing how quickly he dodged, Chisai became more hesitant. This guy. She frowned, wondering how a human could move like that. The sky is turning red as the day comes to an end. The green trees press against the beautiful sunset background, and somewhere I can hear a sigh of relief. But why are those damn fairies dead? But who else could it be? He rubbed at his head as he looked at the tiny stone in his hand. I was planning to ask the fairy to help remove the Frog's Yammer. But unexpectedly, everything fell apart right from the start. This earring might be able to find the other one. Who would have thought this was the way to find the remaining piece? He clenched his fists tightly, gradually planning his route. The plan was a bit reckless, but not too bad. Running through this forest all day helped me imagine this place. Then the terrain slopes from high to low, near a water source and the most suitable area for humans to live. I should also consider the distance to the fairy village and where their lair is located. Jai looked into the distance thinking, I should check that direction first. It is getting pretty late now. He set up a small tent and packed his belongings inside, deciding to stay here. Day's clothes were torn in many places, and as he looked at the makeshift shelter he had just built, he forced a faint smile, determined to cause as little harm to the forest as possible. I did not expect this to happen. I will go meet them tomorrow morning. And the next day, Day looks at the map and considers it for a while. Great, I was right. It is still not fully dawn. He rolls up the map in his hand and walks around calculating the position of the magic fortress. I have found their base. The border between the fairy village and the tiny people-s settlement. I can sense the evil magic from the magic fortress. It seems they have layered multiple magic arrays for defense. Hastily attacking could get me into trouble like last time, so I need to think carefully. Suddenly, a noise caught his attention. Day looked in surprise at those people. Are they real fairies? And there are so many tiny people too. He hesitated, realizing they were in danger. They were indeed chasing him away, not letting him into the fairy village. But before he could decide, Day rushed forward to block the two fairies, and he could not just stand by and watch them die. He raised his hand to unleash his power, the holy light shining brightly, causing the opponent to cry out in pain. My eyes. The man shouted angrily. Who are you? But a second after the light disappeared, there was no one in sight, and he was confused. Where did he go? Over there. The pile near Day's shelter suddenly caught fire again, and he gently tended to him. Now let me check your wounds. But the stubborn dwarf covered the wound with his hand to keep you away. Human, go away now. Even though he is a bit annoyed, Day still forced a faint smile. He must be in pain. Then he decisively crushed the medicine and applied it directly to the wound, making him gasp in surprise at the sting. Do not worry. I will heal you right now, in an instant. Day suddenly felt different. The pain completely disappeared, and he calmly explained, there are countless herbs in the forest. I use them to make medicine for the wound. Sophia softly said, you are quite knowledgeable. We owe you a debt of gratitude for saving us. We are very grateful for your help. And he also calmed down from his earlier hot temper. Feeling grateful? Thank you, humans. Please forgive my rudeness earlier. Day just laughed it off. It is nothing serious. But why are you fighting with those little people? Sophia is recounting everything. This happens all the time here. It is just a territorial dispute. Recently we discovered a mine near my village, and the little people keep eyeing that place. Her face was heavy. They keep destroying nature indiscriminately. Indeed, Depp added seriously. The monsters? Day did not say anything, only thought to himself, it makes sense. The concepts of good and evil in these two tribes are completely different, and changed his friendly expression and said, compared to them, I prefer the concern you show for us. My name is Depp. She also agreed and introduced herself. That simple makeshift hut clearly shows how much you love nature. My name is Sophia. You look at the simple hut mentioned and smile foolishly. Inside, I can't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Glad I built such a hut. This time it is Sophia asking. But Day, why are you here? Did you rush over to investigate? You know about the group forming an army here. Right, Depp interjected calmly. Of course I know. I estimate they have about 150 people. Day's mouth opened in shock. 150. He glanced around suspiciously. Must have crossed the cold snowy mountains, and after crossing 2 kingdoms, they finally reached this mountain range. There is no way so many people could have come here. Could it be that Fropsia has already taken control of the 2 surrounding kingdoms? Day straightforwardly explained. Right now, that army is trying to destroy this entire continent, and they could not help but be surprised destroy the whole continent. He nodded in confirmation. So I came here to stop them, or rather make them disappear in the name of justice. What you just said is true, is not it? Sophia whispered in disbelief. Destroying the entire continent. Day spoke up. Is there anything we can do to help you? The fairy folk will never forget any kindness. You saved us, they said very seriously. If there is anything we can do to help, we want to do it to repay you. Day asked if they could take him into the fairy village, expressing his intention to speak with the high elders, but she hesitated and politely refused, saying she did not have the authority to decide on that. Han explained that only the elders have the authority to decide whether other tribes can enter the village, and Day hesitated, feeling disappointed that he missed his chance. They expressed their embarrassment about the matter, but he was unfazed and simply replied that it was already quite late. You two should head back now. They are lying again, saying they can help us. Day simply replied, goodbye. Then he handed over a stone. Right, and asked the two to give this airing to Chelsea. Sophia was surprised. To Chelsea. Although a bit hesitant, Depp still agreed. Fine then, watching the two figures leave. Day pondered. So I guess I have to forget about entering the fairy village. He rolled his eyes and came up with an idea. That night, he traveled to a place neither close nor far from Frakia's camp. Over the next 3 days, he documented every move of Frakia, whether it was daily life, culture, or the surrounding environment. Then he created a detailed map. A sly smile played on his lips as he looked at the notebook filled with symbols and writing. That morning sky was clear with few clouds, and a timid mouse appeared. Sniffing around. Suddenly, it was ambushed and trapped by a wooden basket, letting out a cry. Holding the bag with the mouse inside, a cunning expression appeared on its face. The massive ivory castle is shrouded in darkness. A voice speaks, asking to organize all the information we have gathered, and someone responds. Understood. Ong and his team, Viborn, Lehmond, and Huron, revealed during their investigation in the Three Kingdoms that after successfully infiltrating Phroxia began to engage in political activities, but their influence on the current situation was minimal. So ultimately, the main enemies were focused within the Holy Nation. So nodded in agreement and added that recently there have been many changes within the Holy Nation's internal affairs. Recently, many merchant guilds have transferred large sums of capital to the same place, which is not only related to noble families but also located in an area frequently visited by those noble families for investigating heresy. Hong crossed her arms and asked, the person who said the Pope personally managed the Heresy Investigation Council. Right. The boy's eyes widened steadily. Yes, an internal investigation of the Holy Nation is necessary, but so suddenly signaled him to stop speaking. Wait a moment. Inside Yong, the girl's eyes lit up with two crosses, as if a pure current of electricity was passing through. Her gaze was sharp as if she could see through space. I just discovered a mysterious source of holy power from the Vatican, moving outside the Holy City. Acting quickly, Ong is surprised. The Vatican? How many? The girl replies. 2 inside. 8 outside. Immediately, Ong is on high alert. Sternly ordering, everyone. After them, you are authorized to eliminate, but bring one back for questioning. Night falls and the Vatican is shrouded in silent darkness. In a warm room, Éclat sighs heavily. That Pope is truly too knave. Suddenly, a noise drew her attention, and the door swung open to reveal a group of masked, tall, muscular men rushing in. Éclat sneered mockingly. I have never allowed you to come in here. Who sent you? But secretly she was surprised have they already gotten past the guards. One of the men drew his sword and declared coldly, you do not need to know. Anyway, you are about to die. Just quietly say goodbye to this world. Your Excellency Archbishop. Éclat remained silent in front of the sharp sword. Before that, the Red Army burst in, and she hurriedly asked worriedly, Your Excellency Archbishop, are you alright? Éclat's face was completely stunned by the current situation. Who are you again? On the other side, the spy network has fully prepared. The time has come. You release a swarm of rats, and the plague will come back. The plague, a highly infectious disease with the highest death toll in modern history. Lelancourt removes the parasitic fleas on the rats. Yersinia pestis, the bacteria that transmits the disease. It is a terrifying plague that killed half the population of Asia and Europe at the same time, and the sanitation conditions of Frobisher are too poor. Even with magic here, the lives of the people are still backward. This place is no different from medieval Europe. That is when this thought occurred to me. A question arises. What would happen if the plague bacteria spread in this kind of environment? In a world without penicillin, the only way to fight the plague is through magic. Day ponders as he considers what he has observed all this time. With so few people in Frobisher able to use divine power, spreading the plague will be child's play. I just need to introduce the pathogen to these rats and wait for the fleas to spread it. Devious look crosses his face. He could quietly wipe out Frobisher. Then, he decides he will return and begin producing medicine. The next morning, looking at what he had created, he felt extremely satisfied and it was wonderful. Zager's bread slices now had patches of green mold. Luckily, they had quickly grown and spread just recently. First, throw away all these brown moldy mushrooms. Then, take a bag to put the remaining ones inside and separate the white and green moldy mushrooms. According to medical knowledge, the green mold is used to produce the antibiotic penicillin. Saj carefully measures each step, adds moisture to the sorted mold, and if we wait longer, we can easily turn them into medicinal compounds for drug production. Suddenly he was startled to realize a serious problem. Zyg understood that doing this alone was not enough. One person's strength could not handle everything. He sighed heavily, exhausted with his own divine powers, almost completely purged them all. Meanwhile, inside the village, disputes were breaking out, and the Hathap had already used Hatthuit on everyone. Right? Speak carefully. We have not done anything. Seeing the man unconscious with black stains on his hands, everyone is terrified. You still deny that the blackening is caused by the curse technique with all these dark spots. It is not over yet. Everyone is running a high fever and vomiting. The conflict is escalating, and the entire army is dying one by one. The singing tower has nothing to do with this. Jean stands hidden in the forest, observing everything. And indeed, they can no longer trust each other. The side effect of this disease is causing an internal conflict. You seem calm, but healing magic won't work here. It only treats the illness and can't change the infection in the environment. Looking at the overall situation, Jai predicts that Frobisher will topple on its own without any further intervention from him. However, he still worries about a problem, especially about the first level 7 Archmage of Humanity that the Soul Chanter mentioned. That guy will definitely cause a lot of trouble later, so I have to root him out completely. I imagine a future where, thanks to the many scholars from the magic era, I can naturally seize what they know. Finally, he happily walks singing through the forest. Using teleportation magic, I won't have to cross those snowy mountains anymore. My beloved spells. Teleport. Fly up to the tall spire, the hurried footsteps rushing forward with urgent voices. He is already climbing the fortress. Stop him at all costs. Do not let him get there. Day. Feeling triumphant, looked back and saw no one. You all keep running around. No one is coming to stop me. That is why he is so confident, because the plague also weakened the guards, making the infiltration much easier. Seeing the sword-wielding people trying to stop him, I guess all the fortress defenders are high-level swordsmen. So there must be something very important on the top floor of the fortress. Right, it is a jewel, a magic tool, a spellbook about travel. The group of knights attacking from above moved down to block the way. Who are they? How did they get here? But with just a simple magic gesture, he easily pushed them aside to clear the path for me. Do you know what I have been through? If it were not for you, I could have lived happily. The excited person moves forward, thinking of taking some valuables as compensation. As the door slowly opens, as he steps inside, the first thing he sees is a vast collection of carefully stored books. Just as I thought, this room is filled with magic. It seems to contain all kinds of magical tools. Be prepared to gather everything. Alright, now let us get started. Suddenly he felt something snagging beneath him, as if there was something under his feet. When he looked down, he immediately saw someone lying unconscious on the ground. Who is this? The person is awake. The other one is empty-handed. Slowly sitting up, he looked confused and asked, "Who are you? I have never met you before." I was a little confused, and thought to myself I should have been the one to say that I know now. Before he could reply, he continued speaking. "Probably you are the one who released the rats to spread the plague." Feeling a surge of energy emanating from the opponent, Day was a bit surprised by this mana source. Carefully recalling, the mana source in the magic circle that sealed me is too strong, so this means that this person, Day, seems to have figured out his identity and casually says, "I did not expect you to look like this." A name comes to his mind, a 7th level archmage and leader of Phropsia. The Lich looks straight through his abilities without beating around the bush, and he is so young yet he has already reached level 7. He narrows his eyes. "So you have also achieved the rank of Lord." Then he calmly recited a page of knowledge about Day, the one who defeated the skeleton dragon in the past, broke the magic seal by weakening the divine soul, and also possessed enough knowledge to destroy an entire city with the plague. "I do not know if you are really human or not. It is so interesting. You directly admitted it. I am not a lord yet, just an ordinary person. So let me ask you something too," Day asked him. "After all, is the only goal of Phropsia really revenge?" He seemed puzzled. "Revenge, you say? I can't understand how someone can use such a reason to justify these inhuman actions." Lich revealed that many people wish for revenge, but I have no interest in that. This time, Toes finds Day confusing and is not interested. He coldly justifies himself, saying all he wants is to explore knowledge, and those actions were only for experiments and research. Yet the fools in the fortress think it is about revenge. Doubt and contempt flickered in his eyes as he questioned, "So all the wars, the slaughter you caused, and all those innocent people were just tools to satisfy your curiosity?" I never expected him to confirm that in my grand plan. It was indeed like that. They demand it, I make the plan, and everything just repeats itself. Lich clearly explained the entire process. All the experiments and research I conducted were not very meaningful. But now that a human like the one standing before me has come, it is truly a wonderful result, proving that not everything is in vain. Such terrible words spoken so calmly make the Lich tremble with shock. What kind of mad creature is this? The Lich changes attitude, raises his hand, and now he begins to regain his power, a magic circle appearing between his hands. Lich declares, "Let me show you." Lich is not afraid, and he extends his hand to unleash the iron chains. He glances at the approaching assassins, trying to bind me, yet that spell is executed better than any mage I know. In Lich's tone, there is clear disdain. He is not even a lord, so any binding spell they want to cast on me is useless. But he was caught off guard, his body wrapped in iron chains. With a look of disbelief on his face, "I can't move, no way, I really have been cursed and bound as a 7th level archmage, I cannot let him survive." In confusion, the Lich stared blankly, then a flash of light appeared in his eyes. A jade-green circle shot out from outside the tower, signaling that Phropsia had been completely destroyed. As the sun gradually set behind the pine forest, Day hugs his luggage and cries as if a burden has been lifted. Finally, he is leaving this miserable life behind. The battles and nights of sleeping rough are officially over. If he returns, there will only be regrets. He smiled proudly, holding the book in his hand, and along the way, he casually picked up this as a trophy. I did not take the others because they were just useless spells. But this forbidden tome is different. It is even protected by a sealing spell, so it must contain some powerful incantations. Like teleportation, He raises his hand to cast a spell on the book. Let us see, Day says. But nothing happened. He was stunned. What is this? Then Day kept chanting, dispel the seal, dispel the seal, dispel the seal. The book remained still and unmoving, and the rope's anger and frustration soaked with sweat. His helpless screams echoed through the forest. Why would not it open? On the right side, the masked group has been completely eliminated by her. They came from the Exa people, the assassin guild leading the eastern continent. We learned they received a hit request from the guild leader, and we have been following them from the Vatican. Eclay looked at the connected clues and deduced that the Pope was definitely directly involved in Frakia's successive invasions. Do you disagree? Yes. That is right. Eclay bowed his head in contemplation. The Pope tried to assassinate me. I remember that day she came to meet with the Pope and told him that I had personally overseen the Inquisition Council. The old man spat out a string of curses, furious that the holy nation had become so corrupt, so rotten. Instead of a land of God, I find this place more like the den of that vulgar Frakia. The familiar scene no longer surprises Eclay, who calmly continues. I know the Holy One has ordered us to set this aside, but the Pope said softly, only the Pope can decide the future of the holy nation. I want to intensify the hunt for heretics more than ever. That is the will of the goddess and the sacred mission entrusted to my papacy. Are you saying that the Holy Saint's declaration as God's representative will be ignored by the Pope? At that moment, he said nothing, only silently looked at Eclay with a calculating gaze. Hoping to speak, he asked if this also involved the Holy Lord. But she turned her back and looked out the window to answer. Yes. Day's reputation is growing, and even a high-ranking archbishop like me who was close to her is starting to cause some trouble. Suddenly, Eclay asked, You are the messenger Hong Yun, right? She looked as if she had just finished devising a plan and then suddenly spoke. I need to ask for your help with something. The bag on Day's back emitted a ring of shimmering metallic magic light, observing the entire living area around the tower. He concluded that the Fropsia nest was completely isolated from the surroundings but still capable of transmitting the disease from one object to another. Day raised his hand lightly, indicating that he must be very careful in the quarantine work, with a protective light covering everywhere. According to his plan, within a 3 kilometers radius around Fropsia, it seems I have purified almost all the places where the disease could spread from. Day relaxed his stomach, occasionally marveling at how useful holy magic is, until suddenly a voice called out, You are here. He was startled and turned around to look in the direction of the sound. This voice. Chessie stopped in front of him, panting, Finally I found you. Surprised, Chessie, almost instinctively, immediately turned away and walked off, silently praying to avoid getting involved in any more arguments. Seeing his evasive attitude, she helplessly called after him, Wait, I want to apologize for what happened last time and thank you for returning the earring. Chessie closed his eyes and explained everything. I heard you saved the children of our village, and I think I misunderstood you. My mother died because of the Liexuan kingdom. Just thinking about another kingdom like theirs, returning my mother's belongings makes me lose my composure. She honestly said, I sincerely apologize to you. But Day was furious when he caught a detail in that confession, the monsters from that kingdom. Yet they dared to give me the stolen items. Then he regained his composure and continued talking. I see. But then why did she come looking for me? It is probably not just to apologize. Chessie looked a bit embarrassed and said, Oh. About that, she recounted the story, asking if you are the holy saint, and then explained that many children in our village have come close here, suffering from a strange disease with black spots on their bodies. Chessie's voice could not hide her worry. We are not sure if it is some kind of special curse, but even healing magic can't cure it. Day said with a heavy sigh. The children in her village are suffering from a difficult illness, but they are in a rush. And who would have thought that the fairy would come here right now? She crossed her arms in frustration. I am sure this illness was caused by those humans. He thought, indeed Fropsia spread this disease, even though I was the one who spread the rumor. Finally, Chessie revealed her true goal, mentioning the disease. She said she could cure the children of our village, and Day immediately nodded in agreement. Yes, I will heal them, she happily exclaimed. Really? Thank you. So they returned to the place where the immortals live, surrounded by lush nature, simple houses, and windmills. Seeing a weak victim lying on a bed, Day began to feel the situation was serious. Was this thanks to her healing magic? Thank heavens, the situation is not looking good. The plague is an extremely dangerous disease, but it is also a simple illness that can be treated with antibiotics. Chessie turned to face him sincerely and said, Day, thank you for your magic, but I reject that treatment method. No, I will prepare medicine. Day said I can cure them without using holy magic. I will prepare the medicine. She seemed intrigued by the idea. Medicine, you mean making pills that humans can use? Yes, he started listing what he needed, something similar. First we need ingredients to prepare the medicine. Suddenly a call rang out. Day. Sophia seems eager to help. Do you need some herbs? Just tell me the names, and I will bring everything you need. After a while, Chezi looked at the items arranged on the table with some doubt. Can he really make medicine from these ingredients? He confirmed confidently. Yes. Actually, to be precise, they are not exactly medicinal herbs. They are charcoal, canola oil, white vinegar, and lime water. Day takes a bag, and we will turn its contents into medicinal herbs. She hesitantly looks at what is inside. Is not that... Cheesy pauses, noticing the moldy bread, and he reassures her, we won't use it as is. Then, Day begins the medicine preparation process, first soaking the bread in water until soft, then filtering the mixture. Next, she pours in the rapeseed oil and mixes everything together. I explain the principle. Impurities will dissolve in the rapeseed oil, while the components usable as medicine will dissolve in water. After filtering the mixture, it will soon become medicine. Chezi watched attentively as each familiar movement was performed, listening to Day's lengthy explanation. And we need to repeat the above steps a few more times before adding heated charcoal to absorb impurities. Then, pour the mixture into the funnel, rinse the impurities with clean water, and watch him perform with a sepia-toned face and a big, curious look. Afterwards, we will add vinegar with an acidic property to remove impurities that are alkaline or acidic. Finally, we will pour the lime water mixture in. This is an alkalinity test solution. Only the most pure medicinal herbs like these can combat the epidemic. This solution is the medicine to cure the disease. He takes a syringe and dips the tip into a bowl of water. Now, with your confident stance, let us go try the medicine. With just that, I have administered antibiotics to the patients and then went around purifying the entire village. 3 days later, the young man who was sick before could not hide his amazement at the change in his body. I have made a full recovery. My fever is gone. Chelsea, standing nearby, was equally excited, unable to believe the medicine worked without divine power. Seeing the patient recover, Jai also feels happy. He advised that I prepared a treatment so no one needs injections. So remember to take the medicine once a day for the next 3 days. His support made her extremely grateful. Thank you, G. You are very kind to help us wholeheartedly. I know that we have always lived a secluded life, but this time has taught me a lot. He just modestly smiled and said, come on. You do not need to say that. Deep down, I understand clearly the actions of these past few days. I am just cleaning up the mess I have caused. Chelsea suggested an idea. We should hold a party for G. Our savior. Healed young man also agreed. That is a good idea. Chelsea, what do you mean? No, seeing that Jai quickly spoke up to stop her. Do not do this. Both of them looked at him pleadingly, but Jai stammered and could not speak, just showing helpless dark streaks on his face. He had to come up with an excuse to refuse the party. I do not have much time left. I need to return to the Holy Kingdom immediately. The two could only lament and sigh. Really, so sad. In the end, despite the epidemic spreading everywhere, those saved by Gyai survived. The next day, in the snow-covered mountains, Jai's singing voice echoed. He tightened his coat and muttered to himself, unable to believe he had to cross these snowy mountains once again. Jai cursed under his breath. Damn those Frakia bastards. In the end, they did not get anything. After such a sacred altar, not a single spell was cast. Then suddenly someone called his name. Jai. The fairy appeared, bowed to him, and thanked him. Thanks to him I could return to the forest and see its new form. Jai quietly admired. Your horn has grown quite a lot. The Thuteen expressed. I can feel my power gradually returning. So I want to give you a gift to thank you. But he only noticed one difference. The tone of his voice had changed as he lost his mind before he could say anything. A branch on his body was snapped off. The elder god solemnly presented a long horn from his head, declaring it was a once-in-a-lifetime gift for each elder god. I will give you my strongest branch. Gi hesitated for a moment. It is indeed a rare item. Thank you. Holding the wooden horn in his hand, he thought about giving it to Jiek. After all, he only saw it as an ordinary branch. A scream echoes as the village erupts in flames, cries for help rising one after another. But the killers show no mercy, declaring that men, women, children, and elders alike must be slaughtered, for this town is full of demons. He grabbed the iron club and charged at the woman holding her child. The mother begged, please spare us just to let my child live. He shouted at Jack, you heretics? You opened the city gates to let the Propsia in and colluded with them, did not you? The mother shouted loudly in response, no, we did not do such things. The child beside her just whines and says, Mom, Mom. That night in anger he swung the iron club high into the air. And even now you dare to lie, then accept death as punishment. Suddenly from behind, a loud stop echoed, and someone slowly stepped forward and laughed loudly. I just got back to the Holy Nation. What is all this nonsense for? G approached with a bewildered face. At first I thought those people were bandits. But no. Who are they? He listened to his brother and looked confused. Who is that bastard Giek down there? Damn it. How dare you forget your own identity? How dare you show such an attitude to the investigator of the Investigation Council? Hearing this, he clenched his teeth and said, what? Forget your own identity? I did not expect that. A beam of light appeared, and Gi's people also radiated a blazing golden light. He muttered, It seems like you are the one who does not know your own place. The man continues to emit a strange light, performing extraordinary miracles. A dazzling glow that makes the murderous one kneel down. No way. This is the holy saint, he softly asks. Which group are you a member of? He answers, the Investigation Council. He frowns. The Investigation Council, so that means the damn culprit behind this crazy order is the Pope. Before he could finish his thoughts, the mother also knelt down and shouted, Holy Saint. She cried and swore to God that they had done nothing. But those people started slaughtering them, accusing them just because they were heretics. That voice kept echoing. Saint, please save us. He closed his eyes. Now we can only trust in you, especially the children. He was still thinking and then replied, do not worry. I promise with my honor, I will definitely resolve this. Everyone heard this and rejoiced. Thank you, Saint. We are deeply grateful to you. He turned to the murderer and said, you heard me right. In the name of the Holy Lord, I order you to retreat. But the man replied, we have been given orders from the Holy Father, so we cannot act hastily on our own. I said, you are correct. You cannot disobey the Pope's orders. And I say, this is how it will be. I sternly declare that if you obey the Pope's orders, you will die at my hands right here. Over there. We will follow your orders. Your Holiness. Understood. Inform the Investigation Council to comply with my command and cancel all operations. I order you to also tell the Investigative Council that if they do not obey my command, I will tear them all apart. You too. Retreat quickly and gather at Salonia. Follow the orders. My eyes now fierce. I must stop this reckless act quickly. Looking at the chaotic scene, he pondered why every time he completed a dangerous mission and returned, the Holy Nation always had a bunch of problems. As night fell, inside the Grand Hall, Rhea spoke to the Holy Maiden. The Holy Maiden of the Investigation Council was becoming more and more aggressive, and our family was trying to pressure them. But the Investigation Council is an independent religious institution of the Vatican, so nothing can be effective. The Holy Maiden bowed her head and replied, I feel the same. I can't do as I wish. Just a small mistake and each member of the Investigation Council will turn directly against me. Suddenly a voice rang out. Surprising Rihi. Who dares to come here? Who dares to beg here? Get out. She sensed that source of divine power. At that moment, the guard outside hurriedly said, I apologize. Your Grace, you look very different today. Iriel, I just came here to beg. Nothing more. The Saintess was overjoyed to see him arrive and shouted loudly, you are back. He replied, Iriel, I was a bit late because I had to stay behind to handle everything properly. She replied, I understand. Go inside. You are just fussing now, a ragged beggar, Go inside. All right. The guard was panicked. Holy Lord, my sins are truly unforgivable. Inside the house, she immediately asked how Froxy was doing. They won't be able to attack us anymore, and if anyone survived among them, we should not worry. He emphasized. More importantly, I heard that the Pope is overseeing the Investigation Council. Right, at this point, the Holy Nation will be sealed off. She replied, after slaughtering its own people. Other nations will also isolate the Holy Kingdom when the faith is unshaken. Neighboring countries will see this as a good thing, and the Holy Kingdom's influence on the continent will decline. He softly added, yes, so that is why I need to ask you to withdraw from this. She asked, what is it? He immediately said, the prosecutor of the Investigation Council is still here. Right, order him to withdraw the entire Investigation Council. She was confused. Do you know what you are saying right now? I know. I have thought it through carefully. Just follow my orders. She responds, Ages obeying the Pope's commands. What are you trying to do? He slammed his hand on the table and then stood up, forcing them to take responsibility. At the Vatican Investigation Council headquarters, a loud announcement was made, summoning the entire investigation panel. One member of the group turned around. What is going on? Everyone. Look, they suddenly panicked. Holy Father. He loudly asked who is the head of the Investigation Council. I am, a voice responded. He approached gently, bowing to the Holy Father. I am Dios, Chief Prosecutor of the Investigation Council. He inquired, what brings you here so suddenly, without warning or explanation? An order. He replied, I want all the Inquisitorial Council's inspectors gathered in Salonia immediately. Dios frowned and replied, please forgive me. Holy Lord. This is an order to be executed within 1 month issued by the seal of the Archfather. He chuckled softly and said, so you did not obey my order? He smiled and replied, yes, this is beyond the power of a god. At this moment, Day was furious, radiating a powerful energy. He was terrified by this insane source of magic. Everyone was terrified, feeling as if their bodies were about to explode. Day Gowningo asked again, have you changed your mind? He shouted loudly. Stop it. Doing that won't change the Pope's orders. Holy Saint. Do you really think you can oppose the Pope? He coldly said it could be called a confrontation if he wanted. He was furious. claiming he only did what was beneficial for the people, because it was the duty given to him by the holy saint, bestowed by the people and the Lord. His eyes grew even colder. I will give them 1 week to call each of them back to Salonia. Or else, he swung his arm, shooting a spark at the house's foundation, the big hole in the foot of the house. I will destroy the rest as well. Understand, the frightened man hurriedly replied. I will do as you wish. He wipes his face, thinking, now the only thing left is to look directly into the main hall where the Pope is sitting. Pope, you go straight into the hall and meet the Pope. And ask, you have already caused quite a mess. The Pope strokes his chin and replies, a mess. The Pope here only punishes heretics. You coldly ask, punishing heretics is just a joke, slaughtering innocent people without trial, just claiming it is punishment for heretics. He frowned and asked again, what crime should I punish? Why should I do that? What do you mean? He pounded his chest and said, I am the Pope. My words are the law of the holy nation, the will of God. You still refuse to give up, even though you speak quickly and unclearly. I can see right through you. Just tell the truth. The real reason is not that. Is it? Before coming here, I already infiltrated a village that was under investigation. Hearing that, he clenched his fists and asked in a firm voice, what do you want to say? I replied, no matter how much I think about it, I just can't grasp your faith. You criticize him for using his faith to justify the slaughter of innocent people. You must do something to hide everything. He then screams wildly, how dare you? How dare you be so arrogant? How dare you use such lies to belittle me? He ordered the guards to force the Holy One to kneel before me immediately. You nodded and said, so this is how you intended to do it. Right. He unleashed a burst of power. But a voice called out, wait a moment. The door swung open, and Hyun stepped in. No need to stain your hands. Holy Saint. Think carefully. You fool. She gently takes out the edict and says, at this point, Glizia will be arrested and tried for heresy. He shouted, arrest me. It is ridiculous. What are you waiting for? Arrest those rebels immediately. She took out the paper and said, it is useless, Your Holiness. This is the agreement for building the Academy's buildings. All the projects were assigned to Frapsha, and the Holy Nation received a compensation of 1,800 East Baku gold. She added that in the future, if those buildings do not meet standards, or if they break the law, she insisted that even the Holy Nation could not question them, because it was all written in the agreement. He glared angrily. Who are you? And where did you come from? She sneered. I have some trusted friends helping me, and this is an official document with the Pope's seal, so do not make excuses anymore. She shouted. Now everyone, seize the Pope and imprison him. The soldiers responded in unison, obeying the order, and the Pope fell silent, not daring to act rashly. He resisted, claiming I am the king of this kingdom and the chosen Pope. Dian Kong, anyone disobeying my orders is opposing God's will. He has turned into Dian Ro, and with the divine power granted to me, I will punish everyone. He shouted loudly, clenched his fists. What a bunch of trash. Then, Pope Grigio was imprisoned, in a prison cell. His voice echoes, the gods will never abandon me. You all must hold a trial for me. Seems this chaos is about to end. A long night has passed. The sun is rising, but the throne is still vacant. Archbishops and nobles are competing for the position of Pope. A loud voice says, Eagle, I want you to become the Pope. Really? He explains, she has not joined any faction and she is also the most powerful among the archbishops. You are fierce. He continues, you will also bring a new breeze to this corrupt position by portraying the first female pope ever. She hurriedly replied, I do not know, I am not sure if I have enough ability. The holy maiden smiled, you are worrying too much. This is a list of those who want to sit on the throne of the Pope. She looked on with her mouth open in shock. What is this? These trashy people also want to become the Pope. She gritted her teeth and declared firmly that she had nothing to worry about and would become the Pope, with strong support from Duck Than and Than Nu. Eagle became the first female Pope of Than Quoc. They happily congratulated her in the hall, in a small room, where Than Nu was working. As Jai entered, she exclaimed, too much work again. This is her thing. And he brought a cup of tea. She sighed and replied, nothing new. Thank you. He thought to himself, I can't believe she is back to work so quickly, taking on so much. Without saying a word, she picked up the cup and drank it down eagerly, and he was stunned that tea is really hot. He looked and thought to himself, just imagine, Uriel has always helped me, countless times since returning to Than Quoc. Uriel's hand now glows with a faint golden light, and she looks dazed, performing a cleansing. She stretched and said, indeed, magic is incredible, but healing spells can't help me with the exhaustion. He quickly replied, then if you need anything else, just tell me. She felt helpless. What can I do with him? Did he happen to eat something? Why is he suddenly so kind to me? He whispered softly, I was just helping you. Why are you still causing trouble? She hesitated. Do not tell me you are into me. Right? Suddenly he went speechless, so she quickly added, Just joking. Just a little joke. You do this to thank me because I always help you. He pondered, just like a ghost while she kept talking non-stop. But if he liked me, it would not be surprising. A beautiful woman like me who has helped both physically and mentally. He chuckled softly, then reached out to ruffle her hair. And she said, you are right. Thank you, her face flushing red. She snapped. What are you doing? Do you see me as a kid? I am older than you. Actually, Day is over 50 years old. She widened her eyes and then said, oh right. I was so busy working that I almost forgot about these things. If we start now, we might get into trouble. She added, Day, now is not the time for you to act like this. He asked again, what is going on? Is there something important today? Suddenly Day was also stunned, and both of them exclaimed together, it is the celebration of the new Pope's appointment, and the sky has turned dark. Day dressed in a serious outfit and spoke. Perfect. We can start now without being late. Behind, a voice announced, Your Holiness Zika has arrived. He turned back coldly and told him to come in. Zika entered, and the Holy Father looked at Day's appearance and said, you look great today. Day smiled and replied, thank you, but why are you here? Where is Clio? The youngest? Zika then answered, I heard the battle is over, but there are still many things to handle, so today I came here to work for you. He replied, all right, I have a gift for you. Zika was surprised. The gift for me? He handed over something. Here. Zika wondered, what is this? He explained, these things may not look very valuable, but before he could finish, the voice of the Holy Saint rang out, it is Zika. You are crying so much. This is the first gift I received from him. I am so moved. I will cherish it as a treasure to pass down through the family. He thought to himself that he did not even need to make him believe this was a branch of the divine tree. Then he asked, oh right, you have figured out how to block my sword, right? Ditch replied, yes, I have found a way. Zika, are you really the one who found the way? Recalling the past, a sword fight was happening. Zika was still struggling. I can block the sword. I am struggling. I can't block this sword. Zika asked again, has the person really found a way to block the sword? Zika replied that if it was indeed the sword you attacked with yourself the day before, then I am sure I can block it. He thought to himself, you truly are a genius. Zika excitedly says, I will prove it to you soon. The man looks helplessly. Where is he looking? At the Yen Hoi. The maiden looked stunning. And Rihia, walking beside her, spoke up. Just as expected, all the noble families came to the Yen Hoi to celebrate the Pope's inauguration. She replied, I know. Right. Then she turned her face to look behind. I never thought I had met these people before. Rhea said they are a diplomatic envoy from the Horan King. She added that when we borrowed reinforcements they did not help. Now they come again. Yes. Their clear goal is to restore relations between the two countries. Hearing the distant sound, she excitedly called out, Day. He smiled and said, you arrived early. Re, long time no see. At this moment, she gently bowed her head and Rhea Tepext greeted Dukthan. He continued, I heard that she contributed a lot in the recent battle. The young lady beside him smiled and replied, that is right. She has also decided to come and help me ease Than Kwok's workload in the future. Dika lamented, it is truly a great honor. Then I asked, so you are not returning to the academy? He added, probably not. Just difficult at the beginning. Right. Then he pondered, future medical students. Rhea stood beside her, grinning mischievously, as if afraid that dreaming of a medical career was impossible. I will definitely find time to study, she said happily. Really? She replied eagerly. Yes, I am really looking forward to it. Professor Day. Suddenly a group of people approached and spoke up. Honorable Dukthan. He spoke, on behalf of the Loi from the kingdom, I respectfully greet Honorable Dukthan. He pondered, when Than Kwok was in danger, they never showed up, yet now they dare to come here and chat with us. Then he coldly said, nice to meet you. The guy earlier was just joking. It is truly an honor for us to meet all the heroes who fought against Phroxia to protect the continent. He waved his hand. Enough with the pleasantries. Just say what you need directly. Young Lady Than said, I am sure you also realize that those who just stand and watch without helping are not welcome here. Right? We are willing to listen to you because you have traveled a long way to get here. He began, and I spoke, explaining that the trade between the Kingdom of Heron and the Silver Kingdom has been temporarily halted due to the war. He added that, according to the trade agreement, since the Silver Kingdom is an allied nation, we should be the only ones authorized to import grains from the Silver Kingdom. They did not stop talking entirely, so we came to request the resumption of trade activities. Suddenly, a loud voice rang out, shut that filthy mouth of yours. Did you think having a mouth means you can just spout nonsense? Get out of here immediately. They were stunned to hear that. Now the young lady speaks softly. Listen carefully. This is the stance of Than Kwok. You have traveled a long way to get here. But now you should leave. He still does not give up. Questioning, Are you now trying to cancel the trade agreement between the two kingdoms? It seems you have not considered what could happen to Thanquok's diplomatic relations. You can't unilaterally cancel the agreement, Gi sneered and said. The kingdom is completely dependent on trade, but now they are facing difficulties. So I believe the goddess also hopes we will help the kingdom through this tough time. He listened to her and beamed. Only the hero and savior of this continent can truly understand the reasoning. Before he could rejoice, a loud voice rang out, announcing the import of grains at double the price. He was surprised to hear that. It is funny. He would do the same. He crossed his arms and replied, "Do not tell me you are planning to break the agreement." Then he continued, "As a friendly nation, doing so is not very polite." He chuckled, "You do not want to become enemies of Thanquok, do you?" At this moment, the Pope appeared and said, "It is wonderful that both kingdoms can ease the pressure. Is not today even more joyful?" Everyone cheered loudly, Bishop and Pope. Then she said, "Come on, let us put these complicated matters aside, and I hope everyone can continue to enjoy today's party." Everyone cheered loudly, and they started to enjoy the feast. The atmosphere is very lively. Outside the mage tower, the girl is standing with the goddess. She asks, "I thought this battle would never end, but somehow it has already come to an end." He smiled, and she knew it. Then he explained, "But are you sure you will worry when I return to the academy?" She replied, "Of course I can handle everything here on my own." Then she smiled and emphasized, "You have only just arrived in the holy nation and have already faced so many hardships. Now it is time for you to do what you want." He smiled brightly, thinking that occasionally meeting her and asking for help with paperwork would be great. She coldly replied, "Well, it is up to your majesty." Afropsi has destroyed Hediot. An eye opens in shock, and he wonders if he is dead. He sits up, unable to believe that humans still have mages stronger than a mere corpse like himself. He pondered, his mana piercing through his heart in an instant. He recalled that scene, then placed his hand over his chest. Feeling a vast, pure source of mana, he praises and is beautiful. He ponders, as if that is the source of all magic. He wishes with his eyes that from now on, he will find her in the ruined space. A person sits in despair. "Oh my lord." After the battle ended, the academy began calling students back to the classroom. Perhaps because of the aftermath of the war, many students could not return to the academy. But when news spread that the Holy Duke, the hero of the kingdom, had come back and started organizing free medical classes, students from all over the country are gradually returning. On the board, someone is holding a chalk and speaking, saying, "All right. Enough, that person is Day. Let us start today's lesson now." He explained at length that today's class will focus on this topic. He teaches passionately, and throughout the battle, we saw bishops healing wounds many times. But they are not the only ones who can save patients from the hand of death. He added that in the recent fight, some of you have experienced or witnessed this firsthand. He explained that even bishops, priests, or the Holy Father cannot cure all diseases. The students looked confused. Even the Holy Father, they think those people are definitely going to die. Suddenly, a stick hits the board with a bang. "But if you study at the medical academy, you can all do it." He emphasized loudly that from today on, medicine will start accepting students and will focus on treating illnesses and external injuries, those that even bishops cannot cure. The academy became more lively because of the speech. "So if you want to study, just enroll." Up on that stage, he seemed to blend in, and from now on, all external injuries will be called superficial wounds. The student asks, "Before we start today's lesson, why many soldiers survived the battle but later died from very minor wounds? Is it because the church does not have enough staff to treat those minor injuries?" He immediately responded, "That makes sense. But why do you think they died from such minor wounds? Those certainly were not serious injuries." He enthusiastically explained that it was due to infections in the wounds. He continued, "There are millions of types of microorganisms around us that we cannot see, such as those on the palm of the student sitting in front who just answered the question." The girl behind also spoke, saying that you mentioned there are microorganisms living everywhere, right? "Yes," she said, "but right now I can't sense any of those around me." He explained at length that microorganisms are so tiny that you can't see them or sense them with mana. The students were surprised, wondering what kind of monsters these microorganisms were and how he knew about them. They said they would only believe if there was evidence. He hesitated for a moment. Evidence, huff. He began to give an example. "If you leave bread at room temperature for a long time, it will get moldy. Right? Would it be easier to understand if I said that mold is also a type of microorganism? I will explain their characteristics. Microorganisms have very distinct features and are divided into algae, bacteria, fungi, yeast, and many other types." He began to explain more clearly that even the process of dead tissue decomposing is caused by microorganisms. He pointed to the board and said that when microorganisms infect an open wound, it can lead to severe inflammatory reactions or blood poisoning. He gave another example, which is why in the recent battle there were many casualties from very minor wounds. But you can't give up on treatment or amputation just because of a small cut. The student asked, "So what should we do then?" Happily, he explains that as long as the wound is properly disinfected, there is nothing to worry about. Disinfection means killing microorganisms to prevent infection. He analyzes that most people have experienced clack, and probably you all know that if clack becomes too severe, it can be deadly. In this world, clack is a disease similar to the flu. The students asked, "Is the day of clack also caused by microorganisms?" He replied with a smile, "It is not exactly caused by microorganisms. This disease is caused by a type of virus. We will cover viruses later." He then returned to the main topic. We can prevent clack by thorough disinfection, and the disinfection method is very simple: water. He emphasized, washing your hands regularly can prevent this disease. The same goes for wounds. Just rinsing them with a little water is enough to be effective. The student was curious. Just that, just using clean water to wash wounds. He cited as evidence that market women who do laundry often are rarely affected by clack because their hands frequently come into contact with water. A student raised their hand and asked, "Professor, I have a question." He replied, "Go ahead. What do you want to ask?" The student asked, "So how do you explain the magic of the dark magic users? They use dark energy, not microorganisms." "I think that is a very good question." He began to say that if that disease was caused by a dark magic ritual, it would not appear spontaneously. Rather, magic only creates a favorable environment for microorganisms to thrive. Let us continue for a moment. We are a bit off topic now. Let us get back to it. Suddenly the bell rings. Time's up, but I only skimmed through a few things. Honestly, the first lesson is always the most important. I worry and wonder, with just a brief overview like this, how can I attract the students' attention? The class is now lively. Applause erupts. "Thank you, Professor." Professor Ga, your lectures are always so interesting. Today's lecture was truly amazing. I am incredibly surprised. So Jai's lectures on medical freedom, along with the students' hand-washing craze, made the topic increasingly popular. At the same time, the Institute of Medicine was officially established. Thanks to the Institute's fame, the number of students registering skyrocketed. Jai was overjoyed and excited. This was just the beginning. The sun gradually rises, and suddenly a thought occurs to him. He is here, and I can feel it very clearly. It is the clock. He ponders. I followed Manus' faint trail to get here. He assesses his rank. I think he has connections with the Kingdom of Legion, but the city-state, and who else is in that academy? It is quite surprising. He is very determined. I want to meet him immediately. As if I thought I had already killed my enemy, and that guy suddenly appeared right in front of me again. So it would be quite rude. He might feel insulted. This corpse also seems to have thoughts and others as well. He pondered. How can I meet him again without making him feel offended? He analyzed that these humans all dress the same, probably the academy's uniform. Then an idea came to him and he gradually entered the academy. Now he is dressed like a student in the academy. That should be enough. Crazy. Of course he would not be that meticulous. There are 3 types of students in the academy. Some carry swords, some wear robes, and another special type, some wear white shirts. For some reason, this corpse has marked the white shirt, with a long-haired student wearing one. This is a wonderful outfit. Then suddenly a voice called from behind. Hey, are you the new student? Lich thought to himself, do they study in the same class? He replied, yes. The female student looked surprised. Really? No wonder he is so handsome. There is no way we have not noticed him before. The 2 female students asked Lich if he knew the way, if he knew class was coming up soon, and Lich just kept calm. I do not know the way yet, the female student said cheerfully. So come with us. We will take you to the lecture hall. The other girl immediately reminded her. Maybe it is not necessary. Today is the practical session, and you said you need a group of 3, so that is perfect. The other student kept insisting. I can't believe we are going to dissect a pig today. That is so scary. Lich asked back in confusion. Are we really going to dissect a pig? Is that dark magic or something? 2 female students burst out laughing. Do you really like joking around when you are like this? When studying medicine, understanding the internal organs is very important. Lich pondered. Medicine. He thought to himself, that was once a trend during the magic era, but this method would never be as effective as magic, so it quickly disappeared. Does the Holy Nation Academy teach such useless things? Suddenly, a tall, hunchback student walks by, and the girl with short hair gets angry and storms off. What the hell is going on? Are you blind? Shy girl with short hair. I apologize. Lich feels indignant. It is so strange. Was not he the one who bumped into you? The braided student helpless. He really knows how to defend his friend. She gently explained to him that the angry look on the young man's face was because the medical institute had only recently been established and most students were commoners. In contrast, students of swordsmanship or magic came from noble families, so they felt insulted having to study alongside commoners like us, but Lich pretended not to hear, waving his hand dismissively. So rude, come on, let us go. We are about to be late for practice class. And Lich's calm attitude made the 2 female students nervous. While the thug was confused, he swaggered over to Lich. You guys apologize just to get away like that. Lich thought it was really complicated. Did not she already apologize to him? That student is too superficial and insincere. At least she should kneel down. Lich understood and revealed a sinister smile. Suddenly, the worthless guy was pulled down to the ground by an invisible force, and Lich's eyes turned dark. Is that how it is? He looked down on him, only relying on his lucky social status, and still dared to be arrogant. Truly, he is the most vulgar person I have ever seen. The pressure from Lich almost overwhelmed the trainee, who then ordered him to become an Oros from now on. The trainee, who was still defiant moments ago, now seemed to have lost all awareness. He blankly accepted Lich's original words. The person will go into the forest to build a village and then slog through the mud. Lucky for him, Lich was just joking a little. The student was running headlong, shouting all the way. Lich chuckled. At last, they have returned to their true nature. All done. Lich called the two confused female students who still did not understand what was happening. Come on, take me to the laboratory, the girl with the braids quickly replied. All right, let us go. Right now, the tools are all too familiar to the Y students. But what Lich cares about is that after this class, he will go find the great sage. Suddenly, Day opens the door and asks if everyone is ready. Lich stares at him unblinkingly, surprised to see that Day here as well, but he is not mentally prepared yet. He also immediately recognized the difference in today's class. Wait. Yi placed his hand on Lich's shoulder and questioned him with a terrifying tone. You remember Giatama? Right. Lich was quite surprised. Zio. Day narrows his eyes, ready to cast a spell. Come on. You must remember who I am. Right, it is me, so tell me if you know who I am. Lich hesitated. I turned quickly to avoid Day's gaze. I do not care about shame. The immoral answer made Day furious. He shot out a beam of light that could pierce through anything. You do not know me. That is nonsense. Lucky for Lich, he dodged in time. You are still not angry. You bastard. I do not know how you managed to come back to life, but I will shatter you into 60 billion pieces so you can never be resurrected again. Lich sweats nervously. He is begging. 60 billion. You really plan to kill me that way? Great saint. Please listen to what I have to say. Generous indeed. Very well. I will give you 3 seconds. Lich was panicked. How could he be in time? First, I had no intention of attacking you. I only came here to help you. Great saint. Day remained suspicious. How can I trust you? He looked at the wire with tear-filled eyes. Lower-ranked mages are always like that. It is our duty to show the utmost respect to higher-ranked mages. Day is so harsh. This is just nonsense. Lich is holding onto your leg. I am telling the truth. Please believe me. Day is thinking, now Froxia has already fallen. There is no way he would come here to surrender himself like that. It seems he is really not planning to attack me. But still, he moves his finger. Chains suddenly appear and wrap around the Lich, the sound of the wire ringing out. Sharp, the rope pulls you away. You, just stay there until this class is over. Lich noticed he had calmed down and looked pleased. Lord Tunley, no matter what happens, I won't move either. My voice echoes loudly through the practice room. All right. Don't pay attention to him. Let us start practicing from lesson 1 to lesson 5. In a moment, Lich grits his teeth. This is so annoying. He was fed up with the fools in front of him. Just now I was curious to see how good they were, but their practice is really terrible. Lich intervened with a pair practicing nearby. Are you guys cutting meat? Do you think you are just chopping up meat? Then why not just use a hammer instead? Suddenly the wire appears in front of him. Do you know how to dissect a pig? Lich asked confidently. That is my specialty. Yes, yes, yes. Great saint. Snap of the fingers to unlock the chains. Well then. Let us see what you have got. You know what will happen to you if you do something stupid. Right, Lich respectfully bows his head. That will never happen. I will use my skills to prove my loyalty to you. He glanced at the scalpel. Those idiots. I am here. Lich, can you perform a pig dissection? I am here. Does the Lich know how to dissect a pig? Does the Lich know how to dissect a pig? So the messenger handed him a carefully tied scroll from his homeland. He was a bit surprised. He looked at the letter with a feeling of unease. The messenger says the rest. Your house sent you a letter. The Holy Kingdom looks peaceful in the sunlight. But somewhere within this sacred place it is filled with darkness. Saintess Ariel collapses onto the pile of documents, her face pale and exhausted. I can't do this anymore. Holy Maiden, let me handle the rest. Take a break for a few hours. You have not slept at all. Ariel was still struggling. But she remembered the moment she was covered in sweat from the effort. I promised to finish everything before Day returns. Then she motivated herself again. I was so confident when I let him go. A nobody. A pig. A pig. A pig. A pig. A pig. A pig. I have already done more than the average person. Ariel's eyes unconsciously became indifferent. Like when she read the letter she would been assigned at the Grand Saint's office. Miss, I will handle the rest. You should take a break for a few hours. The one who has not slept at all is always there. Ariel is still holding on, but she remembered the moment she was exhausted with Day. I promised to finish everything before day returned. Then she told herself to find motivation again. I was very confident when I let him go. I have done more than an ordinary person. But Ariel's eyes suddenly became indifferent. Just like at the Grand Saint's office. The letter was only just delivered. I only need the Grand Saint. He used magic to burn the letter to read its hidden contents. The letter states that the kingdom of Lycaon is the most powerful empire on this continent. The king's power comes from the fact that this is Lord George de Lycian. The king's power is only because this is Lord George de Lycian. I refuse to be part of Kathy Howe's scheme. The doctor from the palace is in my taxi now. But I can't take him. He is not waterproof. His hairstyle and weight changes suddenly as he urgently searches for the right treatment. Believing that healing the king of all diseases in this world is a true pleasure. He sweats nervously at the thought of the terrible consequences if he fails to cure the king. Legion would think the holy nation does not want to heal their king, and that could fracture the relationship between the two kingdoms immediately. I am deep in thought. Not because I can't heal him, but because this is not a simple matter, and I am almost like a puppet in the hands of the royal politics. I am still very worried. Treating him is different from treating other patients. So I can't do anything. Jai walks down the corridor, thinking as he goes. So first, later at the academy, Jai appointed Lich as an honorary professor, and everyone had to bow when he entered. Hello, Professor. But Lich seemed a bit introverted. Hey you. Once you are out of class, do not talk to me. He sighed. Dai then asked for it. I have no other choice. Lich cried as he thought about his true goal. But I want to understand the academic world from Dathan's perspective. The student earlier was still hesitating and not leaving yet. Lich shot him a deadly look. As if I already told you that once you are out of the class, do not talk to me. The chubby student said that Professor Jai was looking for you. Before he finished speaking, Lich rushed off like the wind to find the great saint. He panted heavily. So you are looking for me, Jai cheerfully introduced. You are here now. Say hello. Due to an intentional mistake, Jai's voice and Zik's appearance do not quite match, and he looked at Lich with a smirk. This is Zik. He will watch over you while I am away. The two of them stare at each other fiercely. Lich tries to stay calm. Watch over me. And also, what do you mean by saying you will be away? What are you talking about? Here is a scroll of paper for him to read. I will be leaving the academy for a while. Take this. I calmly told Lich that I have written almost all the lessons on this scroll. Just study on your own first and wait until you fully understand these lessons. Then just teach these lessons to the students while I am away. Lich looked at the scroll full of words and felt overwhelmed. I am just doing my best to support him. How dare you talk back with a cold voice asking? Zik raised his voice. Do you know how much the great saint values this academy? You should be grateful that he trusted you with such an important task. Aren't you clear enough yet? Lich, bitter from being scolded. Just do whatever you want. Who are you to interfere in this matter? Zik declared boldly. The head of the J family, one of the three noble families serving the Holy Lord. I am Jaysir Zik. Lich mocks me. But how dare a humble nobody like you serve the Holy Lord? Zik retorts, a humble nobody, calling me out. Could it be a 7th level mage? Is the owner of the Black Tower like a god? So what if Lich is proud? I am also a swordsman, a high-level swordsman. Zay, let me show you these two cursed bastards. I have a bad feeling about this. Lich turned to Zay with a completely changed expression. Great Saint. I will excel in the task you assign me and earn your trust without needing this humble creature in my way. Zik also sweet-talked. Do not worry, great sage. You can go confidently. I will keep a close eye on this damn bastard, not missing any of his actions. After saying that, the two of them turned back to fight each other like water and fire. What are you pretending to be so much for? Once the great saint leaves, I will be the one to say that. Zay regrets that his family should not have placed these two people next to each other. The sunset has cast a fiery red over the entire holy palace. Zay gently opens the door to the holy maiden's room. Iriel, are you there? Iriel has been drunk at her desk for a while now. Zay looked at her, just as he thought. She said she could handle everything, but maybe all the hardship is taking its toll. He gently tucks the strand of hair on the saintess's face. Since returning to the Holy Land, I have already started many things. It had only just ended the war then. Things. This and that. Probably won't be like before anymore. He glances over the stacked documents spanning from one table to another. Let us see. Suddenly Iriel woke up startled. Oh no, did I fall asleep? The golden string rises beside her. You are awake. She immediately sat up. Zay. He just smiled brightly. You have been through a lot lately. Thank you. Iriel hurriedly clears the empty table. There are some rolls of paper here. Zay. I have already taken care of those things. Don't worry. Iriel blankly looked at the thread. What? The pile of documents has been sorted and neatly arranged. Iriel could not believe her eyes. He finished everything so quickly just after a little while. She rushes over in a panic. You are lying. It would take me at least a week to do those things. You did not do them carelessly just for the sake of it. Right, I bet you did it hastily. Zay shrugged. If you want, go ahead and check. Iriel hurriedly unrolled a roll of paper. You just froze up completely. Everything is perfect. Zay feels helpless. I wish I could help her more. But I do not have much time. Iriel ran out of words. There is nothing else I can help with. Suddenly, a voice called from outside the door. Sorry. Your Highness, the servant reports. Your Holiness, your luggage is ready. Zay sighs regretfully. Is it already time? In the Leasing Kingdom, night is falling. The night seems to be devouring the Grand Palace, bringing with it worries about the situation. If things keep going like this, if the king dies, there will be a big chaos. In the room where King George Du is unconscious, Libby, the third Prince Geo's Lesion of the Leasing Kingdom, is whispering to him. He kneels by the bed. It seems they no longer hope for her recovery. He declared to the king even though he could not hear him. Moreover, it seems this time they only desire the position that the Guardian has held for so long. Ju touches the king's unmoving hand. You asked the Holy Nation to send the Grand Saint here. You need to wake up quickly and take control of the kingdom once again. Suddenly, someone approached from behind, the person returning. Go back. Anyway, father needs to rest. The third prince turned his head back, changing his expression. I am about to leave too. You are the one taking care of father. I only stopped by because I felt ashamed to leave you to handle everything alone. This person is the second prince of the Legion Kingdom. He still shows no emotion on his face. Don't worry about it. From now on, let me handle everything for my father. Ju won't say much either. Alright then, I am leaving now. The door closed after the third prince left. Even as he was still speaking, I will let you live. So please, I beg you. He looked at the dark sky through the window and muttered to himself, don't he interfere in this dirty fight. Brother. The next morning in the Kingdom of Legion, the knight in holy armor with a special cross-shaped scarf of the Grand Saint has arrived, the shining castle in the dawn light. The shoes are dazzling. The strongest empire on this continent is truly vast. Someone from behind catches his attention. Welcome to Legion. Your Grace, a less courteous man bows politely. Greetings, Your Majesty the Great Saint. I am the Marquis Obo, the one welcoming you. Jai also returned the greeting. Thank you. I am the Great Saint. My name is Gay. You seem hesitant. The long journey must have worn you out, so even if you still have many questions, just go ahead. Jai understands. Alright then, let us go. You asked Han. We do not have time, is that right? Obo immediately leads the way. Thank you for understanding us. Please follow this way. Bathuak leads Jie to a luxurious room. But there is no one guarding outside. We have arrived. Please come in. Thank you. When the door opens, Jai is quite surprised. This scent, a full stench emanated from the bed, filling the entire room. Jai wondered why. Even if they have to keep the king's illness a secret. Could it be that they have not bathed him all this time? He approaches the forest of illness where the king is unconscious. Let us see. Let us check on his condition and see how he is doing. Gently massage the king's arm. This is it. He immediately guessed. His entire body is stiffened due to severe rigidity. Probably because he has not moved in a long time. The shoes look at the king lying still on the hospital bed. The muscle rigidity is so severe that I can't relax any part of his body. However, just muscle rigidity alone cannot lead to an accurate conclusion. He is worried. There are many possible causes for congenital muscle rigidity. Wait, that is not it. The king is old. So it is not this syndrome. The issue here is his consciousness. Please analyze. When an acute illness impairs a patient's consciousness. Alertness. Confusion. Agitation. Semi-consciousness. Or coma. It quickly leads to consciousness disorder syndromes. He observes George's pupils. Recovery occurs in the reverse order. Moreover, I still do not know what kind of consciousness disorder the king is suffering from. I can't make a quick diagnosis. He ponders. Pain in the lower back from overexertion or muscle injury usually does not cause loss of consciousness. So it must be a complication. Or he lost consciousness for some reason and suddenly he noticed an abnormality. Is this a bruise? Jai quickly unbuttoned the king's shirt to reveal other similar marks. Don't he tell me? He looked him over from head to toe. There are also many other bruises around his abdomen. Guy squints thoughtfully. His eyes could not help but feel sorrowful for the patient. The next day, Jai continues to think about the symptoms. He might have been in shock for a long time, due to internal bleeding, and because his entire body was tense and stiff, I suspect his muscles might also be injured. He visualized the battered body of the king. Like those bruises, it is much more dangerous than just stiff muscles. They were definitely caused by external stimulation. Jai sighs. I do not want to get involved in this mess. Suddenly there was a knock at the door. Great Saint, are you inside? Jai slightly opens the door. Someone. The second prince bows his head. Greetings. Great Saint. I am Lukalixia, the second prince of the Lixian kingdom. Jai recalls. The second prince chuckled and then introduced himself. I am the great sage Shu. Why are you here? I heard that last night you visited the king. Then he asked Han how the current condition of the king is. Jai also gives a vague account. Nothing is certain yet. I can only say that the treatment will take a lot of time. Take it easy. It is okay. Whatever it takes. Just the word question is enough. More important than anything. When asked here, Han's expression changed. The king's illness could not possibly be caused by our poison. Right, Jai calmly replied. Surely that is not the case. Seeing the great saint's attitude also softened a bit. Truly a relief, so I understand now. I will hand over all the care of the king's illness to you. I am truly grateful. May I take my leave now? Watching the figure leave, Jai reflected on his back. Poisoning her, it is understandable to be this worried. He is anxious. I should go back there and figure out a treatment plan. But then a voice stopped him. Oh my. I forgot. The hair that brushes the cheek and the glittering fan. The woman is stepping forward towards the shoes. I want to be the first to welcome you here. I speak with excitement. Welcome. Your Majesty. Great saint. I am Princess Lucilla Zalicia. The shoes are starting to lose patience. I am so busy, yet they keep coming one after another. Can't they just come all at once? But because of respecting tradition, he still responded. I understand now. I am the great Saint G. You are also curious about the health of the king. Right? Lucilla confirms. That is right. And moreover, I daringly used a fan to caress the shoe. Should I admit that I am more curious about you? With a mischievous smile, you are truly handsome. Just as everyone says, I can't understand why kids these days are so reckless. What is this kid doing? He shrugged and walked away. Is that how it is? If you do not mind, I am busy with a few things now. Lucilla interrupts. I was just joking. Did I offend you in any way? Did I accidentally step on your pride? Or have I already trampled on your dignity? Yeah. Lucilla looks like she just got hit with a cold bucket of water. Oh. Turn it back on. You just did. Even the shoes do not deny it. Honestly, that is true. You are bothering me. Don't bother to chase politely anymore. Just chase directly. If you have nothing else to say, do not come looking for me. I am now busy with the king's treatment. The sound of the door closing struck Lucilla's pride even more. She was stunned. I am the princess of this kingdom. How dare he ignore me? His anger boiled over, and he clenched his teeth tightly. Let us see how long she can keep up her arrogance. Lucilla angrily walks away. She did not realize that Han had overheard the entire conversation. She signaled to Hong. Sir Hong. That person will definitely cause trouble for the great saint. Should we deal with her instead? So should we wait until she tries to do something before stopping her? He also said not to come anymore. Hong also agrees. She is right. Let her go. Just stay alert and wait patiently. Hong signaled again. But Huan carefully reads the signs. If anyone in the Galician royal court is truly plotting something or trying to harm the great saint, her eyes suddenly darkened. And even through sign language, a deadly aura radiated. We will eliminate them immediately. Jaigi steps through her thoughts. Galician has sent a formal invitation to the holy nation to summon the great saint here. He is exploring all possible methods. It must be very important for them to invite a great saint. Maybe they have tried every possible method once or twice already. They must have already used holy magic too. When you open the king's door, he still looks lively, but without holy magic, they could not even cause him to fall ill. So the king's condition is not just the external wounds or the 20-something internal injuries. He was convinced that the holy magic could cure muscle strain or lower back pain, so the answer is an autoimmune disease. You conclude, stiff person syndrome. He recalls the condition. Autoimmune disease. Stiff person syndrome is a condition. The immune system malfunction causes abnormal muscle stiffness. It is similar to the last time. Even when I treated the princess of the duchy, just using holy magic alone can't cure the disease. So it is understandable that no one in the kingdom can cure the king. Suddenly he hesitated. The question is why he lost consciousness and why his muscles are so stiff. Suddenly he gasped. The bruises on the king's chest, which had only recently appeared, had worsened. He suspects that the stiffening of the body due to muscle tension should be treated carefully, as muscle cramps and spasms can easily lead to tears or bruising. Jai is firm, but even so, this is already too much. I am sure someone tried to massage these tense muscles. According to the medical knowledge you have, this would cause tissue damage, internal bleeding, and lead to shock that results in loss of consciousness. Jai quickly cast a spell to lock the door and create a separate space. I need to perform abdominal surgery to stop the bleeding. Then he used magic to cleanse the entire room. I need to cancel the spell's control to prevent the wound from getting infected. The surgery started with a straight incision on the king's body, reassuring him that he might feel little pain when he wakes up. Looking at the internal organs, I felt a bit relieved that there was no peritonitis and fortunately no severe bleeding. He quickly stopped the bleeding and skillfully stitched up the wound. Just a few stitches were enough because the muscles were tense. He has an intestinal obstruction. Though this is only a temporary measure, I should pay more attention to this issue. He breathes a sigh of relief. The urgent situation is now under control, but the issue must be the stiff person syndrome. His eye color still has not relaxed, and it won't be easy. Switching to a seemingly secret underground chamber, a deep voice echoes, Hong ya Hong. Report. See Trine Bay has presented, indeed involving a dispute over who holds the throne of Jelishan. Now the heir apparent is the Crown Prince Jelishan, followed by the second prince. Currently, Princess Lucilla Jelishan supports the Crown Prince, while the Grand Princess supports the second prince. Ong asked for more information about the others, Anexa explained that the remaining people are not as prominent as the Crown Prince and Second Prince. Although Princess Ni is a level 6 Grand Mage, she does not seem very interested in the throne inheritance. You added that, and it seems the 4th Prince is already dead. Sa was surprised he is gone. Does that mean he became a sacrifice in this power struggle? Sei continued reporting yes, that is right. Then even the 4th and 5th Princes, who were close to him, finally joined this power struggle. It seems they suspect Thu Pham is a member of the royal family. Given the current situation, it is probably the work of the 1st or 2nd Prince. Ong turned to So and asked if Princess Tam had made any move. So reported that not yet. They had planned to monitor her together with the Crown Prince. Ong looked at Huck. Huck Ong, so I will entrust this matter to you. Huck agreed. Yes Hong Ong. Ong assigned roles. You will stay here with So Ong. The others returned to the Holy Nation. So is a bit worried. Just the 2 of us then. Ong explained. Yes, because what the Great Saint needs now is information and to detect any danger. She instructed that the safety of the Great Saint now be entrusted to one person, and in special cases, the 2 have the authority to act on their own. Huck responded. Understood. After saying that, everyone without a duty immediately left, leaving only Ong's commanding voice echoing. Huck Ong, dig deeper into the royal family. There are still many things we have not uncovered. Huck confidently responds. Understood. So also takes responsibility. I will continue to monitor the princess. From now on, we will report here every evening. Ong's voice was pleased. All right, split up and go. At this moment, the entire tower had fallen into darkness. The next morning, Jai was informed of something, and he was a bit surprised. Now, what is it? The messenger asked. Yes. The members of the royal family are waiting for you in the Great Hall. Gio pondered. It is about time, but it is quite surprising. He was also pleased. I should seize this opportunity to get to know them. Gio replied to the maid. All right, let us go. The maid led the way, bowing at the door to let Jai enter, saying this way please. Everyone is inside. The room had a long table, and all the princesses and princes were gathered. Jai also feels exhausted using the king. There are 7 of them. It seems the king has a very strong endurance. He quickly scans for familiar faces, recognizing a few, including that young princess. And actually, there was a princess who had also visited the Holy Nation before. Suddenly, Jai realized something. Like those people, he felt annoyed. Why invite me here just to do something strange? According to aristocratic etiquette, someone of lower status must pay respect to someone of higher status. Jai immediately shifted his gaze from gentle to sharp. Whether it was the princess or the prince, they are both one rank below the Holy Saint. Jai felt like he was being tricked, yet they did not follow these social rules. They were trying to test him or publicly humiliate him, and Jai spoke up first. Oh my god! His voice was calm but loud enough for everyone in the room to hear every word. Even the common dogs would know how to greet properly when meeting someone. The 4th prince and the 3rd princess immediately stood up. How dare you say such ridiculous things? That is really rude. Fine for you. Do you think I came here on purpose? He turned around decisively, ignoring the anger of these arrogant people. If this is your attitude, then there is no need to meet anymore. Walking nervously. Their behavior makes me worry about the education of the Galician royal family. He also ponders the king's illness. Things happen as they will. Their attitude has nothing to do with saving the king's life. Medicine is needed for treatment. Do they have Roman numerals? Suddenly, footsteps approached, and Day wondered who that was. He was surprised. Who are you, 2nd princess? Bowing to salute the Holy Saint. I am Selena Galician, 2nd princess of the Lycian Empire. She apologizes. I regret what just happened in the main hall, and I sincerely apologize to you. Selena hesitated and said, I have a few things to discuss with you. Would you mind if I come in for a moment? Day asked with a hint of surprise about what just happened in the main hall. You ask again. Is that story about a psychological battle to claim the throne? Selena confirms. Yes. She explained that this is a serious matter related to who will be the last to bow to you. Day stroked his chin, recalling what he heard from the heartbreak story. Selena promises to take responsibility for this on their behalf and apologizes to you. I will do my best to support the royal family and stand by you. Day also relaxed a bit. If you have said so. Selena still worries. Thank you. I also know that what we did earlier was reckless, but I hope you will continue to treat the king. Day reassured him. Do not worry. I will continue to treat him anyway. Selena bowed in gratitude. Thank you, sir. From now on, if you need me to do anything that I am not here for, just feel free to call me. After finishing, Selena left, and Day felt somewhat satisfied. At least this princess seemed promising to him. But he still felt uneasy about the others and would consider what to do with them later. Now I must prepare to treat the king. His words are, forgiveness can be forgotten but hatred must be remembered. In a few days, there is a small bouquet of chamomile on the table. Day breathes a sigh of relief. I suspected it at first, but I did not expect finding these ingredients to be so difficult. Day was very happy when he saw it. He finally found it after 4 hours. I happened to find the chamomile on the way back, truly a miracle. He made the bouquet with magic. Day rolled up his sleeves. Alright, let us start preparing the medicine. After crushing the prepared ingredients into a paste, we can squeeze them to extract the concentrated medicine, then add water to form pills. The antioxidants in blueberries will be concentrated into a pill-like form once heated. Some antioxidants will disappear, but a significant amount of vitamin C will remain, helping to reduce the king's cortisone levels. I am preparing the medicine while thinking. Now I need to stop the internal bleeding, and the shock syndrome might also lessen. This treatment method will help him relax and enable him to move, so I can start physical therapy now. I plan to give him the medicine as soon as he wakes up. Suddenly, pain like a wave swept through his entire body, as if his whole body had been crushed. His consciousness began to return, and he wondered if he had been lying here all this time. Unable even to speak, the door to the room gently opened. Day, holding the medicine and water, stepped in but was not too surprised because he had anticipated it. The Lord had woken up. The king could not speak, only looked around, wondering who this was, as he had never seen him before. Day also understands that the king must be quite confused upon waking up, so he introduces himself. Hey, the great saint from the Holy Kingdom. I was invited here, so Jocker can be a bit more at ease. It turns out it is him. I have heard about him before. Day drops the pill into a glass of water, explaining to Jocker that it is a type of medicine similar to what mercenary armies use, and he also informs the king of the medication schedule, saying he needs to take it 4 times a day from now on. I will bring the medicine to you every morning, noon, night, and before sleep. The king was amazed. He does not use holy magic, so now I can only trust you. You are a great saint. Day slowly fed the king each dose of medicine, then fell into thought. Since it is a natural herb, it might be less effective, but it won't cause any side effects. George Bager's body felt more comfortable, but Day still had doubts. It was strange. He did not mind caring for the king, but he could not understand why, despite the many servants working here. There is no way no one is taking care of the king. Someone must have forbidden them from entering. Day resumed his reasoning. Even if the crown prince did it, it would not matter. He is already first in line for the throne. But if the crown prince is Ni Hong too, then that would be too reckless, would not it? Day still could not shake his suspicion. If Migai Hong too is involved in the king's internal bleeding and the intrusion of the servants, he would not escape the death penalty. Day gently slaps his cheek. Enough now. Do not think any more. Focus yourself. The only thing you need to care about now is healing the king. Who will succeed the king has nothing to do with me. George looked at him with disdain. He just slapped himself. Day looked back at him with a confident, shining gaze. I will cure him. George was a bit worried, wondering if he was really okay. A week quickly passed, and Daybok walked through the palace corridor. I have always been thinking about the king's condition. Recently, he has recovered quite a lot. He still can't speak yet, but at least he can move his head and chew food slowly now. Day feels relieved. Just as he hoped, his recovery rate is increasing. So if I increase the dosage, his muscles will relax faster too. I think now I can gradually raise the dose. Suddenly he sensed the killing intent approaching from behind. He immediately became alert, identifying the assassination target. Day quickly realized it was a covered attack. They were targeting the queen. But when he sensed the enemy's killing intent, he realized no, it seemed they were targeting him. Day shouted loudly, "So and the girl immediately rushed out of her hiding spot. Yes, great sage. He commanded, annihilate them all, but leave one alive. I obey your command. Great sage, So chirped. Contrary to her petite figure, she possesses exceptional combat skills, and the sounds of her enemies' screams echo through the corridors so quietly takes them down one by one. After finishing, the girl brought back a man as instructed, and he praised her. Well done. So then Day used magic to bind him. The assassin remained silent under the binding, and Day ordered him that from now on, if what he asked was correct, he should blink once. If I am wrong, blink twice. Did the royal family send someone here? The assassin blinked once. Day continued questioning. So you are an assassin who has been trained and hired? Suddenly, her eyes lit up, a yellow light appeared on her forehead, and I respectfully said I would handle this. Immediately, the blinding yellow light engulfed the entire Lode. The next day, Lode was peaceful as usual, but today it was no longer peaceful. A blast shook the entire palace. Day stepped forward loudly. Jiaotam princess, come out now or you will all surely die. Your hand is already charged with mana for the second explosion. You threaten angrily that you will blow up the entire Lode. Amid the chaos, with smoke billowing, a frantic soldier rushes to ask him what is going on. Lord Great Saint, Day still heavily searches for the one who threw the stone and signaled. Princess Jiaotam is here. The soldier reports that the princess is currently having her meal. Dai is furious. Having a meal, and you also use your magic to agree. That is right, the princess's meal must be protected. And then the flames flare up again. The soldiers panic and beg you to stop. I will bring the princess out immediately. What is all this noise about? Great saint. Great saint. What are you doing? With obvious anger, someone came to lie close to me last night. Is the Empire's hospitality shown through assassination attempts on distinguished guests? Jiet was stunned. An assassination. Sounded unbelievable, really. Frustrated. He thought. Do they think I would do this for no reason? The crown prince remained silent, then suddenly bowed in apology. I sincerely apologize to you. Moreover, Jiet said firmly, your apology will not be just empty words. The royal family, including myself, will participate in investigating the culprit. Housekeeper of the royal family Hong Hot. Crown Prince. Even if His Holiness says so, you do not need to be so distressed, especially since the details of the assassination are not yet known, Jiet said sternly. Enough. No matter who the culprit is, this assassination happened within the royal family. As a prince of the empire, it is my duty to take responsibility for this assassination. The second prince also bows his head and apologizes for causing this. I will accept any punishment necessary for my negligence that put the Holy One in danger. Jai carefully considered. At first, face to face, he completely looked down on me. But now he wants to show himself as a real prince. He still insists, holding out a long scroll of orders. Whatever. Just bring the third princess here. She is the culprit I am looking for. Everyone was surprised. The evidence was undeniable. Luciella's handwritten note was clearly a murder order, and the second prince immediately summoned the third princess. Bring Luciella here quickly and tell the princess that I will not accept any delay. Even for a moment, Luciella struggled and was dragged away. Let me go. How dare you do this to me? Gi interrogated. Is it true that you tried to harm the great saint? Accusing her harshly, you repay kindness with resentment. You must be truly out of your mind. Luciella still insists she is innocent. What are you guys talking about? How could I try to hurt the great saint? I shrug and deny it. I swear I do not know anything. Show the evidence. This paper belongs to you. Take it and go. I did not write this order. Someone must have forged my handwriting. I am at a loss for words. That matter, Jai said coldly. Are you trying to deceive me just because I can overlook this and that? He exuded a heavy pressure that weighed down everything, and both the hall and the courtyard were stunned. A terrifying amount of mana. Are the rumors true that he once fought against a soul summoner? Jai's voice no longer sounded gentle but instead carried heavy, ominous tones. So is Li Xin's intention not to withdraw but to provoke war with the holy nation? Jia quickly intervenes. Great saint, I think your conclusion is a bit hasty. Li Xin has never wanted to confront the holy nation. Jai frowns. Am I rushing to a conclusion? He directly accused that one of Li Xin's princesses was plotting to assassinate an important figure of the holy nation. Yet everyone still claims Li Xin does not want to start a war. Jia glared at the third princess loudly. She is still doing something. Please forgive her immediately. Great saint. Lucilla is stubborn. My lord, there are many soldiers here. Oh my, how can a princess like you bow your head? And before you even finish speaking, you get slapped. Jia looks at you with a deadly gaze. You know he has taught you not to feel ashamed. Then he turned to her again and begged. Great saint, once more I ask you to accept my sincere apology for what has happened. Jia suggested. We hope to negotiate and resolve this matter. Why do not we all gather together and discuss? Jia agrees. Negotiations are fine. You demand. So invite all the princes and princesses back to the hall immediately. And before leaving, do not forget to give one more punch. The old man pointedly warned that if you continue to behave like before, this will not end just like this. Then the entire royal family gathered in the great hall, and after hearing the whole story, the others apologized to the old man, even if only out of politeness. He accepted their apology and then began discussing compensation for the dangers he faced. He requested two things in return: strengthening the diplomatic relations between Lycian and the Empire, and boosting active trade activities between the two kingdoms. This is an agreement that could double the revenue of the capital from the current trade relations with Lycian. For Lycian, it is also not a disadvantageous proposal. Of course, there is a condition that 65% of the non-profit revenue will be paid to the city-state, but the Lycian faction still accepts the agreement as compensation. After the negotiations, everyone was smiling happily, and the results exceeded expectations. Should we thank Princess Tam? I suddenly remembered that it is now time for the king's body to move again, so I should go see how he is doing. The palace remains as quiet as ever. The king is trying to lift himself in pain, his body still hurting. The bruises have turned yellow, ready to heal. The king was grateful. But thanks to those medicines he can move a little now. The door gently opened. Day stepped in to praise him. You are recovering better than I thought. Can you talk now? The king whispered thank you. Day happily said do not worry. Let me check your condition today. Try to move. Day looked at the bruises. Those bruises take longer to heal than I thought, but it is okay. Still fine. The king, exhausted from trying to move, fell back into sleep while King George of Legion gradually regained consciousness. In a dazed state, a figure sat beside the king's bedside. Father. George hesitated, But before he could remember who it was, suddenly, that person knelt down and apologized to the king, then immediately started hitting him with great force. George was still trying to gather himself when it all happened. The voice was full of sorrow.
I'm sorry.
Father. They continued to strike even harder, repeatedly apologizing between each blow. Father.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
The king's body could no longer hold on. He gradually drifted into a coma. Why? That person still has no intention of stopping. That person's hand emits a magical light. Dad. They desperately deliver one last powerful blow. 2 tears of sorrow run down his face. Please never forgive me, at the request of the Legion Empire. Dai set out to treat the king, who was in critical condition. In the end, he realized that the king was suffering from stiff person syndrome, but there was an unresolved mystery. The mysterious bruises found on his body are definitely the work of someone close to him. Nevertheless, Day remains focused on treating the king at this moment. Meanwhile, the traitor has launched an internal investigation to ensure Day's safety and discovered a tense power struggle within the Legion Imperial family. In such a conflict among princes, even when one gains the upper hand, it has been confirmed that they do not hesitate to kill their siblings. After a series of events, when the king regained consciousness, someone came to visit him. Amidst the frantic apologies and the sound of beating, a ceremony begins for the fallen prince. Dressed in black, in the middle of the courtyard is a coffin, and the ceremony begins for Prince Yen Jelesian, the 5th prince of the Legion Empire. Day can't believe the news. This is truly madness. You keep walking back and forth in the room with Huck and So. Whenever there is nothing happening but just when I am here, So calls out to you. Great saint. I look at So. Did you notice something? According to the report, the first to act was Prince Luck. I was stunned. Prince Luck. That is unexpected. She explained more about the bloody conflict, which began with that secret attack on the policies and actions of the 5th prince to tarnish his reputation. Cornered, the 5th prince tried to send assassins to poison the 1st Prince Gat and the 2nd Prince Luck. In response, Prince Gat and Prince Luck heightened their vigilance and began hiring assassins to eliminate members of the family. This went on for a week, and this morning, the 5th prince's guard collapsed at the gate, and the 5th prince was found dead with a neat hole in his neck. Curious. Who killed the 5th prince? So based on the investigation, all members of the family have alibis. But after verification, Prince Gat and Prince Luck were not where they claimed to be, raising suspicion of false alibis. He suspects that no assassin organization in Legion could quietly eliminate so many royal guards and slip into the bedroom without raising suspicion. The only person who could move freely within the palace and be known to everyone is the one everyone trusts. I am sure that when I saw his mana, it was truly astonishing. He is not yet at the advanced swordsman level, but he is close. 2nd Prince Luck from Legion probably acted independently that day. He orders So-un and Hukyan to do some extra work. They replied in unison, "Yes, your majesty." He then instructed them to gather more information about the power struggle within the royal family, focus on corruption or anything that can tarnish the royal family's reputation. So-un Hukchuan Lem. Understood. Day also emphasized, the dirtier the better. The day after the prince's death, the king is still trying to recover, enduring the pain to sit up. Day excitedly says, that is great. He pushes the king back down to rest. All right. George is trying to communicate something, like what you just said was all huh. Day replied, I understand what you are saying, but you need to repeat it. I feel truly relieved. It seems the Anthelden in the medicine is working. The muscle stiffness has improved significantly. I was worried that the ingredients might have different effects in this world, but luckily they work the same. Day startles, sensing movement and the presence of someone here. He quickly puts the king to sleep. The 3rd crown prince opened the door and stepped in. Are you inside? He is friendly. Hello, your excellency. How have you been lately? Day is a guest. Right. Everything's fine. Thanks to the eldest son. He glanced at the king, who was already asleep. Day then inquired, I have heard about the 5th prince. I heard he had an accident. Day turned away and asked cautiously, did he encounter trouble while riding in the carriage? Day also casually mentioned that it was caused by a group of wyverns, and I heard that some nearby areas were also attacked. Considering the situation, there really is a wyvern nest behind the empire. And the 5th prince left the palace for a change of scenery and was attacked by wyverns at the perfect moment. Day hesitated, wondering if that was the story they had agreed upon. The reason seemed so ridiculous. He quieted down. But what about the temporary king? Day calms down. He will wake up soon, Gio says happily. Is that right? Such good news. You promise. If you need anything, just tell me anytime. I will help as much as I can. Day teases. I would be very happy if you could bring peace. Gio says, peace. He chuckles. Of course it will come naturally. Gio then entrusted Day. So many people will take care of the king. Day replied, do not worry. Before leaving, Gio pressed him further, the great saint hesitant. Don't try to dig too deep into the royal family. Dai silently suspected that he was about to do something. He smiled softly, but the smile twisted. eyes full of contempt. Not following your plan. You bastard. What kind of peace will come naturally? I will make you all accept peace. A few days later, Day stood with his arms crossed, everything unfolding as he had planned. At this moment, Huck and So have also completed their mission. Great Saint. We have gathered information about the royal family's corrupt actions. Day gratefully thanks you for your hard work. He takes out a roll of paper, looks at the documents, and can't help but swear these bastards have gone completely crazy. The merchant guild bribed the prince to grant them exclusive control over the economy, and the second prince is having an affair with his brother's wife, even ignoring his brother's countless dirty deeds. Dai turns around and calls out, Huck, Dong. So Yang. They reply in unison, yes. The great saint orders it. Please return this to the rightful owner. So why worry that they won't try to eliminate the threat? Day explains that they won't dare to act recklessly because it means an unknown person has already discovered their fatal weakness. He is confident that before they act, he will heal the king. Suddenly, a voice calls out to him. Great Saint. The king, dressed in ceremonial attire, stands before him. Looking excited, he can now dress himself. That is impressive. George is grateful. It is all thanks to the eldest son. Great Saint. He inquired about the situation. I heard that the family is in chaos while I am bedridden with paralysis. Day confirms, yes, as I have heard, it is quite chaotic. George lowered his voice. Is that right? He turned around to fix his clothes. Then I have to meet the children. The king wondered if you would stand by me when I meet my son, and Day suddenly looked a bit confused when asked, he. George explains, your tone is somewhat deferential. You treated my wounds and even refused the reward I offered. Your character, patriotism, and selflessness, to honor you, the one who helped me, I will do anything. He has no idea what you are thinking inside. It is just because I did not want to owe you and end up with a stomach ache. At this point, he looked a bit uncomfortable. Compared to that, I have not raised the children well. He smiled frankly. You really have not raised them well. Now is the time to keep them in check. It is because I did not raise them well and they grew up missing their mother's love and went astray. But no matter how much I scold them, will they listen obediently? It causes a little commotion. Faint smile plays on his lips, a confident look. I think I can help you. They quickly move to the main hall, an overly cheerful tone ringing out. At last you have recovered. Below, the royal family is congratulating the king. Greetings, Your Majesty. Congratulations on your full recovery. The Grand Princess Mother frowned and hesitated, but she glanced over at the person sitting right next to the king. Why is Saint Star sitting there? George left to explain. I asked him for help. His expression was serious. He worked very hard so I could fully recover. On the other hand, he remained silent. You have committed an unforgivable act. You know what I am talking about, right? The Grand Princess slightly stiffened her face. I have no idea what you are talking about. George sighed heavily, his hand covering half his face. I am talking about the death of the fifth prince. His mood right now is unbearably disappointed. Its death was disguised as an accident. But we know the real reason is because you fought among yourselves. Selena's face is about to turn pale. That, George still kept blaming them. How could you kill your own brothers and sisters? Didn't I tell you all to always love each other? The fairy prince exclaimed, I can't believe these are the princes and princesses of Legion. They sneer with a clenched tongue. Are you so power-hungry that you have abandoned your humanity? You are no better than beasts. This comment fuels their arrogance. Gia frowned, showing his displeasure. You have gone too far. His wife even pretends to be noble. How dare you show disrespect to a member of the royal family in front of them? He takes a deep breath and sighs. He is used to these kinds of people. You do not understand how this world operates. Do you? Your words are truly arrogant. So what do you plan to do? Are you challenging me to a duel? Do you think you can beat me? Of course not. You know very well. Those two over there are not. It does not stop there. He keeps going. This is proof of your wrongful actions. This is it. King George stared in surprise at the young man. The stolen scrolls have been returned. Don't steal. Your Majesty, you should take a look at this too. You explained the details carefully. It contains the entire process of how the fifth prince was manipulated, injured, and ultimately killed. George is heartbroken, closing his eyes. He never expected the royal family to fall into such decline. Guy added that, however, Princess Selena is an exception. She did nothing wrong and was not involved in any scandal. Selena closed her eyes, his face tense as a drawn bow. George grew more and more distressed. How can it be that the guilty are getting away? Well, he has always been a man of his word. From now on, everyone including Selena will be banned from leaving for 3 years. The sentence is immediately enforced. No one has the right to oppose. If you do not want to comply, leave the royal family. Leave now. Neither of the princes can accept this. Watching their figures leave, Gi felt triumphant. If they had lived quietly as if they had died within 3 years, they would not have seen the throne, and both the opportunity for succession and the chance to inherit have disappeared. Serves you right. The schedule was late, and the second prince called out. Did you have nothing to say to me at that moment? His dull eyes clouded with pain. Why did you do that? He is sincere. I just want to understand why you did that, so do not worry, just answer. It seemed like he let out a breath. The next piece of information was truly unbelievable. That is because... Crown Prince. The king was stunned. The third prince. He repeats, yes, I want the crown prince to succeed. At that time, I could see it too. Jen and I only thought about the empire's benefit, but the third prince is different. He might be physically weak, but it cares deeply for the people and can control the ministers. He will become a wise and just king. As he says this, he clenches his fists tightly. But even if they are from the family of the fifth prince, they all share the same desire for the power that only they can hold. Then how can the third prince become emperor when behind his human skin lies a cold-blooded nature? I think this is the best way to eliminate candidates who bring shame to the empire instead of leaving the throne to those fighting amongst themselves. Hearing that, George became even more confused. Is that why you attacked me? Then, as he continued to speak, the struggle for the throne was about to begin. After the war, the successor would usually be decided. Your Majesty, are you planning to appoint the crown prince as the heir apparent? Suddenly, George felt exhausted. So you attacked your own father just to prevent that. Your determined attitude. Father, please punish me severely. I am ready to face the consequences of my actions. He hugs his chest. I understand now. This is also partly my fault. He no longer wants to see his own son. But that does not mean I will forgive you. We will discuss this matter later. Now go. I have no choice but to obey. Yes. Your Majesty. After the door closed, there was a long, heavy sigh. George was annoyed. He seemed to find everything truly ridiculous. My head hurts. I thought they had all grown up. But it turns out they are still just children. Jai chuckled. Parents always think that way about their children. He seriously reminded him to pay attention to them from now on, although he had forbidden them. George chuckled. You are right. I hope you see that these things are truly embarrassing. In his heart, he truly respected this young man. This boy, more interesting than usual. You seem unusually serious. Are you sure this will never happen again? That is not right. Is it? Thinking that way, George smiled fondly. He may be young, but his thinking is very mature. At first I thought he was a bit rough, but he is young and interesting in his own way. Along with everything you have shown over the past days and his unbeatable strength, I do not want to send him back to the Holy Nation at all. He would just smile faintly if this happened again. His mood suddenly shifts. George smiles brightly. So I want the Holy Nation to send you again. His response was indifferent. He is still cheerful. I was just joking. Don't worry too much. Just go along with the laughter. Such good luck. He secretly clenched his fists. This old man. Suddenly George changed the subject. By the way, Saint Duck, he politely replied yes. Suddenly he mentioned Selena. What do you think of the second princess? Second princess. I focus intently on evaluating. Among her siblings, she is the best person. More importantly, she is very determined. So once she takes on something, she will see it through with the same resolve as at the beginning. The king of the nation smiled slyly. I spoke too frankly. Are you saying you want that girl to become your wife? She straightly refused. I have no intention of getting married. She does not want to either, but I am very grateful for your offer. George gestures with a look of complete happiness. I understand. You do not want to. You do not want to. He straightforwardly refuses. I have no intention of getting married. She does not want to either, but I am very grateful for your offer. George gestures as if he is very happy. I understand. That is a shame. He asked directly. Saint, so do you want to join the battle for the throne? You were surprised to receive the invitation just now, a martial arts festival. The king of that kingdom is quite generous in his invitation. The empire here is holding a martial arts and military skills festival. Of course, Van's reward for the winner is extremely generous. Jai is also somewhat interested. The martial arts festival. Throughout the long history of Lishun Empire's cultural festivals, countless competitions have been held. The tournament's rules and categories are also very generous. Sei is truly a kind-hearted person. You do not want to, so, the martial arts festival. Countless competitions have been held. The categories and rules of the competition are very generous. Even he is somewhat interested. Martial arts festival. Throughout the long history of Lishun Empire's cultural festivals, countless competitions have been held. The categories and rules of the competition are very generous, ranging from major events like swordsmanship and magic contests to smaller ones like academics, debates, and even selling bows. The categories and rules are very diverse, from major events like swordsmanship and magic competitions to smaller ones like academics, debates, and even archery sales. Can I participate in all of them? George was stunned, realizing he needed to repeat the rules. According to the regulations, you can only participate in up to 3 events. Furthermore, in the swordsmanship competition, you are only allowed to use sword techniques, and in the magic contest, if you do not follow the rules, you will be disqualified immediately. Still, he has a certain level of trust in Day, and the event will be held in about 2 weeks. Usually, the contestants will go through qualifying rounds in various regions to reach the finals. But if you participate, I will arrange for you to go straight to the last round. He smiled gently, took a sip of tea, and said that sounds good. If that is the case, I will join the swordsmanship and magic competitions. The king was delighted to hear that. Really, he was eager to get started right away. Very well. I will arrange it immediately. While waiting, rest and prepare thoroughly. His lips twitch at his hurried effort. Yes. Thank you. Your Majesty. His facial muscles stiffened a bit, feeling like he was being baited into a trap, but the reward sounds decent, so it should be fine, and this whole thing does not seem too bad either. Anyway, I think it is time to check on the situation in the Holy Nation. Take it easy for a bit. Alright, now let us contact them. A crystal ball was placed in front of him, a magical device that allows communication through images by transferring mana between two crystal balls. I left one for Zeke, so he will probably respond. And when he did, he was so happy he cried as he received it. The interference crystal sphere entered a standby mode after he placed his hand on it, and a familiar face appeared. Day. Long time no see. Day looked surprised, and he remembered Zeke's worn-out face. Why does he have this crystal sphere? I clearly left it for Zeke. Iriel replied naturally. Meaning why? Because I asked for this thing. Of course, Zay is used to her way of doing things now. After all, I was able to recover for the Emperor, just as I expected. I knew you could handle this. You asked about the situation. So how are things over there? Iriel is flirting. Well, it is just like usual. The Academy has its issues. You know, from the smell of it, I can tell there is some deception, he impatiently urged. And you said you knew what that meant. Do not tell me it is that person. Iriel immediately denied. No, there is no big problem. I heard he is respected by the students and doing very well in class. He suspects that it can't just end there. Really? So what is the problem? Iriel recounted with a worried expression. It seems like he is starting to clash with other academies, saying things like their standards are too low or something. You can also rest assured about him. But I have another more troublesome issue. It seems I will have to return later than expected. Iriel looked confused. But you said the Emperor's treatment was already done. He hesitated awkwardly. About that. Seeing that, she also imagined it. I heard that the power struggle has become more intense. But I did not think it would be this bad. She tried to reassure him. Well, since you are involved and you have handled everything smoothly, just relax. Because of the relationship between the Holy Nation and the Lishun Empire, I nod in agreement. That is right. I think the same. Iriel suddenly remembers something and casually mentions. Do you know it has been almost a year since you arrived in the Holy Nation? Time has flown so fast that he marveled. Has it really been that long? Iriel chuckled. Time really does pass quickly. When you return you will soon have to visit many kingdoms. You have almost gotten used to being a saint. Now it is time to start your activities as a saint. The expression on his bright face froze. Are you really telling me that everything I have done so far was just to adjust my schedule? She replied without hesitation. Yes. Exactly. You should spend as much time as possible resting in the Empire, she cheerfully said. Anyway, no matter what happens, I am still in the Holy Kingdom. She did not want to hear more. He reached out to end the call. All right. Goodbye. Just thinking about it makes me want to vomit. Are you starting your activities now? 2 weeks later, the festival atmosphere had spread throughout the kingdom. Day was led outside by Princess Selena, seemingly caught up in the lively atmosphere, just as expected from the Empire. I can't believe they used magic tools to light up the sky. Selena chuckled playfully. Does that really surprise you? I mean, you are a magician yourself. Day still awkwardly adjusted her magic tools, which felt different. You see, that made Selena burst out laughing. Hearing her chuckle, Day thought she had said something wrong. What is so funny? She quickly apologized. I was just remembering the first time I met you, recalling my first impression of him. She still nervously played with her hair. Honestly, I thought he was quite intimidating back then. She justified, but now it is all over. Of course, Day fake laughed. Right. After all, she even personally took me on a tour around. Selena, standing with her legs apart to guide, explains that it is the archery arena, which is next to a larger, quite spacious magic competition arena that looks even better than a dog kennel she noticed in a corner. Her words seem hesitant. Archery used to be a fairly popular sport in the Empire, with not many spectators and even fewer participants, so it is truly a miracle they have not closed it down yet. He nodded in agreement. It makes sense. Who would want to join when the arena is in such a state? Selena led the way again. Saint, the qualifying match is about to start, Day announced clearly. All right, let us go. In the center of the arena, two opponents of vastly different stature quickly demonstrated their strength, both of them opening their mouths in amazement as they watched the duel. In the end, the person still standing on the arena is the tall and slender one. After almost a whole day, Selena is curious about his thoughts. What do you think of today's competition? Day honestly commented. They are both quite skilled. It looks like this tournament will be very interesting. The melody slipping into his hands. Is it music? Selena saw that he seemed interested. He is a wandering singer. Do you want to go listen for a bit, Saint? Day would not mind. All right, we still have some time before dinner. His gaze suddenly froze. Falling on the musical instrument the other person was playing a violin. He blurted out, a violin indeed. Even Selena did not know about it. Do you know that instrument? My mind drifted into memories. It reminded me of a similar instrument, bringing back many memories. He gently closed his eyes to enjoy it. Truly a beautiful performance. I do feel a bit nostalgic about it. The music creates a peaceful atmosphere for a day after the festival. In just a moment, the singer paused to thank everyone. Selena was also moved. It was truly a wonderful performance.
Is that so?
He nodded in agreement. The singer suddenly approached the two of them. Try it for me. Selena wondered, is something wrong? Earlier, when you saw my instrument, the girl's eyes looked directly at Day with curiosity and anticipation. You called it a violin. Right. Daisy did not hesitate to admit it. Yes, that is right. She looked down at the instrument case. How did you know that name? Day suspects something. This girl knows the name of a musical instrument from Earth. Could she be? Yet she covers it up with the line, I saw it in a book. The singer's eyes widen, and an arrow appears in her gaze. Even Day was startled by the lie. The eye of justice. He immediately guessed her identity. Is she a fairy? No. Is she a half-fairy? Half-blood fairies are the children of human and fairy couples. There is no other choice. Day sighed and made a condition. I promise I will answer honestly. But first tell me where you got this instrument, and how you learned to play it. The girl hesitated but then recounted that it was a family heirloom left by her grandmother. She created it and passed it down to her descendants. And she is also the one who taught us how to play this instrument. Day pondered in his mind that creating such an instrument in a world where similar objects do not exist is impossible. This time the girl spoke up. Feeling shy, she lifted the case of the instrument. And I asked you similar questions about how you knew this instrument and its name. You looked thoughtful, glancing to the side. I have seen someone play this instrument before. I asked and they told me it was a violin. That is all I remember. The singer paused silently to judge with a fair eye. Day quietly hums. And basically this is not a lie. My music teacher did teach me about the violin. Of course, the result is clear. The girl sighs and honestly says she is sorry. I apologize for the rude questions just now. I thought you might know something. Day quickly brushed his hand. We are both at fault. I apologize. You pretend to be curious. Can you tell me about your grandmother? The singer nodded thoughtfully. Sure. I should start somewhere. She began. My grandmother is the kind of person people often call eccentric, but at the same time, she was a talented and admirable person with many ideas beyond imagination. One day, she created something called a bicycle, and I was amazed to see her riding it so naturally, which made Day stare in surprise. Another bicycle. You nurture people, play the danvi cam and ride a bicycle. She is just like me. The singer clapped along, and the girl mentioned again. I remember a few things my grandmother once said. I do not come from this world. My curiosity about her world has arisen like that, and now I am searching for someone who knows more than I do. That is right. You said you have seen someone play an instrument like this before. Can you tell me more about it? Looking confused. Honestly, I do not remember the details or where they lived. Seeing that, the girl smiled faintly with a hint of regret. It seems you are just like me. It is time for me to go now. I was very pleased to meet someone who also knows about this instrument like you. It was also a pleasure to meet you. Princess, Selena replied gently. Yes. Thank you for your performance earlier. The girl smiled, her eyes shining like stars. I believe we will meet again. The evening sun sets over the bustling market village. Princess Selena smiles, looking very happy. You enjoyed the conversation earlier, did not you? Daebang waves. Is that so? His eyes still follow the figure of the singing girl as she walks away, realizing he is not the only one. The feeling is strange, but somehow he feels a little lighter. His eyes gently close. The loneliness within him eased a bit. But that does not matter. I understand the truth. What matters is the life I have right now. Okay, let us go back. It is the last day of the festival. Still the usual greetings. Saint, are you well? Day replied casually. Not bad. Feeling cheerful since early morning. I am glad. Today being the last day, there should be many spectators. I also hope. Do you remember the rules and the competition rounds? Do you remember the tournament rules? Oh, I mean the team competition part. The first 3 matches will be one-on-one battles. Then there will be team matches with 4 teams of 5 people each. Randomly arranged. This is the rule for the final sword fight. He pondered, remembering that everyone said communication and coordination are the 2 key factors in this match. You can't stay too long, so I will cheer you on and wish you good luck. I wave goodbye to him and say, yes, I will go ahead. He walks down the corridor and encounters the guide inside. If you are ready, please follow this way. He notices him paying attention to him. May I ask, where is your sword? It just then that I remembered. Oh, I forgot to bring my sword again. He looked around and spotted a wooden stick. He casually grabbed it, met the guide's hesitant gaze. Let us use this then. Let us go, with a firm grip and a loud voice. Everyone, get ready for the fight. His opponent is an aura player named Horus, who calmly steps onto the arena amid cheers. As soon as he saw you, his eyebrows shot up. This guy, he considers your actions an insult. Are you mocking me? Where is your sword? Sighs with a pitiful look and says, this is my sword. It was passed down by my family. The more he speaks, the more he stammers, to my parents, and then my parents passed it on to me, and Horus is immediately affected. He felt extremely guilty. I was careless. I apologize for my thoughtless words. And that means I successfully deceived him. Trongte reiterated the rules. Remember, if anyone lands a fatal blow or is caught intending to kill the opponent, they will be disqualified immediately. Ji felt a bit relieved, thinking things might be over, and prepared a few things for the next match. Trongte signaled to start, and Jay's figure flickered and disappeared in a flash. Horus was stunned and had no idea he was right behind him. Where did he go? Jai just swung his stick once, sending him flying into the blue sky, and the entire audience gasped. Trongte quickly reacted. The winner. Jai placed the stick behind his neck and smiled softly. That was easy. Just now, watching from somewhere, So and Huck were a bit moved. Is not that our technique? Indeed, Saint Duck. King George's ladder echoed throughout the palace. Indeed, the saintly Jay is extraordinary. It is hard to believe he scored 3 goals in just a blink. Now he is the center of attention. He kept emphasizing, especially since it was the first match, and I never expected him to win with just a stick. Sai responded modestly. It is nothing special. Anyone who trains with aura can do the same. But George still could not stop laughing. The tournament was quite spectacular, and Selena felt it was a bit too much. You defeated your opponent without even giving them a chance to use magic. And you did not even use magic yourself. Jai glanced at a table with only the 3 of them, and then wondered where had the queen and the other consorts gone. The atmosphere at the dining table immediately turned tense. The queen and the concubines had already encountered the Wyvern gang. George casually brought it up, reminding me that there has been a lot of trouble lately. Jai felt he had been rude and should not have asked that. Sorry, Your Majesty. George chuckled it off. It is fine. That happened about 10 years ago. But deep down Jie was still troubled by it. You wonder if there have been many recent incidents. Until the team match day comes, Jai sits on a piece of wood in the dense forest, in the red team, and recalls the rules once more. The rules of the team match are as follows. The competition is against teams whose members use both swordsmanship and magic. Each team is given a flag, and the goal is to steal the opponent's flag and bring it back to their own base to earn points. The team with the most flags at the end wins. And the player who contributes the most will become the ultimate winner. You are so bored that you are crying from yawning. Is not it too easy to win that way? Just bring back the flag, and your teammates are gathering far away from you. The uncle muttered to himself. What is he doing there alone? We are in a strategy meeting. Someone from the team explained to him that he had not seen his match. He is a magic swordsman. He clearly did not believe it, talking nonsense about a magic swordsman, but the other person kept convincing him, since he had witnessed it with his own eyes. He defeated his opponents in the magic tournament with just his fists, and the others surrendered out of fear. The uncle scoffs, acting like a swordsman can't beat a mage barehanded, and the other mage in his mind also speaks up, saying he just does not get it. Even he could not do it. They were all shocked, having nullified all the opponent's magic and then punched them out. A person like that, it is really hard to believe it is real. Moreover, they looked at each other because he participated in both tournaments, so our team only has 4 people, probably that troublesome bastard. By the way, we have no choice but to follow the plan. The 3 of them discussed and ran ahead. You handle the front, and we will go behind to look for a chance to snatch the flag. All right, let us go. Leaving the flag here all alone. They whisper to each other and then all leave like that. I have to protect this flag for you. He is thinking again about what the king mentioned. And by the way, about Wyvern. That line of thought keeps him from helping. Since I have gone this far to treat His Majesty, I might as well settle the Wyvern issue so they owe me a lot. What do you think? Should I let the meteor fall on them? At this moment, someone steps forward. They are here. The opponents have arrived. He smirks. It seems like your team members left you here alone, but I am just enough to protect the flag. The opponent does not know what you look like. He is just bluffing. And even if you go, are you sure you can take down the 3 of us alone? Hand over the flag. Day's eyes are now as bright as a lighthouse. He guessed as he passed by. Oh, so you brought the flag with you. Why would he leave such an important flag when all 5 of you are together? Day Leonteep guessed their plan. Did he think I would not notice the wizard hiding behind? This is not against the rules, and the flag is small enough to hide in your shirt. Clever. Black, realizing he can no longer hide, charges forward recklessly. Damn it. Everyone. Attack him. A sharp surge of energy passes through. The wire gently retracts, forming a sword. I was just sitting here, and you came to me on your own. Lucky for you. This threw the opponent into a panic. That is an aura sword. And then, he raised his hand to create 3 sparks of fire. Fireball. They probably did not expect that I had mistaken the wrong person. Alright, time to take the flag. But now, it is too late to regret. A desperate scream echoes through the forest, accompanied by faint muttering and curses. Damn it, this really is a waste of time. His disappointed teammates turned back. Why was there no flag where they were? What is going on? The person is safe. Just consider this a reconnaissance mission. Let us head back. The wizard on the team is a bit worried. Even if it is him, he can't protect the flag alone. I can hold off the whole group. Then suddenly, they saw a column of smoke rising from one side. Isn't that smoke coming from our side? It is too much. Damn it. Let us go back. Are you okay? Did you get hurt? There is still the flag. When we arrived, I saw the green flag in Jie's hand. He replied softly. Yeah, I got a flag. Really lucky. Even my uncle finds it hard to believe. How could you do that on your own? The wizard in the team muttered. This competition was easy. I won more easily than I thought. Then, with Jai's skills, the red team easily won, and Jai was recognized for his contributions, becoming the ultimate champion. He smiled excitedly in front of the public. Anti-Limitech, Jai estimates the amount of money in his hand, feeling so happy he could die. For what I do, even the worst critics can't say it is bad. At this moment, the king steps forward. Saint Jai, he is smiling brightly. You like the martial arts festival? Right. Jai immediately changes his expression and hides his money. This really is a minor tournament. The prize money is not anything special. I will eat one meal and be done. George came here to invite me. Anyway, you are here now. How about exploring the empire a bit more? There are many interesting places here. I pursed my lips to show my agreement. I was planning the same. I have a few things I need to take care of. George chuckled happily. Still curious. That is really lucky. By the way, what do you need to do? Jai winked mysteriously. He will definitely like it. The next day, when the early crowing of the rooster echoes, Jai woke up and climbed up a mountain. I am climbing pretty high now. I can feel the mana with high density. This must be it. Jai observes the surroundings. In front of him is a barrier. By the way, this is the entrance to her. It seems there is a barrier here. He taps a few times on the barrier. I did not expect them to set up an ancient magic language to create the barrier instead of placing guards here. After all, they are highly intelligent creatures. The curious eyes of love gaze at its structure. This one is quite complex but not difficult at all. I am pretty confident I can destroy this pile. If I crush everything, they will come out to greet me. Right, the Wyvern Pack are creatures with high intelligence. Rumored to be highly skilled in magic and possessing great strength, they prefer hot and humid environments and often make such places their home. It is so hot that sweat soaks through your shirt. This is a bit too much. You are running out of water. My patience has its limits. I have been doing this nonstop for 30 minutes. This barrier has so many magic circles around it. I am pretty sure I have destroyed enough by now. With this much damage, it is about time that thing appears. Just then, a muffled voice echoed. Human. Look up, Wyvern has truly appeared. You are the one who destroyed the magic circle. Right, now the rumors have been confirmed, so Wyvern can also use telepathy. I can hear the sound echoing back in my mind. He speaks softly and friendly. I came here to talk to you. That Wyvern is also very polite. Stay away from me calmly. Let us talk. What do you want to talk about? Get straight to the point. It is about your nest. Can you move it somewhere else? That Wyvern paused for a moment. My nest. That is not within my decision-making power. I refuse to accept it. I can't leave this place because our magic circles are too fragile. Do you understand? Hearing that, Day also pondered. That is right, but there is a way. He reached out his hand, a flash of light. So what? By now, Wyvern's voice is quite amazed. You can recreate the crystal stones to an astonishing degree. Are you skilled at creating magic circles? You must have prepared everything thoroughly before coming here. Right, even though you did not prepare anything. You still said you did. Yes. I prepared and thought about it for a long time, but I am also very serious. After a while, he looks excited. Alright, then let us go. The Wyvern admires the new barrier layer. That is impressive. You created a magic circle this large in just a short amount of time. I guess I can't call them intruders anymore. Cheers. Then that is good. So we can talk now. Right. It accepts. But I must warn you first. I can take you back to my village, but I can't guarantee your safety. We are not like humans. We only respect the strong. It does not seem to be a problem. I will handle it myself. Just take me there. Trust my word. The Wyvern immediately spreads its wings. Fine by me. We are almost at my village. Day slows down a bit. I only saw it fly away. My mood plummeted, so Day had to fend for himself. That damn bastard. They probably did not even take me along. At least let me go with you. A long day finally dragged on into the late evening. At last. He arrived. That Wyvern over there is even sighing. I thought you were a mage, but it is not you. Still. You are running pretty well. He chuckled to himself, secretly wishing he could roast it. A voice interjected. I can smell the scent of a human. Another Wyvern has appeared. Why did you bring a different species to our village? The guard, the Wyvern obediently reports the way. He probably wants to talk. I thought it made sense. So I brought him here. The guard snorted. So you are the one responsible for bringing him here. He shrank down, actually transforming into a human form. With a cold expression, he led the way. Come in. Allowed inside. The shoes hesitate for a moment. So you also have a human form. A flicker of something crossed his eyes. This is interesting. I did not think that was magic. Let us see how friendly they are to humans. Suddenly, I hear a call. Hey human, turn back and follow the wyvern that led the way. If you come all this way and still can't sense any mana, then you must be very weak, it assures him, if anyone tries to catch you. Come here, I will help you. Here it is. The human. Then he was called away. Come to my house and we will talk. Anyway, he has already entered the enemy's lair and accepts it calmly. Fine. Let us go further inside. Everything inside becomes clearer. The shoes feel a bit unusual, compared to the human village. It is really different. It looks quite ancient, and the atmosphere is similar to that of old civilizations. He looked around with a humorous gaze. Interestingly, they all live in human form. They even build houses and live in a way similar to humans. Look. A hybrid. The growls and whispers target him. The smell of humans. What is going on? There is an intruder here. I am tempted. Is it dangerous? Jai is completely stunned. I just wanted to talk. Ling Kan saw that he was not moving and urged him on. Let them be. They are just curious. He points to a simple thatched house. There, that is my house. At this moment, the shoes have a bit of existential doubt. On the way here, I already felt that way. They do not care about appearances. And go. But I have no choice but to follow him in. There are only a glass of tea and a few colorful cakes on the table. Jai spoke first. Now let us talk. You look like you are trying to negotiate. As I said, you are a rare species, so can you move somewhere else? Wyvern Scout repeats the previous question. I already told you that is not my decision. If I can do this, I will come up with another plan. So can you take me to the place where the wyvern can make decisions? This request is also acceptable. Yes. But there will be a few conditions. His eyes flashed with a fierce glare. Wyverns value the survival of the strongest above all. Jai thought. He seems to be a warrior. I guessed before. It seems to be a characteristic of this species. He calmly accepts. Fine with me. She did not give him time to react and quickly cast a spell with her dirty hand. Dazzling. Leinvern did not even realize. Bright. The person is a mage stronger than I thought. Are you asking intentionally? Is this enough now? And also does not talk much. It is a bit late now, but let me go. He snapped his fingers with a triumphant smile. All right, let us go. Before stepping out the door, the guard's eyes changed completely. Can I ask your real name? You do not mind making it public? Shoes, Han nodded to show he understood. I will try to remember. My real name is Kanata. He casually praised. That is a good name. I will remember it carefully. But I wonder if Kanata has already run off. One day I will challenge you to a duel. You treat me like a puppy. All right. All right. The shoes can't contain their curiosity. We are going to meet the leader. Right? Kanata nodded. Yes. We will go talk with the Lord. This reverent way of speaking makes me ponder. All I have to do is get that wyvern to agree and then the person will leave. Right, Kanata says firmly. No one in the clan dares to disobey him. Even his way of speaking is full of respect. He is the strongest wyvern. I can't help but marvel. So it turns out the ranking is based on strength. That is convenient. We have arrived. When they got there, our main character had to witness something very shocking. Even the shoes could not believe it. Are we finally here? This is the oldest house I have ever seen. Kanata said. Stopping him, I can smell his scent now. Wait a moment. He was silent for a moment, but it was a bit hard to understand. Is he sending a signal? At this moment, the door has opened. I am a woman of the Filong clan, but she speaks completely differently from others in the clan. What is going on? The horned shoes are hot. Is he their lord? Just looking at him, Lord Lilith exclaimed. You are quite a strange person, with a cold face as if you do not care at all. Why is your mana so unusual? Just these words made everyone fall silent for a moment. She detected the mana flow. Even Era could not. Your gaze is truly serious. Maybe I should be more careful. The woman gently smiles and turns inward. Let us go inside to discuss. Anyway, there is no way out for the shoes. Fine. The room inside is just as simple. Sit wherever you feel comfortable. He screams in his mind. Is there any place comfortable here? At this point, Jai finally mentioned what piqued his curiosity. Can someone speak with their mouth? Her tail keeps flicking back and forth. I prefer it this way. Talking with the head tires me out. Lord Wyvern is just making tea and chatting. I already heard Kanata say it. Do you want us to move out? Why do you have a faint smile with your light green eyes? The reason is clear. The number of injured people in this area is increasing rapidly. Oh. Thanks. Not only are we frequently attacked by you guys, and she is also affected by your magic, she said with a sharp smile. I understand, but I have no choice but to accept it. The weak will be trampled by the strong. That is just the law of nature. Aren't humans the same way? Of course they are. We can't argue. She is right. The voice of Lord Wyvern echoed again. Well. Actually, there might be a way after all. The shoes feel a bit suspicious. Only the strong should hold power, so we should just kick people out by force. Right? She seemed to get what she wanted. My mana is spreading densely. That is right, the shoes are restless and uneasy. Tight. The strongest should hold power. Let me ask you something. How do you know my mana is unusual? The Wyvern Lord says softly. We do not have enough simple predictions. I can't sense any mana inside your body, so I can only assume that your mana is quite unique. The shadow begins to envelop the thick figure, and in an instant, the woman transforms into a massive wyvern. She has grown bigger. And also, Gaius looked back in panic. The gem has been used on Cecily's face. No, that is also a concentrated mana crystal. Lord Wyvern nodded in approval. I do not know how you did it. We have plenty of mana stones here, but it is still not enough to defeat me. Jai quickly regains his composure. He chuckled softly. Is that so? Then what now? The mana around her body immediately starts to swirl, like a tornado with its center at her head. She realizes it. Are you draining my mana now? The others in the clan are outside the forge. Worried, because the mana cyclone has risen high into the sky, they cast various spells simultaneously. Stone Shield. Clairvoyance. Lord Wyvern. A beam of light shines into the Dragon Lord's eyes. She refuses to give up. The magic circles appear, reflecting beams of light. But you still can't defeat me. Your meteorite is instantly shattered in surprise. You look pale now. Fragments of meteorites are falling down onto the village. Everyone ran in panic, shoes hurriedly pounding the ground. Stop. Are you planning to burn everything down? The Wyvern Lord lifts his chain. That blow was a bit stronger than I expected. Her indifferent attitude makes me furious. Hey. Listen up. At that moment, a small scream reached his sharp ears like a dog's bark. It was a wyvern child who could not escape the danger. The shoes quickly lowered the shield. This scene caught the attention of the Wyvern Lord. Luckily, he ran over to ask how he was doing. Are you hurt anywhere? She has turned into a human. Without a word, she slapped the boy hard. Gi. Anxious. Shouted. What are you doing? The boy is curled up in fear. The voice of your lord resounded. We are wyverns. We do not need anyone to protect us. I can't accept this. Why would you say that to a dying child? Her reaction was even more intense. It should die. Better that than to receive aid from an outsider. Those words afterward made my worldview collapse. I do not know what kind of society of human hunters yours is. But here, the weak are destroyed and eliminated. In her eyes, she is spiteful and cold. The strong will rule, and only the strong will survive. That is our pride, so do not you dare make a fool of it. Looking down from above, the unlucky boy. What is your name? The boy replied. Yes. Miss Rat. She casually mentioned a different name. So it is Miss Raff. She is formidable. As the Lord of the Wyvern, I banish you from the village. She sighed heavily. Her gaze turned back to the string. And I understand now. Humans. I acknowledge your strength. I will consider your request. But for now you must go back. At this point, I strongly oppose. Wait, I realize I am at fault in this matter, and I think the boy does not deserve to be expelled because of me. Revoke the order. Wyvern Lord, what are you glaring at? You are going too far. This is our business. Once again, mana surged through his body. Weren't you saying that the strong will dominate? She pouted. You are creating a meteor again. It is just a waste of mana. I will destroy them again. When the flames erupted, she healed him. She could not believe there were 3 meters behind him. I can't believe you still have that much left. Manaday calmly spoke. I am not saying your way is wrong. It seems like at this moment, his figure has merged with someone else. I have no intention of changing your mind either, but because you are the leader of this species. So I just want you to reconsider your decision. That figure made Lord Wyvern stunned. A name was spoken from her mouth. A moment of surprise. You know the era. Lord Wyvern seems to be reminiscing. Yes. It has been a long time. You are curious. Your tone is light. We were here for a short while. Only about 400 years. I even thought I was hearing things. Forget it. She recounts it. Back then, we did not care much about socializing with each other back then. We did not care much about socializing with each other. You can guess, is it in the Cilia Kingdom mountain range? She nodded. Yes. I often meet with her as the leader. The tribes gradually grew close. Her tone suddenly changed, but I let my guard down too much. Then one day, a human slave trader appeared, taking advantage of our carelessness. Han on them hunted both races. It did not take us long to uncover that plot, so the wyverns and the fairies joined forces to reclaim their tribe. Back then, humans were stronger. That was the era you call the Age of Wizards. In the end, we finally won and reclaimed our people, but we also suffered many casualties. That was when I thought I had been too lazy and let my guard down. With our lost identity, our future is uncertain. Then, we, as leaders, decided to part ways. Since then, the wyverns have never been friendly with anyone. We are alone at the peak of our power. At the end of the story, the Wyvern Lord's face was filled with sadness, and I have no regrets about this choice. But of course, if I said I did not like it back then, I would be lying. We used to be very close. Her eyes have shifted to a regretful look at him. I realize I have made a terrible mistake. We have returned to a place where I cannot be close. We have returned to a place where I cannot be close. I never thought there could be a guy like this. Her personality is quite free-spirited. Whatever happens. Let us discuss moving out. Now you have our respect, she teases me. Moreover, I can't ignore the proposal from Allah's beloved, Jai hurriedly explained. We are just friends. Night quickly falls over the Sisha kingdom as the spirit hall banquet begins in the palace. For tomorrow the holy saint will leave the empire. The king raised his glass with a mischievous smile, hoping everyone here today would never forget what the holy saint has done for the empire. Jai stepped forward to scold him. Then he spent a lot of money again on organizing this feast. Still, the king did not hold back money. The holy saint is leaving soon after all. At least the empire should do this for him. He sighed again, reaching into his shirt pocket. Anyway, thank you for the feast. It has been a long time since I ate like this. A piece of paper is taken out, written in a special script, which is a contract written by the wyvern leader in Mana. This will help the empire avoid being attacked by them when the empire strikes first. Of course. George R. Johnson took the paper, trembling with excitement. What is this? The wyvern leader. This is really it. I told you this is what we need to do. Calmly replied. Yes. Now everything has been taken care of. Jor.'s face turned red. Holy saint. Are you a god of the heavens? How can you be so kind? It seems he is in a very good mood today, so just let him handle it quickly. This is not even your concern. Thank you very much. I will never forget this kindness. Jai remains smugly smiling. Then someone calls him, and he turns back to see Princess Selena, who politely greets him. I have been informed that I will be leaving tomorrow. Jai politely smiled. Yes, it is time for me to leave now. Selena was a bit moved and thanked you for everything. He raised his eyebrows with a faint smile. Thank me for what exactly? She was confused. Please do not say that. You are the benefactor of the empire. Then she fell silent. And I have a talent for magic. Having been appointed as the youngest of the 6 circles of law since I was young, so I have not been interested in political battles in the palace. I only focus on studying magic. Her gray eyes looked sad. So I did not know what was happening within the royal family. You and my sister were both left behind. It seems this is her burden, and you have influenced her a lot. I have thought a lot about how you withdrew from the empire and your generosity. You, a foreigner, have helped so much, while I, a member of the royal family, have not done anything. By this point, Selena's expression had changed to confidence, which is why I decided not to avoid it anymore. I will join the fight and claim the throne. She looked confused. I have said enough and apologize, but I truly want to share this decision with you. Thank you for your courage. The empire will never forget your kindness. Seeing that, Day smiled softly. Feeling reassured, I know she will do well. I encouraged her wholeheartedly. Keep trying your best. Yes. And then the party ended. In another place, the dark corridor was silent. A vase fell and shattered with a loud crash. Damn it. A man filled with hatred shouted. That bastard has ruined my plan. The throne should have been mine by now. 3 years of probation, and was furious. The bribery scandal involving Princess Elisaza had nobles questioning the throne for a long time, and this long probation period was too much. If things continued like this, the throne would fall into the wrong hands. Inside the room, there were people dressed in white robes. That is Crown Prince Gan. He is going crazy in his room. We can't let that happen. What should we do now? Someone spoke up. I have an idea. Let us say, why do not we use the Vorn? He explained, if we incite them, they will definitely attack the empire. If that happens, the empire will be directly attacked, meaning the forces will gather here. The scheming traitor's expression suggests that he is the one planning this for him. So we can start our uprising. We will definitely suffer fewer losses because besides my soldiers, the Vavorn will also fight alongside us. We need to seize this opportunity or it will be too late. If we prepare for war, we will have the upper hand. Now anything is acceptable, so I will entrust you with gathering the troops. The other person looks trustworthy, so please let me handle it. After finishing his arrogant speech, he said, I trust this person now. I know what to do next. Gather and secretly equip the soldiers. This is the perfect opportunity for him. A cruel smile appeared on his face, and since the Holy Sun has left the Empire, attack the villains immediately. Early the next morning, someone came to report that the Holy Saint's luggage was ready. He breathed a sigh of relief, finally returning to the Holy City. Suddenly, an explosion interrupted his thoughts. What now? Just as I was about to leave, Gregory drew his sword, threatening us. Those treacherous villains. Do you dare attack the kingdom? Wanna die? Von Kwok's thugs have been gathering at the palace since when? Shut up. Arrogant fools. You were the ones who attacked us first. One person stepped forward, silencing them all. Lilith appears with overwhelming presence. Enough. Take me to see the Emperor now. I want to talk to him. If you dare say no, I guarantee the Empire will become just history. But the kingdom's soldiers remain resolute in their mission. We can't do that. We will release her, or die here. Lilith's eyes lift sharply. Is that so? She is truly furious. Let me show you how foolish you are. I will wash away my people's suffering with your blood. A loud shout interrupted them, and the forest quickly arrived at the scene. What are you doing? This is a violation of our treaty. Everyone saw the holy saint as a savior. Someone explained that they attacked first. And this shocked you what? Lilith remained silent and recounted that last night a group of high-level mages attacked us. At least 4 circles of magic. She would naturally target them. The only side capable of having such a strong army nearby. It can only be the Empire. Gregory still insists. It is ridiculous. The royal army never received such orders. Jing Ji knows the consequences of this. It is not funny. Lilith is right. The only possible side here is the Empire. Furthermore, Lilith used her magic power, and her mana rebounded and vaporized instantly. If the treaty is broken, she will be immediately countered by her mana and vaporized. So their attack was not a lie. Jai filtered out the information, and the most likely person to carry out this action is you. Try to de-escalate. Lilith, stop the attack for now. Her expression was hard to read. I can't do that. The power I carry to protect my people's lives is not something to be taken lightly. Jai does not object, but warns not to harm the innocent, his eyes firm. He vows to find those responsible and bring them to justice, one by one. This gave her pause. Based on the situation, she could not trust his words. As a last resort, Jai offered to swear on his magic. This is truly hard to believe. You surely know what would happen if someone as powerful as you broke your oath, do not you? You are well aware of that. Of course, everything will be clear by tomorrow. Lilith reluctantly concedes. Fine. I will temporarily withdraw. You quickly thank her. Thank you, and Lord Gregory. He responded, yes, yes, your holiness. He emphasized specifically, tell the king to gather all the nobles of the empire. Immediately, Gregory could not hold back and nodded. The murmurs of concern grew louder. Another problem had arisen in the empire. His gaze swept across everyone in the room, most of whom were already here. He spoke softly. Listen up. Everyone knows we were attacked by the Phylong clan. Right. As you can see, nearly half the capital has been destroyed. I am very busy. So get straight to the point and report all the armies owned by each family here. And remember not to hide anything. This statement caused the nobles to protest. Even though he is the Holy Lord, this is going too far. How dare you ask us to reveal our armies here? Agreed. Also, you are not a citizen of the Lycian Empire. The Empire's problems will be dealt with. Please go somewhere else. His gaze turning uncomfortable. These guys, you sigh out loud. Really? Jai shrugged indifferently. Fine. Whatever. Honestly, I do not care what happens to the Empire, so if you want to die, I won't stop you. If you want me to leave, I will go. The others are just shouting and jumping around. Hey, they are upset because you did not follow the usual customs. How dare a saint say that? Fine. Get out of here. No farewell. King George just entered and lost his temper. Shut up. How dare you speak to the Holy Lord, the noble under the protection of the capital. Follow the saint immediately. If you resist, I will use my authority to make you disappear from this world instantly. Then he looked at him with a pitiful expression, begging the Holy Lord to reconsider. You remain calm. No way. You are just pretending to be innocent. I will punish the ungrateful first. The king immediately became furious. Please let me handle this. I will teach them a lesson. What are you all doing? Apologize right now. How dare they resist? Sorry. Everyone was stammering. We misspoke. We sincerely apologize. Your Excellency, who dares say that the Holy Saint has gone somewhere? Just wait there. The tension is thick. You fools. You are just pretending. I wanted to help the royal family, but now I am no longer interested, especially with the king's murderous glare. What should we do to make you change your mind? What should we do? Just one word. Money. The nobles fell silent. What did you just say? He repeats indifferently with more detail. Give me the money. Each of you, give up half of your assets in a year. Thoiduk will be more merciful. 10%. The nobles all rise up. 10% of the assets in 1 year. They immediately changed their attitude and demanded money. It is a bit too blunt. That is too much. How can we survive if we give up 3/10 of our assets? Joker smirks and pretends to leave. Fine. If you do not want to, I will leave then. That is the look in Joker's eyes, as if he is about to drop someone. They had no choice but to grit their teeth. Fine. To show our sincerity, we will do that. They resorted to flattery. I knew they would do that from the start. He truly is a saint. He understands people's hearts. Even the necklace is speechless. It is really a necklace. You are urging me. Then hurry up, write it down and bring the money back here. Quickly. Does everyone have reports on the individual soldiers of each family? Yes. Here it is, a bunch of paperwork for the inventory check. Let us see. Several clans. The quantity is a bit different from the report. This amount is enough to establish a nation. You block it and let the cow go. I think I can help catch the culprit. But this is too much. I can't figure out who the culprit is. The nobles were all panicked. What do you mean by that? So after all this, you still can't find the culprit. You said you would catch him. He smiles. I did not think the empire would fall apart like this. He took out a piece of paper and explained. But luckily we have this. The treaty will grant Phylong's leader a request in exchange for forgiveness. The fools immediately cheered. He is truly the saint. Meanwhile, his cold gaze swept across to ordinary people. It looks like a regular mana contract. This is all part of his plan. But of course, it is fake. It is just a piece of paper I scribbled on with mana. And you are leading the Beast King to reveal himself. So now what? After causing trouble by dragging the Phi Long clan into it. Actually, the answer was already there. Who benefits from the Phi Long attack? The answer is clear. Someone from the royal family with noble henchmen. That is the Crown Prince. The one who is desperate after being denied his right to succeed. How to turn suspicion into certainty. Well then, you are bluffing. Be quiet. Then he signaled to Jocker. Your Majesty, listen and follow my instructions. He looked at him. He was a bit stunned. But then he clapped. Well, everything is done. We are lucky to have the Holy Lord here to help us. And because everyone is here, I will make the announcement. He is the declared enemy. Tomorrow morning we will hold the coronation for the prince who will succeed the throne. Tonight is the time to do something wicked, especially the Crown Prince Dan. That damn bastard Cheng. He definitely has to get in my way. He boldly escaped from the room. It is over. Who would have thought he would sign a mana contract with Lord Y. Vaughn? His subordinate, Tran, says we do not have much time. Your Majesty suddenly appoints the Crown Prince, but the crowd is becoming increasingly agitated. Does he think I do not know? That guy is rushing to give orders. We do not know. He does not have the time. Gather the attack team like last time. The other person also knows that is not the right move. Your Highness, please do not tell me, but at this moment, hatred and greed have taken over his mind. That is right. We will attack the Wavern Mountain range again unaware that someone has overheard his plan. It seems he is so desperate that he can't make the right decision anymore. He shrugs. He will just crawl back into the trap again. Huch will assign the task to the girl. Tell Duck then I will continue to observe. Understood. The other side quickly received the news. I also guessed he would act. But you are disappointed with the intelligence of the Crown Prince. I can't believe he chose to cause trouble with the Wyvern again. You are so stupid. The person facing you spoke. You should not have come here without reason. She asked. Have you found the mastermind? Tell the truth. Not yet. So what are you doing here? To let her know they are coming here on their own soon. And then she will see for herself. Even Lilith is panicking. What? They are coming back. Calm her down. We do not have much time. Hide in the bushes and attack as soon as you sense their mana. We can identify and capture the mastermind of Russia when they return and interrogate them. Can you reconsider attacking the Empire? Lilith frowns. You have already done that. I do not believe it. At this point, even the rope is hard to handle. I am not lying. Have you forgotten about Mana's promise? She denies again. No, that is not the reason. You lost her because you let her slip away. But what benefit does this bring you? Or is it because you are a saint? A twitch at the corner of his mouth. I will take that as a compliment. It is done. He holds his breath and waits. All right, then, let us bring the mastermind into the light. Sang was already annoyed earlier. Honestly, does he think he can do anything just because he is a saint? Lucilla said angrily. Being arrogant should be just enough. How dare he claim the throne of the Lycian Empire just because he wants to? Only Selena warned her. Lucilla, be careful with your words. She honestly pointed out the mistake. He is the one who saved His Majesty. You should show gratitude and behave like a true member of the royal family. Still, it only made her more annoyed. So noble, her face was flushed with embarrassment and shame. Since when did she start caring about the royal family's affairs? And Dan was left stunned. Why now? He felt guilty. Why was he the one to call everyone back? What is that bastard thinking? At this moment, Day calmly walks in. Is everyone here? Please take attendance. 1, 2. Good. All 6 of you are here, he asked aloud. Why is it that this time you are making us train? We came because you said there was something important. But you are just pretending to be mysterious. This is very important. One of the people here ordered the attack on the Wyverns. And today, that person attacked again. The statement left almost everyone stunned. A member of the royal family. No way, he is already sweating bullets. Damn it, I did not expect him to find out. If I get caught, I will definitely be executed. No, there is no evidence anyway. I just need to deny it. Just when he was convinced of that, the voice of the wire rang out. Surely you think there is no evidence, so I just need to deny it. Right, he said with a faint smile. But unfortunately I have evidence. All the soldiers who attacked Wyvern's lair have been captured. With mind magic, they will soon reveal the truth. He let out a series of threats. If you are going to be caught anyway. What do you think will happen? The people's hatred will rise. To soothe things, perhaps I should use the head of the mastermind behind all this. Just hearing it makes the anxious mind of the family fall into despair. He raised his voice a bit. So I have a suggestion. Why do not you confess to me yourself and handle this quietly? You act so wise. It is understandable. By confessing voluntarily in the name of the god, you know you can lessen your sins. Right? And also, I like the fact that the Empire owes me a great favor. He keeps rambling about mind games. Basically, I will take the credit, and someone else will avoid being beheaded and paraded around. Jia could not hold back anymore. He shouted, "It was me. I am the one who did it. Crown Prince Jiajelishin, have ordered the attack on the Wyvern's lair. Please show mercy." Hearing that, she gently smiled. A good choice. He gives the guy a thumbs up. Well, then, goodbye. There is no such thing as divine mercy. Only the Holy Spirit. I hope you find peace in the afterlife. Jide hot home. Rest in the other world. What do you mean by that? You just said that. You chuckled? Of course, now I will say something different, in terms of stubbornness. Because I already told you, you think you can escape punishment. I have no proof at all. Thanks for confessing yourself. At this point, Jide's tiny brain shuts down. That, Ji speaks up. Alright, come out here. Anyway, from now on this is the Empire's problem. Only when he is choked unconscious does he finally wake up. Impossible, such a lie. If you are the Holy Saint, how dare you lie? He chuckled and denied it. No, not at all. A soldier approaches to report. Holy Lord, we have captured all the nobles involved in the rebellion. What should we do now? His puzzled gaze was directed at the other person. Holy Lord, that is all for now. The one asking your majesty, don't he ask me. As I said earlier, from now on, the decision lies with the Empire. Of course you always know where your limits are. I am just an outsider. And so, Jai left the Legion Empire after staying for a long time. The Emperor executed everyone involved in the rebellion. As for Ji, who greatly aided the Empire, that day not only brought diplomatic benefits to the Empire but also granted Jai land and titles. But it was only later that Jai realized he was communicating through the crystal ball. Enro was crying. What? Then it is too late. Suddenly an official request from the Empire just pops up. What? Jai tried to comfort her. But there is nothing we can do either. Are you busy? Why are you in such a hurry? At this point, Iriel has to emphasize, we are very busy. The pilgrimage schedule has already been planned. Your expression still looks indifferent. So what? Can I go at my own pace? Iriel exhaled slowly. It is not that simple. The pilgrimage schedule is fixed. The more she talks, the more Gia loses control. The later they start, the tighter and more difficult the schedule becomes. Is the schedule fixed? Are you in a hurry? Why did not you tell me earlier? I am leaving right now. Iriel stared intently at the crystal ball, her face burning with anger. She was determined. Why did you put the crystal ball there? Jai hurriedly stuffed the ball into his chest and then got out of the carriage. I have urgent matters to attend to, so I will be leaving now. Please take your time. The coachman looked confused. Your Holiness. Then he ran like the wind. By the time he reached the Holy Land, it was late afternoon. The servant stepped forward. The arrival was earlier than expected. Your Holiness, I heard the pilgrimage preparations are already complete. At Clyute, she bowed her head. We plan to depart tomorrow morning. He praised him and then turned to someone else. Well done. Cardinal, Ong. And what I entrusted to you. What do you think? The girl replied. Yes. Regarding the current situation of the Holy Nation, except for Celonia, the suburbs of the Holy Nation are facing financial difficulties mainly due to the aftermath of the Proxia incident and the increasing number of monsters. The lords are raising taxes to build their monster hunting forces. Jai frowned slightly. Raising taxes? Isn't the capital also sending aid? Cardinal. Yes. It seems like embezzlement is involved. Hearing that, he gritted his teeth. Those bastards. Make a list of all the corrupt lords. When I go on a pilgrimage, I will deal with them. Yes. As usual, Jai is gradually handling the pending matters. How is the Academy doing? In Clio, she brings the Philasosphere. Looking despondent. It is really coincidental that we just detected a connection signal from Zik through the Philasosphere. Is that true? Connect it. As soon as it is on, Zik's big face will be right there. Holy Saint, I am speechless. You are getting too close. It has been a while since I saw you. Is everything okay over there? He is speaking now, following your orders. I am still watching, but someone pushed him aside and stepped in. I care about you. He looked surprised. You two are together. Zik suddenly tears up with emotion. I have read all the books and notes you left behind. They are incredibly detailed. There is a system. The information is very extensive, both beautiful and accurate. Where did you learn those skills from? Zik was pushed away in anger. How dare you interrupt my transformation? Zik immediately flipped the bird. You are the one who transformed. Then he turned around with a puppy-like expression and said, Yes. Your Majesty, I will dedicate my entire life to you. Please teach me more. No, please teach me everything you know. Zik immediately pushed his head away. How dare you? Are you crazy, Saint? I want to learn more than this fool. Hearing you two arguing loudly. If you plan to teach someone. Teach me. Z feels a headache. Turn it off. Yes. Take care of yourself while I am gone. Hong Hong bowed his head yes. Safe travels. Your Excellency. Cheer up. Saint. So Z has to get up early on the carriage again. He is excited. The weather is perfect. At the same time, she cast a hesitant glance ahead. But why is she here? That person is Fea, happily clinging to Iriel. It feels like a picnic, does not it? She explained. Every time, a noble family joins the pilgrimage. Freya beams with a big smile. This time it is our family's turn. That is not what I meant. But why are you riding in the same carriage as us? Freya looked at us with a pitiful expression. But sitting alone in the carriage is so boring. Z looks cold and expressionless. You should go back to your carriage now. It is crowded here. She is pouting. Come on. Come on. I even prepared this. Ariel adjusts her nose. Freya. This is it, she replied with a proud voice. It has to be tea and snacks for the whole trip. The tea is brewed by me. Really is a table full of delicacies. Ariel refuses to win. No thanks. I feel a bit nervous. Freya turned to Anne. So be it. Please. Saint. I won't drink either. She is begging. Huh. Come on, just a sip. Consider it my sincerity, this is my specialty. If it is not good, can I just get off the car? Hearing that, he also felt some compassion. Alright then, Z brings the cup of tea to her lips and takes a sip. Freya's face looks excited. So, how is it? Tastes good. A second later, she had already retreated into another carriage. Of course alone. Z has never had to drink something like that before. Whoa, it tastes like a beast scent. Ariel chuckled. Freya must have understood the answer too. I feel she already knew everything. Is that why you did not drink? She replied with a cheerful response. Someone has to tell her the truth. This is still better than nothing. Otherwise I would have fallen asleep on the way. Z had to clarify her words. That sounds strange. What do you mean? And as for the pilgrimage, Ariel explained with her extensive experience. The pilgrimage is nothing special. Just ride a carriage around the temples. Most of the work will be handled by priests and clergy. Z immediately pointed out. Then why does the Holy Lord have to come? It is all just a formality. She does not let him fight back. It is all about creating an image. Suddenly a cry for help rang out. There was chaos outside. You can't block the carriage like that. The two of them looked outside. It seems something is happening outside. A man is weakly holding a child and begging. I know this is wrong. But please. Your Excellencies, the situation is critical. Please heal my child. The Navy soldiers won't chase him away. Don't worry, God Gale will take care of you. Go heal the girl. The priest bows his head and says yes. The holy spell was immediately cast on the girl, and his face showed discomfort. Strange. The holy spell has no effect. The soldier immediately said, is the child's condition too severe to test? Sorry, sir. But we have done our best. The poor man seems to have fallen into a deep pit. Please do not. We have been waiting for this pilgrimage. We endure everything for this moment. Hemph, at this moment. Someone approaches. Everyone steps aside. Gale steps outside. Let me see. The poor man, hearing everyone call his name, also called out, Saint, he will personally do it. Healing my son. You say, I am grateful to you. Thank you for your kindness. Gale glanced over indifferently. Let us see. The body's condition is clearly evident. Hair is unkempt. Severe edema is easy to observe. The emaciated body's no subcutaneous fat. He asked carefully. Suddenly the girl falls ill. The father denies it. No, that is not it. Hearing that, I immediately made a judgment. As expected, just a lack of effort. No wonder the priest's holy power has no effect. He orders, Commander, prepare a meal for them. Eat a lot of meat. The poor man is hard to understand. Thank you. Saint Lord, but why are you eating? Shoes will provide the answer. If the child eats enough meat, she will recover. From now on, make sure she eats properly. He is feeling shy, but we can't afford to buy meat regularly. Please speak softly. Then grains will do. Soybeans. Black beans. Kidney beans. Chickpeas, anything is fine. Replacing regular meals with grains will make the child healthier, but occasionally she still needs to eat meat. He sincerely reminds her, it is all for the sake of the child's well-being, even if it means working overtime. Do your best. It is Ariel's turn. I think I can now treat the swelling. A spell made her skin glow again. That is wonderful. It is gone. The man bows his head in gratitude. Thank you all. We will never forget this kindness. Ariel gently. Nothing. We are just doing our job. They can't stay here forever. All right, let us go to Cilia Royal Palace. The convoy of carriages followed each other along the trail. The driver lost in thought. Ariel tilted her head curiously and asked what he was thinking that made him hesitate so much. He suddenly asked Ariel, how much gold do we still have? Let us see. You are mistaken in your calculation. About 20 coins. I think so. Hearing that, Dad was startled. That is all. Is that all? She is giving more again. I also have my own money, so in total about 27 coins. Just hearing that made his face brighten up. You are quite well off too. That is enough. Ariel's eyes scrutinized. What could it be enough for? So, that is why he asked about it again. Could it be? Just as she suspected, his face was serious. Lend me some money. Ariel immediately panicked. What? What are you planning to do with that money? Dai is not afraid to speak out. The Cilia Kingdom is facing a serious financial crisis. Therefore, many people are like those we just met, all suffering from malnutrition and starvation. Do you think humans should die because of that reason? Even the gods want to help those in trouble. I will help. Just give me a moment. That is great. I will return it to you as soon as we get back to the Holy Kingdom. Suddenly I hear her refuse again. No need. He looked surprised. Did she really give away such a large amount of money? Of course, she proudly patted her chest. I am also a saintess. And so, the pilgrimage group from the Holy Nation arrived at the Kingdom of Cilia, by the commandments of the saints. They bought many ingredients from different regions and prepared simple meals for the struggling people. For those with little strength left, it was like a rain that refreshed their weary bodies. Ariel could not hide her surprise. Auntie, what do you think King Cilia wants? When I first arrived here, King Cilia extended an invitation. I heard that you have helped the people along the way. I am very grateful for the kindness of the Holy Nation. We have prepared a feast to celebrate the pilgrimage tonight. His eyes clearly have some ulterior motive, so he invited you casually. Ariel suspects that he is even throwing a banquet. Zay also knows well. Right, he is not the kind of person like that. He must want something from the Holy Kingdom. Anyway, Ariel changed the subject. By the way, the pilgrimage has ended. I also have some free time. Zay also thought for a moment. I plan to go out for a while. You imagine his purpose is to visit home. Right, he has not clarified. Something like that. And you, do you have any plans? She shook her head. Not yet. I was just planning to go out and have fun. Zay teased. So you must be quite patient. Why not go to the capital? He was serious. Every day she was immersed in work, but Ariel found that satisfying. This should be enough. I should focus on resting properly while I still can. Her voice was cold. Since becoming the saint, have you ever thought about leaving everything behind and running away? Long, light brown hair gently flowing. That figure seems very lonely. Just leaving everything behind. Zay quietly looks at her and softly responds. Of course, I just keep pretending and venting all my frustration. It is so hard. What kind of god has so many demands? Doing this and that all the time. Where did he give me some holy power to exploit like this? Seeing Ariel's confused expression, he felt sympathetic. She probably wanted to say that, so she has been a saint longer than me. She must be quite reckless. These taboos? You are humorous. Like a saint healing the sick and using suffering to help others. I feel truly lucky to be called the Holy One. Am I the only one who sees this? Then, I will go ahead. Your words seem to have soothed her, and so do mine. Thank you, Zay. You acted very quickly. It has been a long time since I last came home. He used stealth to try and scare his mom. It must be almost lunchtime. Should I sneak in and surprise them? As the door opened, something flew towards him, and Zay instinctively swatted it away. Then plates kept falling one after another. He had no choice but to shout, "Stop throwing discs at me." Those two just stopped. His father chuckled softly. Zay is his son. You have to make noise when you leave. His mother then hugged him tightly. How long has it been? Did you do a good deed for the saint, my beloved son? You only visit briefly while on a pilgrimage. His mother happily smiled. Perfect timing. Have your parents finished preparing the meal? Let us eat together. I won't refuse. Yes. But before that, your father spoke up. His face was quite triumphant. Go upstairs. I bet you will be surprised. His curiosity was sparked. Up on the attic, he was truly surprised. So much so that he could not close his mouth. When did I have a younger brother? The little boy was fair and chubby, and he chuckled happily. Isn't Dad surprised? His excitement was palpable as he announced that Zay now had a sibling. But Zay just stared at him quizzically. What do you think? Why does he keep asking? It is like they can't stand to be apart. Zay silently marvels, but with a 16-year age gap. Maybe that is why he used cleansing on her hand. His finger pokes her soft cheek, which makes sense. She is so adorable. The small hand grabs your index finger, and you can't help but smile. Your dad is so loved. I was once that tiny too. Look, she is holding your hand, and seeing her pouty face, turns out she is angry. But honestly, she gets mad just from being teased. He then recalls a painful memory. The little one is small but resolute, just like he was as a child. They are definitely siblings. He smiled and greeted the little girl. Meeting again behind C's house, his father also asked about Zay. Then quack, how they are, and if there is anything fun. He chuckled and said, what is so funny? It has been a while since I visited home, so I have a lot to talk about. Actually, there are a few things. The whole family was chatting happily. Oh, really? There is more to that? Yes. There are many things to tell. His mother smiled brightly like a flower. Luckily you still look healthy. His father is the same. Very proud of you, son. At this moment, he suddenly spoke up. And by the way, there is something I am curious about. Our family is not ordinary. Right, Zay? It seems you mentioned something that made both of them startled. They looked confused. What do you mean? Zay chewed the meat. You have been thinking about this since you were little. My mother is a high-level mage, and your father is a swordsman who has reached the sword master realm. I wonder why they have been living in this remote place all this time. The couple looked at each other and then spoke. Finally, this day has come. You will find out anyway, his father said seriously. Zay, our family carries the blood of heroes. Zay was stunned just listening. Bloodline, hero. His parents reluctantly decided that seeing it firsthand would be faster. Let us go outside, Zay. He looked confused at his familiar relatives in this life, wondering what they were about to show him. Suddenly he felt something was off, as mana fire, water, and earth spheres were unleashed. Zay could not help but be amazed by this display. The 3 elemental orbs. I am more stunned than ever. My father knows magic. Moreover, his mana surpasses anyone I have ever met. Has he been hiding this mana all along? It is the turn of the other person. She leaps with powerful sword strikes and decisively passes through both of them. With a sword aura of this level, Zay can no longer control his mouth. She is a high-level swordsman. You both are magic swordsmen. Before answering my question, she begins to tell a story from the past. Since ancient times, saints like you, who possess divine power, have been able to communicate with gods and convey their will. Along with the super race, they have protected the world from danger, but for some reason, the superhuman race disappeared and a problem arose. During the Great Magic War, a group led by death spirit mages attacked humanity, and the holy gods could not resolve the situation with their power alone, so the magical era ended 300 years ago. At that time, the gods selected 12 promising individuals and bestowed blessings upon them. With the power of the blessings, they defeated the death spirit sorcerers and were known as the 12 heroes before disappearing. Then she revealed a shocking truth. We are their descendants. That is right, blessing has been passed down through generations to talented heirs in all fields. They also age slowly and live up to 500 years. This is really hard to believe. 500 years. You look dazed, so... Besides us, there are other members with the hero bloodline. His mother replied, yes. At the same time, she warned him not to get too close to them. Mom and Dad have escaped from there and are staying here. It is a terrible place. They are no different from the dead. The two of them have always been worried about your safety. I know you are very curious, but they are extremely dangerous, so that is why your parents kept this secret from you until now. Are you a bit disappointed? Yes. However, this topic has been imprinted in his mind, with a long lifespan and exceptional talent in every field. The next day, your parents saw you off. Take care and remember to eat well. If anyone bullies you, write a letter home. Dad will come and deal with it. He chuckled and promised to come back next time. Even when he left, he did not forget about that. My parents told me not to show any interest in his heroic bloodline. Of course he could not let go, but if they are all talented in every field, that must include medicine as well. They also have a lifespan to consider if they have medical knowledge like mine. He quickly outlined a new plan in his mind. I need to learn about the new heroes. Watch the path. You are running too fast. We are almost at the edge of the forest. While I am here, I can also visit her. A voice of reproach echoes. You are late. The white on her still stands out. You only think of me now that you have come all the way here. Era pouts sulkily. Why should I have to come earlier? Just shrugging. Anyway, I was planning to go too. You are curious. So how did she know I was coming? Era proudly pointed to her hand. The mark on your hand is also glowing. Didn't I say I would always be by your side? You have been through a lot of surprising things lately. Does this thing also have that function? Seeing his mood, she reassures him. Don't worry, I do not know everything you do. Magic only works in 2 cases. First, you are in danger. Era approaches. Her hand gently touches his cheek. The second is when you think of me. Her plump lips curl up slightly, and her eyes seduce him with their flirtatious gaze. You told Lilith that we are just friends. I guess I need to try harder. I awkwardly laugh to create some distance. But I think this is fine. He changed the subject. Oh, Era. Do you know anything about it? Are they heroes? Era crossed her arms. Heroes? Huh. You mean the ones who are blessed? I know a little bit. They are the ones who receive 2 blessings from the goddess Prius. Humans call them heroes, and there is another hero I do not recognize. Who is Prius again? I suddenly realize, wait a minute. Did she just say there are 2 kinds of blessings? Yes. The first is the potential blessing, helping him become stronger with just a little effort. She seems to understand. The remaining ones are skill exchange blessings, where recipients gain strength and experience by fighting each other. Whoa. I never thought something like this could exist. That is not right. Then why call it a blessing? Era replied indifferently. That is true for humanity. Thanks to it, they were able to defeat the monsters. But why are you asking about this? His calm expression reveals it. They say I am the successor of those people. Her eyes gently widened. He wondered why. What is wrong? She just bowed her head. It is nothing. So your power comes from your bloodline. She provided you with information. We know of a village in the western continent where descendants of the bloodline live. If you are interested, visit them sometime. He immediately became excited. Really? I have always wanted to see it. Thanks. Era knew it was time for him to leave. He must be busy. Go home. When you return to the Holy Nation, we will continue talking. The awkward moment. I feel a bit bad just meeting her and leaving right away. She shrugged. It is okay. We have plenty of time. Hearing that, you can rest assured. All right, I will come back, but deep down. She hesitated. Could it be that the reason he became a saint is because of this? No. I watch the shadow disappear into the distance behind the trees. Ira hopes that it is just her overthinking. This time your trip will last until evening. The pilgrimage carriage is still there. As soon as I arrived, I saw Iriel scolding him. You are so late. Are you going on vacation? You are so carefree. Sorry. I have not been home in a long time, so please give me a moment to relax. She is a bit annoyed. Really, I am all set now. Oh. Get on the carriage. He quickly praised her. I knew it. She is always very thoughtful. She announces the schedule. The pilgrimage will go to Prius in the western continent. Jai is a bit curious. Prius. Is that also a kingdom? Yes. Prius is a holy land similar to Gay. Prius Holy Land. A kingdom that worships the goddess of hardship and challenge. Prius. And its followers awaken their faith through countless hardships. Iriel explains that the goddess Prius has never chosen a saint, so they are not very famous on the outside. A confusing moment. Not like our goddess, always leaving everything to humans. But why should I make a pilgrimage there? She looks completely unfazed, because the goddess Prius is Gale's sister. It is not wrong to say that our worship of Prius is like that of siblings. Family members visiting each other do not need a reason. Right, I have no objections either. It is only natural. A sudden thought crossed his mind. What a coincidence. We are about to reach the western continent again. I slowly turn my horse's wheels westward. Journey to the western continent day 2. And question from Gi-chan. When we reach Prius, will this pilgrimage end? Iriel nodded. Yes, I think we can end comfortably. You changed the subject. Well, when I get to the western continent, there is a place I want to visit. Oh, what is it? Where is it? His face turned serious. Somehow. Does she know anything about his heroic bloodline? As soon as Ariel finished speaking, she exclaimed no way. Her face was extremely panicked. So Gi, you are saying that you are the hero created by the goddess Prius and also a saint blessed by the goddess Gay. How can that be? I also find it hard to believe. I also think that is wonderful. Ariel still has many questions. But why do you want to find another hero? I can't believe it. You plan to swallow them all whole. He shouted. Of course not. What are you thinking? Hearing that, the girl's voice returned. So what is it then? Gi turned her head to look out the window at the medical academy. What? You use a carefree attitude to express your ideals. I will bring all of them into the academy and turn them into doctors. Iriel found it reasonable. Sounds like you. The carriage has now stopped. We are here. Let us talk later. Jai stepped out of the carriage, and the scene before him left him in awe. This is the second most beautiful port. Right. No matter where I go, this place still looks the best. She urged him to get on the boat. Jai gazes at the waves with 1,000 thoughts. It has been a long time since I last saw the sea. It is really beautiful. But that thought only lasted for a moment. The pilgrimage from the imperial city took 15 days by boat, and then they traveled by carriage for 3 days before finally reaching the city-state of Prius. Jai felt drained as if she had been squeezed dry. How long had it taken to get here? I am exhausted. Iriel just laughed as if she is used to it. If you are tired, that is not good. She is lecturing him. The goddess Prius oversees adversity, hardship, and challenges, and her followers also see such struggles as a virtue. Her face had faded away with the torment of May. And you should prepare yourself. You have not even wondered what you are preparing for. The electric door opened. Welcome. The three of them stepped forward together. We welcome the saints. We will guide you from here. They finally breathe a sigh of relief. Oh. At last, a chance to rest. They begin to speak, both clasping their hands together in request. Although the two are exhausted after a long journey, we must pray to the goddess Prius. Please kneel down where you are. This makes him gape. What? Suddenly it is like this again. I am extremely confused. Are they kneeling and praying to the guests from across the sea? Right here. He glances over at Iriel. Hey Iriel, are you really okay? But you already knelt before him. What is with that submissive and obedient attitude? There is no other choice, so you kneel too. Damn it. The guide is trembling. Oh. Goddess Prius, the saints from the Holy Empire have finally arrived. All these passionate words keep us alert and help us grow through hardships. We sincerely pray that we can take strong steps forward on our journey. Likewise, may we achieve great enlightenment. And even through hardships, we must endure with the saints, which makes my head spin. Finally, they stand up, bow, and I will lead you to the appendix, the lounge where the saints are just next door. At this moment he whispers softly, Iriel, what does it mean when you say that even if it is difficult, we must endure with the saints? Iriel coldly replies. Initially, we did not need to make a pilgrimage to Saint Emperor Prius from the start, because they are also saints like us. So there is no need to help anyone on the journey. We are simply exchanging ideas because the two goddesses are sisters. This exchange means understanding and empathy for each other's teachings. The black-faced guy ran away completely. I wanted to leave, but Iriel grabbed me. No. You think you are going somewhere? Huh. You are so impatient. I have helped you a lot so far, and now you are trying to leave me alone. I have no choice but to accept that. He reluctantly gave up. Fine. But exactly what do we have to do to get through this hardship? You look frustrated, like fasting or being trapped in a pitch-dark cave, or soaking in boiling hot springs. Do you know things like that? He fell silent, truly wanting to run far away. The next day, they led the two of us to a desolate place. Here, we have arrived. Over the next week, the saints will endure the hardship of only consuming what they can find in this forest. Of course, they will be strictly forbidden from using any holy magic. Then we will leave and endure hardships elsewhere, hoping that the difficulties and adversities with you make you feel discontent, which is truly an unpleasant farewell. Ariel explained. Since it was the beginning, they gave us something easy. You can understand. We did something similar during the baptism. Let us see what we can find here. You are assigned to look around for any drinking water. Ariel. Understood. 2 hours later, she returned looking exhausted. There is not a single drop of water here, so I guess we will just have to endure it. Suddenly she realized something was wrong. What she saw before her was unbelievable. What are all these things? How could you make such delicious food? Why are you so surprised? Just calmly, he still thoughtfully shows her where to sleep. You can sleep here. I have soaked some soft leaves, and if you bury one while it is still warm before sleeping, it will be a bit warmer. At this moment, Ariel's eyes have become distant. You really can do everything, can't you? In a moment. As for the water, if we can somehow manage the food within just a week, then all right, let us eat. And so, the two endured their hardships relatively comfortably. A week later. Holy Lord, you have returned. You endured very well, the guide said with surprise. Since their expressions have not changed since the first day, even looking more lively, it is not that hard to figure out. She even suspected whether they were hiding food secrets, but she did not ask further. I will escort you to the VIP room. Walking around the spacious room, it is time for me to start the investigation. He spoke out. Guards, are you there? The shadow lipped down. Already present. Following your command, give the order to investigate the heroic bloodline in the Western continent and report every detail you find. Commander, he chuckled softly. No matter what the gods created them for, it does not matter as long as we can use them to develop the medicine across the entire continent and move towards a brighter future. Time has quickly passed. It has been a month since we arrived at the holy nation Prius. What should we do now? Ariel. Guy looked devastated. If things continue like this, I will wipe out the holy nation Prius from the map. She felt a bit guilty but did not know what to do. Truly a cruel twist of fate. Guy found it hard to speak. And this was the first time I felt grateful to serve as Guy's saint there. Ariel looked desperate. But we still had to endure it because we are saints. We need to set an example so that not only we but others will follow. He walks faster. I can't take it anymore. I am going outside. She was startled and confused. Where are you going? He responded with a smug look. Just wait and see. A while later, he brought back a pile of cooking ingredients and placed them in the room. Ariel was a bit stunned by this pile of stuff. Ingredients. And he bought so much. The wires are rearranging the items. It is not just us who will eat. I will share with everyone. She was a bit scared when she saw him ignite the fire. What if he gets caught? He still acts so nonchalant. Do not worry and trust me. He was very focused, controlling it so it would not spread around easily. The fire must not spread. Ariel, I need your help, because you are busy building the fire, cutting fruit into small pieces and frying them. You look uncomfortable. I have never cooked before. He reassures her. It is okay. Just do as I tell you. The two of them quietly worked together, and soon the special porridge was ready. Ariel was so happy she almost cried. It is delicious. So good. He smiled. Just eat it. I will go share with everyone. A few days later, the rumor had spread. This is strange. What is going on? A senior monk from Bryeth Frenzy started to find it odd. I mean, we are all in the same situation, so why are they so happy? However, the others opposed. Are you talking about the saints? Even though they are young, I think those two are handling things well. Frenzy thought they were following his lead. Right, those two saints. It is understandable. They are different from us. He insisted on accusing them, but everyone in the Gaio City state was like that. Surely those two are up to something shady. Unfortunately, their divine officials had been bribed with his food. No, you must not say that, or you will start doubting the saint. He remained firm. Too many suspicious things. I can't ignore them. Frenzy was still lost in his own world. With the final challenge ahead, we need to watch how they move together. Someone spoke up, reminding everyone about the schedule at Mount Hefria. Everyone was worried, will it be okay? I heard that recently a monster leader appeared. It is south of the mountain. He pointed to the map. We will escort the Holy One to the east and west, while at the same time, Prius will undertake an expedition to the south, and it seems this plan is also agreed upon, so the Holy One will be safe. Frenzy agreed. That is right. I must ensure it is organized and everyone is informed. Then he paused. The priest looked worried. Senior priest, what is wrong? Use healing immediately on him. He whispered. Thank you. The illness still has not improved and seems to have worsened. This situation is very concerning. How is your family doing? Frenzy struggles on. My daughter is also like me. We still treat her regularly, but she is too young. The priest sympathizes. I guess you are very worried. There is nothing more I can do. We do not know the cause and my wife has to endure it, he vaguely mentioned. Perhaps, if you asked the Saint of Gale for help, Frenzy would not agree. It is truly unbelievable. How could I, a servant of Prius, accept the favor of another god? The priest felt there was no issue. But they are sisters, so what is the problem? Yet Frenzy remained resolute. Even so, a taboo is a taboo. The priest could only sigh with concern. He is too stubborn. Then Day was assigned elsewhere. Fen complained. Returning to the mountain, Iriel reassured him. This is the last time. The group tried their best, and I went ahead. The final challenge takes place at Mount Heffring because many people from Gale have passed the challenge together. The sacred site has become too small, and the group is divided into 3 teams. Iriel heading east, Day west, and the rest south. The priest did not deny but reassured him. Yes, our holy knights will protect you. And you can see they have sent many people. But I have a question, are not those the ones sent to the south? It seems busier there. Hearing this, the priest replied. Reconnaissance team. Yes. Recently the monster leader appeared, posing a threat. Day still feels something is off. Like those people are enough. He warned, but if anything happens in the south, can you let me know? It is not too difficult. So he agreed. Understood. I do not think anything serious will happen. But if there is a problem, I will inform you first. He replied. Yes. Thank you. I have a bad feeling. Just as the intuition suggested, the reconnaissance troops quickly moved in, and the monsters launched a sudden attack. With the emerald green Oros rushing wildly forward, the priests recited blessings and prayers alongside the holy guard. The holy knights of Defu sensed something was wrong. They realized there were more of them than expected. If this continues, we will be wiped out. Request reinforcements from the Holy Kingdom. But as they hurried to contact, misfortune struck, and the jade communication crystal was not working. Even if we send a message, we cannot defeat its army. Everyone started to panic. Fengji was terrified. Even though it was the monster leader, he had never seen such a large army of monsters before. What on earth was happening? A scream of despair echoed through the chaos. Run away, a priest ran over, with a huge figure behind him. The monster leader had appeared, but unfortunately that slash had taken his life. As it stepped out, everyone who survived was stunned, and that thing was the monster leader. But it grew out of its chest. Fengji thought of one thing. Dark energy, and he immediately sealed his blood. His head started to spin, the pain in his chest grew worse, and his subordinates hurriedly urged him to leave. The chief priest had to get out of here immediately. He repeatedly chased them away, but it was too late, and I had to go quickly. I can't do this. How am I supposed to? In just a moment, the monster was before them. No. Facing death, Fengji silently prayed. Lord Prius, a cold voice rang out. Do not make noise. My husband is sleeping. The slashes like cutting the wind passed by. The elf woman suddenly appeared. I told you not to make noise, and you are just a naughty child. 30 minutes before the monster invasion, Day was deep in thought. I knew it. A bad feeling was always right. He thought to himself. I could sense it. Luckily I diverted the mana southward. They are quite numerous and look stronger than I expected. Day quickly moved behind him. This is bad. I have to hurry. Someone exclaimed in surprise. Wait a minute. An elf. She introduced herself. Yes, I am an elf, but I am a dark fairy. Understand. So annoying. He knelt on the ground, whispering, thank you very much for saving my life. I do not know how to repay you, she coldly replied. It is not necessary. I did not do it to seek gratitude. Dark elf wonders. More importantly, is not someone checking over there, where a person is collapsed and lying still on the ground. The boy shouts loudly. Bishop Fancy. He rushes over and creates a golden light with his hands to heal. Seeing Pastor Fancy's face turn more and more purple with sweat pouring down, the boy hesitated, confused about why the healing was not working. Is it because my holy power is too weak? He nervously asked. No, Bishop still has holy power. Suddenly someone appeared here, saying, move aside. It turned out to be Day. I exclaimed in surprise. Your Highness, let us get straight to the main issue. Let me take a look. A moment later, he took off the senior Bishop Fancy's shirt, and he was so exhausted that he lost consciousness and fainted. Day touched his chest with his hand, silently diagnosing that his chest was in pain and he was having difficulty breathing. The top of the lungs and the pleural cavity are swollen with pneumothorax. And worse, both lungs are affected, making the injury difficult to treat. He lifts Fancy's entire body onto his hands and observes carefully, with no other choice but to perform bilateral thoracotomy, cutting open both sides of the chest, causing inflammation to seal the lung perforations. The diagram shows the steps. First, the muscles in the lung cavity to better visualize the surgery. Then he calls the two confused priests. You too. He looks at the dark elf Singer and her too. Can you help me a little? She softly asked. Huh, what is going on? Seeing him like that, she thought to herself. Interesting indeed, a human possessing the knowledge of a high-level elf. Elf agrees, fine, I will help. Day muttered to herself that she was more cooperative than she thought. He replied, thank you for finding a spot before the stone. Day sees a large rock that fits well over there. This place is suitable. He raises his hand, and a blue light appears and radiates from his palm. Day thought for a moment and decided to use a bit of holy power to cut through the rock with his divine strength. The elf could not help but marvel. Flowers indeed. Then Day finally said, thank you. Could you help me find some? It has to be clean cloth, she replied softly. All right then. Then the boy's voice echoed loudly. What should we do? He turned to ask, you have never performed an autopsy on a person before, right? He nodded. Yes, that is right. You keep wondering, have you ever seen someone die before? The boy hesitated and replied, yes, I have seen it before, but Day interrupted at this point, saying that is enough. Follow my instructions when necessary. He quickly replied, I understand. Day pondered in his mind. A typical surgery involves cutting the fascia on both sides with at least one knowledgeable doctor. Usually, it requires an airway specialist, an anesthesiologist, and at least 2 assistants. You secretly worry, thinking about performing the surgery alone while giving detailed step-by-step instructions. Klong suppresses a sigh as Elf interrupts his thoughts with, I am here. She handed over a white cloth and said this is the best piece. He hesitated for a moment then said it is a bit small but let us try this one. Thank you. He cleared his throat, cleaned up, and soon Fenji was lying on that rock with a white cloth underneath his back. He told everyone, I am warning you, whatever I do not be surprised, just follow my instructions carefully, it can definitely be saved, Elf said coldly. You guys dare to speak quickly? Yes. Your Highness. He pondered, checked the anesthesia carefully, then a stream of purple mist enveloped Fenji, and he fell asleep. Jai carefully makes a horizontal incision across Fenji's body. He proceeds step by step with the surgical procedure, cutting through the subcutaneous tissue and muscles, which surprises the archer with a wide-open mouth. Focusing on Fenji, Jai thought to himself, using magic instead of an electrocautery device should be enough to control the bleeding. The muscle tissue he cut was now wide open. He was decisive without X-rays. There was no choice but to cut through the ribs. Then, he turned to them and said, all right, one of you, anyone, hold the incision open. You dare to panic and shout together. What do you mean? A boy with a cloth covering his face looks terrified and asks what you are saying. If we do that, the high priest will die. And the boy next to him, overwhelmed with fear, sheds a few tears. I can't do it. I really can't. Guy then worries. Each guy is very valuable. We do not have time to delay. Suddenly Elf stepped forward confidently and said I will do it. She arrogantly asked directly to hold and spread it out. Right. Jai froze and then asked her to be gentle with the area near the fog. Lift it up and spread it without touching the organs. She calmly replied, it is simple. Elf started helping him. Guy praised her. Well done, just like that. A little longer. You should control your strength, Elf coldly said. Got it. Jai focused on the surgery for Fenji, holding a scalpel and doing what was necessary. The lung is under strong pressure. We need to identify the lung opening first. Wait a moment. This is it. He looked into Fenji's lungs with surprise and confusion, silently wondering why. The residual energy in the lung is eroding the U-shaped area. His face shows clear signs of tension. Jai calmly addresses the issue. First, he must remove the residual energy from the body. Luckily, it is just a small amount. It is simple. Activate mana. Jai explains that pneumothorax occurs when there is a hole in the lung causing air to escape, leading to air accumulation in the pleural cavity. He carefully inserts a tube into Chief Priest Fenji's lung, so before closing the cavity, we need to reinflate the lung and drain any fluids present. The tube must be inserted upside down. Gay considers the effect of mana. Instead, if mana flows through the body, inside and out, the air will escape the lungs along with the residual energy. A look of joy spreads across Jai's face. All right. The lungs have expanded. Next, we need to perform the pyrodesis procedure. Suddenly he shouted, now. Bishop May. He was focused on watching him when he suddenly responded. Yes. Jai has accepted the reality. He orders them. Your holy power has recovered a bit. Heal him. After a while, the 2 bishops, exhausted, returned to report to him that they had no energy left. The healing spell is complete. Everyone celebrates and praises them. Reattaching the bones was difficult. But you managed to do it. I also did not forget to praise Elf. Oh, you also did very well. Yeah. But when he turned to look at Elf, she was nowhere to be seen. He wondered why. So she is gone already. He walks away feeling disappointed. I have not even properly thanked her yet. Over with the Elf. She is running away from here. She thought to herself that someone she knew, a high-level demoness, had saved a life with a strange technique. She marveled. It is very interesting. She just kept running fast and kept talking. There is a story to tell my husband now. Let us return to Bishop Fenji. At this moment, he let out a few faint sounds before slowly opening his eyes. The peaceful scene is broken by Fenji's awakening cry as he regains consciousness. Shoes approach and speak. You are awake now. Pastor Fenji thought he was about to jump up. Holy Lord, he spoke reverently. I apologize for my rudeness. Please forgive me. The simple Shoes responded. Why are you apologizing? Let us go. Maybe we won't be attacked by monsters anymore. But who would have known? He quickly said. Got it. I will inform everyone. The Shoes leave but do not forget to inform. So I will go ahead. The West remains on high alert. Hearing that, Fenji immediately understood. Yes. I will meet you in the city. He picked up that white fragment and wondered what had happened while I was unconscious. You dare to mumble. Bishop. Yes. He told the whole story. Fenji asked for details again. Saint Duck cut me off to save my life. Do you dare to answer? That Bishop? Yes. I truly do not understand. An ordinary person would definitely be dead by now. Fenji gently touched his back. You dare to care? Lord Fenji, is he alright? He wondered. I used to feel my heart tighten. But now I can breathe again. He looked to one side and quietly realized. I have received many blessings from the Holy One. Now head west of Mount Hafreen and report the situation in the south. The monsters without their leader were easily wiped out by the Holy Knights. And the final challenge has come to an end. In a room, a female voice echoes. Your Holiness, now I will report on the aftermath of Hero. Please respond quickly. Good. Keep reporting. Now standing before him are the elite guard teams of Tung, Zhang and Sojang. Solely said, yes. First, the anonymous family never interferes in any matters. There is very little information. The girl continues to report. The information is secretly stored at the Holy Kingdom Royal Library. Prius. The found documents have 3 main points. Those cursed by the original, their origins and locations. The followers listened to so. And moreover, they were formed as a result of an ancient war that lasted for centuries, created by the Saintess Prius. The Holy Maiden is directly connected to their origin. He wondered silently. It is a bit different from what he had heard. Then he opened his mouth and asked, so exactly where is it? The girl handed him a scroll and said, just take a look at this map. They both open it and look. The girl points to the map. Based on the information gathered, we determine the location is here. He is confused. This is Jaikome Moho, Jiwa Dado, Day of Lenting, Theo Nu Tam Band, Dung Leve. That is right, but the guy continued. At first the waves were too strong, making it hard to approach and chart the area, and when looking at nearby islands, there is a high chance there is also an island there. Jaikome sighed inwardly, thinking to himself, I thought it would be easy, but it turns out to be quite complicated. He thought to himself that being a backup for his hug in this world and being chosen as a saint is not something he can avoid, because he does not know how strong they are, so he needs to prepare in advance. At this moment, the plan is for Saintess Ariel to appear, and Lud asked him if he wanted her to come with him to that non-existent island of his hug. She coldly refused, but then immediately begged and pleaded. Please, beautiful woman of the Holy Nation, we need you. Ariel wondered if he truly needed help, and Day quickly replied, because they are followers of my hug, and something might happen that I cannot control. Ariel froze upon hearing him say that. So if I die, you will revive me? Ariel asked seriously. Do you really entrust your life to me? Do you trust me that much? Jai cheerfully and confidently said, of course I would not have asked you if I could not. I can't rely on anyone else for this. Ariel thought to herself, hearing him say that. How could I refuse any more? She reluctantly replied, fine, I will go with you. His eyes lit up as he asked carefully. No backing down now. Ariel wondered. More importantly, how he planned to explain this to the Holy Nation. Whether he had already come up with an excuse for both of them to be absent at the same time. Ji calmly replied, oh that. Actually the goddess has given us an omen, telling us to find the hero's successor and carry the will of the Holy Nation. Ji laughed and said, I will use the goddess's name as an excuse. And she immediately scolded. You liar, Ariel hurriedly said. How dare a saint use the goddess's name like that? He simply replied that it was for the sake of saving the Holy Nation. The goddess would understand. She sighed and said, fine. If it is for the benefit of the Holy Nation, they might overlook the delayed return of the army. I do not understand what you are saying. We did not bring any troops. Ariel shouted. We did not bring any troops. Then the two of them kept talking. What about the ship? We need a roll to go. Do you know what espionage is? You will find out when you go. Ariel shouted while holding his head. Why are not you preparing anything? Are you crazy? Ji calmly replied. Do not worry, just get ready for tomorrow. We need to leave early to be on time. Ji muttered to herself. We have to reach the place when the sea is the calmest. About 3 weeks. There is a shipping route, but it is already closed. There are huge waves. They will smash the ships into pieces. Ariel is confused. What do you mean by being closed off? Then she burst into loud tears. No. Ji could only sigh and say, all right. I will have the Holy Knight retreat first and rest. The next day on the ship, Ji excitedly asked softly, you are here. Are you ready? Ariel confused. Ready for what? She wondered. But more importantly, how do I get a ship? Gi forced a laugh. Haha, I have got this covered. Ariel was surprised. It is over. Everyone on the boat is nervous. Is not it too small? This size is best. Bigger ships are more easily hit by waves. While Ariel and Gi are still talking, the voices of the people on the boat chatter. I will control it with magic. It is okay. Do you know how to row? At this moment, Gi and So approached the two of them. The man spoke, asking for forgiveness. I know how to steer the boat. I will take everyone to safety. So coldly replied. Hello, Gi softly asked Ariel. Do you know these two members of the household? Specifically, the two of them. She smiled lightly and said, yes, 4 people are better than 2, even if submerged underwater. Gi exclaimed. Do not say it is bad luck, he spoke loudly. Rallying everyone, and the ship was already ready, Gi declared loudly. All right, let us set sail. This is the sacred will of the goddess Prius. Elsewhere, a voice rose up. In accordance with his will, right here and now, that man crossed his arms confidently and declared, the duel begins. Gale, fighting with a girl. Has spoke. You really want to kill me? Gale smiled softly and replied, if you want to survive, there is no other way. Gale continued to fight overwhelmingly against her. Has struggled to hold his ground, worried that he was going to lose. A cry rang out. Mist parted, revealing Has had driven his sword into Gale's heart. She shed tears, and he quickly said, I am very happy. Blood flows from his mouth, and he feels fulfilled if he can die at her hands. Soon after, she kneels to the ground, and Gale gradually disappears. Meanwhile, Gale and his team are searching for the hero's refuge. Unlike their worries before the trip, the sea road is very peaceful, and according to the map, they seem to be close to their destination on the second day of the journey. This made Ariel wonder a little. Did not you say the waves were very fierce? But they do not seem fierce. Just as calm as lake waves, Gale stared intently at the sea. Contemplating. It is not just calm. Both he and Gale Kiwong felt that something was strange. Doesn't Gale Kiwong look a bit odd? Gale Kong replied. Yes. It feels like something is off. Using magic on his eyes to see a bit further, he said. Should we try to look a little further? The sea ahead was slightly choppy but not too rough. Gale gazed into the distance, sweating and sighing, unable to see further. Even with magic enhancement it was useless. The other person exclaimed in surprise. The sound of your voice is echoing steadily. So what should we do? There is one way. What is that way? At this point, they decide to try to quickly wipe their way through. Ariel immediately raises her hand to stop them, shouting, no, are you annoyed? Do something with magic. We can't fly over, Gale helplessly replied. I can't. If I could I would have already. Should we freeze the sea? Let us do it, he immediately shouted. Freeze. The surrounding waters froze over. Ariel sighed. Enough to walk across. The sea is frozen. Impossible. But Ariel felt something was wrong and pointed at the waves ahead, shouting if the waves were this strong, we would have to go very fast, and the thin ice would be swept away and shattered over time. Then she raised her hand to her chin in thought and continued. We can't just abandon a supply-filled ship. The masked girl beside her also spoke, saying what if they go back to the mainland, make a plan, and then return? Suddenly, the sea started to swell violently, causing the ship to shake uncontrollably. Everyone was in a state of panic as someone hurried over to report that the Holy Lord, we can't steer the ship in these conditions. Jai shouted in anger, is this sea crazy? What just happened? Then he raised his hand to cast a spell and ordered everyone to hold on tight. We will get through this. Suddenly, an explosion rang out, and the boat was thrown into chaos. Ariel burst into tears, crying loudly, are we going to be okay? Is that okay? She wondered silently. So there is nothing marked on the map after all. Clenching their teeth and calculating silently, it is as if waves are firing at us with a barrage of cannon fire. Even with a magic shield, this can't last long. Suddenly, a wave surges high, and someone warns us. It is heading straight for us. At this moment, the two mysterious figures jump high and confidently say, leave it to us. Julk and the masked girl keep swinging their swords repeatedly. One person kept praising in awe. Amazing, truly a legend of the holy nation. Well done, the other replied. You are exaggerating. On the boat, the crew carefully checked the ropes. Everyone looked around cautiously. According to the map, that place should be right there. Can you see the island or something? Ariel stammered, sweating, and replied, I am still looking. The water is now flooding into the boat. She shouted, the boat is taking on water. The waves are still crashing. The yellow rope is rising. Damn it, we still have not found the island. For now, patch up the ship and pump out the water, she quickly replied. Understood. Then Ariel, panicked, opened her mouth and asked, listen, if the ship can no longer withstand it, we will proceed with the defense plan we discussed earlier. You want me to run across the ice? Day frowned and continued, there is no other choice. We have to use Ada's with all our strength, he silently calculated in his mind, turning the ship's bow to face forward. Then suddenly his eyes caught on something. Sam appeared, revealing an island, and he suspected it was an island. Then Day ordered everyone to pack their luggage. Casting a spell, the ice began to melt, and the group hurriedly fled. Day shouted, "Follow me." A light breath of gunpowder in the air. Now the two men, who look identical, stand there casually. One asks why we have to guard like this as if someone is about to arrive, and the other replies, "Exactly. Unless it is a corpse, no one can come here and survive." Suddenly a piercing scream rang out. The two men looked at each other in confusion. Day from afar ran over with a horrified expression, and they shouted, "Intruders!" The sky has returned to calm now. A person steps onto the sandy shore. Day, with a pale face, whispers in shock, "This land." Ariel behind, also not less scared, softly says, "Too fragile." Suddenly a scream rang out. "Hey you guys!" Two men stepped forward, one frowning to ask where they came from, the other more composed and continued, "No." More importantly, then he widened his eyes and asked how they got here. Ariel silently sweat and assessed such immense mana, truly powerful, until Day responded, "We came from the mainland." He calmly pointed at himself and explained that we were traveling by boat, but had to escape from the ship. The other man clenched his teeth and shouted, "Stop joking." He gritted his teeth with a fierce expression and demanded to know what their purpose was here. The other guy looked dazed and exclaimed, "Wait a minute, I smell something familiar around them." The two guys suddenly turned hostile. I could not believe it and asked in disbelief, "Is this real?" Day stood there puzzled, wondering what was wrong with these guys. "That is interesting," the other guy said with a bright smile. "You should have told me earlier, and when we get back to the base, give me more details." Then he suddenly drew his sword, glaring at Ariel's group and threatening them. "Who are the weakest ones? I will eliminate you right now." His expression turns fierce as he declares, "Don't expect to die in the land of heroes. I will dump your corpses in the sea." Ariel cries out in alarm, "What are you saying?" But an arm reaches out to shield her as Day explains, "They are traveling with me due to special circumstances. Please do not touch them." The two guys crossed their arms in thought. One spoke up, "All right then, if you say so," the other warned, "If anything's wrong, I won't overlook it." Day politely replied, "Thank you," and they kindly offered to lead the way. "All right then, let us go." "You really crossed that ocean?" "Huh," Day replied casually. "Yeah, or else I would be dead." The friend next to him rests his chin on his hand, looking across the ocean with admiration at how strong he is, while the other casually puts his arm around his shoulder and excitedly says, "This is so interesting. Tell us more about the outside world." But Day does not answer that question right away and changes the subject. "So where are we headed now?" The friend behind quickly ran ahead and pointed towards the distant land, excitedly introducing, "Of course, it is our territory. That is Sanha. We have arrived. Do you see that place?" Day was amazed when he saw the village before him and shouted in awe, "Oh, this is truly magnificent." Day walks on, thinking to himself that this place is well organized in many ways, when suddenly a voice from behind rings out, "What are you guys doing not standing guard?" Hael looks at them and teases with a smile, gossiping loudly. "So who is this kid?" The two friends suddenly exclaimed, "Elder." A friend immediately stepped forward and introduced him with a smile. "We were about to look for the lady, and this guy is related to us by blood. He said he is from across the ocean." She looked suspiciously at the evaluation string. "It sounds unreasonable. Enjoy." Hal suddenly realized there was a smell on the string. It really smelled like a demon now, but a little different. He frowned, annoyed, thinking, "Do I really smell that bad?" Meanwhile, his friend was still enthusiastically introducing him. "See, a clean and fresh scent. Always the addict's way." Hal thought for a moment, then ordered, "Come with me. We will talk inside my house. And you guys go back now." They immediately complained disappointedly, saying, "But we also want to talk to him." Hal did not speak with any doubt in her voice, saying that if you two do not come back, you will be punished. "Weren't you supposed to stand guard?" They then stood straight and replied, "Yes, we are coming back." After they left, she turned to Day and asked, "What is your name?" He hesitated before answering, "Day." Hale smiled happily and politely said to him, "All right, Day. Come with me. Nice to meet you. I am El." They walked to a wooden house, and she sighs in admiration while looking at him. "You look exactly like those two." After entering the house, "Hey El," overwhelmed with excitement, "surprises Day, you are the child of Sen and Allah, right?" He answered honestly without hiding, "Yes, that is right." Hale said softly with crossed arms, "As I thought, the child returning to the place where the parents fled from." "Interesting." The lady kept asking a series of questions. "So what are you doing here? Do not tell me your parents did not tell you about this place. You two are the kind who cause trouble and want to see everything with your own eyes." Day closed his eyes, and Negap hesitated, saying, "Well, if I said I was not curious, I would be lying." Day raised his head and added, surprising Hell with wide eyes. But I have a different reason, the lady asked curiously. Aunt, and Lee gently shared his own thoughts. I think it would be a real shame to waste the talents of many heroes here. Day stood up with determination in his eyes and firmly said, I will lead all the heroes out of here and turn everyone into true heroes. Hael suddenly burst out laughing. Spitting, she slapped the table and kept laughing loudly. Ha! You really are one of their own. So funny, she immediately became serious and, in a condescending tone, said, but that is an impossible task. Sanha has her own rules, creating a unified god according to the will of the god that is the destiny of our lineage. Hael must scoff, thinking no one will follow the words of a traitor's child. Do not dream about it. Leave this island as soon as possible. I only say this for your own good. Day ignored her mockery and softly repeated, the unified deity. Right. Hell seriously explains to you the customs here. Yes. Battles happen at specific times and after each one, a ritual is performed to get closer to the unified god. You arrived just in time. Now you are a perfect target for everyone. She stood up, her voice full of longing and concern. I am your mother. Those who have left and escaped this fate. If I let you die here, I won't be able to live with myself. She suddenly looked sad. Anyone close to your parents would do the same. All right. I have to go to make sure those two keep quiet. In the meantime, do not do anything to attract attention. After El leaves, he quietly thought, the law of stopping. Ho, if all the residents of this island are like Hael, then it won't be easy. Frustrated. He hesitated, wondering how to change their minds. Suddenly, there was a knocking at the window, and in surprise, the voice from outside asked, Can we talk for a moment? Confused, a voice from outside said, Someone is looking for me. He immediately stood up and asked loudly what was wrong, his voice trembling slightly as he hesitantly asked, You, from across the ocean. Right. The person's voice became more urgent as they pleaded, Please help me leave this island. The person outside hesitated to add, If not, even just a way to cross the sea would do. Feeling anxious. Please wait. Let me go out first. The girl outside introduced herself as Haz and shared her story. She lost her closest family members during the ceremony, so she began to resent her own lineage. Not only that, she said she was not the only one who hated the system on the island. A large number of the younger generation had started questioning the customs and rituals. Day sighed silently. So that was it. And suddenly, an idea crossed Day's mind. If that is the case, I think I can do this. A few hours later, the tired young residents were finally heading back home. They complained to each other. Today's training session was exhausting. Haha, if I do not do some work when I get back I will go crazy. Suddenly, a person wearing a cloth mask appears in front of them, leaving them stunned. That tiredly shouted, Why was I born on this stupid island? If I had been born outside everything would be better. The two young people looked at each other suspiciously, while the masked man continued shouting, Do we even need to leave? How can they make us live on this island for hundreds of years? I want to get out of here. The others are surprised to find out that it is not just us who think that. Yeah, you are also curious about the world outside the island. Inside the mask, Day is gleefully watching them be agitated, quietly smiling to himself. Good. Finally we think alike. Day quietly considers. If I subtly provoke the youth on this island and plant a desire for the outside world in their hearts, the later they are, the more they will suspect the rules here, then hate them. And Day's prediction was correct. Not only did Day disguise himself, but he also gave masks to Sojong and Jokjong so they could do the same. The disguise operation continues to unfold, and the masked person is increasingly frustrated. Living a fragile life here is truly a waste of youth. He speaks with a longing voice, saying he wants to go outside. Out there, where the tigers are, and I hear there is lots of delicious food. The rumors about the masked people spreading quickly in the small village on the island, with internal conflicts among the masks. How could they not do their jobs properly and give such a bad example? Not just one but 3 people openly spreading violations everywhere all the time. For the young people who have to train rigorously every day on the island, this is like a form of entertainment for them. Soon after, another group of bag-covered individuals appeared and started running everywhere. The burlap community is starting to form. Honestly, I want to leave this damn place too. Someone else agrees. You think so too? I feel the same. An excited person said. Ha ha ha. Let us all run outside. Someone else added. Forget about being a hero. I would rather become a merchant. In no time, the island turned into a hidden forum. Elsewhere, someone was furious, pounding their hand hard on the table. Why did this suddenly happen? The foreign masked men are spreading strange ideas all over the island. The old man questioned. Why did not you catch them immediately? He explained helplessly. Yes. Due to their actions, which are very unusual and too difficult to catch them. He hesitated to report that their numbers have suddenly increased and we can't capture them all. Over here, the 2 elders are quietly pondering. Could it be the plan of that kid? The old man up there is really furious. There must be a mastermind behind it all. Someone in the shadows stands up. He firmly said that if even the trainer-level people could not catch them, He would do it himself, the guy earlier shouted in panic. Huh, the elder will handle it himself. Methuk furrowed his brow in anger, saying this chaos in a sacred place deserves punishment. Let us go. Amidst the deserted forest, voices shouted excitedly. Let us escape together. I wonder what kind of heroes the others are. Standing aside, So briefly thought to himself that this should be enough, they would act soon. The girl quietly believed that Master Jiakai had probably gone ahead to escort the Holy Sun, and he would handle everything else before joining them. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared from afar, rushing straight toward the girl, but luckily she managed to dodge and escape death in time. His master, sensing the situation, quickly shifted to a defensive stance. He arrived faster than expected and found a hiding spot. This guy is very strong. Right now he is brimming with murderous intent, speaking out loud. Well, that is all. I am still curious to see how powerful he really is. But there was nothing to see. Just as his words finished, So hesitated to counterattack, unable to read the trajectory of the sword. But before the girl could think too much, a sudden strike suddenly aimed straight at her hand. Met over here as threatening and invading the hero's land is a crime that cannot be forgiven. He temporarily believed that the person would turn green here. Just as a series of deadly strikes were flying towards her, a group suddenly appeared to intercept them. They hesitated for a moment, then asked if she was okay, and she was momentarily stunned, wondering why they were helping her. Without hesitation, the masked group firmly declared that masked brothers must help each other. Even the elders would not recognize who we are, so if you want to resist, this is your only chance. Seeing that, Matt on the side chuckled for a moment, then shook his head. You really know how to joke. I will tear off your masks after I catch you. But the masked men remained resolute. Not so easy, even though we share the same lineage. Before they could finish speaking, Matt stepped forward quickly. Do you know how many holidays I have taken so far? At this point, he immediately drew his sword and swung it straight at the crowd. Faced with this situation, the group hesitated for a moment, then awkwardly laughed and expressed their surprise. Ha! Fighting the elder is still too much for you. Run ahead first, but to the others. Matt once again hardened his face and said, Not for you kids. Anyone who opposes the leaders will be executed here. He said with a sinister grin. A sudden large explosion erupted, accompanied by a familiar voice saying that he truly wanted to kill his own kin. It was Day, and at this moment Trach looked genuinely annoyed indeed. Cruel person. Don't even think about touching my teammate. This is your final warning. Hearing that, Matt suddenly burst out laughing in surprise. Oh, so it is you. Not bad. You have killed so many people to gain that power. In response, Day simply said no one. He immediately declared that he did not want to become stronger by killing people. But before those words, Matt was suddenly provoked into rage, shouting loudly, No one. This is nonsense. Even with divine blessings, humans are still humans, and necessary sacrifices are needed to surpass that lower realm. In response, Dai sneered openly. If you only grow stronger by sacrificing others, then your power is limited to that. Once again, Matt stubbornly refused to believe that a child of someone abandoned could possess such strength. In response, Day also felt helpless. He sighed resignedly, saying, You are so easygoing. If we have met, why have not you taken me away yet? Isn't it true you have many things you want to ask me? Hearing that, Matt immediately furrowed his brow and lowered his voice. Fine. Follow me. At that moment, Day suddenly spoke up. Wait a moment. Then he immediately carefully advised, So, you have done well. Remember to treat the wounds carefully. Hearing this, So did not say much but obediently listened. Yes, it is entirely my fault. Seeing that, Day, once again serious and firm, confirmed that she had done her best and knows what to do next. Once the decision was made, So simply responded, Yes. Seeing that, Day directly urged impatiently, What are you waiting for? Let us go now. After saying that, he suddenly looked uncomfortable and said, Don't bite the person anymore. Come here. Come here. A moment later, the scene shifts to a house in the middle of a deserted forest. Seeing Day's cold face in front of him, Matt immediately thought with confusion. Clearly the person really wants to die. Unable to hold back, he quickly questioned, What is the meaning of this chaos? In response to that, Day quickly looked annoyed and said, Of course, to get everyone out. Then Matt continued to ask, Us, what exactly is your plan outside? Without hesitation, Day lowered his voice and said, To save the people. Is that okay? This instantly hit Matt's pride. He was so furious he almost lost his mind. As you have no far-sighted vision, only chasing after trivial problems right in front of you, truly still young and inexperienced. In response to this, Day immediately sneered with contempt and provoked. So the grand plan is to live peacefully, stuck on this island like tamed livestock. Even animals know how to escape when not confined. Hearing that, Matt could not help but scold loudly. Truly a reckless kid, praising someone for having the guts to go this far. In response, he immediately straightened his face and affirmed, But the person needs to understand the difference between bravery and stupidity. Otherwise, You will pay with your life. To this, Jay scoffs, saying, I do not just know how to defend. Want to test me? Stand back. Hael suddenly appeared and calmly said, just keep fighting and hitting whatever you can. Then she immediately questioned, do you really believe you can get us out of here without hesitation? Day, full of confidence, replied, it may be difficult, but we have to try to find out. Unable to do otherwise, Hel also reluctantly agreed, fine. Before making a decision, let me ask one thing. Your reason for wanting to get us out is because of the war. No need for many words. At this moment I simply state that it is not about exploiting power. What I need is the ability to learn from the hero's lineage. Above all, my greatest wish is to save everyone from this cruel island. Metz roared loudly in an instant. You bastard. He stubbornly believes that our fate is sacred, appointed by the goddess herself. Who are you to insult that? But before Metz could finish speaking, Day immediately interrupted, because even if one person sacrifices for tens of thousands, those tens of thousands are still for one, and one is everything. Killing quickly and death, even when hundreds become one, ultimately mean nothing. The difference between the leader and the last is just dust. The past cannot control the future, and the future cannot change the past. Trying to determine who is superior is just a foolish and aggressive act. Look, it is like the abilities of the two are one, and one is from the two. Hearing this, the two of them were instantly stunned and puzzled, wondering if this was the holy scripture of the goddess Prius. In response, Jai immediately confirmed that this statement was condemning the entire way of life of those people. This statement immediately enraged those around him, shouting and cursing, how dare you? Who do you think you are, to quote scripture to overthrow the hierarchy? Once again, Jai sternly emphasized that fighting others, taking their strength and lives, is that truly the will of the gods. At this point, he suddenly unleashed his power, causing everyone around to be stunned in shock. This power, divine force, is a replacement. Jai once again firmly declares that this is wrong and it is time for change. Without further words, he exudes a fierce aura, claiming in the name of the goddess Gale, as a saint, to convey the goddess's will to those who are blessed. The family must halt the ongoing ceremony and everyone must leave the island. As he spoke, he looked sternly at the people around him. Jai quickly stepped forward and emphasized, Holy Maiden, the time the saint mentioned is near. At the same moment, bright light flashed rapidly, enveloping the entire house. A girl in the crowd looked shocked. Ben hesitated. Well, I am ready, but what exactly are you guys planning to do? From afar, a person unable to hide their horror stepped forward. Holy Maiden, this is the Holy Lord's possession. Indeed, the two powerless homosexuals think it is time to leave. Meanwhile, Jai's expression hardens as he thinks. Finally begins. The woman looked in disbelief and asked, so what does that mean? You say you are a saint. The questions kept coming rapidly. Even though your holy magic power can't be fake, I do not believe this is the divine will. Jai narrowed his eyes, speaking seriously, warning that this ends here, and if the goddess is mentioned, he will carry out her will, even if it means using force, because that is the sacred and noble will of the goddess. But in his mind, he thought of two words, lies. The people around began to back down, so this matter needs to be carefully considered after a detailed discussion. Hael explained that yes, we should not disturb the elder in seclusion, but he did not care and immediately walked past him. A sense of unease envelopes G. No one has seen him in 3 years. Something's wrong. He unleashes mana, transforming into a sword and slashing through the stone in front of everyone's shock. They panic, everyone rushing to stop them, some trying to do something, others forbidding it. Jai shouted loudly, his face more tense than ever. He thought that even with enough food and water, a person confined for 3 years could never be okay. Inside the stone, there is a body slumped on the ground with long silver hair, and someone is shouting loudly, an elder. The people present begin to panic. Elder, elder. Enough already. Jai looks worried. What you predicted has come true, just as you expected. You knew this would happen. Someone spoke up, saying, are not you a saint? What are you doing? Hurry and heal him. Med also agreed. Yes. We have many people to help. Why do you keep only touching him? He calmly said. You fools. His next words seemed to touch their pride. Do you think saints are omnipotent? What do you know? You have been stuck on this island for too long. Even the bishops have to ask about the patient's condition. Do you think healing can be done just with holy magic alone? Day threatened them, looking very annoyed. I should stop and do nothing. Right, those people almost do not know how to respond anymore. Hael raised her hand gently, instructing the others to stay calm and speaking softly. Day, we acted impulsively. The elder's health is critical. We only care about the elder. So our words were thoughtless. She explained calmly that, as you said, we only live here so we do not understand how the priests outside treat patients. So please forgive our ignorance. Day still felt a bit angry, as some people often talk nonsense but never apologize for it. Then he looked at Ael's friendly face. Did not want to push further. And besides, He was not sure if it was because Hael was very close to his parents, but she reminded him of his mother, so he could not say anything more, and she was very kind-hearted too. After some hesitation, Day made his final decision. Since Hael said so, I will check a little more and report back to you all. She immediately thanked him. He cast a holy spell on the elder, and nothing unusual happened. He is not sleeping. So as expected, Day has identified the source of the problem, the mana channels. Then he calmly said, we can treat him after we find the cause. Hael exclaimed in relief. Really? Day confirms yes. Alright, but please cordon off the area where I am treating him and do not let anyone approach. He orders, keeping all others outside. This will take a few days. Hael nodded in agreement. All right, I will do that, but there is still one uncooperative person. Auntie, this is unreasonable. We will stay here to supervise everything. Her face darkened, and she firmly said, please go outside. Feeling helpless, she shouted loudly as she left the cave, insisting that he must be cured. Day softly said, Hael, I need to ask you for a favor. His face was very serious, and no matter what happens, do not interrupt unless you want the three of us to die together. Outside, the others are still panicking. Is this really okay? A day has already passed. One after another, they express doubt about Day's abilities. Even though he is a saint, but how can we hand over the elder to an outsider? The girl beside her reassured. It will be fine because Elder Hael is there with him. Met insisted that no, I can't just sit back and watch this. I will personally look into it. Inside the cave, Hael suddenly exclaimed that the mana channels were twisted 15 times. Day nodded and confirmed that yes, they were all tangled in a complex way. However, we only need to untangle them one by one. She said, but that is impossible. There is no way to break the mana channels and restore them. He smiled softly, his face full of confidence. Do not worry, I can do it. This is not something impossible to fix. Moreover, I have repaired things much worse before. After finishing speaking, he began channeling mana into the elder's body. Hael watched from outside, with a face half skeptical and half amazed. And for now, we can only rely entirely on luck. But I feel the elder's soul is returning. Could the twisted mana channels really be untangled? That is an incredible technique. From afar, Matt's voice echoes, startling her. How is everything going? He had entered the cave without me noticing. I came to check because I was worried. How is the elder doing? Hael asked angrily. Why did you come here? According to Than Nan, the mana channels are twisted. He was very surprised. What? Matt shouted. If the twisted mana channels are such a serious issue, should not we hold a council of elders before or after? You really do not think things through. Elder El, she felt uncomfortable and quietly reminded him to speak softly. As the elders were focusing on the treatment, she reassures him that this boy seems to understand mana quite well, at least better than us. But Matt does not catch a single word and does not need further explanation. He rushes past El, causing her to miss her chance to intervene, and Elder Matt continues to wipe his hands. Step aside. The Council of Elders will take over from here. One of his hands touches Day's body, and the pain spreads throughout him, causing him to cough up blood. His name is called loudly, Day. Hael immediately rushes to support him, anxiously asking if he is okay. Wake up. He thinks to himself, that bastard finally caused trouble. Blood began to flow from Day's eyes, nose, and mouth. Injecting mana directly into an elder's mana pathways is an incredibly delicate act, requiring intense focus. The powerful surge caused by a momentary lapse in concentration due to outside interference has had a major impact on Day. The same thing happened to the elder's body, and the aftermath of the collision also affected him. Matt was still like a madman, shouting wildly, You bastard. Not only did you dare to touch the elder's mana veins, and if you dare to do anything to him, you will not be forgiven. Then Day sighed again. Say whatever you want, no matter what you say or do. He reached out a hand to touch the elder's body to transfer the remaining mana. The healing was done. He had lost his mind. That bastard. If not now, I would never be able to kill that monster. Then, Matt drew his sword, seeing him as a burden to the flow. I had to take advantage of his weakness. He quickly charged forward, stabbing Day through the chest, blood splattering everywhere, and he died. Faced with that scene, both of his sides were bloodless. Matt smiled triumphantly, thinking he had achieved a great victory. Day wavered. The injuries from earlier and a sword wound through the chest were too much for him to bear. El frantically called his name, Day. Earlier, Iriel asked Day if she only needed to stay here, and he replied, For now just rest comfortably. Then she wondered what happens afterward. Day smiled and replied, In about 2 days, when I unleash my power, come to me. For now, inside the forest, Iriel is walking with Day of Yom, and the others. She said that the divine power I just sensed from Day. Dea quickly added, Yes, just a little faster. Iriel worriedly thought, since it is Day, probably won't be anything serious. Right, then he said, They are over there, when suddenly a voice rang out, Stop. A man appeared with a sword in hand. coldly saying, "Intruders so bold as to come to the center. Are you here to seek death?" Ariel calmly reminded. "Young, those are quite skilled swordmasters," Daeok suggested. "Holy saint. Meanwhile I will hold them back." Before he could finish, Has appeared out of nowhere and quickly drew his sword. She swings her sword at the enemy. "I will hold them here. Go quickly." The opponent, seeing her, asks Has what is going on. "Are you planning to fight the core? Do you know what the consequences will be if you do that?" Has shouted loudly. "I do not care as long as I can break this cursed fate." She clenched the sword in her hand, her tone resolute. "This is Glen I inherited, and the will of all those who sacrifice themselves in despair." Then she told Ariel everyone. "Go quickly." She turned to Jeok and Aang. "Let us go." They nodded and followed her. Inside the tunnel, Hell was calling him, "Day. Wake up, Day." And then she turned to Matt and asked loudly, "Matt, are you crazy? Are you seeking revenge and forgiveness at the same time?" He immediately said, "Or maybe you are the one who is crazy, Hale, even if he shares the same bloodline. How can you entrust the safety of the leader to the son of a traitor like him? I will bring you to be judged at the Central Council immediately. You can't escape the consequences." Hearing those words, Hal's fury erupted. How dare he say such unreasonable things? She lunges, striking at Matt, declaring he is no longer family and that she will crush him. He barely parries, inwardly acknowledging her unexpected strength. "No, if this keeps up, my power will be drained away. I have to run now." Just then, someone from afar called his name, "Day." A loud noise echoes as a stone wall in the cave collapses from outside. Ariel and Geo quickly appear. She anxiously calls out, "Are you okay? We are here." Hale ponders. They are. Day. The thing that caught their eyes was Day lying on the ground with a large bloodstain on his back. Ariel anxiously asks, "How long has he been in this state?" Hale replies, "I think it has been about 3 minutes." She steps forward, takes his wrist. "That is enough." Ariel hurriedly used holy power to heal Day, and she was a bit surprised. A huge wave of divine energy. Hell stared intently at Ariel and thought, "This child does not seem to be an ordinary saint." His golden holy power illuminates the entire cave as she recites the spell of rebirth. Day's reverse penetrating sword wound is slowly healing. After healing her, Ariel softly called, "Day. Wake up." He slowly opened his eyes and sat up. She asked happily, "I am not late, right?" He chuckled and replied, "You arrived just in time." Then Day looked at Hale and asked, "Wait a minute, where is the guy who was going to kill me? His face does not look so good. He probably ran away when your friend came in. Do you remember when the waterway was blocked? Please resolve it quickly." Day finished, then looked back at the elder and gave his face a hard slap. "Hey, old man. Wake up." Day kept urging him to wake up quickly. "Do not sleep anymore." Hell watched the scene in panic and shouted, "Day. It seems like he is already awake. Do not hit him anymore." Then, the elder with swollen cheeks sat up. She approached and asked the chief, "Are you okay?" He asked, "Is that you, Hale?" He said he thought he would not be able to wake up again. "Did someone change my mana pathway into a new one?" Hale pointed to the shoes and introduced. "Chief, let me introduce. These are the shoes." The mage wondered, Did you save me? I just touched your mana pathway a little. By the way, I want to share my thoughts. There is no way someone like you could lack the ability to control mana. So why are you in this state?" He spoke softly. "I understand, but now is not the time for this. Hale, can you handle the council meeting?" Hale was a bit confused. "The Council of Elders meeting," Heofap explained. "The reason I came here alone is not for training." She asked again, "If not for training, then what is it?" He replied, "I can't reveal the truth to the Council of Elders." Hale was surprised. "Really? How could a strong magic circle like that drawn with our ancestors' ancient magic collapse?" Heofap said that he also doubted it. He remembered coming here, so I came to check the core and discovered that the magic circle had been damaged. And I had been harmed as well. I said I had to repair it quickly without anyone knowing, so I came here to train in seclusion, but it turned out to be a trap. As soon as I connected my mana pathway to the magic circle to restore it, an unusual force began to invade my vitality. It felt very dark and corrupt. Hearing this, I pondered, could it be the dark and evil sensation? I circulated my mana throughout my body to push back that energy, and during the process, my mana pathway became twisted. He guessed that the ocean outside was not always so fierce. Even a few hundred years ago, it was a calm sea, but gradually became more violent. And a few years ago, after I sensed something strange, it turned chaotic to the point where ships could not set sail. A dark, bloody scene briefly appeared in his mind. And I think that was when the true collapse of the magic circle began, a scene that could cause chaos. And it is a vision of me. The station and the magic array must have predicted this situation, planning to make me, the pig mage leader, sink the island into the stormy sea and turn everyone into corpses. After hearing the story, the two pigs hurriedly spoke out. "It is ridiculous. Who would dare do such a thing?" The magic pig also seemed a bit helpless. "That is right. There are many suspicious things," Bao Tutin said. His tone became very serious. Everyone needs to leave this island immediately. On the other side, Mad was hiding deep inside the forest. Damn it, when did Helio become so strong? He thought to himself as he walked, and that kid also has incredible power. He could become a threat to the island. So it is a good thing I killed him. A surge of mana appears and surrounds Mad, making it inevitable that he becomes Helio's enemy. Still, convincing the other elders is the most urgent task right now, as soon as I return. Right, feeling the powerful flow of mana, he rejoiced at this immense strength. Yes! Has the power of the last person he killed been absorbed? A large amount of mana began to merge into his body. The power is so immense that the surrounding small rocks shattered. Mad marvels. Truly an incredible strength. Indeed a blessing from the goddess. He ponders that with this power, no one on the island can stand against him if he consumes everything like this. A terrifying thought begins to take root and grow in his mind. He will become the only god. A few days later, at sunset, everyone by the coast was building a large boat together. Sir Saint, where should I put this? Hey, Holy One, people keep calling you every now and then. Holy One, please calm down. Take it slow. I need to direct each person one by one. Wait a moment. So, 4 days have passed since the chief was saved, and after receiving information from the ancestors, the chief, the leader of the tribe, has carried out the migration plan under his management. Everyone worked on the most important task of building a boat, but he realized that even with protective magic, it could not hold all the people and belongings as large as a mountain. When others heard this, they all cried, so they only built a boat enough to carry people and essentials. However, some people disagreed with the plan, stubbornly insisting they would stay on the island even if it sank because they worshipped the two goddess sisters and considered their words as commands they could not disobey. As soon as the goddess gives the order, they are willing to die without hesitation, or even kill all the others, lost in frantic thoughts. They are not humans, but wild beasts. Iriel approached from afar and asked, "Oh, you have already built a boat so quickly?" She looked at the boat in front of her and praised, "That is impressive. Whoa. They worked really hard. Now all that is left is to reinforce it with magic. Amazing. And by the way, about that guy who ran away, Iriel is frustrated with Mets. He hid so well that even the elite troops can't find him," she exclaims. "How so? That is strange. Tram too. Even though we know he is not weak, at least our troops should have seen some traces he left behind." Iriel added, "One more thing, the water supply is about to collapse." I already nodded and no, we will leave here in at most 2 days. She said, "Okay, I will inform the soldiers." Then she asked, "But are we just going to leave those who do not want to go behind?" He helplessly replied that the clan leader said he would try to persuade them, but he did not think they would listen. Iriel also felt discouraged, saying they would rather die than leave, and I could not force them to go either. Just let them be. You, in the mood to tease. How could a saint say such things? Just then, a loud sound echoed, and Iriel and Gale both turned to look in the direction of the noise. She wondered what was happening. What that sound was, I am just as curious. Wait, is the mana surrounding the island surging wildly? And has the formation already collapsed? How could it suddenly collapse? Gale immediately runs toward the source of the sound. I can't just stand here and watch. I will check the formation. Elsewhere, a round crystal shard has fallen and shattered, and everyone is asking rapidly, "Chief, what are you doing?" "That is the relic of our ancestors." Heofap asked back, "Is not my choice still unclear?" And a woman stood up to question, "Are you planning to destroy the magic core? It was left by the advancing person who directly received the blessing from Rias. Do you know how important it is? Are you crazy?" He ordered in a loud voice, "I told you 3 years ago this core could no longer withstand it, and that this island would surely sink someday." The others started to panic again. "It is ridiculous. You are lying. Why would the mana core suddenly malfunction?" He replied, "I do not know." Heofap continued, "But I know that the goddess does not want this island to sink. Follow me. I will lead you to a safer place to settle down." Right now, Med appears and shouts, "Do not let him deceive you. The clan leader betrayed us and joined the Holy Emperor's empire, causing chaos." Someone asks, "Med." Whispers spread again, joining the Holy Emperor's cause. "Chief, the elders are right. Are not they? Did you really betray us?" He keeps fueling the fire. "That is right. He was the one who destroyed the formation, causing the island to sink. Everyone must die. Then he will absorb the power in exchange for our blood and bones stored in the demon core. That is your true goal, is not it?" Heofap calmly said, "Med, you have changed so much since we parted ways." Med said, "It is because I killed and absorbed the power of your accomplices." His tone was extremely confident. "I do not know how he is still alive, but it does not matter. I will kill him again because I have absorbed his power and I will definitely be stronger than him." Med declared firmly, "I will deal with your traitor first." Heofap quickly said, "I do not know why you misunderstood me, but I do not want to fight you. We still have time to sit down and talk." But before he could finish speaking, those people pointed their swords and surrounded him. He shouted, "All right then, This is your choice, is not it? Gi and Ariel are quickly heading to where everyone is gathered. He said he would try to persuade them. But what on earth is he doing? Suddenly a blue light from the mana shone on his face. Then a loud explosion erupted, causing the gathering to blow apart. Gi immediately ran over, opened the door, and shouted loudly. Elder Chief, inside the room, bodies lay scattered across the floor, and a figure emerged from the smoke in the distance. Look who it is. Med turned and grinned, saying, I was just about to come find you. Looks like you have saved me the trouble, Gi exclaimed in panic. Are you the one? He replied, Do not you recognize me, you little brat? You have quite an impressive amount of power. He burst into laughter, mana pouring out wildly. But your attention was drawn to the mana sword he was holding. Is that your aura sword? Gi thought for a moment and, in that brief instant, Fuaklan exchanged skills. Heofap approached, standing in front of him and saying, Holy Saint, this place is very dangerous. He asked, Old Chief, what just happened? He replied that it was when I destroyed the mana core to convince those people. Med appeared and falsely accused me of betraying the island, while those people were lured into my trap by his deceptive words, and he took action to eliminate everyone. With that strange power, after the pig mage withdrew his words, Med no longer bothered to hide. That is right, but it is okay because both of them will end up like us. Then he gave his advice. I think we should avoid fighting him now, but the wire disagrees and says it is not right. No, I have to do it. Seeing you getting closer to him, the mage called out, Saint, you do not care, and asked, Hamed, is your mana chaotic? Med replied, Yeah, I need some time to get used to it. I feel like my body is about to explode from all this mana. You ask further, are not you planning to use that power for good? The arrogant man replies, Of course, we were born to do good. Day stared in shock, secretly wondering to himself that he knew about Bilo Village. They say they can only absorb abilities, but it seems he has already gained all my memories. He wondered, does he know? Then he called out, Hey, Day. Ask him, does he know what Psi is? Med, confused, scratched his head and asked back, What? Wait a minute. What? He shouted, What the hell are you talking about? And I quickly moved closer to him and said, You can only remember the memories after I remind you. So maybe it will take enough time for you to retrieve all my memories. Med suddenly asked again, What do you mean this power is not all of you? Day replied, Probably. It is because of my mana. I clenched his neck and started using mana. Do you think it is just natural to spend this much time talking to you? While talking to him, I checked to see how much mana he could actually hold. The enormous mana surrounding the two of them, no matter how special his body is, still has its limits. If he keeps stubbornly forcing more mana in, it will wear out and leak out. Med panicked and shouted, You little bastard. What do you want to do? No way. Jai admitted exactly what he was thinking. Yes, it is overload of mana. A bright blue mana shimmered, forming a spherical shape before it exploded, causing the surroundings to ripple with energy, and a long mana stream extended from the ground upward. Finally, Med was expelled, and Xai took a breath. He senses the flow of mana within his body. It is Med's. Can I absorb it? The memories of that guy flood into his mind. Wait. These memories. Jai quickly glanced at Heofap standing behind him, recalling the memories of the clan. The bum was stretched tight by the wind and suddenly roared, then quickly lowered, and immediately responded. Understood. The observer quickly reports that the wind is too strong and the bum will tear soon. Jai immediately turns around and gives the order. It is okay. Use magic to bring down the bum behind the boat too. Quickly, the sea is stormy and turbulent, but the large ship remains sturdy and steady, though the core of the FAP magic ring has been destroyed by the clan leader, causing the waves around the island to grow even fiercer. But the boat is now stronger than ever thanks to everyone's efforts. Jai raises his hand, an orange light appears, and he begins to chant, Old Master. Old Master. The boat lifts off from the water and hovers in the air surrounded by a purple glow of magic energy as he gestures with his hand to instruct the others. All right, everyone, hold on tight or you will fall, a young man with brown hair shouted nervously. Holy Saint, this was not in the plan. A loud explosion sounded as the boat immediately sped away quickly. Shooting forward, the boat in midair disappears at an extremely fast speed, causing everyone on board to vomit from the turbulence, as it tried every seemingly impossible method to navigate through the whirlpool of the sea in the blink of an eye. A few days later, everyone on the boat was surprised, touched, or cheered with joy. Finally, in the darkness, a city appeared before them. That city, we finally arrived at the port, so this is the outside world. Looking at the city before her, Uriel could not hide her joy. After everything, we finally got everyone out. He looked at her for a moment and smiled. Thanks to her, things went much more smoothly. Thanks. Uriel, with a mischievous smile, replied, Huh, are you just talking nonsense? Next time you come back, Treat me to a meal with meat for the dog. Remember that guy with purple hair? GI. Then he burst into laughter and said, haha, of course I will treat ditch. Suddenly someone called out to him. Just a moment to call that person by name. Has places his hand on his chest and smiles. Thank you for taking us out. And thank you as well. Saintess. Looking at the shimmering city before her, Haz's voice echoes steadily. We have left the island and arrived here. I think everyone's abilities are seemingly limitless. Even though I do not know what your goal is in bringing us here. She crosses her arms, winks, and gives a mischievous smile. But it definitely won't be bad. Right? He closed his eyes and forced a smile. Hee. Of course, just wait and see. Suddenly a scream rang out. Stop. Everyone on the boat was surprised, their eyes wide with amazement. A soldier with a weapon and a fierce face shouted that the boat was not allowed to dock without a permit. Turn back now. Below, there are only the sounds of soldiers scolding. Why are so many of these lowlifes gathered here? Damn it. How many of them are there in total? A young man on the ship looks worried. What should we do now? They are chasing us. I can't hold back my anger and rush out. Do we have to use force as soon as we arrive? Jai quickly intervenes. Take it easy. I will handle it. The soldier jumped down from the ship and asked the guards where I should go to get a permit. The soldier looked surprised. He just jumped down from that height. His voice was full of contempt. The passport for the western port can only be issued by the Prius authority. If you think there is a separate reception area, you are mistaken. He then takes out a silver card with a cross engraved on it and says, Really? Then you can tell my report that we will be flooding the port again. Here, the soldier questions. What is that? The soldier looked at the card with a face full of panic. This is Bishop Fancy's silver seal. Today, contact the temple. Hurry up. In a moment, the soldiers hurriedly saluted in front of him. Oh my God! Holy Father, please forgive our disrespect. The voice is steady. It is okay. Can I go now? The soldier respectfully clasped his hands together. Please wait a moment. We will escort you to your accommodation. Suddenly surprised. What are you guys doing? The soldier reports that Bishop Fancy specifically requested to be served with the utmost care before we escort him. Jai is curious. Bishop Fancy. Iriel chuckled softly. Maybe that person wants to repay him. He laughs heartily. When someone shows kindness, refusing it would be truly rude. The tables are full of food and extremely crowded. Everyone clinks their glasses. Iriel happily raises her beer and smiles brightly. Inside the large building, the chatter is lively. Thank you for guiding us here. Saint Duck, I am glad everyone was able to enter smoothly. Jai asks Helfap how it feels to leave that tiny island. Helfap smiles. Aha, it seems everyone is still having a hard time adjusting. Jai understands. Yeah, someone unfamiliar with the way of life here would obviously see it that way, but do not worry. Really, so tell me about this place. Jay smiles and strokes his chin. No matter what you can do, what I care about is medicine. Everyone in this world needs it. I will teach everyone how to understand it. Helfap is surprised. Medical art. Why do not we use magic? Quick answer. People usually think that way, but magic is not entirely beneficial for everyone. Out of 10 dolls, 1 wears a magic hat. According to the theory, only 1 in 10 can use magic. The rest, if lucky, have to rely on the sanctuary's priest to treat their wounds or pay for healing magic. A man holding his young child with tears still on his face, but the cost of healing magic is about 30 silver coins. Basically, that is about a month's expenses for ordinary people. Common folk can't afford to pay that much. Helfap folded his arms and listened silently to Jai's words. With his ability to absorb everything, you can study medicine and become a healer soon, then pass on your knowledge to others. If we do this, we can build a world where everyone receives medical care. That is my goal. Helfap praises the person in front of him. You are very smart. No wonder they chose you to become the Holy Saint. A large academy with a vast courtyard. In the future, people will learn medicine there. In a place called the Academy. The Academy is located in the eastern part of the continent. To get there, you have to travel by boat. It takes about 2 weeks. Iriel's group happily eats and plays together during that time. Day is also from a noble family, so that should be enough time. Helfap chuckled. I understand what you want to do now. I will inform the clan members. In the future, we will need your help more often. Day replied, I am the one who needs your support. Thank you for understanding me. There is one more thing. Day hesitated with wide eyes. On the way to the academy, I will pass by Celia, my hometown and where my family is living. Helfap looked serious at Day's question. Is it okay that I did not visit my mother? Looking at Day's face. Helfap spoke. I see. You inherited Matt's memories. He clenched his eyes tightly. So maybe you already know I am not a good father. He added one more thing that left Day speechless. And I never thought I could endure your stupid face. He clenched his hand. Meeting again in this situation feels a bit strange to me, but for now, I think I need more time. Day widened his eyes at hearing the words from the person opposite him. Moreover, even if they do not meet, she is probably still living well. You are also the one who raised a good child. Right, Day winks playfully. There is still plenty of time for Dad. But one thing is certain, Day's voice is full of sincerity. In the way I understand Mother, she will want to see him. Helfap hesitated. I am not sure. Day smiled brightly. I am sure. Just let me know when you are ready. Grandfather. Helfap silently looked at the person opposite him. The two of them looked up at the night sky as Helfap spoke. The team and their allies head towards the Holy Land. Everyone stands before a massive fortress. About 200 people with heroic bloodline gather as night falls, and a voice echoes through the vast building. Greetings, Your Holiness. At Clius, the voice was full of respect. I apologize for reporting immediately after your return. Surprised, huh? What happened? Clios recalls what just occurred. When she cooperated with Hong, there were many things to report, starting with the task you ordered me to do. Under your orders, I cooperated with Hong Yi to eliminate the decayed noble families. But during the process, we suffered significant losses. Day let out a roar. Roar. That is a big deal. So, Clios' words made Day open his eyes wide and gape. I used the Belcroix family's assets for this personal matter. I feel ashamed for doing things you did not command. Thumbs up to Clios. She smiled brightly. There is nothing to be ashamed of. You did very well. I am proud of you. Just as expected, you are the ideal Duchess for Belcroix. At Clius, she felt shy when receiving the compliment. I was truly embarrassed to hear it. Through the window, you can see the warm yellow lights inside. Clius suddenly remembers. And also, Your Holiness, regarding the people you brought with you. Yes. Those people. Tiger. Clius stroked his chin thoughtfully. I see. The blood of a hero. That is surprising, but I think we need to be careful. Tiger. Probably. Clios' words make the evil chain behind seem like 1,000 swords. That is right. It is no exaggeration to say that the current Holy Father's influence is the strongest in the Holy Nation, at least as a swordsman. And this is like carrying your army of the noble class with you. She continued analyzing. Even without this issue, the power of the noble clans in politics has significantly weakened because of your Holiness, so he will be considered a major threat to them. I guess they will try to control this. We are just carrying doctors. Feeling tired of this. At Clius, I remembered something. Oh, I also have a report related to that. Daisy is curious. What is going on? Remembering the image of Lich Chluck holding the list of new students at Clios in the report. Recently, the remaining capacity of the medical academy is only 10 people. The academy is very popular right now, so enrolling 200 people at this moment is impossible. Clius proposed a solution that might resolve this issue by purchasing some nearby private land from merchants and expanding the medical academy. Day excitedly points. That is great. Let us get started. So Day begins buying nearby land and abandoned buildings around the academy. That rope is seen in Clios handing over the scrolls to the merchants. And even those who initially refused to sell agree after hearing the high prices he offers. The merchants looked extremely surprised at the price on the paper in their hands. And on the day of the deal, the merchant's wife appeared with a face full of awkwardness, with hands clasped together and a weak voice. I am sorry, but we won't sell these pieces of land. At Clius, the persuasive price was 1.7 times the current market value. But if you want, we can increase the price further. The merchant quickly interrupted. Price is not the issue. Gi widened her eyes when she heard the merchant's explanation. Even if I hide it, he will find out anyway. So I will be straightforward and tell you that the rumor about the group you brought has already spread among the noble families. The two of you furrowed your brows as the merchant continued explaining that he was a worker of Gile whom you saved, and I also want to sell the land as you requested. But the border nobles blocked all the paths up the slope to prevent us from going through. His eyes clearly showed worry. If we upset them, we will. Border nobles. They are noble families who received land from the Pope during the founding of Gile, after settling in the suburbs of the Holy Nation. They played a crucial role in the country's defense line and held absolute influence in the region for a long time, as well as significant power in the entire political sphere. The merchant clasped his hands and begged, because I still have many family members to care for, I had to make this decision. Please forgive me. Gile understood the merchant's hardship. I understand now. You asked again. The uphill road. I just need to handle that. Right. The merchant raised both hands and said with a bit of awkwardness. Resolving it. The uphill path is currently monopolized and controlled by border nobles, so it might be quite difficult. Jai smiled confidently. Just prepare the documents and seals, and I will offer a good price for the land. In the large building where the conversation is taking place, what is your plan regarding this matter? Oh, first of all, should not we discuss it? I mean, with those border nobles, Jai still wondered, but I think I have never seen them in Salonia. Clyud explained. That is right. They are very conservative tribes that value tradition highly. They are so proud that they never leave their territory unless it is truly serious. Jai still wonders why they do not come when the Holy Lord calls, and Clyud explains further, although they belong to the Holy Nation, they can indeed be considered an independent, self-governing territory, so they do not truly follow the hierarchy system of the Holy Nation. Jai's face showed clear annoyance. Really complicated. How come there are so many of these things? So I have to find each person one by one, she suggested in Cliote. I do not think it is necessary to push too hard. Although they are quite far from the central noble families, their relationships are very close. Cliote suggested that if you meet with their representatives, the clean family, the rest will follow automatically. She volunteered for the task. Holy Saint, if you assign this to me, I will handle it quickly and efficiently. No worries, I can do it faster myself. In Cliote, reminding that talking to border nobles won't be easy at all because they are very stubborn and proud, talk to her gently. Oh, I do not expect this to be resolved immediately through conversation. I have another request for you. At Cliote, the red sunset shrouds the large white building as dusk falls, and under the thick sunset light, Joy Trochun with a maid. Is this the clean family estate? It is really large. The maid bowed respectfully. Welcome. Your Holiness. The maid opens the door for Day and introduces herself, saying she has been waiting for you since receiving your invitation. I am Sibi. The escort. Please. Come inside. Thank you for your detailed response. People say their power in the region is immense. The inside is also truly impressive. Sibi's voice suddenly rang out. Your Holiness, I am sorry to have to say this. Sibi respectfully bows his head to report. The host is currently busy with an important scheduled event, so I cannot respond to Your Holiness's greeting immediately. I hope you understand. A round-eyed history responds. Is that so? Seems the host is very busy. I understand. Sibi heard that and immediately replied, thank you, sir. If you need anything, please call me. I was mistaken for opening my eyes wide. I arrived at the agreed time. Hopefully. My guess is wrong. An hour later, Day sat with his hands on his forehead. Waiting. 2 hours later, Day bowed his head with his hands together. Still waiting. 3 hours later, he clasped his hands in front of him and looked around. My prediction was correct. They definitely want to mock me. Outside, Sibi's voice can be heard. Sorry to keep you waiting. The host is ready to meet you. Please follow me. A high-heeled foot steps in, accompanied by a voice. I was a bit surprised that you came here. A woman with blonde hair and a white outfit smiles and introduces herself. It is a pleasure to meet you. Your Holiness, I am the owner of the Clen estate. Count Spaya. Day tries to smile genuinely. Marquis Spaya. Nice to meet you, and I would be very grateful if you could reopen the path up the hill. Spaya laughed. Haha, your words are very concise. Your Holiness, I will be straightforward. I do not like beating around the bush. Spia's eyes were cold. Then I will answer immediately. The answer is no. Day asks again. You say it is impossible. Dai wondered. It is impossible. Is it because we are buying land around the academy? Spia replied immediately. That is one reason. It is truly unusual for a saint with such great influence to interfere in politics. They listened in silence to Spia's words. It is unusual for a saint with such influence to interfere in politics, something that has never happened before. Spia bowed and explained everything. However, it is also unusual for us to block the road up the hill, but it is not something that has never happened before for us. Those who have been the borderlands for a long time know that things like this happen from time to time. Your Holiness, you are trying to handle this problem on your own. It is a bit uncomfortable. Day's eyes turned cold. Not comfortable. Spia's gaze also turned cold. We, the border nobles, value independence and self-governance. I do not mean to deny your honor and influence. However, if your intervention involves political matters, it could pose a threat to us. It seals the issue. In short, this will not benefit anyone. That is right. Spia burst out laughing loudly. You are very straightforward. Your Holiness, I will be honest as well. Then I smirk mischievously. So if you want to reopen the road to the hill, we need fair compensation in return. A voice of doubt echoes. A reward. In exchange. Yes. You could say that. Spia smiled and said, 1,000 silver coins. That should be enough. Day skeptically asks again. 1,000 platinum coins. Are you serious? Spia replied matter-of-factly. I am joking. Of course not. Spia continued speaking. I do not think this request is unreasonable. This is an important resource for the city-state. You should recognize its value. Yes. 1,000 silver coins are enough to fill the treasury of most kingdoms and still leave plenty of surplus. Spia asks. Surely, as a saint, you can probably pay at least that much given your influence. That amount of money is no more than a few coins. Day quickly replied. Even if I pay that amount, I doubt you will lift the trade route blockade. Spia also calmly admitted, you are truly sharp. Even if I accept that money, I have no intention of negotiating. Daisy wondered why she would make such an unreasonable request, and Spia suddenly looked serious. This is to ensure that you understand this is not a matter to be taken lightly. Lifting the blockade on the trade route involves our family and the interests, dignity of the border clans. If the blockade of the trade route continues, it will not only harm the merchants but also affect all the residents. Right. The other person replied, we have more important interests to consider. The suffering of individuals is less important and does not affect our decision-making. Day asked seriously, but the residents are the foundation supporting a nation. They are like a pope. Don't you think it is irresponsible to say such things? Spia showed a hint of disdain in her tone. The foundation, that is really an exaggeration. They are just an anonymous crowd. Only temporary. Day asked, so does that mean the blockade of trade routes will continue? Spia calmly replied yes, until Holy Emperor makes wiser decisions. Day silently thought in shock. I did not think things could get this bad, but I still said it aloud. All right, I will consider it. Day thought bitterly. The method to completely destroy your border aristocrats. A few days later, the economy of the Holy Nation, with its trade routes blocked, began to collapse rapidly. The prices of agricultural products and plants soared, supply chains were cut off, and merchants were forced to cease their activities. To make the situation worse, as starving people start to flood the streets looting, even law and order begin to collapse, especially among the impoverished in the outskirts of the city. As the first to be affected, they are pushed into a daily struggle for survival. The aristocrats inside the city possess abundant resources, but over time, the damage to everyone has become increasingly severe. Voice full of surprise echoes. I never expected the border nobles to go that far. Say says to the other person, I should have been more cautious, but I will handle this personally. Do not worry. The other person sitting on the chair says, putting this matter aside for now, are you okay? Say is a bit surprised and asks, okay. The other person seriously replies, let me clarify. This is not your fault. It is a matter of the current situation and the system of the city-state. First, we need to invite the Emperor to address the most urgent issues. If there is anything I can do to help with your work, please let me know. I will support you in every way I can. Jai perhaps did not know what to say at first, so he replied later, thank you, madam. I will take my leave now. Occluid appeared. Your Holiness, the items you requested have been prepared, Jai asked in surprise. Really, everything went smoothly. Occluit replied, I am ready to support any of your plans. Your Holiness, so let us set off. Jai looked up confidently and said, if you want to catch him, you have to go into the den. At night, in a residential house, hearing the call, the man woke up. Jai looked around and then casually commented, this place is really miserable. The man, annoyed, said I am already tense and now there is a kid too. Get out while I still have my manners. A big bag of gold suddenly appeared in front of him, and he sighed, dazzled, wondering what the hell this guy was. Sain vuivi noogoi dano, hey hop de, nugoi damong ligan mot catch de niango, mot thongan han song duo long tin, to kong the lam vik moem vitin duok. At this point, he raised his voice and said, the tiger is just a random guy who entered the merchant guild and threw money in my face. You think I am stupid enough to respond? Fine, I will do it. Then Bray suddenly said, Hartman Carson, 32 years old, originally from the kingdom of Devon, he has lived independently from his family, running a small merchant guild, and 7 years ago he started building his own guild from scratch. His merchant association is the first in the city-state to trade with neighboring kingdoms and has successfully overcome competition from long-established noble families. Listening to the whispered words about his own downfall, Hartman froze, quickly developing new trade routes, expanding his guild, and gaining recognition. Hartman wondered how he had obtained information about him. Jai stands confidently in front of Hartman. Though he does not know me, I understand him very well. I know he makes quick decisions, has excellent negotiation skills, broad vision, and outstanding experience in risk management and overcoming challenges, even in difficult situations. After considering all the conditions above, I have decided to give you this opportunity, just this once. Jai continued, you must miss the bustling merchant guild you once owned. Do not you want to revive it? Hearing this, Hartman finally spoke up. All right, thank you for thinking of me, but he suddenly said, so what exactly do you want me to do for you? That might be right, but right now, it is no different from a storm sweeping everything away. He said excitedly that the high nobles have no intention of reopening the trade routes right now, so we can't do anything. We have nothing left to sell. What if we distribute special goods through alternative trade routes? Hartman said, so you really suggested this without considering the monsters blocking the trade routes? Jai casually said, that is not a problem, he told Hartman, who was tall, to go outside with him right now. Hartman followed along, wondering what they were trying to show him as a door opened to reveal a brown creature with a wagging ear. He was surprised to see the adorable creatures in front of him. Gay pointed behind to a cute monster waving hello. We have the approval of the locals. And they even offered to help with this. Well done everyone, thank you. He was so stunned he stammered. Why is Rose here? Gay pointed loudly at the two wooden crates and said, all right, these are the goods our trading guild will sell, packed with sparkling diamonds and colorful gems. Hartman was both surprised and panicked. Hearing his stammering tone, Guy chuckled happily and asked, do you know what this is? Of course I do. These are the magic tools crafted by the Belcroix family and the magic stones that can only be found in the wild. Hartman looked at Jie with suspicion and hesitation. These are not items that ordinary people can easily obtain. How is this possible? Jai replied. All right then, he smiled confidently and asked, are you starting to feel like cooperating with me yet? Hartman happily thought to himself. What nonsense. I can't accept this yet. But this is an opportunity I can't miss as a merchant. Hartman looked at Jie as if he saw money before his eyes. This time I will dedicate myself to the fullest to meet your expectations. He quickly changed his attitude in an instant. Jai was not too surprised by this reaction. Good thinking. Then tomorrow morning, go register the guild and come back here, Hartman quickly said. I understand. So what should we name the guild? Jai thought for a moment, then snapped his fingers and said fine then. Sanvason Trade Guild, Salvation Trade Guild. A month after the founding of the Relief Trading Company, a scream echoed through the large house, Hartman full of excitement. Looking at this payment, by utilizing the family's unique regenerative resources as strategic renewals, the Relief Trading Company successfully opened new trade routes with neighboring countries. Using Hartman's business strategy, who has traded with numerous nations, the company established a remarkable foundation in a very short period. Hartman has no qualms about praising him. You are truly amazing, the guild leader calmly said. It is thanks to your hard work. I never imagined you could make such a huge profit. Well done. Hartman sat in front of the gold deposit, casually smiling and saying I really did not do much. It is all thanks to the excellent products. Day continued to praise him. No need to be modest. And by the way, how did the feedback go? Hartman replied, you mean the private merchants? Right, they are very eager. Everyone is very interested in our trade routes, and all the customers are smiling happily. If we allow usage of the routes and charge a fee, how much could we earn? As he said that, Hartman could not hide his joy, but Day suddenly said no, there will be no fees at all. Hartman was surprised and looked at Day, asking what? Why not? Day breathes out a song of explanation. The goal from the start was to oppose the blockade of existing trade routes. If we charge a fee, it would be no different from those border nobles. Right, Hartman seems to realize and admits, I have not thought far enough ahead, Day happily said. Go tell them that the rescue route has been opened for free use as long as they meet the conditions. Hartman, confused, asked again. Conditions, that trading companies using this route must include certain food products in their shipments. But remember, the prices of these food products must not exceed the standards set by the Relief Committee, and of course, those prices will be kept very low. Our coalition will also actively purchase food items, which will not be resold. Instead, they will be sent to warehouses in each area. Hartman asked, so does that mean you are deciding the right to contribute? You are quick-witted indeed. Yes, the warehouses will serve as emergency food reserves in each area. For those unable to buy food in the current situation, our guild plans to directly supply emergency rations. Hartman asked, you are talking about the tenant farmers in my domain. Right, but I am concerned about the border nobles. They want to just sit still and do nothing. Jai confidently and optimistically said, this is not just a donation but a way to save society and help them achieve economic independence. Hartman thinks that economic independence for tenant farmers could disrupt the power base of border nobles. Jai continues, that is right. We will start by providing free market resources and then support land to help them manage farming and distribution themselves. Hartman seemed to realize that if they could exchange self-grown crops with the trading company, they would be able to support themselves. Jai said this was just the first step toward independence. Jai, remembering something, smiled and said, do not worry. Doing this does not mean your share of the profit will disappear. Hartman was startled and said, what do you think I am? He enthusiastically added. Of course, at first I also considered the financial benefits. But Hartman, I am someone who understands the ethics of a merchant. Now that I am involved in this, I will do my best with a sense of responsibility, Jai happily said. Good, maybe I have found the right person, Hartman confidently said. Certainly I will create a plan based on your instructions and make it happen. So, Hartman plans to turn relief warehouses in each area into multifunctional spaces, not only storing food but also serving as agricultural support centers where people are provided with farming tools and necessary seeds for cultivation. Additionally, an advisory council was established to leverage the experience of farmers, sharing effective farming techniques and distribution methods within each village to build a community where the trading company and the region develop together. Sometime later, Hartman's voice echoed through the small street. All right, is there anyone who has not received the necessary supplies yet? Join the farming training session tomorrow. Everyone around smiled happily when they heard that. Hartman silently thought, good, everything is going as planned. In this remote area where the class system is deeply rooted, the rapid development of grassroots self-sufficiency and accumulated trade foundations will soon strengthen the entire nation. By the way, the head of the merchant guild, with his ability to supply those families and his outstanding appearance, must surely be a saint. He does not act openly, perhaps because he wants to hide that he is a saint. Suddenly Hartman saw the man approaching the iron armor and wondered, are those people border noble knights? Wait, is that a death order they are holding? A notice hanging in a prominent place. Everyone crowding to read it, and the murmurs of discussion immediately spreading. Is this really true? No way, it can't be real. Hartman was also drawn to the if messages written there. Huh. He gapes. This is... Captain. Hartman's loud call echoed as Daybine then held the teapot in his hand. What is going on? Why are you in such a hurry? Hartman said, the border nobles have reopened the old trade routes. Day calmly asked again. Really? And then what? Hartman hesitated. Well, the scribe in armor read the official order aloud to all the citizens. The Lord declared that the trade routes had become unsafe due to the increase of monsters, and therefore they were closed to ensure safety. People are debating whether it is true or not, and the scribe continues reading, stating that the Lord, as the protector of the border, could not ignore the threats to the residents and had mobilized his forces, who then eliminated all the monsters and announced that the trade routes are now safe again. Furthermore, not only are the trade routes managed by the organization called Rescue Trade Company unsafe due to monster threats, but their management is also lacking transparency, and Hartman listens to the decree in stunned silence. What is going on? Moreover, the food distributed by the Rescue Trade Company also has issues. The imported food and goods are defective products that have not passed quality checks. Hartman listened in anger at these baseless accusations. The people have started to panic, questioning if the cheap prices mean our food is not safe. As the soldier continues, the Rescue Trade Company is using unregulated trade routes, risking public safety to maximize profits. The soldier shouted loudly that we must chase away the evil group causing chaos in the local community. Hartman relayed what he heard today. That is what they said. Day suddenly burst out laughing. Hartman asked, Auntko, is now the time to laugh? Hartman said confidently. The border lords have directly intervened and stirred up this matter. All our efforts have been in vain. Can the captain personally announce that the trade road is safe? Surely the situation will be resolved quickly. Right, Day calmly reassures Hartman. Just relax and do not worry about it. Trust me, there is nothing you need to do. Hartman doubts. Auntie. Day says, do you think everything will be that easy for those who have tasted freedom? How can they go back to the old oppressive system? The residents within the territory will make their own choices, opting to trade through their own trade routes, and they have found a path to economic independence. In short, they have understood the power of choice. The instability caused by the Lord beneath Geo will surely cause fear, but we have given them the means to overcome that fear. We have created an opportunity, have not we? Day offers Hartman a cup of tea, and if anyone wants to go back, it is simply an opportunity to learn. No need to do anything else. We just keep things as they are. You see, Hartman. The villagers looked at the knight with hatred, as if he were a fool. The knight remained silent. Someone shouted, do you think we are fools? You say this food is contaminated. It is all very tasty. Yes, we have never had any problems. I was starving, but I survived because of it. They call the relief traders monsters instead of taking responsibility. The man stepped forward and shouted loudly. When we faced difficulties, they did not care at all. They deliberately lied to exploit us. Svea on this side, with a grim face, said with a bitter smile, is not true freedom about being able to take care of oneself, the ability to understand oneself? The two of them clinked glasses without feeling afraid anymore. War is on the horizon, and the people are growing restless. Despite the provocations from the border nobles, the people remain determined to resist. By promoting activities across various agricultural sectors and accelerating the commercialization of rural communities, they began to develop a strong sense of independence. The border nobles have begun to sense the crisis caused by the rapid changes in the current situation. They quickly changed their stance and bowed to show their submission. At this moment, Svea is bowing seriously. I sincerely apologize for the recent incidents. Akemdome, we will actively promote support for the development of the region. Svea's words made him ponder deeply. She continued with persuasive words, explaining that the Sandvasan Merchant Guild was established with the noble purpose of helping people become self-reliant. It would be wonderful if the nobles decided to join us in pursuing such a noble goal. Jai exclaimed upon hearing this. Indeed, you show a fake smile, and your voice sounds somewhat insincere. That is wonderful. I look forward to seeing how much everyone will contribute. Suvia recognized his contempt, but she could only be speechless. And so, the nobles in the border region, they have compromised with a treaty that does not infringe on the local people's economic independence. Furthermore, an agreement has been made to regularly contribute a significant amount of money to the charity fund managed by the Sandvasan Guild. At the fortress, Hapman's angry voice rang out. Should not we take it from them? Day replied with a laugh. Haha. Maybe we should do that. Then Hapman still felt a bit satisfied. After all, they gave up more easily than expected. Day explains. Well, no matter how arrogant the nobles are, they can't resist money. Right? He elaborates. In the long run, if the local economy prospers, it won't negatively affect them, so deceiving them is the wise decision now. Hapman grew more and more admiring. Whoa. Just as I expected, your vision is truly remarkable. Chairman, I am sure you will expand the Sandvason Trade Guild into the largest guild spanning the 6 realms, Day modestly replied. I think I will leave that to you. Hapman rubbed his head and said, Oh really? Even if those words are just polite expressions, I truly appreciate it. Day confirmed that his skills are not only sufficient but also superior, and he will entrust everything to him from now on. Hapman, upon hearing this, became restless and confused. What does that mean? Why are you saying that? Where are you planning to go? Day confirms again that he needs to leave. You smile. Thinking about leaving the holy city, Hapman was stunned and asked, Are you really leaving the holy nation? Hapman hesitated. But even so, I will go. You. But Day quickly cut in. I have no other choice but to do this. Hapman bowed his head. Looking sad. An ordinary merchant like me can't understand your thoughts. But I am sure you have your own reasons. He whispers that everyone in the Holy Land, including the leader, will clearly feel the absence of the saint. Day guesses that might be true, but looking back at what has happened recently, he can tell. Right, each event unfolded in his mind like a slow-motion film, and Day felt how everyone overcame everything with their own strength and the path they chose. I trust in the power everyone possesses, and of course, Hapman, I trust you the most. Day's voice is full of trust because of him. I can leave with a lighter heart. So this has been your plan since the day you found me and everything began. Day often asked, gaining the status of a top trading guild is not difficult. You would want that, right? But his questioning makes Hapman uncomfortable. He clenched his fists and did not answer right away. Treated like a beast of burden, Hapman left the Divan Kingdom and moved to the Holy Nation. With no one left to trust, Hapman struggled to survive in a place full of deception among merchants, where trust was non-existent. The path was suddenly blocked and everything fell into chaos. At the moment Hapman thought failure was unavoidable, someone came to find him. And at first he thought, who is this kid, talented and with a good character? And it turned out that Day himself was the saint. He acknowledged Hapman and created a new opportunity for a fresh start if someone like Day placed their trust in him once again. And because such a heavy responsibility was entrusted to him, he had no choice but to begin the task. After a long moment, Hapman finally spoke. All right, let us do it. I will make the Sunvation Guild the greatest in the world. He confidently patted his chest. This will be the best way to repay the opportunity you gave me. Chairman, I am sure you will never regret entrusting the Sunvation Guild to me. Gi smiled contentedly, his voice sincere. Thank you, Hapman. The next day, at the palace, someone's praise echoed. You did a great job. Day, Aegli praised without hesitation. Freeing the people of the territory from the border nobles. He did something no one else could. Iriel, standing beside him, also spoke up. When I first heard of something called the Sunvation Guild, I wondered what it was. And indeed, it was you. Iriel asked hesitantly. So you said you have something to say? And Day replied honestly, yes, I am planning to leave the Holy Nation. Both of them were stunned after hearing this. What do you mean? What are you implying? And Day explained. Because the balance of the Holy Nation has completely shifted to one side. I continue because of the power and influence I hold. The nobles at the center are gradually losing their sway. Even the bloodline of the hero is facing misunderstandings and oppression. And for their benefit, for the benefit of the Holy Nation, I believe that my departure is the right decision. Iriel was startled and suddenly brought up this topic, but Day did not let her continue. Not just for those reasons. I have been considering this for a long time. And throughout my journey, my thoughts on this have become increasingly certain. You ask again. You saw it too. Right. For some people in this world a doctor is still more necessary than a saint of Gale. That is why we train doctors at the academy. Day concludes that it will take time for a medical student to fully assume the role of a doctor. Iriel still wanted to protest, but Aclay spoke up to stop her. Iriel, that is enough. She questioned Day. Day, the position of a saint is a role chosen by God. Do you think you can just abandon that role at your will? He insists I will make it possible. Aclay analyzes that even if he is a saint who rejects all rules, he still cannot predict what will happen if he abandons the role of a saint fighter. But Day still remains unshaken. If I were afraid of that, I would not have even considered leaving from the start. He remains calm. And if something were to happen, I would just have to accept it. Iriel sighed in helplessness. He is truly the same as when I first met him, strong and determined. Hard to change his mind, but always heading in the right direction with his beliefs. Iriel clenched her fists. I have always appreciated that about you, Day. I have always thought so. And with what you just said, I can understand it now. But she wiped away her tears, her tone annoyed. Why do I feel so irritated with him right now? Iriel continued. Since he came to the Holy Nation, I have always been by his side. If nothing happens, I am still comfortable with you. Day hesitated, wanting to reach out to Iriel, but she suddenly stood up and said, I understand. I am leaving now. She left without looking back. Goodbye, Saint. Day had to stay silent as he watched Ariel's figure gradually disappear into the distance. The sky was gradually darkening when someone asked Day, Are you leaving soon? Yes. It might be difficult at first, but I will definitely come back to visit everyone. Clive firmly affirms. Saint, until the day I return, we will always uphold your will and faith. Ditch also chimes in, asking him to return, and Hong adds that the Black family, as his shadow, will carry out his will to the very end. Day listened with deep emotion, and the members of the Tam family clan, including Lich, also spoke up, saying they would always follow his orders until their last breath. He smiled and said, I will stay here for now, but if you need me, I will always be by your side whenever you call. Day was speechless, even including you. He remained silent, inwardly reflecting that he was very grateful. Many things had happened over the years, and he had become a saint that he never truly wished for. Looking back now, every moment feels so vivid. Even the hardest times held meaning for me. And so, the saint disappeared from the Holy Nation and set out on a new journey. Time passes quickly in one day. Someone at the Adventurers Guild said the missions here are pretty good. Praising the mission level, they immediately expressed a small wish. I wish we always received missions with such good rewards. Suddenly, the door of the guild opened, attracting some attention from those inside. As the mysterious shadow was about to step in, the sound of shoes hitting the ground as they moved forward created clear noises that drew even more attention. Jai pulls his hood over his head and wears a mask that covers half of his face. Seeming to be lost in thought, after a moment, he reaches out and takes a piece of paper attached to the information board. He confidently told the manager, I want to take this mission. The manager glanced at the paper in front of him and replied, but this mission is only for the hunters. Then he asked the person in front to check his card. Can you show your card? Jai reached into his shirt pocket and pulled out his identification card. The manager quickly stood up, apologized for the inconvenience, and said, I have confirmed everything. Many people have been injured in recent monster hunts. Please join the priests in the village to deliver the mission as soon as possible. Jai quickly agrees to the request. A young man, standing nearby, overheard everything that just happened. He followed the image of the shoe passing by him and headed toward the door. Feeling curious, the young man grabbed someone from the guild standing in front of him and asked, Hey, who is that guy? I have never seen him here before. How does the person opposite know? He replied, I do not know either. He is probably a mercenary from another guild. The young man was stunned by what he heard and asked another question. He moved on. That arrogant Heller is switching to another guild. A term based on healing magic, and of course it refers to those who specialize in restoring others. Hellers are usually divided into 3 levels. Level 3 is the lowest, representing those who have mastered basic knowledge and skills to heal others. Level 2 includes those who have been verified for their credibility directly by the priests and have received their crucial special instructions in healing others. Combining astonishing mana control with top-tier medical skills, they are extremely rare Hellers capable of continuously treating multiple patients with severe illnesses. Level 1. These high-ranking Hellers are recognized as experts with exceptional skills. A Level 1 Heller has the authority to issue warnings, secure information, and even order the evacuation of an entire village. Level 1 Hellers are recognized as highly skilled experts who have the authority to issue warnings, protect information, and order the evacuation of an entire village in critical disasters like epidemics. With the approval of the nearby lords, they play a crucial role and have the authority to destroy an entire infected village. The guy just now is probably only a third-class Heller. Right, the person across hesitated for a moment. You know, the guild usually does not share personal information about others unless there is a common purpose. Don't worry too much about them. Receiving no response, the young man trudged away feeling dejected, muttering how boring it was, a level 2 Heller. And then the person opposite thought of Dai and made some assumptions about him, who is also a talented individual from the academy sent here solely to carry out entrusted missions, which is true. Cut to a small stream, Day in his backpack slowly moving forward. Suddenly, a voice from somewhere asks, Are you leaving? Day recognized that familiar sound and called out the name Fear. Fear is the guardian of the Grand Tel Forest. She smiled, calculating the time, and it has been exactly 5 years since that day. Fear faced Day, recalling his words from before. According to what you said, the national sword has developed further, and the awareness of the people has increased significantly, so everything seems to be going as you expected. Right. Day let out a sigh and sang a song of resignation, but there is still a long way to go in both quality and quantity of Hallows. At least another 10 years are needed to fix that. She replied, from an Alpha's perspective, everything seems to be progressing unbelievably fast. to the point that I even feel a bit angry thinking about how far humans could go. Dayan chuckled and reminded her. After all, she remembers tomorrow, everyone will be waiting for her. How could fear forget? The general health checkup for the village. Right, of course I remember. Dayan says goodbye to fear. Alright then, see you tomorrow at home. A small smile kept forming at the corner of his mouth, feeling quite relaxed. It has been 5 years since I left the Holy Nation. During that time, many major changes have taken place across the continent. The field of herbal medicine, which was previously undeveloped, has begun to grow thanks to your hero's involvement in the academy. Medical knowledge has been optimized in this environment and is spreading more and more. Unlike holy magic, which only provides temporary healing, skilled hellers will seek out and eradicate the root causes of diseases in villages. Some illnesses cannot be cured by holy magic, so within the Holy Nation, it is essential to understand basic medical knowledge to be appointed as a priest. However, there are still some difficult issues that require him to find a way. Even adventure guilds prioritize hiring hellers because of their significant influence. Anyway, the issue here is the imbalance between supply and demand. The symbol representing the hellers is embedded into coins, and Jai knows well that no matter where you go, people are always fighting to recruit hellers. Their value keeps increasing, meaning ordinary people won't have a chance to receive treatment. Thinking about this, he felt a bit angry. Do they really think the academy was established just for this purpose? Suddenly, a sweet voice called out from somewhere to Jie. Sai. Where are you coming from? She stepped forward, smiling brightly like the sunshine. You came here earlier than usual today, Jai said quickly when he saw the girl. Sai. Did you come here to say hello to me? What did you do today? Si politely and obediently lists her activities. Yes. Today I have read books and practiced magic. Can you help me improve my swordsmanship? Jai could not refuse her plea for help. He was very willing. Of course. You are very well behaved. Let us go now. Siu happily held Jai's hand, but suddenly her face turned pale. Si coldly asked, so you have not met that girl Annie or whatever today? Right? Jai stammered, frozen in place. How do you know that? Si casually and confidently replied. Because of a scent. So you are going to meet her tomorrow. Right, Jai secretly thought with a bit of fear. This girl's trait of her insect race makes her extremely sensitive to smells. That is right, Si smiled brightly. Okay, I will go get the sword now. Wait here for a moment. Jai is confused about what is happening, with a big question mark above his head. This girl is strangely obsessed with her relationship with Era. A little later, in front of Si's house, she gently asks about the training. Alright, now we will do a light practice match first. Okay, Jai slowly takes off his mask. He told Sai to go ahead. Alright. As usual, you are allowed to use mana. The girl holding the sword looked worried about herself, but I am not any better at using mana either. At that moment, Jai's face was revealed. Handsome and charming, unmatched by anyone. Don't worry, I advise her. Suddenly, a surge of mana rose from the ground and wrapped around Sai. The girl slowly controlled the energy. Yes, okay. The mana source flows more and more into the sword. Si is ready, the girl speaks. I am coming. Seeing this scene, Jai silently guesses that maybe it is because he helped the girl form a mana pathway and her magic is getting stronger. He smiled faintly in response to Si's words. Always ready. Then, Jai also charged forward with all his strength, moving incredibly fast. Si's power is truly formidable. The girl decisively charges straight at Ji. Jai is also no ordinary opponent. Immediately, have you stopped Si's attack yet? The swords keep clashing non-stop. Burst of energy causes a shockwave that shakes the entire area. Si stares in awe, eyes wide open. The girl's hand slips off the sword while Jai shouts. A dramatic opening. The wooden sword flies straight into the sky, spinning several times, watching the sword firmly planted into the ground. Just as I expected. How can you do that without using mana? Jai enthusiastically repeats what he once said to help the girl understand. I always say this, but in swordsmanship, balance is the key to power. Si looks a bit tired and slightly disappointed, letting out a sigh. It will take me a long time to catch up to you. Jai smiled encouragingly at the girl. She is only 9 years old. I can still be much stronger. Hearing that, Si regained her motivation. The girl could not hide her joy. I will become as strong as you. She confidently asserts that she can be even stronger, causing the air to grow colder. Si hesitated for a moment. This guy. The girl wants to confirm what she has always refused to believe. Does it really mean he can no longer use mana? Jai hesitated at this question. He fell into deep thought. Many things have changed since leaving Van Quoque, but when he responded to Si's question, Jai still feels very happy. Until now, he has taken it for granted. That is right, Jai thought to himself. This is the biggest change. Facing Sai, Jai could clearly feel the mana source within the girl. But he was different. Jai silently concludes, there is no mana left in my body. After a while, Grendel stopped at the elf village. Outside, the worried voices of patients asking him could be heard. Probably is not a serious illness. Right, Jai gently reassures. Don't worry, the medicine will make you better. Elf the boy stands up and walks out, not forgetting to turn back and speak. Thank you. Jai looked at the boy, who suddenly seemed more alert, and quietly sighed. This is the last kid, it is finally over. Immediately afterward, a familiar figure entered. Jai immediately recognized and called out loudly. Aira, the beautiful girl, approached Jai and kept expressing her gratitude to him. Thank you for always taking care of the children. Jai politely changed the subject and asked about something else. I did it because I like you, so there is nothing to worry about. Demema. How is the elder doing? Aira hesitated, clutching her left arm tightly as if trying to stay calm. It seems I need to prepare myself mentally. Aira's eyes looked sad. She looked away to hold back her emotions. It is strange, even after spending so much time together, leaving someone is still very difficult. Jai also did not expect the elder's condition to be so dire. He considers the last resort, even if it won't last long. But could her magic extend his lifespan a little longer? But maybe she also does not want to do that. Right, she gently said. Living out your life and returning to mana is the natural order of this land for an elf. This is their final honor, so she does not wish for anything else. She advises Day not to overthink, because this was already predetermined. I was prepared, but, she asked with concern, Day, your body still can absorb mana. Huh. Day replied quite helplessly. It seems I no longer care about that either. I guess so, I have tried many times already. It still does not work. Aira raised her hand to her brow, trying to understand the cause. It was the will of the moon. The sky remembers the past on the night of leaving the holy nation. I had a dream. I got lost in a vast, endless space. It is more like being imprisoned in a room. This place, a strange inscription suddenly engraved itself into his mind. Don't resist. I mean, the image of a person being chained up, with both their hands and feet bound. I tell myself I did not hear anything at all, but each word, each letter, kept appearing. He was struggling to figure out what it was. This is telepathy. No, this feeling is very much like when I was on the sea, staring at the blinded person in front of me. The voice is a bit condescending. When you took advantage of me, you left me alone. Did you say that because I wanted to give up? Not afraid. He directly calls out that person's name. Gale. Gale threatens Day. You exist by my blessing. If you continue to oppose my will, you will have to face the consequences. Day finds it ridiculous. He leans one arm on his hip and dismissively responds. A blessing. Do you mean your holy power is forcing me to accept it? To me, that is nothing but air filtration. Gale, a bit annoyed, asked again. So you still refuse to change your mind? My face is expressionless and straightforward. That is right. When I became a saint, I already said it. Whether I stop or continue, it is my choice. Gale no longer tries to hold on. You said so. A giant hand from behind lunges at Day. He sniffed as he listened to Gale speak. Then I will take it back. The wire begins to feel pain all over its body. Something is being pulled out, and his face turns pale. Wait. Your Highness. His consciousness grew more and more hazy. The mysterious shadow opened its mouth to whisper something, but he could not hear it. Day's eyes widened. Gradually, his vision blurred. When I woke up after that rain, I realized I no longer had access to holy power. Even the mana in the air could not be absorbed. Seeing Day staring intently at his hand with an indescribable seriousness. Aira calls. Day. Her face became much more serious. I think you need strength. Although I know Aira means well, I can only helplessly reply that I can still take care of myself for now. Aira looked at Day seriously. That is not enough right now. Do you know what karma is? Day does not understand what she means and does not know what it is. Aira then explains in detail. Have you two never felt the powers around you before? The will of the divine flow of mana and the balance point of all those things. The movement of these sources of power always causes a certain reaction. That is karma. Aira's voice continued. It is no coincidence that he is standing in the middle of such a strong flow, and if someone is affected by karma, the drive of this power will surely push those within the flow forward. So far, you have been very lucky and have not faced major problems, but you need to prepare. Zay is a bit confused. Preparing her, Aira recounts the previous situation. When your life was in danger on Hero Island, my marking spell was still effective, but looking back, perhaps you were prevented from connecting to greater power. She furrowed her brow, her face showing deep thought. Every time I think about it, I just want to keep you by my side to protect you, but as a high-ranking elf, I can't. Zay was also in a difficult position, but the mana circuit had completely disappeared. It could not be regenerated. Unexpectedly, Aira revealed shocking information. There is a way to control mana without using a mana circuit. Zay immediately thought, could there really be such a method? At this moment, someone hurriedly ran from behind. Lady Aira, that person exclaimed in panic. Elder. Both of them hurried to the house where the elder was. Aira asked worriedly, Han, how is the elder? The elder weakly called out. Lady Aira, she smiled without any fear. Perhaps it is time for me to return to mana. Seeing how visibly aged the elder has become, Zay could not help but be surprised. Not long ago, they were still very young and beautiful. Is that what an elf truly is? Aira, on the other hand, remains calm, with hundreds of years of life and countless experiences. Hoping she has no more regrets, the elder slowly reaches out her hand. Someone like me has nothing to regret, but her voice was sad and heavy, feeling the need to leave the young lady once more. Thinking of me brought her pain. Era smiled and took the elder's hand. Don't worry, she continued. That is right, now that child is by Lady Era's side. The elder sighed. I should go now. I must have been a burden to those waiting outside. Era softly replied. Yes, her voice full of gratitude. Lady Era, you are the wings, that is why. Your light, I am truly honored to serve you. Era hesitated. Are you ready? She replied. Of course. Then she pursed her lips, holding back the tears that threatened to fall. Era takes the elder's hand. A gentle wave of power emanates around them. Then mana suddenly intensifies, enveloping the entire house. Era closed her eyes, recited each spell, and her body, originating from mana, finally returned to mana, becoming one with the earth, resting in eternal peace, and forever in our hearts. When a beam of light suddenly burst forth from her hand, Era respectfully said, Please take back the child of creation. The elder smiled contentedly. The pastime has been my honor. Then she gradually disappeared along with mana. At this moment, Era could no longer hold on and fell to her knees. I sat beside her, holding her shoulder and comforting her in silence.